Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 2. This is the stuff I promised earlier, plus the equipment dropped by the people you killed at the teleportation plaza. You don't need to give me the equipment, you keep it. Sumyubai waved his hand and picked up the fate parchment. Before he could even use catastrophe, he heard Fujiya Tianxia continue, "Boss, you misunderstood. I meant that I wanted you to upgrade these pieces of equipment as well, so they would be worth more." Sumyubai's mouth twitched. After signing the soul contract, this guy really didn't treat himself as an outsider anymore, did he? Who exactly is the employee here? Isn't this completely turning the world upside down? However, Sumyubai knew this was something that had to be done. So he waved his hand and upgraded all the equipment the other had taken out, free of charge. At the same time, he upgraded all the other useless items in his inventory and tossed them to Fujiya Tianxia. This included all the belongings of that dog couple. Fujiya Tianxia immediately began to take stock of his gains with a beaming smile. Only then did Sumyubai focus his mind. Catastrophe. Target. Fate parchment. Hint: please select the upgrade tier. Tier 1, Tier 2. Click to view details. Upgrade to Tier 1. This item was originally a legendary grade prop, so there were only 2 options, but for Sumyubai, there was no choice other than to get it for free. The parchment shimmered with a faint light, and both its texture and level of detail were greatly enhanced. You have obtained the mythical grade item, Goddess of Fate's Favor. A mythical grade item. A sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. This was the first mythical grade prop he had obtained. Frost didn't count, as she was a living creature. Goddess of Fate's Favor mythical grade item. After use, you will gain 1 chance to roll the dice of fate. No matter what number you roll, you will receive the Goddess of Fate's Favor. The higher the number, the more generous the reward. Gambler. The top reward is mythical grade, you know. Are you sure you don't want to go all in? It was exactly as he had expected. After being upgraded to mythical grade, the nothing happens and terrible fate outcomes were gone. No matter what number he rolled, it would be a reward. However, after careful consideration, Sumyubai did not use it immediately. According to the information provided by the Myriad Worlds game, there was a luck attribute in the game. It was just a high-level hidden attribute that only appeared after equipping items that increased luck. Such items were obviously extremely rare, but Sumyubai believed that as long as they existed in this game, he would definitely be able to obtain them. Only after he had luck points would using this scroll maximize its value. Of course, he could also let Fujiya Tianxia sell this scroll, but its value would certainly not compare to mythical grade equipment. So it was better to keep it and take a gamble. If he really rolled a mythical grade piece of equipment, it would mean he could get a Saint Extinction grade item for free. This was a grade not mentioned in the information provided by the Myriad Worlds game, and its quantity was destined to be extremely scarce. Let's go, I'll take you somewhere. The two walked out of the Fenghua restaurant. Sumyubai waved his hand to summon Frost and took Fujiya Tianxia into the sky. Frost let out a dissatisfied huff, clearly showing some resistance toward anyone other than her master. It was Fujiya Tianxia's first time flying on the back of a dragon. His eyes were filled with excitement. One hand gripped the back of the throne tightly while his eyes scanned the city nightscape below. Soon, Frost landed at the Donghai City auction house, looking at the tall and magnificent building before him. A sharp glint flashed deep in Fujiya Tianxia's eyes. With the boss's promotion and my own god of wealth talent, it won't be long before we can establish our own auction house. Now that he had startup capital and a backer, the commercial empire plan in Fujiya Tianxia's mind could soon be set in motion. Following Sumyubai into the auction house, it was still brightly lit despite the late hour. As the most prosperous central area of Donghai City, it didn't distinguish between day and night. It operated 24 hours a day. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the staff member at the ticket office was no longer the young lady from before, but had been replaced by a middle-aged man. However, this had no impact on Sumyubai. He took out the Donghai token to reveal his identity, and the previously somewhat sluggish middle-aged man immediately sat up straight. "Lord Bai, is there anything you need? Can my VIP card be used by someone else?" Sumyu-bai gestured toward Fujiya Tiangxia beside him. Now that he had an employee, why would he attend the auction in person with that time? Wouldn't it be better to level up or kill a few more little Sakura players? In any case, the two had signed the God of Wealth contract, so they could conduct transactions at any time. He could just operate remotely when the time came. It is possible. But it must be someone you designate. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. This requires the supervisor to record it. Please wait a moment, Lord Bai. After saying this, the middle-aged man picked up a communicator and dialed out. He led Sumyu-bai and his companion into an exquisitely decorated private room. Lord Bai, please wait a moment. The supervisor will be here shortly. After softly serving them tea, the middle-aged man exited the room. Boss, how exactly did you manage all this? Fujiya Tiangxia's eyes were full of curiosity. With a talent like promotion, he could understand Sumyu-bai's strength and wealth. But where did such a high status and position come from? Could it be that the first person to leave the novice village is just that awesome? Consider it a reward for an epic grade quest. Sumyu-bai smiled slightly. Back then, he had been a bit disappointed that the quest Shichuji's trial had no rewards. Now it seemed the Donghai token was incredibly useful. They didn't have to wait long before the door to the private room was knocked upon. Come in. A portly middle-aged man pushed the door open and walked in. If you didn't look at his face, he and Fujiya Tiangxia looked like they were carved from the same mold. Lord Bai, I am the supervisor of the Donghai City Auction House, Jin Shengen. Jin Shengen introduced himself briefly before looking at Fujiya Tiangxia. Is this the gentleman you have designated? Yes. Sumyu-bai nodded slightly. And Jin Shengen immediately took out a crystal ball to record Fujiya Tiangxia's information. A moment later, he put away the crystal ball and smiled. Lord Bai, it is done. From now on, as long as this gentleman holds the VIP card number 007, he can represent you in participating in the auctions. Many thanks. Sumyu-bai nodded and waved his hand, taking out all the Tier 1 radiant gems that had been upgraded. At the same time, Fujiya Tiangxia also took out everything that could be put up for auction. Jin Shengen's eyes lit up instantly. Soul Life Crystal, Lord Bai. This is a rare treasure that is usually only seen in the imperial capital. Are you sure you want to auction it? Chapter 82. Dealing with smart people is just easy. Bonus chapter. Is this thing very expensive? Sumyu-bai raised an eyebrow. If he remembered correctly, sublimating a mid-level soul life stone into a soul life crystal required the consumption of 1 million soul coins. Converted, that was roughly equivalent to 10,000 soul coins per year of lifespan. According to the information obtained previously, each soul coin contained 1 hour of time energy. 1 year of lifespan should be worth 8,760 soul coins, but extracting the energy from it required some special techniques, including such costs. 10,000 soul coins was actually quite reasonable. However, if the consumption for sublimation was similar to the value of the upgraded item, it wouldn't make much sense for making money. Sumyu-bai looked at Jin Shengen, waiting for an answer. The latter nodded. Of course. You might think that 100 high-level soul life stones would have the same effect as a soul life crystal, but in reality, the latter has some irreplaceable functions. So there will be some premium. What functions? I am not entirely sure, but rare treasures like the soul life crystal usually only appear at the annual auction. Our suggested starting price for you is 1.5 million soul coins. Based on past experience, the final transaction price should be around 2 million soul coins. Are you really sure you want to auction it? Jin Shengen confirmed once more. Sumyu-bai nodded and gave a soft hum. It seemed that making money still relied on the free ride of the promotion ability. The sublimated items did not have much of a premium. A markup of around 100% might be a high profit for others. But in the face of the promotion ability, it was completely unworthy of mention. The greatest use of sublimation was still consuming resources to continuously upgrade items he could use to a higher tier to increase his combat power. Very well. Jin Shengen's face was filled with smiles. His eyes squeezed into slits. He took out the crystal ball again and began to record the information about the items Sumyu-bai and Fujiya Tiangxia were putting up for auction. In addition to the Soul Life Crystal and 580 Tier 1 Radiant Gems, there were also 58 mid-level Soul Life Stones. Once these items were auctioned off, They would become the initial capital for their business empire after the final verification. Sumyu signed his name. The information for these items, just like before, would be recorded on his VIP card, Mr. Bai. Then, I will go and get busy. Having signed a rather good deal, the smile on Jin Shengen's face became even more cordial. Wait a moment. Sumyu called out to stop Jin Shengen, but turned his head to look at Fujiya Qiangxia and ask, "What kind of contract did you sign with them?" Fujiya Qiangxia immediately realized that them referred to Feng Yi Xiao and the others. He immediately spoke up. "I provide them with all logistical support, and they must join my team or faction. All actions must be based on my interests as the fundamental principle. Of course, I cannot intentionally send them to their deaths. If they breach the contract, the system will forcibly reclaim all equipment, erase all skills, and deduct a penalty fee 10 times the value. Sumyu nodded slightly and pondered for a moment. The binding force of the contract was quite strong, and the cost of breach was set high enough. In other words, Fujiya Qiangxia had spent money to raise a few loyal thugs. That was fine. After all, although he liked to act alone, if Fujiya Qiangxia wanted to build a business empire, a certain amount of influence was indispensable. The members didn't need to be many, but they needed to be elite. Fujiya Qiangxia's ability to read the room was naturally extremely strong. Seeing Sumyu pondering, "As soon as dawn breaks, I will go and establish a mercenary group, hand the position of leader over to you, and modify the contract with them so that your interests will be the fundamental principle from now on." The reason Fujiya Qiangxia was so decisive was that doing so caused him no harm at all. He was already deeply bound to Bai Yi anyway. Weren't Bai's interests his own interests? Although he had signed a soul contract, he still had to be sensible. He couldn't let the boss be the one to bring these things up, could he? Sumyu glanced at Fujiya Qiangxia and nodded. Dealing with smart people was just easy. Tomorrow morning at 9, bring them to Baiyi Court to find me. Baiyi Court. Fujiya Qiangxia was a bit confused. There was such a place, my home. You can find it on the map. Sumyu said simply, no longer paying attention to Fujiya Qiangxia's shocked expression. He turned to look at Jin Shengen, who was waiting to the side, and said, "Supervisor Jin, I would like to cancel the consignment of the 3 epic grade pieces of equipment I deposited yesterday." "Is that a problem?" "No problem at all. Then I'll trouble you." Jin Shengen nodded and turned to leave the private room. Sumyu had read the auction manual. There was no equipment in the auction below level 60, and his 3 pieces of equipment could only be upgraded to level 60 at most. The value of these items was not worth mentioning compared to the Soul Life Crystal. But in the early stages of the game, there was nowhere to buy powerful low-level equipment even if you had the money. Not to mention buying dark gold grade items to free ride with upgrades. Even gold grade items were unavailable. Therefore, it was clearly more cost-effective to use these 3 pieces of equipment to arm the mercenary group that was about to be formed. When the time came to upgrade the talents and equipment of Feng Yi Xiao and the others, this elite squad should have the strength to fight even against SSS grade talent players at this stage. As for that grade skill book, it would naturally be sold for money to buy other skill books for improvement. Soon, Jin Shenqian personally delivered the 3 pieces of equipment. After Jin Shenqian left, Sumyu stored the items into his inventory and looked at Fujiya Qiangxia. My VIP card allows the value of consigned items to be used as credit for auction bidding. If there are enough funds, buy up all the soul stones at the auction. If there is any surplus, use your own discretion to bid on items that have a higher resale value after being upgraded. If there are any special items, send me a message immediately. Don't worry, boss, I understand. Fujiya Qiangxia nodded with a smile. I trust you can handle it. But there is one thing to remember. At this point, Sumyu paused before continuing. From now on, treat items like soul stones as the top priority. As long as I don't tell you to stop, just keep hoarding them. Lifespan was always the thing Sumyu needed most. As long as he had sufficient lifespan, he could continuously use catastrophe to gain more and more catastrophe traits. He believed that with Fujiya Qiangxia's ability, he would soon receive good news. All right, I understand. Fujiya Qiangxia nodded with a solemn expression, accepting the first directive issued by Bai Yi after signing the contract. All right, Go get some rest. See you tomorrow. The two walked out of the Donghai auction house, and Sumyubai immediately summoned Frost to fly away. It was late at night, and he dared not disturb Hui Jian. If he needed to contact her, he would have to wait until daytime. He could use this time to level up. As Frost flapped its wings and flew toward the wilderness, Sumyubai leaned back on his throne, resting his chin on one hand. 3 days had passed, yet he didn't feel a hint of sleepiness. Could it really be because of the Death Sovereign class? A flash of doubt crossed his eyes as Sumyubai opened his status window to review his powerful attributes after reaching level 20. Chapter 83. By his level 20 status window and skill details. First, an apology to all my readers. I'm kneeling down to you all. I've been running a low fever today, and calculating the data made me dizzy. I kept making mistakes and having to redo the math, which wasted too much time. But the upcoming chapters require this data. I have no choice but to take a leave of absence. I'm sorry, everyone. These 3 chapters consist of Bai's level 20 status window and skill details, Bai's level 20 equipment details and gem settings, and Bai's level 20 summon panel details. This data was originally for my own reference, but since this is a free platform, I decided to post it directly for the convenience of those who might need to check it. I won't be writing these stats in tomorrow's plot content. Readers who don't like looking at data can skip this. It won't affect the plot, though you might be confused as to why the Undead Legion is so strong. So, I suggest taking a quick look. With the gems socketed, all stats have been significantly boosted. Status window player, Bai level 2046, class. Death Sovereign exclusive hidden class catastrophe traits. 1. All self-skill effects are doubled. 2. Level insufficient, not unlocked. 3. Level insufficient, not unlocked. Subclass, intermediate appraiser, intermediate appraisal spirit, agility, constitution, strength, free attribute points. Health points, 1/1 for unknown reasons. The cap cannot be permanently increased. Life share, 6.989 billion, 6.989 billion. Specific value, 6,988. 664,000, the sum of all skeletons, headless knights, and shadow knights' health, doubled. Mounts are not summoned creatures and are not included in the calculation. Mana, 279. 180 279s. 181 point of spirit equals 60 mana regeneration. 8,356 fifth seconds reduced by 80% in combat spell power. 18,521 point of spirit equals 3 spell power spell critical hit, critical damage. Physical defense, magic defense, elemental resistance, curse 40%, ice 40%, others 10% exclusive talent. Catastrophe unique forbidden grade skill slots 11/20. 1. Scorchy. 2. Summoning space expansion B. 3. Summon elite skeleton A. 4. Advanced undead aura. 5. Chain corpse explosion A. 6. Summon headless knight S7. Life share S8. Death summoning SS. 9. Death extraction feedback SS10. Death gaze SSS. 11. Death domain leap SSS. Available skill points. Normal summoning space 1340. 1340 commander summoning space. 20/20th Legion 160 160th equipment. Omitted. See Chapter 80 for details. Skill details. 1. Scorchy level 1, active skill. Releases soul fire to burn the target, dealing a total of 200% spell power and magic damage over 5 seconds. Attack range 30 meters, casting time 2 seconds, cooldown to 5 seconds, mana cost 20 points. 2. Summoning space expansion B. Passive skill, no level, summoning space cognate catastrophe traits. 1. Summon control range increased to 500%. 2. After your summoned creature dies, it can be resurrected in the summoning space at full health. Each individual summon can only trigger this once per hour. 3. Summon elite skeleton a level 9 max, active skill. Summons 3 elite skeletons to fight for you. Elite skeleton warrior, elite skeleton archer, elite skeleton mage. Casting time 3 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Mana cost 3,000 points. Cataclysm trait. 1. Elite skeleton warrior's maximum HP increased by 500%. Attack power increased by 100%. Point 2. Not unlocked. 3. Not unlocked. Elite skeleton stats are boosted by the player's spirit attribute. 4. High tier undead aura. Passive skill. No level. All allied undead creatures gain a 30% increase to all attributes. Effect range 500 meters. 5. Chain corpse explosion. A level 11 max. Active skill. Can chain detonate up to 3 corpses or remains, dealing magic damage to all enemies within a 20-meter radius of each corpse or remain. Cannot be used on boss corpses. Damage. 20% of the target's maximum HP when alive. Come to 100% spell power. 200 meters. Instant cast. Cooldown 30 seconds. Mana cost 6,000 points. 6. Summon Headless Knight. S level 17 0/5. Active skill. Summons a Headless Knight to fight for you. Casting time 5 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. Mana cost 9,500 points. Headless Knight stats are boosted by the player's spirit attribute. 7. Lifelink. S passive skill. No level. Skill effect. You and all undead creatures you summon share life points in a one-way link. 8. Death Summoning SS passive skill. No level. Skill effect. 1. Casting time for summoning skills reduced by 75%. 2. Cooldown for summoning skills reduced by 75%. 3. Summon creature attributes increased by 100%. 4. Summoning space capacity increased by 10 times. 9. Death Siphon feedback. SS level 10/10. Active skill. Skill effect. 1. Siphon. Siphon death energy from corpses and store it. Maximum of 10 targets per siphon. Cooldown 30 seconds. No cost. Maximum casting range 100 meters. Death energy. 800 level times 20 class trait effect doubles this. Point 2. Feedback. Instantly restore your own HP or mana, or use it to strengthen a summoned creature. Cooldown 30 seconds. Consumes 1,400 points of death energy. 1 point of death energy restores 200 HP or 200 mana. 1 point of death energy increases the target's main attribute by 1% for 60 seconds, except for the death energy value. Other descriptions do not include the doubled effect of the class Cataclysm trait. Actual use. They will be doubled. 10. Death Gaze SSS level 10/50. Active skill. Gaze at a target to incinerate their soul. Skill effect. 1. Deals 500% spell power as true damage per second for 10 seconds. 2. The gaze creature will be continuously affected by a fear effect. 3. For all creatures with a life level lower than yours, all attributes are forcibly reduced by 20% the moment they are gazed upon. This effect is determined solely by life level and cannot be reduced by any resistance. 4. Creatures killed by death gaze will suffer extreme agony and fall into a weakened state upon resurrection. With all attributes reduced by 40% for 12 hours. Instant cast. Cooldown 60 seconds. Consumes 5% of maximum mana. No continuous channeling required after release. Maximum attack range 100 meters, wherever your gaze falls. Death follows like a shadow. 11. Death Domain Leap SSS level 10/50. Active skill. Traverse the death domain. Your body follows your will. Skill effect. 1. Use the death domain as a springboard to instantly leap to the target location and clear all negative effects from yourself. 2. After leaping, you are protected by the power of death, becoming immune to all damage and negative effects for 3 seconds. 3. Open a death curtain at 2 coordinate locations. You and your designated allies can travel back and forth at will. Non-designated units cannot touch the death curtain, and attacks will pass directly through it. 4. The size and position of the death curtain change according to your will. While the death curtain exists, allies passing through it will not die. They can continue to fight even if their HP reaches 0. Instant cast. Leap cooldown 15 seconds. Consumes 1% of maximum mana. Casting range 0 to 100 meters. Death curtain cooldown 120 seconds. Consumes 1% of maximum mana per second. Can last up to 30 seconds. Casting range 500 meters, where your mind points. The Legion arrives in an instant. Chapter 84. Details of Bai's level 20 equipment and gem settings. 1. Special Codex of Death. Class exclusive Bai special item. Cannot be dropped, cannot be damaged, cannot be traded, can be summoned or put away at will. Level 20 follows the character base attributes. Spell power Kung 600, all attributes Kung 200. Damage to undead creatures increased by 100%. Your summons also receive this buff. Spirit Kung 10% added at level 20. Special effects 1. Soul Siphon, targets killed by you, your summons, and your contracted creatures will have a portion of their soul power absorbed by you. After wild monsters are killed by you, they will become weaker upon their next respawn. After players are killed by you, they will suffer double penalties, including lifespan, current soul points to 0.8 consume 0 soul points to gain a third chance to open the Codex of Death. Second special effect unlocks after level 30. This is a book of rules, which only you can peruse. Once you meet the requirements, you may learn the exclusive skills of the Death Sovereign from it. 2. Main hand weapon Scourge of the Forgotten level 10,200 legendary item ability 1,000. Equip requirements. High tier hidden class of the Necromancer type, Spirit 500. Base attributes, level 20. Spell power Kung to 4 spell critical hit Kung 10% critical damage Kung 20% all attributes Kung 100 affixes. 1. Spirit Kung 10%. 2. Casting speed increased by 20%. 3. Summoning space Kung 15 normal attached skill. Scourge of the Forgotten, active skill. Deals 1000% spell power as mixed frost death and shadow elemental damage to targets within 100 meters. And causes all enemies in the area to forget their skills for the next 5 seconds. Cast time 3 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. Level 5 critical hit gem. Critical hit rate. A spell critical hit rate Kung 5% can only be socketed into main hand weapons, and only one of the same type can be socketed. Level 5 critical damage gem. Critical damage. A spell critical damage Kung 5% can only be socketed into main hand weapons, and only one of the same type can be socketed. Level 5 amplification gem. Spell power increased by 5% can only be socketed into main hand weapons, and only one of the same type can be socketed. Forgetting is the most thorough form of liberation. 3. Offhand weapon. Dylan's crystal ball. The true name of the item can only be known after the seal is broken. Orb offhand level 0 to 100 legendary item ability 1,000. Equip requirements. Dylan's Scourge must exist in the quest log. Base attributes. Level 20 spell power Kung 300. All attributes Kung 100 health points Kung 4,000 mana points Kung 8,000 affixes. 1. Spell critical hit Kung 30%. Critical damage Kung 500. 2. Sealed state. Effect unknown. 3. Sealed state. Effect unknown skills. Sealed state special. Unlocked after entering the first stage of the quest item. Automatically disappears after quest failure. 4. Head cursed crown level 10,200 legendary item ability 1,000. Equip requirements. High tier hidden class of the Necromancer type, Spirit 500. Base attributes, level 20. Physical defense Kung 140. Affixes 1. Spirit Kung 102. Curse resistance Kung 30%. 3. The wearer of this item will be subjected to constant erosion by death energy. Skills. Power of the curse, passive skill. All your spells will carry a curse effect, randomly applying to types of curses to the target for 5 seconds, with a 5-second cooldown. Cursed aura type skill. When activated, the speed of all enemies within a 100-meter radius is reduced by 30%. Includes but is not limited to attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed. Consumes 200 mana points per second, no cooldown. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit Kung 160 can only be socketed into armor. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit Kung 160. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit Kung 160 Cursing is an art. 5. Shoulder Scroll Pauldrons. Shoulders Cloth Armor Level 10 Gold Gradedger Ability 100 Physical Defense Kung 28 Magic Defense Kung 35. Spirit Kung 15 Constitution Kung 15 Spell Power Kung 20. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit Kung 1606. Chest Death Speaker's Robicus Cloth Armor. Level 10 1 to a Legendary Item Ability 1,000 Equip Requirements. Necromancer Type Class. Spirit 300. Base Attributes. Level 20 physical defense come 300, magic defense come 600, health points come 3000, mana points come 6000. 2. All elemental resistance come 10%. 3. Mana regeneration speed increased by 100%. Skills 1. Undead protection, passive skill. Gain a shield equivalent to 300% of your health points. The shield resets every 30 minutes. 2. Undead whisper, active skill. When activated, casting speed is increased by 30%. And you are able to double cast spells. Duration 30 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit come 160. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit come 160. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit come 160. You are not hallucinating. These are indeed the whispers of the UND80.7. Wrists none. 8. Hands none. 9. Waist emerald belt with cloth armor level 5 bronze grade. Durability 20 to 40. Its armor come 10. Constitution come 310. Legs frost guard pants cloth armor. Level 10,000 to 100. Legendary item durability 1000. 1000 equipment requirements. Necromancer type class. Spirit 300. Basic attributes. Level 20 physical defense come to 140. Magic defense come for 4 HP come to 1000. For 100 mana come 5600. All attributes come 100. Affixes: 1. Spirit come 10%. 2. Ice element resistance come 30%. 3. Enemies attacking you with melee attacks have their movement speed reduced by 30%. Skills 1. Frost Guard, active skill. Condenses frost energy to encase yourself in ice, entering a state of relative invincibility for a short duration. Instant cast. Lasts up to 10 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit come 160. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit come 160. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit come 160. Frost Guard. Worthy of trust. 11. Feet double layer cloth shoes cloth armor level 5. Black iron graded durability 30. Its armor come 6. Movement speed come to % double layer protection. More peace of mind. 12. Neck accessory necklace of undead will necklace accessory. Level 1060 scales with player level, increases every 5 levels, up to level 60. Epic grade item durability 500. 500 equipment requirements. Spirit 150. Basic attributes, level 20. Spell power come to 4 HP come 1600. Mana come 3000. Spirit come 100. Constitution come 30. Agility come 30. Affixes: 1. Spell power increased by 10%. 2. Attacks inflict multiple curse effects, reducing the target's dual defense by 10%, attack speed by 10%, casting speed by 10%, and movement speed by 10%. Can also be triggered by summoned unit skills. Undead will passive effect. The influence of charm, fear, and hypnosis negative status effects on you is reduced by 80%. Active effect. Removes one charm, fear, or hypnosis negative status effect currently affecting you, and grants immunity to these 3 types of negative status effects for the next 5 seconds. Instant cast. Cooldown 120 seconds. Undead will. Unbreakable 13. Back accessory mist cloak accessory. Level 5. Spirit come 10 reduces presence when equipped, decreasing aggro generation. 14. Ring accessory 1 venomous ring. Ring. Accessory gold graded durability 100. 100 spell power come 30. Agility come 10. Spirit come 10. Spell skills have a certain chance to deal an additional 150 points of poison damage. Can be triggered at most once every 10 seconds. 15. Ring accessory to empty. 16. Other accessory 1 leader's emblem. Accessory level 5. Gold graded durability 100. 100 HP come to 100. Mana come 400. Spell critical hit rate come 5%. After your spells land a critical hit, you gain a buff. Spirit come 20. Lasts 10 seconds. Does not stack. 17. Other accessory to empty socketable gem quantity settings. Special gem free socketing settings. Basic attribute gems can only be socketed into armor. Accessory type equipment cannot be socketed with gems. Note: Death Codex is too powerful. The jewelry master in the level 1 main city cannot open socket holes. Gold grade equipment. 1 slot max level 5 dark gold grade equipment. 1 slot max level 5 epic grade equipment. 2 slots max level 1 Radiant Gem Legendary Grade Equipment. 3 slots max level 2 Radiant Gem Mythical Grade Equipment. 4 slots minimum level 2 Radiant Gem Saint Extermination Grade Equipment. 5 slots minimum level 3 Radiant Gem. Buys current total socketed gems. Level 5 Critical Hit Gem times 1. Level 5 Critical Damage Gem times 1. Level 5 Amplification Gem times 1. Level 5 Spirit Gem times 10. Spell Critical Hit Rate Kung 5%. Spell Critical Damage Kung 5%. Spirit Kung 1600. Equipment Percentage Bonuses. Damage to undead creatures increased by Spell Power Spirit Kung 40%. Spell Critical Hit Rate Kung 45%. Spell Critical Damage Kung 70%. Casting Speed. Curse Resistance. Ice Element Resistance. All Element Resistance. Mana Recovery Speed. Chapter 85. Buy is level 20 Summoned Units and Mount Panel Auras. 1. High Tier Undead Aura. All attributes of friendly undead creatures increased by 60%, originally 30%. Doubled due to the class Catastrophe trait. 2. Defense Aura LV17. Within a 340-meter radius. All friendly units' dual defense increased by 17%. Effects do not stack. The following data is after the buffs from both auras. Mount Space, Frost. Mythical Grade Mount Frost Dragon King High Tier Undead Creature Level, EXP 1. 2% 1.2 million 100 million Loyalty. 100 Influenced by the Death Sovereign class, loyalty will never decrease. Movement Speed Bonus. Land, Sea, and Air Kung 800%. HP 4.22 for billion, 4.22 for billion. Mana 3.5 to billion, 3.5 to billion. Attack Power 2.11 to million. Spell Power 1.76 million. Physical Defense 2.059 to million. Magic Defense 1.6 for 7 for million. Elemental Resistance, Ice 80%, Death 70%, Shadow 60%, Others 40%. Skills: Frost Dragon Breath, Dragon Might, Size Reduction, Basic Ice Spells, Frost Freeze. Frost Dragon Breath deals 500% spell power as ice-type damage per second to targets within a 5-meter radius, inflicting heavy injury and burn effects, lasting up to 30 seconds, attack range 50 meters, cooldown 120 seconds, consumes 2.0 mana per second. Attack range and distance are proportional to body size. Dragon Might. Dragon King level pressure that intimidates all creatures within a 1,000-meter radius, reducing all attributes of creatures with a lower life level than the Frost Dragon King by 10%, 50%. The lower the life level, the stronger the intimidation effect. The effect of Dragon Might will weaken if there is a significant level gap between the two parties. Size Reduction can reduce body size to a certain extent, facilitating combat or entry into otherwise inaccessible areas. Frost Freeze, passive effect, doubles the freeze probability and effect of all ice-type spells. King of the Frost Dragon Race. A powerful mythical grade creature, summoning space, 1,340 1,340th skeletons receive a 0.6 coefficient bonus from the player's spirit. 1. Elite Skeleton Warrior 5 for Elite Skeleton Warrior 20 Strength, Constitution, Agility. HP for 0.3318 million for 1 Constitution equals 20 HP, 15 before Sublimation. Attack Power 216,601. Strength equals 2. 5 Attack Power 2 before Sublimation. Physical Defense 76,001. Constitution equals 1. 5 Physical Defense 1 before Sublimation. Skills: Heavy Strike LV9, Wild Charge LV9. Heavy Strike P level 9. Max, swing weapon to strike the target heavily, dealing 190% physical damage, cooldown 30 seconds. Wild Charge, P level 9. Max, charge at the target at 300% speed, dealing 300% damage. Depending on the strength gap between the two, it can stun the target for up to 5 seconds. Charge distance 10-100 meters, cooldown 60 seconds. 2. Elite Skeleton Archer 400. Elite Skeleton Archer level 20. Strength, Constitution, Agility. HP 649. 800 649ths. 1 Constitution equals 15 HP. 12 before Sublimation. Actual value 649. 770, rounded to 2 decimal places. Attack Power 86,600. 1 strength equals 1 attack power, 0.75 before sublimation. 1 agility equals 1 attack power, 0.75 before sublimation. Physical defense, 40,500. 1 constitution equals 0.8 physical defense, 0.5 before sublimation. Skills, double shot LV9. Fatal snipe LV9 double shot, E level 9. Max, instantly fire 2 arrows, dealing a double strike to the target. Each arrow dealing 99% physical damage, cooldown 30 seconds. Fatal snipe, E level 9. Max, concentrate to perform a powerful snipe with a maximum of twice the range, dealing 450% physical damage to a single target. Critical hit rate doubled. Channeling time to seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. 3. Elite Skeleton Mage 400. Elite Skeleton Maga level 20. Spirit, Agility, Constitution, HP 433. 200 433rds. 1 Constitution equals 10 HP, 8 before sublimation. Spell power, 108,295. 1 Spirit equals 2. 5 Spell power, 2 before sublimation. Physical defense, 25,300. 1 Constitution equals 0. 5 Physical defense, 0.33 before sublimation. Magic defense, 30,400. 1 Spirit equals 0. 6 Magic defense, none before sublimation. Skills, Fireball LV9, Sea of Fire LV9 Fireball. E level 9. Max, release a fireball to attack the target, dealing 220% spell power as fire type damage. Cast time 1.5 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Sea of Fire, E level 9. Max, release a Sea of Fire, dealing 100% spell power as fire type damage per second to targets within a 30-meter radius. Cast time 3 seconds, duration 9 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Commander Space. 1. Headless Knight 2. Headless Knight receives a 1/0 coefficient bonus from the player's spirit. Headless Knight level 20. Strength: Constitution: Agility: Spirit. HP 7.2196 million. I 7.2196 million. 1 Constitution equals 100 HP. Attack power 72,200. 1 Strength equals 1 attack power. Physical defense 168,900. 1 Constitution equals to physical defense. Magic defense 168,900. 1 Spirit equals to magic defense. Elemental resistance, death 20%, shadow 20%. Skills, death charge LV9, headless immunity LV9. Death charge, SLV9. Max, charges toward the target at 900% speed, dealing 900% damage to all enemies along the path during the charge. Strength effects are increased by 900%. Unstoppable and unaffected by crowd control. Skills, charge distance 10,200 meters, cooldown 60 seconds. Headless immunity, immunizes against all negative effects targeting the head, such as blindness, dizziness. Legion, summons Shadow Knights to join the Legion. The maximum number of summons is equal to 42. 5% of the player's commander summoning space. Decimals discarded, with a minimum of 2. Command, defense, or LV17, within a 340-meter radius. All friendly units gain 17% increased physical and magical defense. Effects do not stack. Being headless, it naturally cannot get dizzy. Legion summons. 1.1 Shadow Knight 160 attributes are 50% of the Headless Knight. Shadow Knight level 20. Strength: 36,098. Constitution: 36,098. Agility: 36,098. Spirit: 36,098. HP 3.6098 million. 3. 84,500. Skills: Shadow Charge LV9. Shadow Charge, BLV9. Max, charges toward the target at 300% speed, dealing 300% damage to all enemies along the path during the charge. Strength effects are increased by 300%. Charge distance 10,100 meters, cooldown 60 seconds. Chapter 86. I'm afraid there aren't enough monsters to grind. On the outskirts of Donghai City, although it was late at night, many players were still working hard to grind monsters. Because the teleportation restrictions had been lifted, many players above level 5 decisively chose to leave the novice village. After all, apart from the Mist Forest dungeon, there was nothing there worth lingering for. Players who had harvested some equipment and skills in this initial dungeon no longer faced the initial embarrassment when dealing with ordinary wild monsters. No matter where you go, there will always be people who love to grind. They would rather rest less to seize the early stages of the world game and level up as quickly as possible. The bright moon hung high, and the night vision was far inferior to the daytime. But there were also items and skills in the game to increase visibility. The cheapest torches could be bought for a few copper coins. Sumyubai looked down from above, and at a glance, he could see sparks of light. Naturally, he wouldn't compete with these players for monsters. Bing Shuang swept across from high altitude, the surrounding air condensed by the low temperature it emitted, and tiny ice crystals sprinkled onto the earth. How? Why does it suddenly feel a bit cold? Is it snowing? What was that just passed by? It was so fast. The visibility at night is too poor. I couldn't see clearly at all. It vanished in the blink of an eye. Could it be some kind of boss? You're overthinking it. Which boss would dare to approach Donghai City blindly? The influence brought by Bing Shuang immediately attracted the attention of many players. However, they couldn't see clearly at all, and after discussing it for a moment, they threw themselves back into the great cause of leveling up. At a leveling spot far from Donghai City, the level of the wild monsters here had already risen to around level 15. An elite team of 100 people was leveling here. The lighting tools they used were not cheap torches, but lighting stones worth 10 silver coins each. This type of item could provide 80% of daytime visibility within a 50-meter radius. This was the elite team of the Hegemony Guild, and the leader was none other than the expert with the S-rank talent, Han Tabe. Except for him, everyone else was uniformly equipped with rank talents. Han Tabe watched Bing Shuang flying through the sky, his pupils slightly constricting. Bai Yi has left the city. Before leaving the novice village, he was full of confidence in his future. It wasn't until he saw Bai Yi's true strength at the teleportation plaza that he no longer had any thoughts of comparing himself to the other party. That guy is simply not human. Could his elite team of 100 people even defeat one of his skeletons? It wasn't until Bing Shuang had disappeared from view for a long time that Han Tabe withdrew his thoughts, took a deep breath, and shouted sharply, "Everyone perk up! Earn enough gold coins as quickly as possible." Yes, he just wanted to earn enough teleportation fees quickly to take the elites in his guild to develop in other cities. He didn't want to stay in Donghai City anymore. What if one of his subordinates was blind and provoked that god of slaughter? Bai Yi, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Looking at his own talent, a glimmer of light flashed in Han Tabe's eyes. As long as he avoided this freak Bai Yi, with his talent, where couldn't he develop? Donghai City. Not even a dog would stay here. After flying at high speed for more than 10 minutes, Bing Shuang slowed down and simultaneously lowered its flight altitude. After leaving the novice village, the mini-map would no longer mark detailed information, unless it was an area that had been explored. There would be no content such as monster distribution or levels. However, one thing was well known: the closer you were to the main city, the lower the level of the wild monsters. At Bing Shuang's flight speed, this place was already a distance away from Donghai City. As the flight altitude lowered, Sumyubai began to examine the wild monsters below. Aided by the ice blue light within Bing Shuang's body, poison spider level to 1 ordinary. Keep flying. After a glance, Sumyubai withdrew his gaze and signaled for Bing Shuang to speed up. With the current stats of the Undead Legion, these monsters were to low level. After scouting along the way, they soon arrived at the seaside. As the most prosperous coastal city in the Shenlong Empire, Donghai City was not far from the endless sea. Looking at the boundless ocean, Sumyubai frowned, but still controlled Bing Shuang to land on the shore. On the vast beach, massive sea crabs wandered about, foraging for food, while simultaneously serving as prey in the eyes of other creatures. With the arrival of frost, these wild monsters were instantly cowed by the overwhelming dragon might, their attributes plummeting by 50%. Giant sea crab suppressed by dragon might, all attributes reduced by 50%. Saltland hyena suppressed by dragon might, all attributes reduced by 50%. Demonic sand leopard suppressed by dragon might, all attributes reduced by 50%. Level 40 reinforced elite EP, 1,200,000, 1,200. Level 30 really is a threshold. Sumyubai murmured to himself as he looked at the health bars of the 3 types of monsters. Along the way, the normal monsters below level 30 had at most less than 20,000 HP. Now, even with their attributes reduced by 50%, the giant sea crabs still possessed a staggering 30,000 HP. From the effects of the dragon might, it was clear that whether it was a normal monster or a reinforced elite, they were all the same when facing Frost. Even if they were over 20 levels higher, they still suffered the full suppression effect of the dragon might. Go have some fun. Using Death Domain Leap to leave the throne, Sumyubai waved his hand toward Frost. The latter's eyes lit up instantly, and it flapped its wings, flying toward the beach to begin a onslaughter. Ever since it became a mount, it had finally been able to stretch its limbs. Roar! The dragon's roar shattered the silence of the deep night and startled the monsters that had been cowed by the dragon might. However, the only thing awaiting them was death. Frost spread its wings and swept across the low altitude, its mouth weaving together freezing frost elements and scorching dragon breath, suddenly erupting in a terrifying torrent of energy. Frost dragon breath, 8.82 million, 15.98 million, 8.79 million. Where the frost dragon breath had washed over, 7-digit damage numbers popped up in waves, occasionally interspersed with 8-digit critical hits. Even the level 40 reinforced elite demonic sand leopard could not withstand this terrifying dragon breath for even a second. A mythical grade creature truly terrifying. The gap between life levels was like a chasm. Wherever Frost passed, it left behind a 10-meter wide path of frost, along with a field of monster corpses and dropped items. At the same time, Sumyubai's system notification sounds began to flood his screen. Killed level 30 giant sea crab. Gained an additional 150% EXP bonus, XP Kung 3, 0, 50% level gap bonus. Killed level 35 elite monster saltland hyena. Gained an additional 150% EXP bonus, EXP Kung 17. Killed level 40 reinforced elite monster demonic sand leopard. Gained an additional 150% EXP bonus, EXP Kung 60. Due to the XP distribution method Sumyubai had set, all the XP from the monsters Frost killed was awarded to him. The 30 seconds of Frost breath, although mostly killing giant sea crabs, still increased Sumyubai's EXP bar by nearly 10%. However, the 200 or 300 monsters in that large area had also been completely wiped out. This might not be enough to grind. Sumyubai hadn't expected that he would be troubled by killing monsters too quickly. Turning toward the opposite direction of Frost, he shifted his thoughts, activating his summoning space in conjunction with the Death Shroud. The next moment, 20 Headless Knights descended, leading 160 Shadow Knights and 1,300 skeletons. The moment the Undead Legion arrived, the leading Headless Knight pointed its spear forward, issuing commands through soul fluctuations. In an instant, all the knights transformed into streaks of black light, charging toward the targets at the furthest edge of the skill range. Death Charge. Shadow Charge, Chapter 87. It was over before it even began. Click, click, click. The elite skeleton warriors had just raised their greatswords when they stood there, stunned and at a loss. The elite skeleton archers and mages in the rear also lowered their weapons simultaneously. All the skeletons turned their heads to look at Sumyubai, waiting for the next command. At this moment, all the knights had just completed their charge, but their figures were already swallowed by the night. Moving beyond Sumyubai's field of vision, the furthest Headless Knight was already over 200 meters away. 6,498,6,500,000,000,1,320,000. 108,300,108,100,000,216,400. Following that, countless damage numbers popped up. The combination of 20 Headless Knights and 160 Shadow Knights produced a skill effect that left Sumyubai dumbfounded. With both charging together, 180 streaks of black light intertwined, directly plowing through the area ahead. Even the demonic sand leopards with 1-2 million HP were struck by several streaks of black light in succession, sent flying into the air, and turned into corpses before they even hit the ground. Almost in an instant, the monsters in the area ahead of Sumyubai were wiped out. Only a field of corpses and coins remained, with the occasional scattered piece of equipment visible. On the other side, Frost continued to unleash blizzards and ice spike hurricanes, and the slaughter continued. Killed level 30 giant sea crab. Gained an additional 150% EXP bonus, XP Kung 3. Killed level 35 elite monster saltland hyena. Gained an additional 150% EXP bonus, EXP Kung 17. Killed level 40 reinforced elite monster demonic sand leopard. Gained an additional 150% EXP bonus, EXP Kung 60. His EXP bar jumped by another 13%. But Sumiyubai realized with some embarrassment that there were no more monsters within his field of vision. Frost and the Night Legion had slaughtered nearly 1,000 monsters in an instant. The Skeleton Legion hadn't even made a move. And it was already over. Patting his forehead in resignation, Sumiyubai shifted his thoughts, and the Skeleton Legion began to sweep the battlefield in a grand procession. As for himself, he vanished from the spot, death domain shift. When he reappeared, he had already arrived beside the vanguard of the Headless Night Legion. Fortunately, the coastline was long enough. The area just cleared was empty, but there was still plenty left here. This time, without the use of skills, the Headless Knights led the Shadow Knight Legion to begin farming monsters normally. With their powerful attribute panels, they could completely ignore the damage from these wild monsters, though the efficiency of their basic attacks was much slower. Even so, the life of the monsters in this area had already begun its countdown. Once 60 seconds passed, 180 black lights surged across the beach under the cover of night once more. Death charge, shadow charge, in an instant. Monsters within a range of over 100 meters were wiped out again. By this time, the Skeleton Legion that had been cleaning up the battlefield had just finished gathering the drops and came to hand them over to Sumiyubai. Continue cleaning up the battlefield. Sumiyubai looked at the pile of copper and silver coins in front of him and waved his hand, signaling the Skeleton Legion to continue their previous work. There was no help for it. There were only so many monsters, and they simply couldn't compete with the Night Legion. Sumiyubai's chain corpse explosion also had no use here. He waved his hand to collect the drops into his inventory. Besides currency, there were also some pieces of equipment and materials. However, they were all trash equipment around level 30 or 40, with the strongest being only black iron grade. Even if he used free riding promotion, they would only become bronze equipment. Such high-level bronze equipment was meaningless at this stage. Before the auction systems for players and locals were connected, this trash equipment could only be sold to shops at a low price. But it was better than nothing. At least it was a bit of profit. Moreover, Sumiyubai didn't have to worry about his inventory being full at all. He could remotely trade with Fujiu-chanji at any time to hand over this trash for the other party to handle. Whoosh! Before long, a golden light shot into the sky, tearing through the pitch-black night. Congratulations to player White Knight for reaching level 21. All for attributes Kung 1. Skill points Kung 1. Free attribute points Kung 15. Distributing the free attribute points in the same manner as before, Sumiyubai used Death Domain Shift to catch up with the vanguard and continue his leveling journey. On the other side, Frost, having a blast, became more excited the more he killed. The madness inherent in the bones of an undead creature completely unleashed. By now, he was an unknown distance away from Sumiyubai, to the point where even the XP began to belong to him alone. Sumiyubai's EXP notifications had been scrolling constantly, so he hadn't noticed this. It wasn't until he finished cleaning up the drops again and traded the trash from his inventory to Fujiu-chanji after free riding it that Sumiyubai remembered Frost. Sensing slightly in his mind, he was suddenly stunned. According to the feedback, the two were actually more than 10 kilometers apart. A look of astonishment appeared on Sumiyubai's face. Even with the blessing of the catastrophe trait summoning space expansion, his current controllable range for summoned creatures was only 500 meters. Leveling up did not increase this range. It should only happen upon advancement. However, why was Frost's range of activity so large? Sensing Sumiyubai's confusion, Frost's voice rang directly in his mind. Master, I am a true living creature, and like summoned creatures, as long as you allow it, I can act as I please without being subject to any restrictions. Hearing this, a flash of shock crossed Sumiyubai's eyes, and his heart trembled. Not subject to any restrictions. I wouldn't say that either. I can feel that there is a powerful barrier surrounding this kingdom. Specifically, As long as I am within the range of this barrier, I can move freely. The barrier likely referred to the national border. Sumyubai thought for a moment and continued to ask, "Can all mounts move as freely as you? How is that possible?" Frost's voice carried a hint of disdain. "Only true intelligent creatures can. If it's the kind created by the Myriad Worlds game monsters that can be repeatedly refreshed, the activity range of those mounts is the same as summoned creatures." Following that, Frost added another sentence. "By the way, Master, if the distance between us is too great, the monsters I kill will no longer provide you with EXP. After Frost's explanation, Sumyubai understood the rules of the Myriad Worlds game a little better. He didn't really care about the XP. After all, even without Frost, the monsters in this area weren't enough for the Undead Legion to farm. He was more concerned about another question. If the distance is too far, can I still recall you to the mount space? Yes, Master. Frost continued to explain. The mount space is a rule of the Myriad Worlds game. As long as we are in the same world, you can recall me at any time, regardless of the distance. That's good. Sumyubai smiled and was just about to test it when Frost's voice sounded in his mind again. "Master, I've found a boss here. What grade?" Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, a thought suddenly sprouting in his mind. "Gold grade. Bring it over." "You got it." Chapter 88. A gold grade boss was not worth mentioning to Sumyubai. The items dropped after free writing would only be dark gold grade at best. What he wanted to do was to verify the thought in his mind. For the past few days, he had been using Catastrophe to upgrade his own items, which had led to a habitual way of thinking. It wasn't until he upgraded Fujiachan Shia's skill earlier that Sumyubai thought of this possibility. Could the grade of a boss be upgraded using Catastrophe? If it were possible, then he could start nesting dolls again. Once this idea emerged, it immediately made Sumyubai somewhat excited. Fortunately, Frost's flight speed was fast enough, and he soon flew back, clutching the boss. It was a sea snake over 10 meters long, its thick body firmly gripped by Frost's dragon claws. The boss struggled violently, its tail lashing out repeatedly, but it couldn't cause any damage to Frost at all. With over 2 million in physical defense and over 1.6 million in magic defense, a mere gold-grade boss couldn't possibly break through his defenses. Demonic Sea Serpent King Dragon Might Suppression. All attributes reduced by 45%. Level 50 Gold Tier Boss HP 5.90 per million, 5.9 per million. Even though this was a level 50 Gold Tier boss, it was still suppressed by 45% of its total attributes by Frost, who was only level 10. In the world game, the gap between life levels was far greater than one could imagine. A young dragon was simply not something a gold tier boss could compare itself to. Not to mention that Frost was an even more powerful Dragon King. The demonic Sea Serpent King was thrown down from high altitude by Frost, the impact of its fall kicking up a cloud of sand and dust. The next moment, Frost descended from the sky, pinning the demonic Sea Serpent King firmly to the ground with one dragon claw, then raised its head to look at Sumyubai and said in a clear voice, "Master, I've brought it back. Well done." Sumyubai nodded with a smile. Capturing a boss to conduct experiments, he should be the first person in history to do such a thing. Right. Without further ado, Sumyubai locked his gaze onto the still struggling demonic Sea Serpent King and focused his mind. Cataclysm. Target Demonic Sea Serpent King. Prompt. Please select the promotion rank. First rank, a second rank, a third rank. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to Dark Gold Tier Boss Demonic Sea Serpent Emperor. No cost. Option 2. Ascend to Epic Tier Boss Sea Covering Demonic Serpent. Cost 10,000 soul coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to Legendary Tier Boss Sea Covering Hydra. Cost 5,000 years of lifespan. It really is feasible. A sharp glint erupted in Sumyubai's eyes as he looked excitedly at the three options that had popped up. To be honest, this cost was much higher than that of items or skills of the same rank as Cataclysm, especially the Ascension, which actually required a full 10,000 soul coins. If converted into gold coins, that would be over 100 million. As for the third option, Sumyubai ignored it directly. Even if he had enough lifespan, he would never use it to buff an enemy, not to mention whether he could defeat a level 50 legendary tier boss. The additional Cataclysm traits alone were enough to cause a headache. What if he gave the enemy a bug level trait? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? He didn't have 10,000 soul coins either. So his only choice was to get it for free. Promote to first rank. Yes. The moment Sumyubai made his choice, the demonic sea serpent king's pupils suddenly flickered with a ghostly light, its tongue flicking out as it let out a hiss. Immediately after, a dense dark gold radiance instantly enveloped its entire body. The rules of evolutionary energy actually forced Frost's dragon claw away. Frost curiously sized up the boss wrapped in dark gold light and asked in confusion, "Master, did you upgrade this guy?" "Yes." Sumyubai nodded, his eyes fixed intently on the boss. The evolution lasted for more than 2 minutes. As the light dissipated, the boss's size had doubled. A giant demonic serpent, as thick as a water barrel and nearly 30 meters long, appeared on the beach. Demonic Sea Serpent Emperor Dragon Might Suppression. All attributes reduced by 30%. Level 50 Dark Gold Tier Boss. HP 42 million attack power, 68,600 magic intensity, 57,400 physical defense, 8,400 magic defense, 7,000 elemental resistance, water 20%, poison 20% skills, water series spells, death constriction, fatal venom, rocket headbutt. A lucky creature that evolved inexplicably. After its power increased significantly, it only wants to take revenge on the one who just humiliated it. Yes. The demonic sea serpent emperor flicked its long tongue, its ghostly green vertical pupils staring fixedly at Frost. Although it didn't understand why it had suddenly evolved, at this moment, it only wanted to devour the dragon before it, setting aside the hatred. The bloodline within the other party held a deep attraction for it. If it succeeded, it might be able to evolve again. "What are you looking at?" Frost glared fiercely at the boss. But since Sumyubai hadn't spoken yet, it wasn't easy for him to make a move. "This guy wants to take revenge on you." Sumyubai waved his hand with a smile. "Kill it." The experiment was over. What was the point of keeping it? "Got it?" Frost grinned, immediately pinning the Sea Serpent Emperor's 7 inches vital spot with a claw. Although the opponent's size was much larger than his after the evolution, in the face of an absolute gap in strength, it was completely useless. "I'll show you what you're looking at." Frost snorted coldly and opened his mouth wide. Frost breath, energy combining ice and fire poured down, slamming violently into the Sea Serpent Emperor's head. Even though it radiated heat, it instantly froze the serpent into a block of ice. 17.5 per million, 18.0 to million, and for seconds. This dark gold tier boss lasted only for seconds under the dragon's breath before falling to the ground dead. It even owed Frost some HP. Bosses below epic tier, even at level 100, couldn't stir up any waves when facing the mythical tier Frost. In the world game, there was no such thing as level suppression reducing damage. The only thing that existed was life level suppression. Chapter 89. Real bosses are hard to find, but there are plenty of them in the little Sakura country. Killed level 50 Dark Gold Tier Boss Demonic Sea Serpent Emperor. Gained an additional 150% EXP bonus, EXP Kung 20 to 0.5 million points. Soul Extraction effective. Soul Points Kung to whoosh. Congratulations to player Baiyi for leveling up to level 22, all for attributes Kung 1. Skill points Kung 1, free attribute points Kung 15. The moment the boss died, another golden light shot into the sky, and Sumyubai, who had just leveled up, rose in level once again. After crossing the hurdle of level 30, the combat power and the XP of bosses have also increased quite a bit. Sumyubai murmured. This demonized Sea Serpent King's overall combat power was completely comparable to that level 20 undead bone dragon in the Forgotten Land. However, the XP gained from killing it was still not as generous as an epic tier boss. It's just that the soul points are too few. Looking at the system notification, Sumyubai frowned. A dignified level 50 Dark Gold boss had only provided 0.5 soul points. As for the small mobs from before, there was no need to even mention them. It took hundreds of them just to provide 0.1 points. Why is the gap so large? Sumyubai was very puzzled. Previously in the Forgotten Land, Franklin had provided 1,000 points directly. Could it be that Franklin wasn't created by the World Crossing game? Once this thought emerged, Sumyubai immediately felt it was highly likely. It seems that if I want to farm soul points, I have to rely on killing people. Thinking of this, A fierce glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. Once dawn broke, he would go find Huijian. At his current leveling speed, level 29 would arrive very soon. He had to get to the Sakura Kingdom quickly. It was hard to find a real boss like Franklin, but there were far too many of those little Sakura players. Sumyubai curled his lips into a cold sneer. He reached out to take the loot handed over by the skeleton. And with a thought, he allocated his free attribute points. Before he could even check them, Bingshuang, who was by his side, poked its head over. "Master, I'm hungry." It looked at Sumyubai with expectant eyes. "You won't be left out." Sumyubai smiled and patted Bingshuang on the forehead, tossing all 20+ materials he had just upgraded into its mouth. Epic tier materials were exactly the minimum requirement for Bingshuang's food, although the conversion efficiency wasn't as high as ice or death type materials. It could still provide it with a considerable amount of EXP. "Thank you, Master. Then I'll go back to playing." A signal of joy transmitted from the soul fire in Bingshuang's pupils. "Wait a moment." Sumyubai shook his head, signaling Bingshuang not to be in such a hurry. Only then did he begin to examine the items dropped by the boss. Aside from several hundred gold coins, there was one B rank skill book. To see rank skill books, 3 pieces of dark gold equipment, as well as over 10 level 2 gems and 2 intermediate skill books. Sumyubai did not meet the learning requirements for the 3 skills, and the equipment was all leather armor. The only things useful to Sumyubai were the 2 intermediate skill books at the end. Almost forgot about this. Looking at the 3 unidentified pieces of equipment, Sumyubai suddenly remembered that he was also an appraiser. Back in the Forgotten Land, the items dropped by Franklin and Cacus didn't require appraisal. So, he hadn't thought of it for a moment. Before freeloading using his ability, he had to appraise the equipment first, lest the success rate for appraising epic tier equipment be too low later. Sumyubai thought for a moment and focused his mind. Catastrophe, target, intermediate appraisal, notification. Please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Sublime it to Tier 2. Notification, confirm consumption of 50. 0 gold coins to overwrite the previous promotion effect and sublime it the skill primary appraisal to a higher tier. Confirm. He was rich now, a mere 50. 0 gold coins were not worth mentioning. Although the bulk of his 10 million gold coins was temporarily left with Fujiuchanjia, Sumyubai still had over 200. 0 gold coins in his inventory. Notification: you have lost 50,000 gold coins. Your sub-profession skill primary appraisal has successfully sublimated into advanced appraisal. Notification: your sub-profession title has changed to advanced appraiser. As the series of system notifications ended, Sumyubai opened his sub-profession panel to check the skill details. Advanced appraisal 10/50,000ths. As skill proficiency increases, the appraisal success rate will slightly improve. Dark gold item appraisal success rate. Epic item appraisal success rate. Legendary item appraisal success rate. Casting time to 5 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Mana cost 5,000 points. A sub-profession was not a true profession. In reality, it was just a title corresponding to sub-profession skills. Therefore, he could not freeload through catastrophe like he could with his main profession. However, advanced appraisal was sufficient for the short term. Sumyubai picked up the 3 pieces of equipment dropped by the boss and began to appraise them one by one. This time, the appraisal time was shortened to 2 seconds, with a 90% success rate. What was the difference between that and 100%? 3 minutes later, all 3 pieces of equipment were successfully appraised. Catastrophe. Sumyubai directly freeloaded and upgraded everything. He looked at the attributes of the 3 pieces of equipment. They were all epic tier gear ranging from level 30 to 120, and the affixes were decent. He tossed them all into his inventory to trade to Fujiuchanjia later for processing. Epic tier equipment of this level should also be able to sell for some soul coins at the auction house. Looking at the 2 high-level skill books in his hand, Sumyubai thought for a moment and decided to use them directly. Sublimating them into perfect tier skill books would require a full 5 million soul coins, which was simply not something he could afford in the short term. As for selling them to exchange for intermediate skill books to freeload again, there was no need. As the startup capital in Fujiichonshi's hands was already enough, he didn't lack these two high-level skill books. Besides, there weren't that many suitable items to buy at the auction house anyway. He would only be able to acquire these things in bulk on the market once the players grew stronger. You used high-level skill book times 2. Skill points come 30. Current available skill points. After a brief thought, Sumyubai directly allocated the skill points to the Summon Headless Knight skill. You consumed 15 skill points. Your skill Summon Headless Knight has been upgraded to level 20 max. Just as Sumyubai had expected, level 20 was the maximum level for this skill. There was no improvement in terms of attributes, but each Headless Knight could now summon to more Shadow Knights. With this, the Shadow Knight Legion had reached 200 units. At the same time, the Headless Knight's defensive aura was upgraded to the maximum level, increasing dual defenses by 20%. The dual defenses of the entire Undead Legion also saw a slight improvement. With 21 skill points remaining, Sumyubai thought for a moment and upgraded Death Siphon feedback by 2 levels. After the upgrade, the spell range and maximum number of targets for the entire skill increased by 20%. The Death Chi cap was also increased to level times 24. Overall, a level 50 Dark Gold tier boss did not bring any significant improvement to Sumyubai. This was mainly because his strength had long since surpassed this stage. However, this experiment provided him with a brand new approach to leveling up. A crazy idea began to take root. Chapter 90. If you're going to grind bosses. Sumyubai's idea was simple, but it was absolutely insane. Because of the soul siphoning effect of the Death Codex, the respawn time of the wild monsters he killed was doubled, making it impossible to keep up with the Undead Legion's grinding speed. Since that was the case, why not promote them one by one? Doing this wouldn't add much to the grinding time, but it would significantly increase the harvest. Moreover, the lowest tier of improvement from Cataclysm was 1 full tier. If a normal monster was promoted by 1 tier, would it become an elite monster or a Black Iron tier boss? If it were the latter, that would be truly terrifying. The drops from a boss were incomparable to those of small monsters. If he could then freeload and promote the dropped items once more, his gains from grinding would increase by over 100-fold. Carrying this crazy idea, Sumyubai's thoughts stirred, and his figure instantly vanished from where he stood. Death Domain Leap. The next moment, he was already seated on the throne upon Frost's back. Fly forward, but don't fly too high. Control your speed as well. Don't let the Undead Legion drift out of my control range. No problem, Master. Although Frost was a bit confused, it still followed Sumyubai's instructions, flapping its wings to begin flying slowly at a low altitude. At the same time, under Sumyubai's control, the Undead Legion ceased their attacks and began to form ranks. Soon, Frost passed the line of Headless Knights at the front. Sumyubai's gaze instantly locked onto a giant sea crab ahead. Cataclysm. Target. Giant sea crab. Prompt. Please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to Black Iron tier boss Giant Sea Crab Chieftain. No cost. Option 2. Ascend to Bronze tier boss Giant Sea Crab Leader. Costs 15 gold coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to Silver tier boss Giant Sea Crab King. Costs 30 days of lifespan. It really is a boss. Looking at the 3 options, a look of wild joy appeared on Sumyubai's face. The settings in the world-bound game were exactly as he had guessed. Whether it was a normal monster, an elite monster, or a reinforced elite monster, they all belonged to the lowest Tier 1. A Black Iron tier boss represented Tier 2. Following this logic, a mythical tier boss would correspond to Tier 9. And those Saint Extinction tier creatures not mentioned in the data were beings that had surpassed Tier 9. 15 gold coins were not worth mentioning to the current Sumyubai. Ascending 10,000 monsters would only cost 150,000 gold coins. And the items dropped by these bosses, after being freeloaded and promoted once more, would bring in gains far exceeding 1 million. Action speaks louder than words. Sumyubai's eyes flashed. Ascend to Tier 2. The next moment, 15 gold coins vanished from his inventory, and the body of the giant sea crab in front was instantly enveloped in a bronze-colored light. It didn't take much time to evolve into a bronze tier boss. In just a few seconds, the bronze light dissipated, and a giant sea crab chieftain with double the size appeared in its place. Giant Sea Crab Leader Dragon Might Suppression. All attributes reduced by 50%. Level 30 Bronze Tier Boss HP 1. 30 to million 1.3 to million. Click. The Giant Sea Crab Leader, not understanding why it had suddenly evolved, moved its pincers. Its two large eyeballs filled with confusion. However, it wouldn't need to be confused for long, as a rain of arrows and fireballs was already streaking toward it. Killed level 30 Bronze Boss Giant Sea Crab Leader. Gain 150% additionally XP bonus. XP come 300 in an instant. The Giant Sea Crab Leader that had just finished evolving became a corpse. The Skeleton Warriors, having been prepared long ago, stepped forward and cleanly collected the dropped items. Seeing that the plan was feasible, Sumubai did not linger and signaled for Frost to continue flying. Along the way, the small monsters swept by his gaze were all enveloped in bronze light and began to evolve. Elite and reinforced elite small monsters also only became bronze tier bosses after ascension. However, because their levels were higher, the cost of improvement was slightly higher as well. But compared to the harvest, it was not worth mentioning at all. Even without drops, the abundant EXP from the ascension alone was worth Sumubai spending a fortune. A magical scene suddenly appeared along the long coastline. Bosses that usually required luck to encounter began to appear in batches wherever Frost flew. It was just that what awaited them was not a counterattack on their monster lives, but a one-stop funeral service from the Undead Legion. The Night Legion charged. The mages and archers sniped, and the skeleton warriors cleaned up the battlefield. They had truly arranged these bosses perfectly. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching level 23. For dimensions come 1, skill point come 1. Free attribute points come 15. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching level 20. For dimensions come 1, skill point come 1. Free attribute points come 15. As the Undead Legion unleashed their slaughter, Sumubai quickly leveled up twice. The problem of not having enough small monsters to grind was completely solved. From now on, apart from players, there would be no more small monsters dying at the hands of the Undead Legion. Leveling up on small monsters is too slow. If you're going to grind, you have to grind bosses, and you have to grind them in groups. Even Sumubai himself felt that this leveling speed was somewhat monstrous. After grinding for a while, he had to stop to collect the items gathered by his skeleton warriors. In the Myriad Worlds game, dropped items would disappear if left uncollected for too long. Although the skeleton warriors could clear the battlefield, they were merely holding the items, which didn't count as picking them up. If Sumubai were to recall them to his summoning space at this moment, those items would simply drop to the ground. The summoning space could only store his summoned creatures. Of course, Sumubai didn't need to collect them one by one. He gave a light wave of his hand, and the Shroud of Death instantly manifested. The items collected by the skeleton warriors immediately tumbled out from within, piling up in front of him. These were only bronze tier bosses, so naturally, they didn't drop anything of high value. Sumubai kept the 15 beginner skill books and directly bulk upgraded the rest. Then dialed the communication channel of Fujiixiangxia. Prepare a spacious place. I have a batch of items that need you to handle. In East Sea City, Fujiixiangxia was slightly stunned upon hearing this. A batch. And he needed a spacious place? Just how much was there? Could it be that his boss had wiped out the lair of some high-level boss? Before Fujiixiangxia could even speak, he heard Sumubai continue. Forget it. Just go directly to the East Sea auction house. There are too many items, so let's avoid the trouble. Contact me once you arrive. Alright, I'm heading over immediately. Although Fujiixiangxia was very confused, he arrived at the East Sea auction house as quickly as possible. After using Sumubai's VIP card to enter the private room from before, Fujiixiangxia initiated a remote trade with Sumubai through the God of Wealth contract. Immediately following that, even though he had mentally prepared himself, he still jumped to meters high in shock, exclaiming, "Boss, trade slower. I'm going to be buried." Chapter 91. I seriously suspect he's playing a private custom version. Bonus chapter. The night faded. The sun rose slowly, and the grind lords who had been leveling all night prepared to return to the city for a short rest. The vast majority of players who had rested during the night also woke up, ready to start a new day of their journey in the Myriad Worlds. However, when some players habitually opened the level leaderboard, They were completely stunned. This time, there was no server-wide announcement, but soon, the entire God-forbidden land was in an uproar. Blue Star Region Level Leaderboard First Place, Baiyi, Level 29, Divine Dragon Empire. Second Place, Sanchi King Feng, Level 11, Divine Dragon Empire. Third Place, Felix, Level 11, Sanctuary Empire. 10th Place, Hiding Shengshan, Level 10, Divine Dragon Empire. Perhaps because Baiyi's level lead was too great, the others on the leaderboard saw no hope of catching up and chose to rest. After an entire night, the levels of those in 2nd to 9th place hadn't changed at all, and Venus, who had been in 10th, had even fallen off the list. Replacing her was, unexpectedly, another player from the Divine Dragon Empire. This meant that the Divine Dragon Empire now occupied 4 seats in the top 10 of the Blue Star region. But that wasn't the reason everyone was shocked. It was that Baiyi, at the top of the list, had actually leveled up 9 times in a single night. Baka, why is he leveling so fast? Oh my god, is he God's illegitimate son? Cybele, when will the national borders open? Baiyi Appa must be wanting to return home. Shit, this Baiyi must be hacking. I'm not even level 6 yet. How could he be level 29? Big brother Baiyi, just surrender. If you keep being this monstrous, you'll be banned by the myriad worlds sooner or later. Are we really playing the same game? Heh, I seriously suspect that Baiyi is playing a private custom version. The top experts on the level leaderboard also stared blankly at the name Baiyi at the top, not knowing how to react for a moment. The number 29 was clearly small, yet in their eyes, it was infinitely magnified, deeply crushing their spirits. When the leaderboard was first released yesterday, Baiyi's 9-level lead had already made them feel hopeless. They never expected that after a night's sleep, the gap would have doubled. And that was just looking at the level. If one were to talk about EXP, who knew how many times greater it was? At this moment, a series of questions popped into everyone's minds simultaneously. Is an SSS grade talent really the strongest talent in the Myriad Worlds game? If it is, why is Baiyi able to lead by so much? If it isn't, then what grade is his talent? Or 5S, naturally. No one could answer these questions for them. Sumyu-bai glanced at his level 29,100% EXP bar, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. I got too carried away grinding. I didn't even notice when the EXP hit the cap, signaling Frost to land beside the loot the skeleton warriors had just finished organizing. Sumyu-bai finally checked the system notifications. Notification: your EXP has reached 100% of level 29. You must break through to the 2nd tier before you can continue to absorb EXP and level up. That's it. Sumyu-bai frowned. Players with ordinary classes could go to the class halls in various main cities to accept advancement quests. But his class was the Sovereign of Death. Where was he supposed to go to accept the quest? He had originally thought that the quest would trigger automatically once his EXP was full. But there was no quest. After thinking for a moment, Sumyu-bai dialed Shichuji's communication channel. A moment later, he finally understood. The Book of Death was the item that would unlock his advancement quest. No, it should be the Death Codex now. It's time to go to Sakura. Sumyu-bai looked at the rising sun, a curve forming on his lips. If his guess was correct, after absorbing 5,000 soul points and opening the Death Codex for the 3rd time, he would be able to receive the advancement quest. For him, this wasn't difficult. He just needed to thoroughly kill a few more little Sakuras, with an average of 1.4 points per person, plus what he absorbed from the bosses at night. 3,000 little Sakuras would be enough. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Sumyu-bai upgraded the loot on the ground in batches before trading it all to Richer Than the World. He then took out a town portal scroll and slowly tore it open, although he had forgotten to buy this item when he left. With Richer Than the World around, he could be provided with one at any time. One had to admit, the skill God of Wealth contract was absolutely the strongest logistical support skill. A white light flashed, and Sumyu-bai vanished from the spot. The Frost and the Undead Legion also returned to their respective spaces. On the coastline, only a field of boss corpses that had not yet had time to refresh remained. It was a pity that no players could reach this place at the current stage, so they could not see this shocking scene. Distinguished Master of the White Knight Courtyard, welcome home. He had replaced this place with a teleportation point last time. So Sumyubai returned directly to his home, stretching his back. Sumyubai waved his hand gently, and the main gate opened automatically. Standing outside the gate were none other than Maple Leaves Rustling and the other three. Originally, Richer Than the World should have brought them here, but that guy was still at the East Sea City auction house dealing with the loot and couldn't get away at all. Boss. Maple Leaves Rustling took the lead, and the group spoke up one after another. They were well aware that their boss had changed from Richer Than the World to White Knight. However, not only were the four of them not the least bit dissatisfied, but they were also incredibly excited. You all know now, right? Sumyubai nodded toward the group. Yes, Uncle Fatty has already told us. The only female player in the team, Marshmallow, was the first to respond. Maple Leaves Rustling then extended an invitation to Sumyubai. Notification. Maple Leaves Rustling invites you to join the Dark Knight Mercenary Group. Notification. You have successfully joined the Dark Knight Mercenary Group. Notification. You have become the leader of the Dark Knight Mercenary Group. Because Richer Than the World had been press-ganged in the middle of the night, the task of establishing the mercenary group had naturally fallen to Maple Leaves Rustling. However, this did not affect the result. Come in, all of you. Sumyubai then turned and walked into the courtyard, pointing to the side courtyard as he said, I will grant you access to that area. From now on, this place will temporarily serve as the temporary base for Dark Knight. The side courtyard also had many rooms, which was more than enough to accommodate the Dark Knight mercenary group. The four of them looked around the luxurious courtyard, a hint of joy appearing in their eyes. Although it was only temporary, they finally had a place to stay in the land of divine prohibition. I still have things to do, so I'll skip the pleasantries and get straight to it. Sumyubai beckoned the few to come to the pavilion and got straight to the point. Soon, the four of them signed contracts with Sumyubai respectively. They were also the founding members of the Dark Knight Mercenary Group. For experts who joined later, the subject of the contract would be changed to the Dark Knight Mercenary Group. After all, Sumyubai wasn't that idle. Anyway, as long as Sumyubai was the leader of Dark Knight, the subject of the contract could be changed at any time, immediately afterward. Under the expectant gazes of the four, Sumyubai moved his mind. Catastrophe. 10 minutes later, the four, whose equipment, skills, and talents had been comprehensively improved, left the White Knight courtyard in excitement. They couldn't wait to test their brand new talents. Especially Maple Leaves Rustling. He had already become one of the few possessors of an SS-ranked talent. The prototype is there, it just depends on how you develop it. Sumyubai smiled slightly. Although he didn't think Dark Knight could help him with anything, what if they could? Anyway, there was no harm in it. Checking the time, Sumyubai dialed the communication device at his waist for the first time. Chapter 92. Shadow Chasing Sword Chi. As soon as the four walked out of the White Knight courtyard, Away couldn't wait to ask, Brother Shao, you should be very strong now, right? Maple Leaves Rustling smiled slightly upon hearing this. Definitely. An SS-ranked talent is not something an S-ranked talent can compare to. As he spoke, the excitement on his face was hard to conceal. At the same time, his admiration for White Knight in his heart rose to another level. Not only was the boss strong himself, but he could even help others improve. Getting up is hard, and Away also looked at their new talents with some excitement, full of joy and wanting to go out of the city immediately to test their current strength. Marshmallow smiled wryly and poured cold water on the three. Are you confident in dealing with one of the skeletons summoned by the boss? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly turned cold. The excited hearts of the three also cooled down. That's right. What exactly were they getting so excited about? Roar. A roar came from within the White Knight courtyard, and immediately after, frost soared into the sky amidst the envious gazes of the four. Look at that direction. The boss is preparing to go to the teleportation hall. Is he planning to leave East Sea City? That's not something we should worry about. Let's go. Let's head to the East Sea auction house first. You have entered the level to Main City Red Maple City. Your resurrection point has been switched to the Red Maple City Resurrection Hall. A white light flashed, and Sumyubai's figure appeared in Red Maple City. This was a level to Main City affiliated with East Sea City, so he didn't need to go through the trouble of applying for a flight permit here. Following yesterday's system announcement, the Myriad Worlds game had officially opened. The conditions for leaving the village had been significantly lowered, and more players were walking out of their novice villages and arriving at various cities. Different novice villages belonged to different cities, but regardless of whether it was a level 1 or level 2 main city, the growth rate of players would not be significantly affected. The biggest difference between cities of different levels lay in high-end items, and those qualified to come into contact with these things were all top-tier players. With their strength and ability to earn money, they would not be bound by their initial cities at all. Stepping onto the teleportation area once again, Sumyubai arrived directly at the north gate of Red Maple City. Ignoring the shocked gazes of the nearby players, he waved his hand to summon Frost and vanished into the horizon at high speed. Is that White Knight? It's so cool to have a flying mount. Why would White Knight come to a level 2 main city? Could there be some hidden quest? Even if there is, it has nothing to do with us. Sigh. Yeah. Although we are playing the same game, in reality, White Knight and we are simply people from 2 different worlds. It's the same everywhere. Before the Myriad Worlds game descended, you and people like Ma Xiaoyun all lived on Blue Star. But weren't you still people from 2 different worlds? There's still a difference. On Blue Star, I had no chance, but now, at least there is a glimmer of hope. Will said, come on buddy. Let's team up and grind for levels. Even if we don't become top-tier experts, we should at least live like human beings in this forbidden land of gods, right? Sumyubai's sudden appearance naturally sparked a heated discussion. He had come to this city, naturally, to find Huijian. Bing Xuan flew for nearly an hour before finally approaching the coordinates provided by Huijian. System prompt. You have discovered the Yinchuan waterfall. This was the system notification that played every time one reached a new map. A massive waterfall appeared before Sumyubai's eyes. Beside the waterfall was a lush, dense forest. And on the grass in front of the forest, not a single trace of a wild monster could be seen. Master, that person down there is very strong. Bing Xuan's voice echoed in Sumyubai's mind. As their flight altitude lowered, he finally saw a small black dot on the grass. There was no need to guess. This person had to be Huijian. How does he compare to Shichiji? Hard to say. After all, neither of them has revealed their true strength. Bing Xuan shook her head, and Sumyubai nodded slightly. Let's go down. Remembering the last time his skeleton warrior was killed, Sumyubai specifically had Bing Xuan land some distance away. Only then did he use Death Domain Leap to approach. After seeing what Huijian was doing, even though he had expected it, the corner of his eye still couldn't help but twitch slightly. Does this guy really not know how abstract his paintings are? Such beautiful scenery. Being painted by him like this is simply a disgrace. Kid, you got here pretty fast. Huijian didn't even turn his head, yet he sensed Sumyubai's arrival. Come over here and see how this painting of mine is. I'm not bragging, but this is definitely my most satisfying work in history. Senior's painting is naturally a work of divine craftsmanship. It's simply perfect. I can no longer find the right words to describe it. Sumyubai's spirits lifted, and he spouted nonsense without hesitation. What he thought in his heart and what he said were 2 different things, right? Huijian nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, then turned around to look Sumyubai up and down. His gaze lingered on Sumyubai's left hand for a moment. I was wondering how you, a kid, could summon so many broken bones. So you're a death sovereign. The last time the Book of Death wasn't opened, I hadn't noticed. I don't know whether to say you're lucky or unlucky. As he spoke, Huijian's expression was somewhat strange, and he shook his head with a smile. Hearing this remark for the second time, Sumyubai didn't have much of a reaction. Isn't it just that the final step is very difficult? That's a matter for the future anyway. Why worry about it now? Besides, catastrophe isn't just for show. Huijian only mentioned Sumyubai's class once and didn't dwell on it. Instead, reaching out his hand, hand it over. I won't ask where you got it from. Just don't forget about me in the future if you have more things like this. Rest assured, I will definitely not forget you, senior. Sumyubai smiled and handed over the 10,000 ancient gold coins he had prepared in advance. The latter's eyes lit up, and he carefully examined all the ancient gold coins before putting them into his inventory. Immediately after, he slowly raised his hand, joined 2 fingers into a sword gesture, and tapped lightly in midair. Clang! Even though there was no sword, Sumyubai clearly heard the sound of a sword ringing. Following that, the air in front of him suddenly roared and began to twist continuously, as if there were an invisible sword aura at the tip of Huijian's fingers. Take it. This is the surprise I have for you. Huijian waved his hand, and the distorted air slowly began to drift closer. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened, and he reached out to touch it, triggering the system notification immediately. You have completed the hidden quest. Collect ancient gold coins to and obtain the temporary skill Shadow Chasing Sword Aura. Shadow Chasing Sword Aura temporary skill. Does not occupy a skill slot. Can only be used once. Activate the sword aura to condense an avatar of Huijian's sword aura. The avatar possesses a sliver of Huijian's power and can unleash legendary tier combat strength for 60 seconds. The destructive power of the sword aura avatar is astonishing. Do not use it within a city. Otherwise, you will likely face imprisonment. Chapter 93, Crossing Borders, a sliver of power, legendary tier. Sumyubai looked at the description of Shadow Chasing Sword Aura, his pupils slightly constricting. Just how strong is Huijian himself, mythical tier, or perhaps an even higher Saint Extermination tier? While feeling puzzled, Sumyubai was also very satisfied with the quest reward. Although Huijian's quest didn't offer any XP or currency rewards, this Shadow Chasing Sword Aura was far more valuable than those useless things. If he could leech a promotion for it later, it could definitely be used as a trump card. However, he didn't rush to leech it in front of Huijian, but instead took out the letter Shichuji had given him and handed it over. At the time he received the letter, he also obtained a piece of parchment detailing the components of the Death Sovereign class set. However, Sumyubai couldn't make out any information from that parchment yet. According to Shichuji, he would only be able to see the first clue after advancing his class. Divine Dragon Palace. Huijian glanced at the envelope, frowned slightly, and reached out to take it for inspection. Soon, he looked up, eyeing Sumyubai with a half-smile. You kid want to cross the national border? Yes. As you should know, senior, if I want to advance this class, I have to kill quite a few people. Where are you planning to go? The Sakura Kingdom. That's a decent choice. Let's go. Huijian patted his backside, a smile appearing on his face. Many thanks for your help, Senior Thay. Sumyubai was halfway through his thanks when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Go where? Shouldn't you be helping me find more ancient gold coins and then giving me that treasure capable of crossing national borders? How does it sound like you intend to come with me? What? You can go, but I can't. Huijian stretched, then pulled out a communicator. Although Sumyubai was a bit dumbfounded, he didn't speak, just stood quietly to the side. Shenlong Empire, Imperial Capital, Shenlong Hall Headquarters. A sleepy-eyed old man picked up the communicator, and Huijian's voice came through. Hey, old man, it's not impossible for you to want to send this little guy out, but I have to go along with him. Hearing this, the old man's sleepiness vanished instantly, and he refused. No, as long as you are here, we can help you hide. If you go out and your aura is exposed, what will we do if you attract those guys? Do you really think you can hide from them? Wake up. This is the fate of the Forbidden Land of Gods. Those guys are merely a part of the myriad worlds. Besides, what I promised you back then was to stay stable until the Descenders appeared. This doesn't count as breaking my word. Hearing this, the old man fell silent, his murky eyes gradually becoming clear. He pondered for a moment and asked, Must you go? Can't you give the Forbidden Land of Gods more time? Hey! Huijian sneered and said coldly, Do you really think they won't come if I don't go out? Put away your wishful thinking. Also, I am just informing you. Don't get it wrong. As his voice fell, Huijian ended the call. The old man let out a bitter smile, looked up at the ceiling, his eyes seemingly reflecting a myriad of galaxies. After a long while, he sighed heavily. Sigh. What is meant to come will come eventually. In front of the Yinchuan waterfall, Huijian put away the communicator. Sumyubai hadn't heard a single word of his previous conversation. Let's go. Waving his hand to put away his drawing board, Huijian patted Sumyubai on the shoulder. We're leaving just like that. Sumyubai was slightly stunned. What? Were you hoping to wait for an auspicious day? Huijian glanced at Sumyubai. You should be secretly happy, kid, with me accompanying you. I guarantee you'll be safe and sound in that so-called Sakura kingdom. Does the senior mean we are acting together? Sumyubai's eyes lit up. With Hui Jian as a bodyguard, couldn't he completely ignore the locals of the Sakura kingdom? You're overthinking it. Do I look like someone that idle? Sumyubai curled his lips. While his face remained calm, he was already complaining in his heart. I've never seen anyone more idle than you. Hui Jian glared at Sumyubai and reached out to tap his forehead. The speed was so fast that Sumyubai couldn't react at all. Notification. Hui Jian has helped you conceal your aura. This was arranged by the Shenlong Hall for you, kid. With this barrier, the people of the Sakura kingdom won't be able to detect your specific location. Sumyubai felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. The Shenlong Hall was indeed thoughtful. With this, the biggest hidden danger was resolved. As long as he hid and ran, the local experts of the Sakura kingdom wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to ask Senior Hui Jian. Shall we set off now? Hui Jian nodded, and a small black and white token appeared in his hand. For some reason, when he took out the token, Hui Jian sighed imperceptibly. His eyes filled with a hint of nostalgia, but he quickly composed himself and activated the token in his hand. The black and white token suddenly erupted with a vast amount of energy, striking the space in front of them. Rumble. A huge roar suddenly echoed in the sky, and a translucent barrier slowly emerged high above. This sudden change startled everyone in the land of Shenlong. Fortunately, the Shenlong Hall had received the news in advance, so it didn't cause too much of an impact. But it was different for the players and the large number of local commoners. They all looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with deep confusion and shock. What happened? Why was there such a huge commotion all of a sudden? Do you think that barrier is what the Myriad Worlds game calls the national border? It's very likely. Is someone attacking the national border and the Sakura kingdom? The same scene occurred. The invisible national border that shrouded the entire Sakura kingdom was revealed at this moment. Rumble. The national border continued to shake, and the roaring sound echoed throughout the entire Sakura kingdom for a time. Unlike the indifference of the Shenlong Hall, the high-level members of the Sakura kingdom's guardian force, the hidden ninja secret society, all changed their expressions. Why is there an abnormality in the national border? This is a barrier set by the Myriad Worlds game. Who on earth has the ability to shake it? I have a premonition that the Sakura kingdom is likely to face a catastrophe. Pass down the order. Make all preparations to deal with emergencies. If even the high-level members were like this, the civilians and players were even more confused. The turbulence of the two national borders lasted for more than 10 seconds. And the space not far in front of Sumyubai and Hui Jian suddenly twisted violently. Immediately after, the space was forcibly torn open, and a gap appeared. Hui Jian grabbed Sumyubai with one hand, took a step forward, and instantly rushed into the spatial gap. The next moment, a server-wide announcement rang out once again in the Forbidden Land of Gods. Chapter 94 Invaders and Defenders. Two-way buff bonus chapter, Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to the Shenlong Empire player White Knight for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to cross the national border. This is hereby announced. We hope the vast number of players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. As soon as this announcement came out, all the players went crazy. No way. It's only the third day, and White Knight has already gone abroad. Sometimes I really want to call the police. We all entered the game at the same time. So why is White Knight crossing national borders while I haven't even left the novice village yet? Wasn't it said that the national border couldn't be crossed? What is going on? No wonder the national border trembled just now. It turns out it was caused by the big boss Bai Yi. Aside from the Shenlong Empire, the chat channels of other countries were also exceptionally lively. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect Bai Yi Appa to be so impatient to return to his country. Wake up. Stop deceiving yourself. There is no way Bai Yi is from our Korea kingdom. Fuck, this Bai Yi is simply not human. How can he cross national borders so quickly? This pervert isn't coming to our Light Federation, is he? Heh, no matter how strong Bai Yi is, if he dares to come to our White Elephant Kingdom, we will definitely make sure he never returns. Do you think Perun, the strongest in our Northern Glory Empire, is a match for Bai Yi? In stark contrast to the chat channels of other countries was the Sakura Kingdom. At this moment, their chat channel was deathly silent, as if everyone had been silenced. This was only because the announcement they heard contained several more lines than the other countries. Sakura Kingdom announcement. Please note, player Baiyi from the Shenlong Empire has successfully entered the Sakura Kingdom. Sakura Kingdom announcement. Since the national war has not yet begun, Baiyi will be treated as an invader. All Sakura players have received the nationwide shared to Wei Buff Sakura Kingdom Defender. Sakura Kingdom announcement. Please unite against the common enemy, all Sakura players, and kill or expel the invader as soon as possible. Sakura Kingdom Defender. Nationwide shared to Wei Buff positive, before the XP percentage drops to 0. If the invader is successfully killed or expelled, all EXP gained by all Sakura Kingdom players from grinding monsters will increase by 100% thereafter. Negative. For every 24 hours the invader stays in Sakura, all EXP gained by all Sakura Kingdom players from grinding monsters will decrease by 2% thereafter. Unique BUFF cannot be stacked. Only effective within the borders of the Sakura Kingdom. After viewing the description of the Sakura Kingdom Defender nationwide shared to Wei Buff, the Sakura Kingdom's chat channel finally erupted. However, far from being in despair, they became unusually excited because of it. Ha 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 ha. This Baiyi actually dares to come alone. Isn't he just delivering a BUFF to us? Even if he is strong, what's the use? Can he really deal with so many of us? Everyone, hurry out of the city to search. Let's try to kill Baiyi on the first day. A 100% EXP bonus just thinking about it makes me excited. Do you think he will just hide? If that happens, won't we have 0 EXP from grinding monsters after 50 days? Hide? Where can he hide? I just saw the City Lord's Mansion post a wanted notice for Baiyi. This isn't just a matter for us players, the Sakura Kingdom will hunt him down too. So Desuni, that makes it stable. As long as we find him within 25 days. The temptation of the EXP bonus caused a large number of excited Sakura players to rush out of the city, constantly observing their surroundings while grinding monsters. As long as Baiyi dared to appear, they would definitely expose his whereabouts immediately. At that point, no matter how much of a freak Baiyi was, he would absolutely not survive. Even if the players couldn't beat him, he couldn't possibly be a match for the Sakura Kingdom's army. Right, Falling Moon City. This was a tier 2 main city, and one of the few cities in the Sakura Kingdom second only to the tier 1 royal capital. In a level 20 monster map outside the city, Tsukuyomi picked up the items dropped on the ground. A cold glint flashing in his eyes. Baiyi-kun, have you come so soon? I hope you don't die too quickly. Muttering to himself, Tsukuyomi opened the Falling Moon City chat channel for the first time and used 1,0 gold coins to pin a message. Although this was most of his fortune, Tsukuyomi felt no heartache. He already knew that gold coins were not as useful as he had imagined. To buy truly good things, one needed a currency called soul coins, and his talent allowed him to grow by killing the strong. Compared to that, what were gold coins? Tsukuyomi, whoever helps me find Baiyi first will be rewarded with a gold tier piece of equipment. Once this message appeared, the players in Falling Moon City became even more excited. Everyone wanted to be the first to discover Baiyi and claim the reward. But they seemed to have forgotten that Baiyi was not only not a pushover, but also the strongest existence among the players. There might be a reward to claim, but there was a high chance they wouldn't live to spend it. However, the Sakura Kingdom players at this moment couldn't think that far ahead. They had long been blinded by the 100% EXP bonus. In their minds, they only wanted to find Baiyi as quickly as possible and secure the EXP bonus BUFF. The sooner they got it, the greater the advantage Sakura Kingdom players would have in the Myriad Worlds game. When the national war started, perhaps they could rely on their level advantage to accomplish things they couldn't do back on Blue Star. Sakura Kingdom, outskirts of North Sea City. Space door open, and two figures stepped out. The surrounding monsters discovered their targets immediately and pounced with bared fangs. HMPH, a bunch of beasts. Huoyin snorted coldly, without any visible movement. An invisible sword aura instantly pierced through all the monsters nearby, without even a scream. All the nearby monsters collapsed and died. And Sumiubai had only just finished listening to the system prompts. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to cross a national border. The effect of your title Peerless Rider has been upgraded. Note: since the national war has not yet begun, you have been treated as an invader by the Sakura Kingdom. All factions and players in this country will hunt you down. Please do everything in your power to survive. Note: you have obtained the two-way buff Sakura Kingdom Invader. Sakura Kingdom Invader. Individual two-way buff positive. For every 24 hours you stay in the Sakura Kingdom, the XP you gain from grinding monsters will increase by 2%, up to a maximum of 100%. Negative. For every time you are killed, the XP you gain from grinding monsters will decrease by 20%. Unique buff. Cannot be stacked. Only effective within the borders of the Sakura Kingdom. Looking at the newly appeared buff information on his status window, the corners of Sumyubai's mouth curled up slightly. Isn't this an unexpected windfall? Just then, Huayan looked around and said, I have other business to attend to, so I'll be heading off. You can play on your own from here. As his voice fell, he took a step forward and soared directly into the sky, leaving only a single sentence echoing in Sumyubai's ears. I'll notify you when I'm ready to leave. Kid, let me see what you're capable of. Go ahead and cause a scene. The bigger, the better, with me around. You don't need to worry about those old fogies. They don't have the energy to go out of their way to trouble you. Chapter 95. Ambushed at high altitude. Peerless Rider. While wearing this title, all EXP gained from any source is increased by 100%, and movement speed is increased by 50%. After the title effect was upgraded, it gained an additional 50% movement speed bonus. However, this entry was not of much use to Sumyubai himself. Ever since he obtained Death Domain Shift, he rarely traveled on foot for long-distance travel. He also had Frost to carry him. However, this effect provided a significant boost to Frost's flight speed. Sumyubai glanced at the corpses littering the ground and waved his hand to summon Frost. Death Domain Shift. The next moment, his figure vanished from the spot, and he sat upon his throne. Frost exhaled two streams of cold air from its nostrils, freezing the ground beneath its feet, then slowly spread its wings and asked, Master, where are we going? Let me see. Jingli City. Sumyubai opened the map to search for the coordinates on the dark gold great treasure map. Fly south first. With a direction set, Frost immediately shot into the sky. With the blessing of Peerless Rider, its speed was 50% faster than before. Sumyubai had once obtained a dark gold grade treasure map through a nesting doll loot drop in the green grasslands, and the final destination was located in the wilderness outside Jingli City. At the time, he felt it was a waste of excitement, thinking he wouldn't be able to open that treasure chest for a long time. He hadn't expected that, through a twist of fate, he would arrive in the Sakura Kingdom so soon. Coming here, leveling up was naturally the top priority. But opening the treasure chest was also a goal. Under the ultimate nesting doll effect, this chest could yield legendary grade items. So Sumyubai naturally wanted to rush over as soon as possible. Since that's the case, let's start with Jingli City. Looking at the map, a cold sneer tugged at the corners of Sumyubai's mouth. It was a tier 3 city, which was just right for him. Even if he alerted the locals in the city, he figured there shouldn't be any existence too powerful to handle. Frost flew at high speed through the clouds. Although its level was low, the dragon might it radiated kept the aerial wild monsters from daring to approach. Sumyubai leaned back on his throne, contemplating his next plan of action while taking out a small pile of beginner skill books. These were the spoils from mass farming the bosses last night, and they were the only things Sumyubai had kept. There were 15 in total. Since he already had enough starting capital from his wealth dominates the world trait, he decided to keep them to increase his strength. Catastrophe. Target. Beginner skill book. Hint: please select the promotion grade. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to intermediate skill book. No cost. Option 2. Sublime it to advanced skill book. Costs 2. 0 gold coins per book. Option 3. Catastrophize to perfect skill book. Costs 1. 0 years of lifespan per book. Sublime it to Tier 2. Once you have money, you can do whatever you want. You have consumed 30. 0 gold coins and obtained 15 advanced skill books. You have used Advanced Skill Book X15. Skill points counted to 5. Current available skill points. Without the slightest hesitation, Sumiyubai decisively allocated the skill points to Death Extraction Feedback. You have consumed 80 skill points. Your SS grade skill Death Extraction Feedback has been upgraded to level 11 max. Death Extraction Feedback, SS level 11 max. Active skill. Skill effects. 1. Extraction. Extract and store death energy from corpses. The maximum number of targets per extraction is 20. Cooldown: 30 seconds. No cost. Maximum casting distance to 200 meters. Death energy 1390 to 2320. Level X42. Feedback. Instantly restore your own HP or mana. Can also be used to strengthen a summoned creature. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Consumes 1500 points of death energy. 1 point of death energy restores 400 HP or 400 mana. 1 point of death energy strengthens the target's main attribute by 1% for 120 seconds. At max level, the effect of Death Extraction Feedback was nearly doubled. The only drawback was that the cap for consuming death energy per use remained at 500 points. Sumiyubai wasn't too disappointed. With the blessing of his catastrophe profession trait, it meant that every 30 seconds, he could strengthen a summoned creature's main attribute by 1000%. Hint: you are being eroded by death energy from the Cursed Crown. Death energy come 10. Death energy come 10. As the death energy cap increased, his mobile power bank immediately began working. In less than 2 minutes, Sumiyubai's death energy reached its limit. Looking at the remaining 153 skill points, Sumiyubai thought for a moment and upgraded Death Domain Shift by 3 levels. He was not lacking in damage at all, so he was in no rush to upgrade Death Gaze. As an SSS grade skill, the skill points required for an upgrade were indeed high, but the improvements brought by the upgrade were equally significant. The shift distance increased directly from 200 meters to 320 meters, and the cooldown was shortened to 12 seconds. Even the immunity duration after shifting increased from 3 seconds to 3.3 seconds. The improvement to the Death Curtain was also astonishing. The casting distance increased to 800 meters. And while the cooldown remained unchanged, the duration increased to 39 seconds. The biggest improvement, however, was the number of Death Curtains. After the skill reached level 4, Sumiyubai could open Death Curtains at 5 coordinate locations simultaneously, instantly allowing his undead army to appear scattered across different coordinates. Looking at the upgraded Death Domain Shift, Sumiyubai felt a slight sense of surprise. He did not know how many levels it would take to max out this skill. If he could level it up a few more times, with the bonus from the Catastrophe class trait, wouldn't he be invincible? Shift immune. Shift again, immune again. Could it really be that broken? Although he felt the odds were slim, Sumiyubai still made up his mind. Any skill points he obtained in the future would be used to max out Death Domain Shift first. Master, we must change our route. Frost's voice rang out, and Sumiyubai was slightly taken aback. Screech! The next moment, a piercing eagle cry resounded across the sky. Sumiyubai's gaze sharpened. He saw a small black dot suddenly appear directly ahead, growing larger at an extreme speed. Anything capable of making Frost issue a warning had to be a powerful boss. However, the distance was still too great for Sumiyubai to see the creature's information. Frost immediately wanted to change direction, but was stopped by Sumiyubai. Don't panic, fly straight toward it, Esther. I am no match for it. Frost's voice was anxious, clearly worried about Sumiyubai putting himself in danger. We won't die, don't worry. Sumiyubai sat up straight, his expression turning solemn as he stared fixedly at the rapidly approaching black dot. As the distance closed, he finally saw the creature clearly. It was an incomparably massive vulture, its feathers a dark purple that shimmered with a metallic luster under the sunlight. The most peculiar feature was that this creature possessed 2 heads. Its size was no smaller than Frost when she had first been summoned by the Horn of Frost. Chapter 96, High Altitude Battle, toying with the boss. Dark Feather Demon Vulture level. HP, aside from its name. All other information was displayed as question marks. This big guy had clearly been attracted by Frost's aura. From its pupils, Sumiyubai could sense excitement and greed, running into a big one right out of the gate. The appearance of the Dark Feather Demon Vulture sounded an alarm for Sumiyubai. While his strength was already invincible among the Descenders, there was still a massive gap when facing truly powerful entities. However, Sumyubai felt no panic at this moment. Instead, he became increasingly calm. The boss was clearly faster than Frost, even if they changed direction now. There was no guarantee they could escape. Of course, he had no intention of killing the boss. That was simply unrealistic. Master, it's here. With Sumyubai's command, Frost did not slow down in the slightest, charging straight toward the dark feather demon vulture. A hint of mockery flashed in the boss's eyes as both heads opened their beaks simultaneously. Boom, boom. Two dark purple energy beams shot out instantly, even with over 1,000 meters between them. The boss's attack arrived in a blink. Roar! Frost was instantly enraged. If they were of the same level, that bald bird on the other side wouldn't even dare to glance at her. To think it now dared to treat her as prey, it was simply outrageous. She immediately opened her jaws, condensing frost energy and scorching dragon breath within her mouth. Even if she wasn't its match, she wasn't going to be easy to deal with. Frost dragon breath. The ice blue dragon breath collided with the boss's attack, exploding midair. However, the intensity of the frost dragon breath was clearly inferior to the two dark purple energy beams. After blasting through the dragon breath, the beams had only weakened slightly and continued to roar toward Frost. At the same time, the dark feather demon vulture flapped its wings, dispersing the smoke from the explosion, and lunged forward with its sharp talons. Its eyes were filled with excitement. It never expected that going out for a casual flight would lead to encountering a hatchling dragon king. This was a heaven-defying opportunity that one might not encounter in a lifetime. The talons shimmered with a cold light, piercing the air and striking with unparalleled sharpness. The soul fire within Frost's pupils flickered violently. Though anxious, she followed Sumyubai's command and flew straight into the collision. Just as they were about to make contact, a pale gray light curtain instantly appeared between them. Death curtain, swish. The next moment, Frost's figure appeared 1,600 meters away. The two dark purple energy beams missed their mark, shooting off into the distance. The dark feather demon vulture also suddenly lost its target. Without a point of impact, it had to fly forward for several body lengths before it could barely come to a stop. The two were now nearly 2 kilometers apart, but the crisis was not over. The dark feather demon vulture reacted with extreme speed, flapping its wings to turn around and chasing after Frost at high speed. But the next moment, it was left somewhat dumbfounded. A pale gray light curtain flashed, and Frost's figure instantly appeared in another direction. Just as it prepared to change course to continue the pursuit, the curtain appeared again, and Frost shifted positions once more. Sumyubai's lips curled slightly. Although the death curtain could only be placed within the 1,600-meter range established when it was first activated, preventing them from escaping quickly through this skill alone, the mobility of shifting positions instantly was enough to run the boss in circles. With the 4 death curtains switching rapidly, Frost's figure constantly shifted between east, west, south, north, up, and down. Furthermore, the death curtains could change positions according to Sumyubai's will. In just 10 seconds. The dark feather demon vulture was dizzy and disoriented, its two heads nearly tangling together. The gray light curtain flashed again, and Frost's figure instantly appeared 500 meters behind the dark feather demon vulture. However, it wasn't over yet. The final death curtain suddenly appeared more than 10 meters above the dark feather demon vulture. The next moment, elite skeleton warriors rushed out of the summoning space, immediately using wild charge the moment they fell. Relying on the skill's properties, these skeleton warriors turned into gray streaks in the high altitude, wielding great swords and slamming into the boss at 300% speed. Although they failed to cause any damage or stun the dark feather demon vulture due to the massive attribute gap, the continuous, successive impacts still caused the dark feather demon vulture to lose its balance slightly. Screech! The dark feathered magic eagle felt incomparable fury. As its wings trembled, it fired off countless feathers, instantly reducing the health points of the skeleton warriors to 0. However, due to the undead effect of the Shroud of Death, they remained standing despite having empty health bars. But as the dark feathered magic eagle flipped its body, its immense strength directly sent these skeleton warriors flying. Just as it stabilized its posture and prepared to launch a counterattack, a sudden, overwhelming force struck it. A noticeably larger skeleton warrior slammed into the dark feathered magic eagle. Although it still failed to deal any damage, the terrifying force behind the impact forcibly pushed the boss down by nearly 100 meters. This skeleton warrior had, naturally, been buffed by Sumyubai. After a 1000% increase, its strength exceeded 470. 0 points. This was no laughing matter. Even for a boss like the dark feathered magic eagle, whose level was invisible, it was difficult to negate such terrifying force while in mid-air with no leverage. Taking advantage of this gap, the pale gray light curtain above suddenly expanded and rapidly swept over the dark feathered magic eagle's body. Hundreds of skeletons instantly covered the boss from head to toe. Most occupied its back, while others directly discarded their weapons, using both hands to grab onto the dark feathered magic eagle's wings, talons, and tail. Even its two long necks were draped in skeletons. In short, in an instant, the dark feathered magic eagle was wrapped into a giant ball of skeletons. When it finally cleared the skeletons from its body, where could the figure of Frost be within its line of sight? Scree! With a cry of furious rage, the dark feathered magic eagle's eyes were filled with the anger of being toyed with. Damn it! That guy actually got away. Unable to swallow its rage, the dark feathered magic eagle suddenly turned its head toward a certain direction. In its exasperation, it prepared to vent its fury on a small human town located there. The moment Sumyubai released the skeletons, he used the Shroud of Death to switch directions and departed alongside Frost. To avoid being caught again, Frost immediately lowered its altitude and constantly changed direction. Having learned from the previous experience, Frost's inflated ego had subsided somewhat, and it no longer flew into higher altitudes. Although it was a mythical grade creature, when it was still weak, it really couldn't afford to provoke those high-level, powerful bosses. Before long, Sumyubai received a series of system notifications. Your skeleton warrior has been defeated. Notification: catastrophe trait triggered. Your skeleton warrior has been revived at full status within the summoning space. This skeleton warrior cannot trigger this effect again for 60 minutes. The sacrifice of hundreds of skeleton warriors had bought Sumyubai his safety. This trade was, naturally, very worthwhile. With this experience, Sumyubai's understanding of the Shroud of Death had reached a new level. After changing directions several times and flying at high speed for another 10 minutes, until he could no longer sense even a trace of the dark feathered magic eagle's aura, Frost finally gave feedback: Master, that bald feathered bird can't catch up anymore. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears. You have discovered the magic frog swamp. It seemed to be very close to a tier 3 city. Sumyubai opened the map to confirm his coordinates, preparing to continue toward Jingli City. But he suddenly changed his mind. This was because not far below, a team of descenders had appeared. Fly closer. The corners of Sumyubai's mouth curled upward. Since they had crossed paths, he might as well do a good deed and send them back to the lower city for free. Chapter 97. Since I'm already here, it wouldn't be right to leave with so little harvest. Bonus chapter. At the current stage, the Magic Frog Swamp was considered a high-level map. The wild monsters here were at least level 15 or higher. The team appearing here at this time was naturally not composed of players who had just left their villages after the teleportation requirements were lowered. Their levels were all uniformly level 10. Leader, is there really a boss here? Hearing his teammates' question, Yamamoto 56 smiled confidently. Trust me, there definitely is. This is information I found at the library last night. Don't worry, I went to check it with the leader. And this boss is very likely tied to a hidden quest. This was a newly established mercenary group, and there were 10 people who had come to the Magic Frog Swamp this time. The leader, Yamamoto 56, possessed an S-grade talent, and everyone else was also an A-grade talent player. At the current stage, their combat power was definitely among the top tier. As the group cleared monsters along the way and searched for traces of the boss, someone in the team suddenly shivered for no reason. Do you guys feel like it suddenly got cold? Now that you mention it, it really does seem that way. Yamamoto 56 felt it carefully, and a smile appeared on his face. It looks like we aren't far from the boss. As he spoke, he turned to look at his team members and said, everyone, keep looking. Once we kill this boss, We'll go to the tavern and have a good meal. Clack, clack, clack. Just then, the sound of bones colliding came from not far ahead. A team member pointed excitedly behind Yamamoto 56, his eyes full of thrill. Look, everyone, is that the boss? The group immediately looked over and saw a sturdy skeleton walking out from the depths of the jungle. It carried a great sword on its shoulder, and with every step it took, its feet sank deep into the swamp. At this moment, someone noticed that something was wrong, their voice trembling. I can't see any information at all. What level boss is this? Why would a skeleton boss appear in a swamp map? Leader, are you sure we can take it on? Maybe we should run first. Let me see. Yamamoto 56 frowned and was about to turn around, but he saw the expressions of his team members change drastically. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp pain struck him, and immediately after, he saw a giant sword pierce through his abdomen. 1,380,000. The next moment, a massive damage number exceeding 1 million popped up, and Yamamoto 56 died instantly. Before he died, his eyes were filled with shock. The remaining team members turned and fled at the first opportunity, not even entertaining the thought of collecting the items dropped by Yamamoto Isoroku. Just a moment ago, the system notification had made everything clear to them. Notification: your team has been attacked by the intruder Bai. It was actually Bai. Was this skeleton his summoned creature? Over 1 million points of damage. This was even more absurd than using cheats. At this moment, besides shock, their eyes were filled with nothing but terror. Previously, they had even considered finding Bai's location to claim the reward from the city lord's mansion. Now, they had long since cast that idea to the back of their minds. The only thing on their minds was saving their own lives. Are you kidding me? What kind of reward could compare to 10 years of one's lifespan? That was 1 million points of damage. If they had known Bai was this monstrous, they wouldn't have left the city. Click, click, click. However, they were destined to be unable to escape this place. The bone-chilling sound of clashing skeletons echoed incessantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately following, 9 arrows shot through the air, instantly piercing the skulls of the fleeing men. 92,462,184,898. Until the moment they died, these people could not fathom how Bai was able to summon 10 such monstrous skeletons simultaneously. Taking the spoils handed over by the skeletons, Sumyu-bai looked at the system notifications and raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect there to be a short-lived one among them. Soul extraction effective. Soul points come 0.1 times 9 soul extraction effective. Soul points come 1. Among the 10 notifications, one stood out as an anomaly. He didn't know which unlucky fellow it was, but they didn't even have 20 years of lifespan left, dying completely after being killed by him just once. Waving his hand to recall the skeletons, Sumyu-bai sat back on his throne and gestured with a wave. Go ahead and take a look, since we're already here. It would be a bit unreasonable to only have this little harvest. As you command. Master. Frost grinned, and in an instant, he soared into the sky. At the same time, in the resurrection hall of Sichuan City, 9 figures resurrected one after another. Yamamoto Isoroku was the first to exclaim, Baka, why am I only level 8 now? The other team members also discovered their own abnormalities, and their expressions changed drastically. Nani, look at your lifespans. I lost 20 years all at once. I lost 20 years to. This is too terrifying. How on earth did Bai do it? It's over. I only have 25 years of lifespan left. Why hasn't Inoue resurrected yet? Oh no. He only had 19 years of lifespan. Could it be? Yamamoto Isoroku closed the team member list with a pale face and said with a trembling voice, Inoue is completely dead. All his information has been erased by the world game. This news struck like a bolt of lightning, exploding in everyone's minds. Many people collapsed to the ground, muttering to themselves, just like that. The world game really can kill you for real. I'm not playing anymore. I want to go back. Yamamoto Isoroku looked at the expressions of the others and let out a long sigh. This was the first time they had faced true death, and he, too, was still shaken. Bai's strength completely exceeded everyone's imagination. He was simply a monster. Could the Sakura Kingdom really kill or expel such a person? At this moment, Yamamoto Isoroku felt utterly desperate. But he still opened the Sichuan City chat channel and sent out the message that Bai Yi had appeared in the vicinity. This third-tier city immediately erupted into chaos. All the players became excited. After all, killing Bai Yi was something that benefited all Sakura players. As for the million points of damage and the powerful skeletons that Yamamoto Isoroku mentioned, no one took them seriously. 1,000,000 points of damage. What kind of bragging is that? It's only been a few days. No matter how strong Bai Yi is, he is still just a player. How could he possibly deal such monstrous damage? Yamamoto Isoroku didn't say anything more, but immediately took his team members to the city lord's mansion. The losses were too great. They had to claim this reward. Moreover, without the official army, the players alone had no way to deal with Bai Yi. However, before he could even reach the city lord's mansion, Sumyu-bai had already arrived at the outskirts of Sichuan City. Looking at the groups of Sakura players not far away, a smile appeared on Sumyu-bai's face, and he waved his hand, shroud of death. For pale gray curtains of light spread out, and the undead legion descended. Instantly, a 1-kilometer-long line of death was drawn. Chapter 98, sweeping through, a massacre. Look, is that a boss? What is that? How did so many skeletons suddenly appear? The status panels are all question marks. I can't see any information. Just how strong are these skeletons and cavalry? Don't tell me we've encountered a monster siege. The sudden appearance of the undead legion immediately caught the attention of the players who were leveling up in this area. This place was not far from Sichuan City, so there was a large number of players. The vast majority of them had just walked out of the novice village, and their levels were generally around 5 or 6. In order to deal with the wild monsters outside the city, these people basically operated in teams, so they were densely packed. Yamamoto Isoroku had only mentioned that Bai Yi had appeared nearby, but he hadn't provided any further details. So these players did not know the origin of the undead legion. Sumyu-bai didn't give them time to think. After summoning the undead legion, he directly ordered them to begin the slaughter. The next moment, 20 headless knights led the charge, with 200 shadow knights following closely behind. Death charge, shadow charge. More than 200 black streaks of light rushed into the crowd instantly. The little Sakuras along the way didn't even have time to react before they were sent flying by the impact. The moment they took flight, they were already corpses. The skeleton warriors on both sides also aimed at their respective targets, their giant swords turning into 500 streaks of light. Wild charge. 500 little Sakuras were instantly pierced through the heart, dead beyond any hope of recovery. At the same time, a rain of arrows filled the sky as the elite skeleton archers drew their bows with lightning speed, firing continuously. Every single arrow claimed the life of a Sakura player. However, the most efficient killers were undoubtedly the skeleton mages. After being promoted to an rank skill, the elite skeleton mages gained an additional AO skill, finally beginning to reveal the terrifying destructive power of a large-scale mage legion. As the skeleton mages scattered throughout the legion finished their incantations, they pointed their staves forward. Sea of fire, boom, boom, boom. 400 seas of fire descended suddenly, each one reaching a staggering radius of 30 meters. The seas of fire overlapped, instantly covering the area 100 meters in front of the death line completely. The surrounding temperature soared instantly. The Sakura players caught in the sea of fire only had time to let out a single scream before collapsing to the ground. Soul extraction effective, soul points con 0. Soul extraction effective, soul points con 0. Sumyu-bai felt the inscriptions on the death codex tremble slightly, and the notifications for absorbed soul points began to flood his screen. In just 3 seconds, he had harvested over 200 soul points. He didn't know if it was because these Sakura players had done too many evil deeds, but there were several short-lived wretches among them. Just like the previous player, they were completely wiped out upon dying once, providing Sumyu-bai with 1 full soul point directly. The wild monsters in this area also suffered an undeserved disaster due to the presence of the Sakura players, all of them perishing. It was a pity that Sumyu-bai's EXP had already reached the cap and could not be increased further before his promotion. This sudden, terrifying offensive struck fear into the hearts of the players outside the Undead Legion's attack range. It wasn't until the sea of fire rose that the players in the rear finally reacted. since players receive notifications when their squads are attacked. Some of the survivors learned where the undead legion had come from. Baiyi. It's Baiyi. He really is in Sichuan City. These powerful undead are actually his summons. It's too terrifying. Run, hurry back to the city. My captain has already respawned. And he said that being killed by Baiyi not only drops your level by 2, but also costs you 20 years of your lifespan. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Baiyi be this strong? As the news spread, everyone panicked instantly. They decisively abandoned the wild monsters they were halfway through killing and fled towards Sichuan City without looking back. Before seeing Baiyi, they had harbored delusions of teaming up to kill him and bringing glory to the Sakura Kingdom. But after truly witnessing the horror of the undead legion, no one here held such thoughts anymore. Kill Baiyi? Are you kidding me? So many people had died, and they hadn't even caught a glimpse of Baiyi's shadow. How are they supposed to kill him with their lives? Even if everyone here threw their lives away, they probably wouldn't be able to scratch him. A single skeleton was already nearly invincible, and Baiyi had summoned over 1,000 of them at once. It was simply heaven-defying. At this moment, these fleeing Sakura players felt nothing but despair. They had entered the game at the same time, so why was the gap so massive? Could this Baiyi be the biological son of the Myriad Worlds game? Among the crowd turning to flee, there were still a few players standing frozen in place. They shook their heads in a daze, muttering impossible over and over, their legs feeling as if they were filled with lead, unable to move a single step. These people had been completely traumatized by the undead legion. However, their fear didn't last long. As the undead legion pushed forward, these players were instantly killed as well. Those who scrambled to escape still couldn't avoid the outcome of death. They were just a group of low-level players under level 10. How could they escape when facing an undead legion with tens of thousands of points in every attribute? Sumubai did not appear in a high-profile manner, but instead sat on the back of Frost, hidden behind the undead legion. But the massive, imposing undead legion announced his arrival to every player in Sichuan City. As the 1-kilometer-long death line began to advance, Sakura players continuously fell to the ground dead. These people chose to respawn in the city immediately, and the corpses on the battlefield dissipated into streaks of white light. Soon, the news that Baiyi had appeared outside the city spread throughout Sichuan City. Baiyi is too terrifying. He is simply a monster. Everyone, do not leave the city. We are definitely not his match. Wait for the city lord's mansion to send troops. Baka, look at how you look. Isn't it just one Baiyi? Why should we, the hundreds of thousands of players in Sichuan City, be afraid of him? People of the 100 Ghosts mercenary group, follow me. Don't go. Baiyi can summon over 1,000 undead, and you can't see any information on any of them. You're just going to your deaths. Hey, we're only level 5, so it's normal that you can't see the information. We are the most powerful mercenary group in Sichuan City. The reward for the kingdom's bounty, we, the 100 Ghosts, are going to take it. Thousands of players respawned in the Resurrection Hall, and the news they brought caused chaos in Sichuan City. In the direction of Sumubai, the players outside the city were frantically trying to flee back inside, but there were some in the city who refused to believe the rumors and actually dared to head out. Without experiencing it personally, they would never know how desperate it felt to face Sumubai. In the suburbs, Sumubai did not advance in a straight line towards Sichuan City, but instead kept slaughtering on the outskirts. The curtain of death emerged, and the mobility of the undead legion increased countless times over. Watching the rapidly rising soul points, Sumubai did not get carried away. His focus remained on the direction of Sichuan City. As long as the city guard didn't appear, he would kill as many Sakura players as came. Chapter 99. Killing people really is faster inside Sichuan City. The 100 Ghosts mercenary group had already finished assembling. Besides them, some players who wanted to seek wealth through danger also joined the operation. In front of the city gate, hundreds of players had already gathered. Captain, are we really going? A team member asked, trembling slightly. Just listening to the descriptions from those who had respawned was enough to terrify him. Baiganmaru glared at him. Of course we have to go. This is our turf. No matter how strong Baiyi is, he's just one person. Does he really think he can turn the world upside down? After saying this, A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and he waved his hand, "Move out," just as they stepped out of the city gates. The hundreds of people were dumbfounded. They saw a massive, dark sea of people in the distance, scrambling and shoving as they rushed toward the city gates. The number of them must have been in the thousands. Baka, a bunch of losers, with so many people. All you can do is run, Baigimaru cursed in anger, leading his team to charge forward against the flow of the crowd. As the two sides brushed past each other, they exchanged insults of idiot. And then, there was no then. The aggressive Baigui mercenary group didn't even get to see Bai's face before they were burned to nothing by several sudden explosions of fire. Hundreds of players who had wanted to intercept and kill Sumyubai were sent back home for free the moment they stepped out of the city. Immediately after, the resurrection hall was filled with wails. "I finally leveled up to level 10. How did I drop to level 8 after dying just once? Nani, my lifespan has been reduced by 20 years, Baigimaru. This is all your fault. If you hadn't instigated this, how could we have suffered such losses? Get lost. Do you think I didn't die too?" Baigimaru's face was as gloomy as water, his eyes filled with shock. He was an S-rank talent. At the very least, how could he have died without even seeing Bai? How could this be, at this moment? Not much time had passed since Sumyubai launched his attack. Yamamoto Isoroku had only just informed the city lord, and the Sichuan city guard had quickly mobilized. As squads of well-equipped, high-level soldiers appeared, the players in Sichuan city cheered. "Great! The city guard has finally shown up. Look, that's the aerial legion. Let's see where Bai runs now. Damn that Bai. We absolutely cannot let him off easy. It would be best to capture him and torture him." Beep, 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 beep. The appearance of the undead legion and Bai, coupled with the chaos inside the city, triggered the Sichuan city alarm. The city guard received the city lord's orders and exited the city immediately. To this day, no one had been able to see their levels or attribute panels. These guards simultaneously summoned their mounts and charged in the direction of Sumyubai. Not only that, but there were also several aerial squads in the sky, flying toward the outskirts of the city at high speed. Sichuan City was only a third-tier city, naturally. Its guards were not as strong as those in a first-tier main city, and their flying mounts were not even uniform. However, this did not affect their strength in the slightest, at least for players at the current stage. The city guard was invincible. Even the current Sumyubai was definitely no match for the guards. The city guard is here, finally. Someone can stop Bai. Stop him. I think Bai is finished. The city guard's level must be over 100. Bai cannot possibly be their opponent. Do you think he can escape? Had escape where? Did you see the aerial squads? The city lord actually dispatched 8 squads directly. They are really overestimating Bai. Doesn't that mean we'll be able to get a 100% EXP bonus soon? Seeing the city guard mobilize, the fleeing players breathed a long sigh of relief. Many even gathered the courage to stop, turning around to look in the direction of the undead legion. They wanted to see Bai's true face and witness with their own eyes this damned intruder being dealt with by the city guard. The fear they had felt just moments ago had turned into excitement at the thought of receiving the XP bonus buff. That was just how Sakura players were. They wore two completely different faces depending on whether they were at a disadvantage or an advantage. The moment the aerial squads appeared, Sumyubai noticed them. Upon discovering that he still couldn't see the guard's attribute panels, he did not choose to leave immediately, because after Bing Shuang observed the enemy's flight speed, she confidently stated that with the buff from Peerless Speed, they could easily shake them off. Hearing this, Sumyubai felt reassured and laughed. Good. Then let's kill a few more. Watching the undead legion, which hadn't stopped for a second and was still slaughtering, the surviving Sakura players were completely dumbfounded. No, wait. The city guard is here. You aren't running away. And you actually dare to keep killing. Who on earth gave you the courage? No matter what they thought, the undead legion did not stop its offensive. The Night Legion charged every time they caught up to someone. The conical lances in their hands would pierce them through. Every time the skeleton warriors swung their great swords, they would take away another Sakura player. When attributes are completely overpowered and basic attacks are also one-hit kills, the long-range advantage of the skeleton archers and skeleton mages was fully displayed. Especially the former. Their extremely fast attack speed was showcased to the fullest. Arrow after arrow. Like a reaper on the battlefield, they continuously harvested lives. Killing really is the fastest way. Sumyubai looked at the soul points, which had increased to over 2,0, and felt a sense of pleasure. This was also because the current players were low level and almost all gathered in the few maps outside the city. That was why the Undead Legion was able to slaughter nearly 20 Sakura players in such a short time. While the city guard had yet to arrive, Sumyubai controlled the Undead Legion to kill another 2,000 or so, absorbing another 200 plus soul points. Intruder, stop! The leading city guard charged over rapidly. The warhorse beneath him galloped, becoming almost a blur in the eyes of the other players. The rest of the city guard also launched attacks toward the Undead Legion. That's enough for now. Let's play again next time. Sumyubai focused his mind. Death extraction feedback. The next moment, the elite skeleton warrior at the very front instantly doubled in size. Notification. You have consumed 500 points of death chi to strengthen the target summon's main attributes by 1000%. Wild charge. The strengthened skeleton warrior collided violently with the city guard commander. The reason he still chose to strengthen the skeleton warrior was that the headless knight's main attribute was constitution, not strength. The current situation clearly demanded greater power. However, everything that followed still exceeded Sumyubai's expectations. The reinforced skeleton warrior was actually insta-killed by that commander. The commander felt a slight shock in his heart, clearly surprised by the terrifying strength of the skeleton warrior. How many days had it been since the Descenders appeared? To think they could already summon such powerful undead creatures. After a moment of shock, he raised the long sword in his hand, pointed it directly at Sumyubai, and shouted sternly, "Bai Yi, surrender now." Yet, the next moment, his pupils dilated sharply. In the ethereal realm, a vast power descended, and the city guard commander felt as if he were seeing the most terrifying scene from the depths of his own heart. And all of this stemmed from the gaze Sumyubai fixed upon him. Death Gaze. Chapter 100. Is Bai Yu really a player? Bonus chapter 1. The moment Death Gaze was activated, a hoarse, low growl escaped the city guard commander's throat. His pupils trembled violently, and his hands involuntarily tightened the reins. The mount beneath him was also affected by this power, letting out a fearful hiss and instantly falling into disarray. 21,870. A damage number exceeding 200,000 popped up. Death Gaze dealt true damage. No matter how high his magic defense was, he could not resist it in the slightest. Yet, his health bar did not seem to drop even a fraction. However, this was merely the beginning. Immediately following, a terrifying number that shocked everyone appeared. 4,800,000. Outside the entire Sichuan city, all the Sakura players who witnessed this scene gasped in unison, contributing a bit of warmth to the forbidden land of the gods. Even the charging city guards were so frightened by this terrifying damage figure that they halted their advance. For a moment, no one dared to continue forward. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, brother, daddy, grandpa, ancestor of my sun goddess, someone tell me, how much was that damage just now? 4.8 billion. Is Bai Yi really a player like us? Did anyone record that? We must tell everyone about this information. I've been recording the whole time. The 10-digit damage made these Sakura players rub their eyes in disbelief. Even if Bai Yi was far ahead on the level leaderboard, wasn't he only level 29? How could a level 29 player possibly deal such heaven-defying damage? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe it? System prompt. You have used Death Gaze on Sichuan City Guard Commander Ichiro Takahashi. Your life grade is determined to be higher than the target's. Seeing this system prompt, Sumyubai's understanding of the Death Sovereign deepened. A powerful existence whose status window he couldn't even see. A city guard commander capable of insta-killing a reinforced skeleton warrior was still inferior to him in terms of life grade. That 4.8 billion damage just now was the third effect of Death Gaze. As long as the target's life grade was lower than Sumyubai's, all their attributes would be forcibly reduced by 20%, combined with the effects of his class's catastrophe trait, that made it 40%. In other words, Ichiro Takahashi's original health bar was actually as high as 12 billion. One could imagine just how strong he truly was. It was precisely because the gap in strength was so vast that the fear effect of Death Gaze only affected Ichiro Takahashi for less than 2 seconds. However, after shaking off the fear, he did not attack immediately, but instead looked at Tsumyubai with suspicion and uncertainty. "What did you just do to me?" Feeling his own weakness, Ichiro Takahashi no longer possessed his previous demeanor. From this sentence, it was clear that although he was strong, he was still far from the level of existences like Shichiji or Huijian. At the very least, he couldn't discern Tsumyubai's class, otherwise, he wouldn't be so fearful. Tsumyubai looked at Ichiro Takahashi and phased, smiled slightly, and waved his hand, "Goodbye." He didn't have the habit of answering his enemies' questions. The next moment, a pale gray curtain of light appeared, the frost wings flapped, and he vanished from the spot instantly. "What?" Ichiro Takahashi was shocked and rushed toward the light curtain, only to pass through it without any resistance. His face turned ashen instantly. He had taken action personally, yet he had let Bai Yi escape. But immediately after, the screams coming from behind him made him turn around abruptly. "Bai Yi, how dare you?" He never expected that not only did Bai Yi not run away, but he had actually appeared near Sichuan City. Yes, Tsumyubai had not used the death shroud to flee. Instead, he had crossed a distance of 1,600 meters and suddenly appeared behind all the city guards. Here, there were thousands of Sakura players watching the spectacle. Seeing the Frost Dragon King suddenly appear in the sky above them, these Sakura players were completely dumbfounded. "Wait, shouldn't you be running away right now? Why would you dare to come back?" At this moment, they felt immense regret. Why did they have to stay here to watch the show? Regret was naturally too late. The moment the Frost Dragon flew out from the Death Shroud, its mouth was already gathered with frost energy and scorching dragon breath. Frost Dragon Breath. A thick, ice blue pillar of energy poured down, and a massive wave of damage numbers popped up. 8.98 million, 18, 6 million, 9, 1 million. In an instant, all the Sakura players within the range of the Frost Dragon Breath were frozen into ice sculptures. As the Frost Dragon flapped its wings and swept across the low altitude, a path of frost condensed outside Sichuan City. What composed this path were the lives of the Sakura players. Soul extraction effective. Soul points count 0.1. The system prompts flooded the screen again. But Tsumyubai couldn't be bothered with those right now. The warhorse beneath Ichiro Takahashi was actually galloping through the air, and his long sword, shimmering with a cold glint, had already reached before his eyes. A roar erupted from within Sichuan City. "Bai Yi, I will tear you into 10,000 pieces." It was the city lord's roar, and a powerful force exploded within the city. The soul fire within Bing Shuang's icy pupils flickered, and an anxious voice resonated in Tsumyubai's mind. "Master, retreat quickly. This guy is even stronger than the dark feather demon eagle." Tsumyubai naturally did not linger. As a pale gray light curtain flashed by, Ichiro Takahashi instantly lost his target, his long sword piercing directly through the empty space where the curtain had been. Only Tsumyubai's final words lingered in his ears. "How is this greeting gift?" Bing Shuang's figure vanished once more, and when it reappeared, it was already 200 meters away from the location. Using the initial coordinates as the center, Tsumyubai had bypassed the maximum range of the death light curtain. Immediately following this, Bing Shuang was instantly retracted, and Tsumyubai's figure disappeared again. Death Domain Leap, 640 meters away. Tsumyubai manifested. The moment he began to fall, Bing Shuang flew out from the mount space, perfectly catching his body. With a flap of its wings, Bing Shuang's speed instantly surged to its limit. It appeared as though he had just emerged from the mount space, but in reality, Tsumyubai had placed 2 death light curtains at the exit. Before coming out, Bing Shuang had been continuously circling between the 2 curtains to build up speed. All of this happened in a split second. By the time Ichiro Takahashi reacted and turned around, he could only see Bing Shuang's silhouette rapidly vanishing from his line of sight. A figure charged out of Sichuan City, pursuing the direction of Bing Shuang's departure without a moment's hesitation. He must not be allowed to escape. City Lord Toru Watanabe's voice was filled with fury, and Ichiro Takahashi hurriedly followed behind. Chapter 101, just in time. killing a few players. How did that manage to draw out the city lord? On the back of the rapidly flying Bing Shuang, Sumyubai sat on his throne with a frown, resting his chin on one hand, his eyes filled with a hint of confusion. That the city lord of Sichuan City would personally come out to pursue him was something he had not anticipated. Logically speaking, even if the Sakura Kingdom had issued a wanted order for him as an intruder, it shouldn't have warranted the city lord taking action personally right from the start, should it? This caused Sumyubai's calculations to fall short. With a 4-kilometer distance and a head start, Bing Shuang could shake off Ichiro Takahashi, but it was not certain he could shake off Toru Watanabe. Bing Shuang, who had been full of confidence, was now also growing somewhat anxious. Master, the guy who came out last, his speed is very fast, I know. Sumyubai turned to look at the rapidly approaching Toru Watanabe, his brows locked tightly. Before this person appeared, he had already put 4 kilometers of distance between them using Death Domain Leap, coupled with the fact that Bing Shuang started at maximum speed while the opponent had to accelerate from 0. Even so, in just 1 minute, Toru Watanabe had closed the distance to less than 1 kilometer. As for the city guard commander Ichiro Takahashi, he had not yet appeared in Sumyubai's line of sight. What kind of deep-seated hatred is this? Are they really going to bite down and not let go? Sumyubai quickly glanced at the map and said coldly, "Fly toward that small town to the east. Since you like to chase, then keep chasing." Sumyubai's goal was to use that small town to fish in troubled waters and make his escape. His aura had been hidden by Huijian. As long as he could disrupt the opponent's line of sight, he would have a chance to slip away. The undead army had already been retracted into the summoning space upon leaving, and those killed by the city guards had also been revived within the space. As long as he entered the town, retracted Bing Shuang, and summoned the undead legion to create chaos, he would have a high probability of escaping using the Death Domain Leap. Even if forced to the final step, Sumyubai still had Huijian's Sword Energy clone as his trump card. Thinking of this, his mind stirred. Catastrophe target, Shadow Chasing Sword Energy. Promote by 1 tier. Your temporary skill Shadow Chasing Sword Energy has had its power increased. Glancing quickly at the description of the Shadow Chasing Sword Energy, a cold sneer curled the corners of Sumyubai's mouth. The description had only changed by 3 characters. First, a trace of power became a wisp, and the combat power the Sword Energy clone could erupt with had been upgraded from legendary grade to mythical grade. I hope I don't need to use this. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Unless he was driven into a desperate situation, he didn't want to use his life-saving trump card so soon. Using it on the city lord of a tier 3 city would truly be a waste. However, after this experience, Sumyubai had a deeper understanding of the level of importance the Sakura Kingdom placed on him. It seemed he couldn't be so high-profile next time. At the very least, he couldn't stay too close to cities. Previously, he hadn't expected that a dignified city lord would chase after him like a mad dog. Did he kill his father or steal his wife? Was it really worth it? At the same time, Toru Watanabe's gaze was cold and sharp. Across the vast distance, he slashed a blade toward Bing Shuang. An invisible blade or carrying terrifying momentum arrived in an instant. Sumyubai instantly retracted Bing Shuang, and his figure vanished from where he stood. Death Domain Leap, swish. Just as he appeared, a second blade aura followed closely behind, but this strike, landing on Sumyubai, did not stir up a single ripple and vanished without a trace. Toru Watanabe was clearly stunned for a split second, then decisively sheathed his blade and continued the pursuit at his maximum speed. Soon, the distance between the two sides closed to less than 200 meters. Sumyubai's mind stirred, activating the curse aura attached to the crown of curses. A pale blue ring instantly swept across the high sky, and Toru Watanabe's speed noticeably dropped by a significant margin. Although it didn't reach the 30% level mentioned in the skill description, it still had half the effect. Bai Yi, you cannot escape, Toru Watanabe barked sharply. Even so, his speed was still faster than Bing Shuang's. But Sumyubai's methods naturally didn't end there. When his gaze landed on Toru Watanabe, the latter suddenly felt a sense of hair-raising dread. Death Gaze, 201870. Toru Watanabe instantly fell into a state of fear. Although the duration was very short, Bing Xuan used this opportunity to open up some distance. At the same time, a damage number more heaven-defying than the previous one popped up. 14. For billion. The moment the fierce state ended, Toru Watanabe's eyes regained clarity. A mouthful of blood suddenly overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and his pupils trembled violently. Impossible. How could you possibly be able to hurt me? The thoughts in Toru Watanabe's mind at this moment were exactly the same as Ichiro Takahashi's just a moment ago. System prompt. You have used Death Gaze on Toru Watanabe, the Lord of Sichuan City. It has been determined that your life level is higher than the target's. Listening to the system notification, the corners of Sumyubai's mouth curled up slightly. The value of the Death Sovereign was continuing to rise. Up until now, he had yet to encounter an enemy whose life level was higher than his own, with all his attributes reduced by 40%. Toru Watanabe's movement speed also dropped significantly. As the two engaged in a chase, Sumyubai took every opportunity to widen the distance whenever his death domain shift cooled down. Soon, the target town appeared within his line of sight. However, the situation there made Sumyubai's expression turn somewhat strange. Master, isn't that the bald feathered bird that was chasing us earlier? Bing Xuan's gloating voice rang out. Not far away, a dark feathered magic eagle was wreaking havoc in the town. Nearly half of the town had already been destroyed, with ruins and corpses scattered everywhere. There were no players present here yet, so those corpses belonged to the locals. At this very moment, the dark feathered magic eagle was picking up several people and swallowing them whole. The moment it saw Bing Xuan, it froze, and then a mix of rage and surprise erupted in its pupils. The next instant, the dark feathered magic eagle flapped its wings and took flight. Compared to these humans, it was clearly more interested in Bing Xuan. Just in time, Sumyubai's eyes lit up. Toru Watanabe, trailing behind, clearly noticed the presence of the dark feathered magic eagle as well, and his brows furrowed immediately. This beast again, in reality, given his strength, he was fully capable of serving as the lord of a level 2 main city. Even Ichiro Takahashi's strength far exceeded that of a commander of the city guards in a city of the same rank. It was precisely because of the dark feathered magic eagle in the vicinity of Sichuan City that they had been stationed here. Although this creature wasn't incredibly powerful, its speed was too fast, and ordinary experts had no way to deal with it. It was usually difficult to track the dark feathered magic eagle, but since they had encountered it today, they might as well finish it off. Thinking of this, a fierce glint flashed in the depths of Toru Watanabe's eyes, and his katana was suddenly unsheathed. He hadn't used his full strength in the previous 2 strikes. After all, Bai Yi was just a minor descender, but this strike was his full power attack after having his attributes reduced. The target was not just Bai Yi, but also included the dark feathered magic eagle. Screech. At the same time, the dark feathered magic eagle let out a shrill cry, spitting out 2 beams of energy. As its wings trembled, a sky full of sharp feathers rained down toward Sumyubai. But the next moment, the dark feathered magic eagle's pupils constricted sharply as it finally spotted Toru Watanabe, who was hot on Bing Xuan's heels. Its first thought was to flee, as it had clashed with him before and knew well that it was no match for him. But Sumyubai clearly wouldn't give it that chance. The moment their attacks converged from front and back, a pale gray light curtain emerged. In the next instant, Bing Xuan vanished into the light curtain, and the 2 attacks collided violently. The blade aura instantly severed the energy beams and slammed into the body of the dark feathered magic eagle. Even with his attributes reduced, Toru Watanabe's strength remained higher than that of the dark feathered magic eagle. After being struck, the eagle's initial urge to flee suddenly faded significantly, because it realized that Toru Watanabe had become weaker. Chapter 102, Leaving After the Deed. Hiding merit and fame. This move again. Toru Watanabe immediately searched for Sumyubai's figure, but found nothing. His gaze swept across the town below. His intuition told him that Bai Yi was among them. Just as he prepared to inspect more closely, the dark feathered magic eagle refused to let him be, having taken a hit but realizing it wasn't severely injured. The dark feathered magic eagle let out a screech and spread its wings to attack Toru Watanabe. Compared to Bing Xuan, it wanted revenge on this human even more right now. The reason the dark feathered magic eagle dared to take the initiative was not only because it discovered Toru Watanabe's strength had decreased, but also because it suddenly felt a surge of energy within its body. And this energy was causing it to ascend to a higher level. "Beast, you are courting death," Toru Watanabe shouted coldly. He swung his katana horizontally to block the eagle's attack, but felt a shock in his heart. This beast's strength had actually increased. Screech. Feeling its power growing stronger and stronger, the dark feathered magic eagle let out excited cries while launching a frenzied assault. For a time, Toru Watanabe was completely tied down and unable to focus on finding Sumyubai's whereabouts. In the chaotic town below, Sumyubai had already blended into the crowd of fleeing people, surrounded by ordinary townspeople. They were running frantically due to the sudden attack of the dark feathered magic eagle. They had no mind to pay attention to Sumyubai's presence. The moment the death curtain shifted, Sumyubai had tucked Ping Shuang into his mount space. Immediately after, he used Death Domain Shift to successfully blend into the crowd. Not only that, but before shifting, he had taken the opportunity to glance at the dark feathered magic eagle. It was precisely because of that glance that the dark feathered magic eagle's confidence had swelled, giving it the courage to go head-to-head with Toru Watanabe. Catastrophe target. Dark feathered magic eagle. Promote by 1 tier. That was everything that had happened in that brief moment. At this moment, the dark feathered magic eagle was already in the midst of evolution. It wouldn't take long for its strength to increase by an entire tier. For Toru Watanabe and Sichuan City, this was certainly not good news. High in the sky, the fierce battle between the two continued, and Toru Watanabe felt more and more alarmed as the fight dragged on. Why did it feel like this beast's power was constantly rising? At this moment, he could no longer spare any thought for Sumyubai and had to exert his full strength to deal with the enemy before him. In the flow of people below, Sumyubai turned his head to look at the battlefield in the sky and smiled slightly. This welcoming gift should be quite decent. I hope the Sakura Kingdom likes it. The next moment, his figure vanished from where he stood, disappearing from the edge of the town and entering a forest outside the city. 5 minutes later, a 5-colored light suddenly erupted from the body of the dark feathered magic eagle, and a terrifying force exploded over the town. The powerful shockwave forced Toru Watanabe back, and he exclaimed in shock, "Legendary grade, Screech." After evolving, the dark feathered magic eagle's body size surged to fold, and its original 2 heads had transformed into 5. 10 eyes flashing with cold light looked at Toru Watanabe playfully, their faces revealing a human-like, cruel smile. All these years, it was because of this human that its range of activity had been constantly compressed. Today, the time for revenge had finally arrived. Without the slightest hesitation, the dark feathered magic eagle launched a fierce attack directly at Toru Watanabe. Damn it! How could this beast suddenly evolve? Toru Watanabe's expression changed drastically as he erupted with all his power to defend with difficulty. Although he possessed the strength of the 8th rank, corresponding to a legendary grade creature, he was currently suffering from a 40% reduction in all attributes due to Sumyubai's death gaze, making him no match for the dark feathered magic eagle at all. City Lord. What happened? Where is Bai? Ichiro Takahashi finally caught up, but the scene before him left him feeling confused. Weren't they chasing an intruder? Why were they fighting this bold-headed bird? As his gaze swept over the dark feathered magic eagle, Ichiro Takahashi exclaimed, "Nani? How did this guy evolve? Bake, come and help. How can you still care about Bai right now? If we can't stop this guy, the entire Sichuan city will be finished." Toru Watanabe wiped the blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth and hissed a sharp command. Ichiro Takahashi was startled and immediately joined the battle, with the pressure significantly reduced. Toru Watanabe was finally able to find a moment to send out a distress signal. Further behind, the city guard troops galloped over, and the great battle between Sichuan City and the legendary grade boss, the dark feathered magic eagle, officially began. However, all of this had nothing to do with Sumyubai anymore. After helping the dark feathered magic eagle promote for free, he left silently, truly embodying the spirit of leaving after the deed is done, hiding his merit and fame. As for how things would develop from here, that was no longer his concern. Consecutively using Death Domain Leap, Sumyubai only summoned Frost again after he had traveled a great distance. Continuing toward the direction of Jingli City, the forbidden land of gods was vast, even for a small kingdom like the Sakura Kingdom. The span of the map was astonishing. At frost speed, it still took a long time to successfully arrive near Jingli City. Along the way, the two did not encounter any further unexpected situations. You have discovered Shifeng Mountain. Hearing the system notification, Sumyubai, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them. According to the information provided by the treasure map, the treasure chest was on this map. Sumyubai immediately signaled for Frost to lower its flight altitude and began searching in the direction indicated by the treasure map. At the same time, a thought crossed his mind, and he changed the XP distribution method. The wild monsters from before were to low level and couldn't provide much EXP for Frost, so he hadn't really thought about it for a moment. But this map was different. The various wild monsters on the ground were all above level 40. Even if Frost needed 100 times the XP to level up, killing these promoted bosses would allow it to level up quickly. However, before that, he needed to find the location of the treasure chest first. With the treasure map, it naturally didn't take much time, and soon Sumyubai discovered the location of the chest. Surprisingly, there were no guardian monsters around this dark gold great treasure chest. However, its position was also quite tricky. It was in a depression halfway up a cliff, and the surrounding area was overgrown with plants. If it weren't for the guidance of the treasure map, it is estimated that it would be very difficult for anyone to discover the treasure chest here. Death Domain leaped. After confirming that there were truly no guardian monsters, Sumyubai moved his mind and arrived directly in front of the chest. Discovered and unlocked dark gold great treasure chest. Do you wish to open it? Sumyubai refused directly. Dark gold grade was not what he wanted. Catastrophe target. Dark gold great treasure chest. Promote by 1 rank. The next moment, the treasure chest suddenly burst forth with tricolor light. The entire chest did not grow larger. Instead, it began to shrink slowly and obscure. Difficult to understand inscriptions appeared on the surface of the box. When the promotion ended and the system notification sounded again, the smile on Sumyubai's face froze. Discovered a locked epic great treasure chest. No, it clearly wasn't locked before. How did it get locked just by promoting it? Give me back my unlocked treasure chest. Chapter 103. Opening the epic great treasure chest bonus chapter. Sumyubai looked at the epic great treasure chest before him, feeling somewhat dumbfounded. A moment later, he discovered that after being upgraded to the epic grade, the treasure chest could actually be stored in his inventory. After checking the description of the treasure chest, he finally understood that what was needed to unlock an epic great treasure chest was not a key, but something called a space crystal. Epic great treasure chest locked state. Consume 36 space crystals to unlock. Young man, you don't mean to tell me you don't even have a mere 36 space crystals, do you? Looking at the description at the very bottom, the corners of Sumyubai's mouth twitched slightly. Official sarcasm is the most lethal. Forget about 36 space crystals. He didn't even know what this thing was. However, the name alone sounded like some kind of high-level material related to space. If it were any other player, they would have to give up at this point, either leaving the chest to open later or waiting until they returned to the Shenlong Empire to sell it. But who was Sumyubai? Although he was in the Sakura Kingdom, he had a worker. Sumyubai immediately took out his communicator and called Fujiishi directly. Boss, we really have a telepathic connection. I was just about to notify you that the auction is about to start. It's noon already. Sumyubai was slightly stunned. He looked up at the sun in the sky and only then realized that several hours had passed. Yeah, I was just about to enter the venue. Don't rush yet. Go and ask Jin Shengden for me what a space crystal is. If you can buy them, help me buy 36 of them first. Alright, wait for my news. Fujiishi did things efficiently and cleanly. In less than 5 minutes, he gave a reply. It turned out that space crystals were a type of high-level, universal material in the Forbidden Land of Gods. Their most widespread application was providing energy for the teleportation arrays in various cities. In addition to this, they can also be used to open high-tier treasure chests, upgrade spatial tents, and set up high-tier magic arrays. A single space crystal is worth 100 soul coins. High-tier items like these are generally not priced in gold coins. By the way, boss, this is the highest tier spatial tent from the EC auction house. Just make do with it for now. If there's a better one at the auction later, I'll buy it for you. Fujiishi said this while initiating a trade. You have completed a trade with Fujiishi through the God of Wealth contract, receiving high-tier spatial 10x1 and space crystal times 36. With Fujiishi's current net worth, he naturally couldn't afford 36 space crystals, but don't forget, Sumyubai's VIP card No. 7 comes with an interest-free loan of 10,000 soul coins. Furthermore, the soul crystal he put up for consignment is worth over 1 million soul coins. Alright, go ahead and attend the auction. Notify me if there's anything special. Oh, and I forgot to tell you last time. Try to buy as many ice-type and death-type materials as you can. Upon hearing this, the frost on Sumyubai's shoulder visibly brightened, and a pale blue energy unconsciously dripped from the corner of its mouth. Slurp. Fortunately, it sucked the energy back in immediately, otherwise, it could forget about staying on Sumyubai's shoulder for the rest of its life. It had already digested the materials dropped by the previous demonized Sea Serpent Emperor, but its level had only increased to 11. Although mythical-grade creatures are born with heaven-defying strength, the resources required for them to grow are far beyond imagination. If it weren't for the data-driven nature of the Myriad Worlds game, the growth of an ordinary dragon would be measured in millennia. However, for Sumyubai, these were clearly not problems. Once this auction ended, he would basically be able to bid farewell to his money troubles. Materials. He could eat as much as he wanted, buy epic, eat legendary, buy legendary, eat mythical. Was there any fear that Frost's level wouldn't keep up? After ending the communication, Sumyubai glanced at the 2 items he had just received. The exterior of the spatial tent looked very simple, just like a small single-person tent, but it held hidden mysteries inside. Possessing a vast amount of space, Sumyubai didn't check the attributes. He went straight to freeloading. Catastrophe. Promote by 1 tier. You have obtained top-tier spatial 10x1, top-tier spatial 10 spatial item. The interior contains 5 rooms and 2 halls, with an indoor area of 360 square meters. An 8-meter ceiling height, and 2 floors. Warm reminder, please be sure to choose a safe location when setting up the tent. Though it seems I don't really need to rest. Sumyubai rubbed his nose and shook his head with a smile. After all, it was a kind gesture from Fujiishi. Having it was better than not having it. Afterward, he took out the 36 space crystals. After glancing at the 3 options for catastrophe, he decisively chose to cancel. He didn't need them right now. It wouldn't be too late to upgrade them when the need arose. If he upgraded them now, what would he use to open the epic great treasure chest? With a thought, he took out the epic great treasure chest and brought the space crystals toward it. Confirm consuming 36 space crystals to open the treasure chest. Confirmed. The next moment, the 36 space crystals gradually turned into a faint, shimmering mass of energy, slowly merging into the treasure chest. Before long, a crisp unlocking sound echoed. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow and reached out to open the chest. Whoosh! A 3-colored light shot into the sky, signaling the birth of a treasure. However, this was a map for level 40 and above. There were no traces of players here, so naturally, no one noticed. The nearby wild monsters were also deterred by Frost's dragon aura and dared not approach at all. The light lasted for 3 seconds before dissipating, and the exquisite epic great treasure chest vanished along with it. In its place was a rustic ring. You have obtained the epic great item Ring of Luck. Ring of Luck. A sharp glint erupted in Sumyubai's eyes. He was just about to check the ring's attributes to see if it was what he imagined. But a sudden system announcement left him stunned for a long time. No way. Is it really that fierce? Chapter 104. The ambitious dark feather demon eagle, goddess of luck's blessing. Sakura Kingdom announcement. Jichuan City has been destroyed by the legendary grade boss Dark Feather Demon Eagle. Effective immediately. Teleportation fees are reduced to 0. Surviving players, please head to other cities for refuge on your own. Good luck to you all. Sakura Kingdom announcement. Following investigation, it is confirmed that this incident is related to the intruder Bai. The bounty on the Bai wanted poster has been increased by 100%. These 2 announcements instantly caused a sensation throughout the entire Sakura Kingdom. Nani, a city was destroyed so quickly. How could a legendary grade boss be related to Bai? Could it be that he can control bosses to attack our cities? How on earth did Bai Yi manage to do that? The reward increased by 100%. Wouldn't killing Bai Yi make us rich? If you knew Bai Yi's true strength, you wouldn't have that thought. Don't talk about a 100% increase, even if it were 10 times higher. The only thing you could pray for after meeting Bai Yi is whether you can survive. Is he really as strong as you say? Hey, I was killed by Bai Yi once. Do you know how much I lost? As players from Jichuan City teleported to other cities, the terror of Bai quickly spread throughout the Sakura Kingdom, summoning a legion of thousands of undead with a wave of his hand, every summon having question marks for stats, dealing 10-digit damage in a single strike. Every single detail was unbelievable, but many people had recorded videos at the time. When these videos were released, the players of the Sakura Kingdom fell silent. At this moment, they had only one thought in their minds: Bai Yi is simply not human. In the wilderness of Juyu City, Tsukuyomi no Mikoto stared at the 4.8 billion damage figure in the video. His pupils dilated to the size of saucers. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, counted the digits several times, looked at his own attribute panel, and unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Gulp. Ultimately, this possessor of an SSS-grade talent, the strongest existence among the Sakura players, silently unpinned the bounty information he had previously released. Hunt down Bai Yi. To hell with that. This guy is simply a monster. Only now did Tsukuyomi realize how ridiculous he had been. What on earth was he thinking before actually wanting to take the initiative to seek out this god of slaughter? How was that any different from courting death? Moreover, the penalty for being killed by that guy would be doubled. It was practically asking for an early grave. He had to admit that Bai Yi had completely transcended the ranks of ordinary players. The so-called wanted order wasn't even issued to players by the Sakura Kingdom, but by the true experts of each city. Now, Tsukuyomi could only pray in his heart that the local experts of the Sakura Kingdom would kill or drive away Bai Yi as soon as possible. Otherwise, the disadvantage for the Sakura Kingdom's players would only continue to grow. Kai-kun, in such a short time, how on earth did you come to possess such terrifying strength? With a pale complexion, Tsukuyomi muttered to himself, his heart filled with extreme curiosity regarding Bai Yi's talent. What kind of talent could allow a player who had just entered the game to reach such a level in just a few short days? Shifeng Mountain, cliffside. Bai listened to the system announcements looping in his ears, momentarily stunned. No way. Is the dark feather demon eagle really that fierce? Although he had considered the possibility of such a situation, Bai hadn't actually held much hope. After all, with teleportation arrays in existence, experts from other cities in the Sakura Kingdom could provide support at any time. Who could have imagined that the dark feather demon eagle would be so effective, actually managing to destroy Sichuan City? The Sakura players might never realize, even in death, that the reason Sichuan City was destroyed was simply because Bai had glanced at the dark feather demon eagle amidst the crowd. It was that understated glance that caused an epic grade boss to suddenly evolve into a legendary grade 1. Rubbing his chin, Bai looked at the name Huayan in his friends list. The fact that Sichuan City could be breached must have had something to do with Huayan. Although he didn't know what this guy was trying to do by coming to the Sakura Kingdom, his presence would definitely make every city feel insecure. Under such circumstances, it made sense that they couldn't spare the forces to support Sichuan City. If that's the case, it seems I should bring more high-level bosses to visit the cities of the Sakura Kingdom in the future. A smile played on the corners of Bai's mouth as he formed a few ideas in his mind. However, having had the experience of being pursued by Watanabe Tor previously, he wouldn't be so high-profile next time. The current priority was to collect 5.0 points of soul power, open the Death Codex, and resolve the issue of advancement. As for destroying cities, there was plenty of time. He could take his time playing with the little Sakura players. Thinking of this, Bai checked the data of the Death Codex. Current soul points, 3,258.69. Consume 5.0 soul points, and you will gain the third opportunity to open the Death Codex. Not much left now. A sharp glint flashed in Bai's eyes. Once abroad, collecting soul points was indeed fast. It had only been half a day, and he was already more than halfway there. Even if he didn't launch large-scale attacks on cities from here on out, he should be able to meet the requirement very soon, aiming to receive the advancement quest today. Having set a small goal, Sumyubai finally turned his gaze to the ring in his hand, a smile appearing on his face involuntarily. Just as he had imagined, this ring could indeed increase luck. However, the epic grade was not Sumyubai's final harvest. The items opened from treasure chests could still be upgraded once more for free. Who could have guessed that this harvest initially came from nothing more than a silver grade treasure chest? The ultimate nesting doll, nothing more than this. Cataclysm. Target, lucky ring. Upgrade by 1 tier. Sublimating to the 2nd tier required 100 million soul coins, even with wealthy over the world managing the funds. It would take some time to earn such a massive fortune. As for the 3rd tier of Cataclysm, it required a full 100,000 years of lifespan. You have obtained the legendary grade item Blessing of the Goddess of Luck. Blessing of the Goddess of Luck ring. Accessor level 0 to 4 legendary grade item durability. 1000/1000s. 1. Luck Kung 302. Main attribute Kung 10%. 3. When taking damage, there is a certain chance to trigger an immunity effect, which can be triggered at most once every 60 seconds. Skills. 1. Blessing of the Goddess of Luck. Active skill. After activation, luck value increases by 100% for 30 seconds. Cooldown is 1 hour. This is a ring blessed by the Goddess of Luck. Wear it, and you shall possess good fortune. This legendary grade item, quite rarely, had no equipment requirements, and its maximum level could reach to 140. It instantly became the highest grade piece of equipment he owned. Aside from the Death Codex, Sumyubai decisively put on the ring, then took a piece of parchment out of his inventory. Chapter 105. Using the favor of the Goddess of Fate. The moment he put on the ring, a system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears. Your hidden attribute luck has been activated. Luck 32. Looking at the number 32, Sumyubai couldn't help but curl his lip. So, my luck was only 2 points before. All this time, he hadn't felt that his drop rate was low. Now it seemed it was entirely due to the first kill bonuses. If he hadn't had the first kill buffs, with only 2 points of luck, he probably wouldn't have had any good harvests. But now, with the blessing of the Goddess of Luck, the days of being a non-chief unlucky person were gone forever. Rubbing the ring, Sumyubai moved his mind. Blessing of the Goddess of Luck. The next moment, the ring flashed with a rich, pearlescent white light. You have used Blessing of the Goddess of Luck. For the next 30 seconds, your luck value will increase to 64 points. Sumyubai took a deep breath and slowly tore open the parchment in his hand. Let me have a taste of what it's like to be a lucky dog. This parchment was none other than Goddess of Fate's favor from the wealthiest merchant in the world, a mythical grade item. Once the parchment was completely torn, it instantly burst into flames. The surrounding space distorted slightly, and a die slowly condensed into existence. There were no numbers or markings on the die. Although it looked exceptionally simple, it gave off a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. Sumyubai focused his mind, and the die immediately began to spin rapidly. 3 seconds later, the die slowly came to a stop, but the number engraved on the top face left Sumyubai somewhat dumbfounded. Wait, how can a 6-sided die roll this number? He saw that on the face pointing upward, a 2-digit number was slowly emerging. Yes, a 2-digit number. Congratulations on rolling a 93. You will receive a mythical grade reward. Is the maximum 100? I didn't expect that even with 64 points of luck, I wouldn't hit the maximum. Sumyubai murmured, but fortunately, it's still a mythical grade reward, so that should be enough. As he spoke, a look of anticipation appeared on his face. For Sumyubai, as long as this reward was a tangible object rather than a direct stat boost, it meant he could freeload it into an upgrade to the Saint Extinction grade. Though only a few seconds had passed, Sumyubai felt as if it had been a very long time. The die flickered with a fluorescent glow and slowly transformed into a book the size of a palm. Seeing the somewhat familiar pattern on the book, Sumyubai's heart suddenly skipped a beat. No way! As the light dissipated and the book fell, Sumyubai hurriedly reached out to catch it. You have obtained the skill book God level appraisal. Why did it have to be this thing? Looking at the pattern formed by inscriptions, Sumyubai felt deeply disappointed for a moment. He had wanted to learn appraisal back then just for convenience. So, he wouldn't have to find someone else to appraise gear every time he looted something. But now that his mythical grade reward turned out to be appraisal as well, it was essentially a waste. God level appraisal is still just appraisal, isn't it? It didn't help his combat power at all. Sigh. What a letdown. Sumyubai sighed and focused his mind. Cataclysm, target, God level appraisal. Despite his disappointment, Sumyubai didn't forget to freeload. This time, no options appeared, because advancing one tier was the limit of the God-forbidden land. The God-level appraisal flashed with 9-colored light. A moment later, the light faded, and the system notification sounded once again. You have obtained the Saint Extinction Grade Special Item Mystic Heaven Appraisal Mirror, HMM. Sumyubai keenly noticed that the item description had changed from a skill book to an item. He hurriedly opened the details to inspect it. Mystic Heaven Appraisal Mirror. Saint Extinction Grade Special Item after use. You will comprehend a series of skills and become the new generation's appraisal saint. Minimum usage requirement, Grandmaster Appraiser. How much you can comprehend from this depends entirely on your comprehension. Appraisal Saint. The corners of Sumyubai's mouth twitched slightly. Who in their right mind would use such a title? However, he was quite interested in the description of a series of skills for the profession of an appraiser. What other skills could there be besides appraisal? And fortunately, the Mystic Heaven Appraisal Mirror had a minimum usage requirement, and his sub-profession title was still a long way from being a Grandmaster Appraiser. After Advanced Appraiser came Master, then Grandmaster, and only then was it Grandmaster Appraiser. If it were any other player, even if they obtained the Mystic Heaven Appraisal Mirror, they wouldn't be able to use it for a very long time. But Sumyubai only needed to buy a Grandmaster level appraisal skill and then freeload and upgrade. It was just that Grandmaster level appraisal wasn't exactly easy to buy either. Tossing the Mystic Heaven Appraisal Mirror into his inventory, Sumyubai had no intention of selling this item. A Saint Extinction grade item was not something that could fetch its true value at the Donghai City auction house. Even if he eventually decided to sell it, he would have to wait until the capital of the Shenlong Empire opened. With his goal for this trip achieved, Sumyubai raised his hand to toss out Frost, and his figure vanished simultaneously. Although Goddess of Fate's favor didn't yield something to boost his combat power, he had obtained Goddess of Luck's blessing. So this trip could still be considered a fruitful one. Furthermore, as a Saint Extinction grade special item, the Mystic Heaven Appraisal Mirror certainly wouldn't be simple. The next moment, Frost returned to its full size and flapped its wings, flying up to the cliff. Comprehension. Is that another hidden attribute? Thinking of the final description of the Mystic Heaven Appraisal Mirror, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. The Myriad Worlds game was a real world. To truly step into the ranks of top-tier experts, there were still many hidden things that players needed to explore and unearth for themselves. Fly toward Jingli City first, but don't get too close. Be careful. Sumyubai gave the order, and Frost understood immediately. Next, he needed to find some little Sakura players to collect his 5,000 soul points. And for the players in Jingli City, the dark times had officially begun. 2 hours later, inside Jingli City. Damu, are you planning to leave the city? What's wrong? Shouldn't we get out of the city to level up as soon as possible? I told you to check the chat channel more often, but you never listen. What else can you do on the chat channel besides wasting time? Baiyi has appeared near Jingli City. Everyone who has been leveling up outside during this time has been killed by him. Nani? Didn't the city lords send people to capture him? Of course they did. But that guy is like a loach. He's impossible to catch. How does that Waxia saying go? Right. Baiyi is fighting a guerrilla war now. Hit and run. Barely 2 hours after Sumyubai made his move, such conversations could be heard everywhere in Jingli City. The players of the entire Jingli City were so terrified by his killings that they didn't dare to leave the city to level up anymore. Those who had made money previously chose to teleport away to develop in other cities the moment they learned of Baiyi's appearance. But the majority were ordinary players who couldn't even afford the teleportation fees. With the video released by the players in Sichuan City, there is no longer a single player in the entire Sakura country who harbors the delusion of taking down Baiyi. They can now only pin their hopes on the city guards catching Baiyi as soon as possible. Otherwise, if things continue like this, even their basic livelihood will be impossible to guarantee. Sumyubai does not need to rest or eat, but others do. And these things, of course, are not free. Chapter 106. Invitation to the Divine Dragon Palace Trial Bonus Chapter. Master, those descenders don't seem to be leaving the city anymore. How about we charge over, kill a wave, and run? More than 10 kilometers outside Jingli City, Frost hovered in midair, scanning the area below with an eager tone. Kill your head. Sumyubai rolled his eyes. Have you forgotten how we were chased relentlessly before? For the past 2 hours, he hadn't summoned his undead legion. Instead, he had been riding Frost, randomly clearing out the leveling zones around Jingli City. With Frost's spell power, a single low-tier ice-type AO spell cast while flying over was enough to instantly kill a whole area. To avoid being intercepted by the city guards, he had been careful not to get too close. And every time he switched locations, he chose them completely at random. But for the last 10 minutes or so, he hadn't even seen a single little sakura in the wild. Sumyubai understood that it must be because the news had spread, and those guys were too afraid to leave the city. As for his soul points, he was still 1/10 away from reaching 5. Forget it. There's no need to take risks right now. Sumyubai gazed at the distant Jingli City, ultimately shaking his head. He opened the map to take a look and continued. Fly east. There's a tier 3 city over there, and it's not very far. All right. Frost sighed with some disappointment, flapped its wings, and flew toward the east at high speed. As the Frost Dragon came, it felt that the previous experience of being hunted was quite thrilling. Unfortunately, since its master didn't want to take risks, it had no choice but to give up. Although Sumyubai had left, the players in Jingli City were unaware of this. The city guards had already been mobilized in large numbers, but since they hadn't received any news of Baiyi being killed or captured for a long time, they still didn't dare to leave the city. And even more unlucky than these people were the players who had just spent gold coins to teleport from Jingli City to the tier 3 city that Sumyubai was about to head toward. The fees for teleportation arrays are determined by the distance. The further the destination, the higher the price. Therefore, the number of players teleporting to this tier 3 city was the highest. Beep, beep, beep. During the flight, Sumyubai's communicator rang, and the voice of Fujiishi came through. Boss, the grand finale item of this auction has just come up. Wasn't the Soul Fate Crystal the finale item? Sumyubai was slightly surprised. No, the Soul Fate Crystal was only the second to last item. The final transaction price was 2.38 million soul coins. I have to say, that guy Jin Shenkian has incredible eloquence. Fujiishi shook his head and continued. I'm even tempted to see if I can poach him. Heh, do as you see fit. Sumyubai smiled. With the combination of promotion and God of Wealth, it wasn't impossible to poach someone from the East Sea auction house. He was more concerned about the finale item that Fujiishi mentioned. What exactly is the finale item? Are you having trouble deciding? How should I put it? Fujiishi paused, then continued. Are you free right now? Why don't you take a look yourself? That works. Sumyubai tapped his toes, signaling Frost to fly more steadily, and then opened the video communication. Fujiishi was currently sitting in box 007. Once connected, he immediately switched the view to the auction stage. The auctioneer on stage was none other than Jin Shenkian. He held the auction hammer in one hand and rested the other on the podium, constantly spouting lines designed to stimulate spending. The image and specific information of the finale item were already displayed on the large screen behind him. It was a golden card with a metallic texture, and intricate inscriptions converged on the card to form a winding divine dragon. A true Eastern divine dragon, not a dragon like Frost. Invitation to the Divine Dragon Palace Trial Special Item. Possessing this will grant you the opportunity to go to the Divine Dragon Palace to participate in the trial. On stage, Jin Shenkian had finished stirring up the crowd's emotions and shouted, I believe everyone here is well aware of the value of this invitation. So, without further ado, let's begin the bidding. The starting price is 1.5 million soul coins, and each increment must be no less than 20,000 soul coins. A fierce bidding war immediately broke out on the floor. Anyone with enough soul coins seemed to want to win this invitation. But Sumyubai lost interest as soon as he saw it. He had learned from Shichuji that the minimum requirement to join the Divine Dragon Palace was Tier 3. And that was only for someone like him who possessed a sovereign class profession. For an ordinary person, it would require at least Tier 5 or even Tier 6 or higher. No need to watch. This thing is useless for now. Sumyubai spoke slowly. Fujiixiangxia hurriedly switched the video back and laughed. I thought you would be interested. Sumyubai shook his head. Let's talk about the gains from this time instead. Aside from this invitation, there aren't any other special items worth noting. But there are quite a few soul fate stones. Fujiixiangxia summarized the gains while initiating a trade. The auction items couldn't be collected until the auction ended. So what he was trading now were just 10 backpacks. Boss, if you don't mind, it's easier to trade with larger backpacks. Sumyubai nodded slightly and directly promoted 5 of them before returning them to Fujiixiangxia. As for the remaining 5, he looked at the cost and decisively chose Catastrophe. You have lost 100 Ds of lifespan. You have obtained Supreme Spatial Backpack by 5. Supreme Spatial Backpack contains 0 slots of space. Catastrophe trait. Automatic looting within a 200-meter radius. The range can be stacked. 100 Ds of lifespan, exchanged for 0 slots of backpack space, plus automatic looting with a full 1-kilometer radius. Sumyubai felt it was well worth it. The reason he was suddenly willing to spend his lifespan on a tool like the Catastrophe Backpack was simply because Fujiixiangxia had achieved excellent results at the auction. With the promotion as his backing, at this auction, apart from the soul stone Sumyubai had consigned, Fujiixiangxia had directly snapped up every other soul stone available. Even if the price was a bit high, it didn't matter. Once the auction concluded, Sumyubai would be able to obtain a pile of low-level soul stones and hundreds of mid-level ones. More importantly, there were dozens of high-level soul stones. And this was merely a monthly auction in East Sea City. Next, Fujiixiangxia would head to other major cities to continue attending the upcoming auctions. Due to considerations regarding passenger traffic, the auctions among the 10 major Tier 1 cities were not scheduled to take place at the same time. With Fujiixiangxia handling the business side of things, Sumyubai was completely liberated. It wouldn't take long before he would possess enough lifespan to use Catastrophe Master. Before Fujiixiangxia could even initiate the trade, Frost suddenly spoke up. Sumyubai chuckled, amused. Don't worry. There will be no shortage of materials for you. No, Master. I meant to say that there is prey again. Upon hearing this, Sumyubai's eyes lit up. He looked through the gaps in Frost's skeletal frame, and a smile immediately curled at the corners of his mouth. Once I finish slaughtering the little Sakura people around this city, I will have enough soul points. Chapter 107, a new title leader. Do you think Bai will slaughter his way here? Shut your crow's mouth and focus on leveling up. Hearing his team members' words, the leader glared at him and said in a deep voice, the teleportation has already drained all our money. If we don't grind more today, we won't even have a place to sleep tonight. Sigh, it's all that Bai's fault. Out of so many cities in the Sakura Kingdom, why did he have to come to Jingli City? Below, a small team of over a dozen people was grinding monsters miserably, occasionally letting out complaints. They had been on the verge of catching up to the vanguard. But who would have thought they would run into Bai, only to be sent back to square one overnight? Not only did their levels drop from 8 back to 6, but they also lost a full 20 years of lifespan. Who could they even reason with about this, as they were grinding? One team member looked up to drink a potion, but his eyes suddenly widened, his pupils trembling violently as if he had seen something terrifying. Bai, Baka, I told you to shut your crow's mouth. The leader glared angrily, but before he could finish his sentence, he felt the surrounding temperature plummet. The next moment, everything went black before his eyes, and he collapsed to the ground. Frost had simply flown over the heads of these little Sakura people and casually cast a blizzard, sending them back to the city for free. Soul extraction effective, soul points come 0. 1 times 14 soul extraction effective, soul points come 1. Listening to the system notifications, Sumyubai was slightly stunned. There were only 17 of them in total. Yet 3 of them died after just 1 kill. Were there really that many short-lived ghosts in this team? However, this was a good thing for him. The more short-lived ghosts there were, the higher the soul points he could extract. At the same time, the catastrophe trait of the backpack took effect, and the items dropped by these Sakura players automatically flew into Sumyubai's backpack. A pile of scrap metal. Sumyubai glanced at them and stopped paying attention. Once the backpack was nearly full, he could just freeload it all at once and hand it over to Fujiishi to process. What he needed to do now was to hunt as many Sakura players as possible before the news spread widely. Hurry up and get to work. Frost received the order and flapped its wings, beginning to hunt around the perimeter of this Tier 3 city. As long as any Sakura player appeared in its line of sight, not a single one could escape the fate of death. Soon, news of Bai's rampant slaughter in the vicinity spread throughout the city. The resurrection hall was packed, and the vast majority of people were pale-faced and trembling. They're dead. Our leader is really dead. How are we supposed to play like this? I died the moment I saw that frost dragon. Amaterasu Omikami. Why is this happening? I spent all my savings to escape from Jingli City to here. Why did Bai come so quickly? 2 people died in our team. What about yours? 1. We lost 2 as well. Sigh. Losing 20 years of lifespan every time you're killed by Bai is too terrifying. I only have 16 years left. What am I supposed to do? What are the city guards even doing? Why hasn't Bai been captured after slaughtering his way all the way from Chuan City to here? The players complained, filled with despair and fear, and the city guards in the small city quickly took action. But they had no way of finding Sumyubai's exact location. Often, when he was spotted in the east, he would appear in the west the next time. With Hygiene helping Sumyubai hide his aura, the people of the Sakura Kingdom had no way to track his specific location from a distance. If they wanted to find him, they could only use their eyes. And under Sumyubai's direction, Frost's movements had no pattern whatsoever. It would never stay on one map for more than a minute. Its next appearance would often span a varying distance. As the news spread, the players grinding outside the city panicked and began to return to the city. Before long, this city became just like Jingli City, with no one daring to leave the city to grind anymore. As for the players in Jingli City, they didn't dare to leave the city either, even before the news had reached them. Master, the people here are reacting much faster than in the previous city. Frost extinguished 2 teams with a single breath of dragon fire, its voice tinged with a hint of confusion. The players in this city had returned to the city significantly faster. It hadn't been long, and it was already difficult to encounter any more Descender teams in the wild. It's fine. It will be enough soon. Sumyubai smiled indifferently, watching his soul points nearing 5-0. A sharp glint flashed deep in his eyes. At this moment, he also realized why there were so many short-lived ghosts among the little Sakura people here. This is because a portion of them had just teleported over from Jingli City, spending money to travel such a long distance, only to end up delivered right into his hands. One wonders what they must be thinking. Thinking of this, the corners of Sumyubai's mouth curled upward. If it weren't for these short-lived wretches, the time he would need to harvest soul points would have been even longer. This time, Frost flew for several minutes before finding a team that hadn't returned to the city yet. They likely hadn't noticed the chat channel, and therefore were still unaware of the news regarding Sumyubai's appearance. Leader. Look, what is that? A dragon, a giant dragon. The appearance of Frost immediately drew the attention of the team members, and everyone's gaze was pulled toward it. The moment the leader looked up, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted at once. Run, that's Bai's mount. However, escape was merely a delusion. As Frost's wings trembled, sharp ice spikes filled the sky and descended like a torrential downpour. In an instant, the entire team was wiped out. Soul harvesting effective. Soul points Kung 0. Soul harvesting effective. Soul points Kung 1. Soul harvesting effective. Soul points Kung 0. Your soul points have reached the maximum limit. A series of system notifications rang out, and a smile immediately appeared on Sumyubai's face. Finally, it's enough. However, the system notifications did not end there. Your kill count has exceeded 100. You have obtained the title 100-Man Slayer. 100-Man Slayer. Sumyubai was slightly stunned. How could his kill count be only 100? It had already surpassed 10,000 a long time ago. But then he immediately realized. This 100 men must refer to those who were truly and permanently killed by him. In the eyes of the world game, as long as one could still be resurrected, it didn't count as killing. Sumyubai felt a chill in his heart. Looking at it this way, there should be titles like 1,000 Manslayer and 10,000 Manslayer as well. He wondered to what extent he could upgrade this title while in the Sakura Kingdom. Just as Sumyubai was preparing to inspect his new title, a sharp shout came from behind. Bai is here, chase him. Don't let him get away. A flight squad of the city guards was lucky enough to spot Sumyubai's trail. But the next moment, as a pale gray light curtain flashed, Frost vanished from the spot instantly. Sumyubai did not appear in the sky. Instead, he transferred directly to the ground, followed by a death domain leap to widen the distance again, disappearing from the city guard's field of vision. He didn't have time to play with these people right now. Seizing the time to start his advancement quest was the top priority. Chapter 108, The Gifted Advancement Quest, 5,000 Years of Lifespan. More than 10 minutes later, Sumyubai found a relatively remote map and steered Frost into its depths. After casually clearing out the dozens of wild monsters in the vicinity, he finally inspected his brand new title, 100 Manslayer. When wearing this title, attack power, spell power is increased by 10% compared to Peerless. The effect was hardly worth mentioning. However, this title could increase spell power, so once he had killed enough people, it would certainly come in handy. Sumyubai closed the title panel with a thought. The inscription on the back of his left hand glowed with a gray light. The next moment, the death scripture condensed into existence. I wonder if it's a new skill or an advancement quest. Sumyubai murmured to himself. He hoped it was the latter. Skills could be learned later, but advancement was naturally better the sooner it happened. Taking a deep breath, Sumyubai slowly opened the death scripture. The gray-white pages spread open, filled with complex and ancient mysterious inscriptions. As Sumyubai focused his gaze on the death scripture, these inscriptions began to flow. A moment later, the inscriptions detached from the pages, transforming into a stream of information that surged into the center of Sumyubai's brow. In an instant, that vast and boundless power of death descended once again. After a long while, the death scripture closed automatically, turning back into a stream of light that attached itself to the back of Sumyubai's left hand. At the same time, a system notification rang in Sumyubai's ears. You have accepted the advancement quest. Death approaches. Death approaches. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow before he could even check the quest objectives. A series of system notifications followed in quick succession. Congratulations. You have completed the advancement quest. Your XP cap has been increased. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching level 30. All 4 attributes come 1. Skill points come 1. Free attribute points come 15. Congratulations to player Bai for breaking through to the 2nd tier. Based on your class, you have received 450 free attribute points. Congratulations to player Bai for breaking through to the 2nd tier. Your compatibility with the Death Sovereign class has increased, unlocking a portion of the class's power. Power is currently merging. Please wait patiently. Sumyubai was left completely dumbfounded by this series of system notifications. Wait, I haven't even looked at the advancement quest yet, and it's already completed. Could it be that I'm actually a cheater? At this moment, even Sumyubai felt a sliver of doubt about whether he was using cheats. Just as he was preparing to examine everything carefully, his expression suddenly changed as he thought of a problem. Without the slightest hesitation, Sumyubai used Death Veil followed by Death Domain Leap, instantly moving to kilometers away from his original position. That wasn't all. He waved his hand to summon Frost and sat down on the throne. We need to leave here immediately. Being in a foreign land, and with the status of an invader, he couldn't afford to be careless. The first time he opened the death scripture, the suddenly descending power of death had attracted Shichuji. The reason the other party didn't come the second time was because they had already reached an agreement. Although he was currently very far from the main city of the Sakura Kingdom. What if this were to attract a terrifying existence like Shichuji? The loss would outweigh the gain. Therefore, Sumyubai would rather waste some time to get far away and find a safer place. Between time and his life, the latter was clearly more important. During the transfer, Sumyubai's communicator also rang. Boss, I have to trouble you again." The voice of Fujiya Changjia, carrying a hint of excitement, came through the communicator. The EC auction had clearly concluded, and he had secured all the auction items. Sumubai looked back, sensing nothing unusual, and finally let out a sigh of relief. He spoke, "Hand them over." The two quickly completed the trade, and a pile of soul stones and materials instantly appeared in Sumubai's inventory. The former needed no explanation, while the latter were rations for Frost, quite a lot. Sumubai smiled slightly and immediately used his ability to upgrade all the materials for free. You have obtained epic grade materials times 1125. You have obtained legendary grade materials times 96. You have obtained mythical grade materials times 8. As soon as the materials were retrieved, Frost's soul fire flared with excitement. "Master, give them to me quickly. I want them. Shut up. Speak properly next time, or don't even think about eating." Hearing this, 3 black lines appeared on Sumubai's forehead, and his eyebrow couldn't help but twitch slightly. However, he still tossed all the materials to Frost. After all, it was his own mount. He couldn't really deny it food just because of one sentence, could he? Frost's eyes lit up, and it swallowed everything in one gulp. Even though the creature was nothing but hollow, wind-leaking bones, there was no telling where it stored all those materials. Regardless, this didn't stop it from being able to level up rapidly once it finished digesting them. Ignoring the satisfied Frost, Sumubai turned his attention to the soul stones in his inventory. Catastrophe. Since the greatest benefit came from free upgrades, Sumubai chose to upgrade everything by 1 tier. You have obtained intermediate soul stones times 1867. You have obtained advanced soul stones times 329. You have obtained soul crystals times 41. Looking at so many soul stones of varying grades, even Sumubai couldn't help but gasp. An intermediate soul stone increased lifespan by 120 days, an advanced soul stone by 1 year, and a soul crystal could directly increase lifespan by 100 years, added together. These soul crystals alone could increase his lifespan by a full 5,000 years. For any human from Blue Star, it would be impossible to remain indifferent when faced with such a number. But Sumubai resisted the urge to use them all and traded the soul stones back to Fujiya Changjia. Upon receiving the upgraded items, the latter's breathing became ragged. "Don't worry, boss. I have already begun the preparations for establishing the Chamber of Commerce. The auction house in a single city certainly can't handle this much stock. Give me some time, and I will send people to sweep through the auction houses of every city in the Divine Dragon Empire. I look forward to your good news." Sumubai nodded slightly. With this SS-grade talent god of wealth, even if Fujiya Changjia were a complete waste, he could still perform well in business. What's more, Fujiya Changjia was no waste. Although Sumubai hadn't had much contact with him, he had an intuition that the man was a master of commerce. "By the way, boss, these skill books should be useful to you. The startup capital is already sufficient, so you should use them yourself." Fujiya Changjia opened the trade window again and placed several skill books inside. Sumubai's eyes lit up, and he immediately completed the trade. You have obtained advanced skill books times 8. Catastrophe. Target. Advanced skill book. To Sumubai's surprise, there were no options this time either. It seemed that upgrading an advanced skill book by 1 tier was already the limit. You have obtained perfect skill books times 8. Sumubai still remembered that upgrading a basic skill book to a perfect skill book required a full 10 years of lifespan. One could imagine just how precious this item was. Chapter 109, Perfect Skill Book. Death Sovereign Class Bonus. Bonus Chapter, Perfect Skill Book. After use, you can select one skill and upgrade it directly to max level. It can be applied to skills up to SSS grade. An extremely rare treasure, it is difficult to find even in the entire God-forbidden land. The effect of the Perfect Skill Book left Sumubai dumbfounded. He never expected that the leap after upgrading an advanced skill book by 1 tier would be so massive. With the Perfect Skill Book, he would never have to worry about skill points ever again. Looking at the 8 Perfect Skill Books in his inventory, Sumubai smiled. Rare in the entire God-forbidden land, for him. As long as he had advanced skill books, couldn't he have as many as he wanted from now on? As long as Sumubai learned a skill, he could upgrade it to max level immediately. However, He wasn't in a rush to use them. He planned to wait until his class powers had finished merging before allocating them. After giving Fujiya Changxia a few instructions, Sumyubai ended the communication. Frost flew for another hour before landing in a valley filled with thick black fog. You have discovered Black Fog Valley. This should be safe enough. Looking at the environment of Black Fog Valley, Sumyubai nodded in satisfaction and rode Frost straight inside. After clearing out a safe perimeter, Sumyubai immediately reviewed the previous information. Only when he saw the requirements for the advancement quest did he finally have a moment of realization. Death Approach Advanced Quest. To truly embark on the path of the Death Sovereign, the first thing you must do is bring yourself as close to death as possible. Precisely control your HP from full down to 1 point. From the moment your HP begins to drop, the process must not exceed 5 seconds. If it does, you must start over. Higher than 1 HP, and you cannot reach the maximum proximity to death. Lower than 1 HP, and you will truly die. Please use every means possible to complete this challenge as quickly as possible. Break through your current limits. Make yourself more compatible with the Death Sovereign class, and unlock more class powers. Quest completed. Looking at the full quest description, Sumyubai couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. The difficulty of this advancement quest was undeniably high. To precisely control one's HP down to a single point within a mere 5 seconds, any other player would have needed to try countless times using various methods. Moreover, the risk of dying during this process was extremely high. You must know that in the 10,000 Worlds game, dying once not only results in a level drop but also a loss of at least 10 years of lifespan. Therefore, the number of actual attempts a player can make is extremely limited. The true path to completing this quest should be to find a powerhouse capable of precisely controlling their attack intensity. Only with the help of such a powerhouse can one have a chance to complete this quest quickly. The difficulty of the quest lies in how to get such a powerhouse to help. But for Sumyubai, this quest was practically a freebie. Who told him that due to unknown factors, his maximum health was permanently stuck at just 1 point? The moment the quest began, it had already ended. I really didn't expect that having a permanent single point of health would have this benefit. Sumyubai looked at his 1/1 health points and couldn't help but laugh out. Although, even if he didn't have only 1 health point, he could still have completed this quest. He would just need to find Huijian. At worst, he would have to pay some ancient gold coins. Now that the wealthy merchant guild was already up and running, ancient gold coins were just a number to Sumyubai, who possessed catastrophe. However, Sumyubai was still very happy to save some trouble. After all, who knew where Huijian had gone off to? After reviewing the quest, Sumyubai continued to look through the system notifications. 450 points of free attributes. That's equivalent to doubling the free attribute points I gained from leveling up previously. Looking at the 465 free attribute points that had appeared on his panel, Sumyubai didn't even hesitate and added them all to Spirit. With more and more high-tier equipment on his body, he no longer needed to add agility points separately. The all-attribute bonuses from his equipment were already sufficient. Why hasn't the fusion finished yet? More than an hour had passed since he completed the quest, and Sumyubai could feel the energy within his body slowly strengthening. But the fact that it hadn't finished fusing after so long made him secretly anxious. Mainly, he wanted to see just how much of an improvement a tier to Death Sovereign would have. After waiting anxiously for another half hour, the system notification sound he had been longing for finally rang out. Power fusion complete. Congratulations to player Baiyi for officially breaking through to a tier to professional. Part of the Death Sovereign's power has been unlocked. Your professional bonuses have changed. Click to view details. You have learned the new skill Life Sharing. The original skill Lifelink has been overwritten. You have learned the new skill Death Summoning. The original skill Summoning Amplification has been overwritten. You have obtained a one-time skill conversion privilege. You may convert a designated skill into a Death Sovereign professional skill, and the original skill will be overwritten. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to break through to Tier 2. Rewards: main attribute come 100, skill points come 50, intermediate soul stones come 50. Note: a Blue Star region announcement is about to be made. In an instant, Sumyubai suddenly felt his body filled with power. He couldn't help but clench his fists. Is this really a feeling that a magic-type professional should have? Filled with doubt and speculation, Sumyubai clicked on the details of his professional bonuses. 1. Having officially stepped onto the path of the Death Sovereign, your all-attribute bonus coefficient has increased to 5, and you gain 25 free attribute points every time you level up. The first point was not too unexpected. Sumyubai even felt it didn't quite match the prestige of a Death Sovereign, but the next point made his eyes widen. 2. Having officially stepped onto the path of the Death Sovereign, you can equip any type of gear and use any type of weapon. Before advancing, although his profession was Death Sovereign, he actually still belonged to the Necromancer series of professions, so he could only equip cloth armor and use staves. After advancing, this restriction was completely removed, which also meant he would no longer be a purely cloth armor professional. Now that's more like the stature of a Death Sovereign. Sumyubai nodded with satisfaction, while at the same time, a trace of doubt arose in his heart. Currently, all his skills were related to spell power and the spirit attribute. This point didn't seem to offer much of an improvement. After all, cloth armor provided the greatest boost in these areas, and other weapons were not suitable for him. When he saw the third point, the doubt in his heart vanished into thin air. Numb. He was completely numb. Is this the strength of a Death Sovereign? Chapter 110, Sovereign Power, Death Contract, and Death Edict. Blue Star Region Announcement. Congratulations to the Shenlong Empire player Baiyi for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to break through to Tier 2. This is hereby announced. We hope the vast number of players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. The region-wide announcement once again resounded throughout the entire Forbidden Land of Gods. Yet the players were already numb to it, especially many players who were still stuck in the novice village. They were long past the point of complaining. The only ones who paid the most attention to this announcement were the experts with S-rank talents or higher. Looking at the level numbers behind the name Baiyi on the level leaderboard, these people had some guesses in their hearts. Is 30 the level for Tier 2? Sancha Kingfeng and several other SSS rank players also fell into silence at this moment. They had only just reached level 13 and didn't even know what advancement was. Yet Baiyi had already broken through. How could the gap between people be so large? Inside the Black Fog Valley, Sumyubai turned a deaf ear to the region-wide announcement ringing in his ears. His gaze fixed firmly on the third professional bonus. 3. Having officially stepped onto the path of the Death Sovereign, your spirit and strength attributes will fuse into a brand new attribute, Sovereign Power. Sovereign Power possesses all the effects of both strength and spirit, and your attack power and spell power will also be unified. Adding to either one will simultaneously increase the other. When either one increases, Sovereign Power will receive an equal increase. Numb. Sumyubai was completely numb. No wonder he felt his power had suddenly increased countless times. It turned out it was because the strength and spirit attributes had fused. This was not a simple combination of 2 into 1. Regarding equipment effects alone, if a legendary grade piece of equipment previously gave cum 100 to all attributes, now for him, Sovereign Power would directly increase by 200 points. Moreover, Sovereign Power possessed all the effects of both strength and spirit. In other words, from this moment on, he was no longer a magic-type class with the strength of a weakling who couldn't even truss a chicken. Beyond his high spell power, he now possessed an equal amount of attack power. If I continue to break through and advance, will my agility and constitution attributes also merge together? Sumyubai's eyes were filled with excitement as this thought suddenly popped into his mind. If that were truly the case, then the Death Sovereign class would truly have no weaknesses at all. Is this the power of a sovereign class? Sumyubai murmured to himself as he looked at his status window. Although he had only leveled up once upon breaking through to the second tier, his strength had increased significantly, and this was merely unlocking a portion of the Death Sovereign's power. If he were to break through to the 9th tier and unlock his full power, it was hard to imagine just how heaven-defying he would become. After taking a few deep breaths, Sumyubai suppressed his excitement and turned his gaze toward the 2 skills that had been overwritten. After breaking through to the 2nd tier, the 2 skills he had obtained during his class advancement had also been upgraded by 1 tier. However, since he had already freeloaded an upgrade for them previously, they didn't appear to have changed at all. But because these two skills had been overwritten, he could freeload and upgrade for them once again. Sumyubai had a premonition that this advancement, combined with the upgrade of these two skills, would bring about a world-shaking change to his strength, catastrophe, target, life sharing. Upgrade by 1 tier. Your S rank skill life sharing has successfully upgraded to the SS rank skill Death Contract. Death Contract, SS passive skill, no level. All of your summoned units and contracted creatures will sign a death contract with you. Skill effects. 1. All damage is forcibly transferred and shared equally among the creatures bound by the death contract, as long as there is at least one death contract creature alive. No form of attack can cause damage to your physical body. 2. You can extract the health points of any number of death contract creatures at any time to restore an equal amount to other targets. After upgrading to an SS rank skill, Sumyubai's life-sharing health bar had already disappeared. However, his safety had been greatly improved, because the contracted creatures were also included in the calculation, and Frost was precisely a contracted creature, having devoured a large amount of materials. The creature was currently perched on Sumyubai's shoulder, eyes closed in digestion. The inscription of the death contract flickered above its skull before fading into its soul fire. Frost's soul fire merely flickered slightly, showing no other abnormalities. But from now on, as long as Frost and the undead army were not completely wiped out, it would be absolutely impossible for Sumyubai to suffer any damage. Moreover, he could use the health of his other undead creatures to heal Frost at any time. Under the blessing of his class traits, the recovery amount would also be doubled. With Frost around, the hidden danger of large-scale AO attacks was also resolved. If he truly encountered an entity capable of instantly killing Frost with an AO attack, then no skill would be of any use anyway. Next is this one. Sumyubai focused his mind. Catastrophe, target death summoning, upgrade by 1 tier. Your SS rank skill Death Summoning has successfully upgraded to the SSS rank skill Death Edict. Death Edict, SSS passive skill, no level. Skill effects. 1. All summoning skills are instant cast and have no cooldown. 2. All summoned creatures' attributes are increased by 200%. 3. The capacity of the normal summoning space is increased by 30 times. 4. The capacity of the commander summoning space is increased by 10 times. 5. All summoned creatures will revive once in their original state upon death. Issue the edict and mobilize your undead army. Even though he was mentally prepared, Sumyubai was still stunned by the effects of Death Edict. The 5 passive effects were each more heaven-defying than the last. Not to mention anything else. With the Catastrophe class trait, his massive undead army could revive twice at full health. Coupled with the Catastrophe trait of Summoning Space Expansion, they could revive 3 times within an hour. Although the former could not be triggered again after 2 uses, the latter only required a 1-hour cooldown. Even so, it would be difficult for Sumyubai to die from now on. After all, if his summoned units ran out of revival chances, he could simply summon new ones. After all, there was no cooldown, and they were instant cast. Unless someone could instantly kill all death contract creatures, including Frost, Sumyubai would remain invincible. At that point, as long as he could deal effective damage to a boss, he would be able to take it down. The only difference would be how long it took. Thinking of this, Sumyubai felt the terrifying nature of the Catastrophe trait even more deeply. Its greatest strength lay in its ability to allow anything to transcend its original limits. This SS rank skill, superimposed with the Catastrophe trait, had already surpassed the restrictions of the Forbidden Land of Gods. Not in a rush to summon more undead to fill his summoning space, Sumyubai examined his skill list and began to ponder. After breaking through to the 2nd tier, he had also gained a skill conversion privilege, allowing him to convert one skill into a Death Sovereign class skill. This choice left him slightly conflicted. There were several skills on his list that were not class skills. Scorch was not under consideration, and Chain Corpse Explosion was not worth replacing compared to the others. What made it difficult for Sumyubai to decide were the 3 skills: Summon Elite Skeleton, Summoning Space Expansion, and High-Level Undead Aura. The former was the foundation of the undead army. The expansion of space provided a significant boost, and the latter could increase the overall attributes of all units. I'll convert this one instead. After a moment of contemplation, Sumyubai made his final decision. Chapter 111 Catastrophe World. Soul Amplification Convert. Sumyubai focused his mind, locking his gaze onto the summoning space expansion skill. At this very moment, only by converting this skill could he maximize his gains, because, in addition to being able to significantly increase the number of summoned units, it also possessed the complete catastrophe trait. If the other two skills were converted, the cost of obtaining Cataclysm in the future would be far too great. You have consumed your skill conversion privilege. Remaining privileges. You have learned the new skill Scourge Space. The summoning space expansion in your original skill slot will be overwritten. Detected and known entries in this skill that exceed limitations. Full overwrite failed, and known entries retained. Scourge Space was not an SSS rank skill. So Sumyubai moved his mind and immediately initiated a free ride. Promote to Tier 1. Your SS rank skill Scourge Space has successfully promoted to the SSS rank skill Scourge World. Scourge World, SSS. Passive skill. No level. Skill effects. 1. Basic normal summoning space increased to 300. Level times 10. 2. Basic commander summoning space increased to 6. Level 5. 3. Summons gain the Scourge power buff. Attacks and spells have a certain chance to inflict negative effects such as fear, slow, and paralysis. 4. A sea of death is generated within the summoning space. When summons are recalled to the space, their HP and mana will rapidly recover. Cataclysm trait. 1. The control range for summons is increased by 500%. 2. After your summons die, they can be resurrected at full status within the summoning space. This can be triggered once per hour for each individual summon. The summoning space of the Death Sovereign shall eventually grow into a world, a growth type skill. Sumyubai was very satisfied with the effects of Scourge World. Compared to Death Edict, it was hard to say which was stronger. If the base stats were too low, even a 20-fold increase from Death Edict wouldn't amount to much. However, when the two skills were stacked, the effects would grow exponentially. Sumyubai's overall strength had instantly increased countless times over. Although he had often said that his Scourge Legion had taken shape, that was merely self-amusement. From this moment on, Sumyubai's Scourge Legion could truly be considered to have taken its initial form. What is a Scourge? Quantity is the foundation. When an overwhelming, sky-covering undead legion sweeps across the land, that is what is called the arrival of a Scourge. The Sakura Kingdom is quite lucky to be the first to experience the strength of the Scourge Legion. Sumyubai looked at his brand new, terrifying status window, a cold sneer tugging at the corner of his mouth. Status window displaying primary attributes only player, by level 30%. Class Death Sovereign Tier to Sovereign Power, Agility, Constitution, HP, 1/1 mana, 902. 500-900 seconds, attack power at 55,300, spell power at 55,300, critical hit rate, critical damage. Elemental resistance, curse 40%, ice 40%, others 10%, exclusive talent, cataclysm, unique forbidden grade skills. Omitted. Death Codex LV 30, lifespan 50 to Kong years. He's still the skeleton army of 39. 0, and even the number of knight units is approaching 30. Looking at the magnitude of the increase in both summoning spaces, Sumyubai couldn't help but gasp. Although he had always held high expectations for the improvements brought by advancement, he was still dumbfounded as he looked at his status window at this moment. After the Death Sovereign liberated a portion of its power, it was simply heaven-defying beyond measure. His overall strength had likely increased by more than 100-fold. This was the intensity resulting from the stacking of multiple SSS rank skills, exclusive hidden class bonuses, and the class Cataclysm trait. It didn't stop there. After the advancement, Sumyubai had a vague feeling. To verify the thought in his mind, he waved his hand to summon a headless knight and ordered, "Reach the maximum control range at top speed." Understood. The headless knight transmitted a soul fluctuation, then transformed into a streak of black light and charged out. Death charge. With a speed reaching 900%, the headless knight completed the charge in the blink of an eye. As Sumyubai sensed it, a curve immediately appeared on his lips. 300 meters. The headless knight's charge had gone a full 300 meters. which already exceeded his maximum skill range. Sure enough, there are hidden improvements after advancement that weren't explicitly stated. Sumyubai immediately checked them one by one. As expected, including the skills of his summons. The range of all skills had increased by 50%. The only one that hadn't increased was Frost. For it to improve, it would have to reach level 30 on its own. After the charge ended, the Headless Knight continued to gallop. The wild monsters in the Black Mist Valley couldn't catch up to him at all. It's still within the control range. Feeling the change in the Headless Knight's position, Sumyubai couldn't help but marvel inwardly. At this moment, the distance between the two had already exceeded 1,000 meters. After a while longer, feedback finally reached Sumyubai's mind. 2,250 meters, that was the final figure. As long as he was within this range, Sumyubai could control his summons as easily as moving his own arm. Before the advancement, this number had only been 500 meters. A 4.5-fold increase directly from advancement. Isn't that a bit too much? Sumyubai rubbed his chin, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. It wasn't until he saw the Death Codex on the back of his hand that he remembered one thing. At level 30, the second effect of the Death Codex had unlocked. Thinking of this, Sumyubai first looked at his class Cataclysm trait. However, the second effect of that thing still hadn't unlocked. It still displayed that his level was insufficient. After closing the window, Sumyubai began to examine the special effect of the Death Codex. Special effect 1. Soul absorption. Targets killed by you, your summons, and your contracted creatures will have a portion of their soul power absorbed by you. After wild monsters are killed by you, their respawn time will be doubled. When players are killed by you, they will suffer double the penalty, including a reduction in lifespan. Current soul points 0. Consume 10. 0 soul points to gain a fourth opportunity to open the Death Codex. 2. Soul amplification. The base control range for summons is increased to 450 meters. Tier 2. Level times 15. Consume soul points to amplify the soul of a contracted creature, allowing it to become a relay station for your controlled summons. Control range becomes equivalent to your own. Consumes 5 soul points per minute. For every additional amplified creature, the extra consumption doubles. 1 creature costs 5, 2 cost 5 con 10, 3 cost 5 con 10 con 20, and so on. The third special effect unlocks after reaching level 90. A relay station. Seeing these 3 words, Sumyubai's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously turned his head to look at Frost. Master, what is it? Frost, who was currently digesting materials, couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. Hurry up and level up. Sumyubai's lips curled slightly, a crazy idea forming in his mind. He immediately waved his staff and began to replenish his undead army. To accomplish great things, one must first sharpen their weapons and feed their horses. Chapter 112. Complete Cataclysm Trait. Frost's Breakthrough Bonus Chapter. Why did I suddenly have a bad premonition? The soul fire within Frost's pupils flickered slightly. While digesting the massive amount of high-tier materials within its body, it pondered what its master actually meant. These materials contain terrifying energy, especially the 8 mythic-grade materials. Digesting them would bring Frost a tremendous boost. Only a little over an hour had passed, and its level had already risen to 27. Moreover, the materials within its body were far from being fully digested. Sumyubai ignored Frost's gaze. With a thought, his robe shimmered with a faint light, and a faint, indistinct whispering sound arose. Undead Whisper. This was a skill attached to the Whisperer's robe. Once activated, it allowed for double casting. Although it only lasted for 30 seconds, it was better than nothing. With over 20,000 skeletons, even if they were all instant cast, it would still take some time to summon them. Sumyubai tapped his staff lightly. Summon Elite Skeleton. Summon Headless Knight. 2 portals opened simultaneously, from which 6 skeletons and 2 Headless Knights emerged respectively. With a thought, the skeletons were directly retracted into the summoning space, while the Headless Knights thrust their spears forward, their soul fires trembling as they began to summon Shadow Knights. At the same time, Sumyubai tapped his staff again, and 2 more portals opened. In the short 30 seconds of double casting time, Sumyubai summoned 180 skeletons and 60 Headless Knights. Accompanying them was a group of Shadow Knights. For the first time, Sumyubai felt that summoning had become a form of manual labor. Damn, how did I forget about this? After summoning for a while, Sumyubai suddenly patted his head, stopped decisively, and dialed the communication channel of Fujiya Changxia. Boss, what are your orders? It was clear that Fujiya Changxia was in a very good mood. Sumyubai didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. If I take 10 life soul crystals now, will it have a major impact on the start of the Chamber of Commerce? It shouldn't have much of an impact. 31 left is enough. Do you want them now? Yes. You have obtained 10 life soul crystals. Ending the call, Sumyubai immediately absorbed all the life soul crystals, and his lifespan instantly increased by 1,000 years. Having employees is certainly convenient. Fujiya Changxia was Sumyubai's warehouse of wisdom. He had just suddenly remembered that after the cataclysm of the summon high-tier skeleton skill, the name contained the word legion, which would very likely significantly increase the number summoned each time. With no time to savor the feeling of his vitality growing wildly, Sumyubai acted on a thought. Cataclysm. Target. Summon elite skeleton. Cataclysm tier 3. Prompt. Do you confirm consuming 1.0 years of lifespan to overwrite the previous promotion effect and evolve the skill summon high-tier skeleton to a higher grade? Confirm. You have lost 1,000 years of lifespan. Your C-grade skill summon high-tier skeleton has successfully cataclysmed into the S-grade skill summon skeleton legion. Summon skeleton legion, S level 9 max, active skill. Skill effects. 1. Summon 30 elite skeletons to fight for you. Elite skeleton warrior, elite skeleton archer, elite skeleton mage. 2. For every 100 of a certain type of elite skeleton, a king of the same type will be born. The skeleton king possesses 3x attributes. When the number of the same type of skeletons led by a skeleton king falls below 100, its attributes will revert to those of a normal individual. Cast time 3 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Mana cost 20,000 points. Elite skeleton stats are boosted by the player's spirit attribute. After the cataclysm, the skill effect was even stronger than Sumyubai had imagined. Not only did the number summoned per cast increase by 10 times, but it also gained a king strengthening effect. Back then, Reggie, who had almost forced him into a desperate situation, was a skeleton king. With his current summoning volume, he could produce as many as 390 of them, and the improvements didn't stop there. The Cataclysm trait of this skill had finally been completed. Cataclysm traits. 1. Elite Skeleton Warrior. Max HP increased to 500%. Attack power increased by 100%. 2. Elite Skeleton Archer. Attack speed increased by 100%. Attacks ignore the target's physical defense. 3. Elite Skeleton Mage. Spell power increased by 100%. Spells ignore the target's magic defense. The 3 types of elite skeletons all possessed monstrous cataclysm traits, significantly increasing their combat power. For the time that followed, Sumyubai continuously unleashed the skill, summoning 60 skeletons and 2 headless knights each time. The latter also continuously summoned shadow knights, expanding the undead legion. 10+ minutes later, Whisper of the Dead entered its cooldown again, and Sumyubai had finally filled his summoning space. However, the Knight Legion was still far from complete. After all, the Headless Knights did not possess his monstrous skill of infinite summoning. Even if each Headless Knight only needed to summon 120 Shadow Knights, it was not something that could be finished in a mere 10 minutes. Roar! Just then, Frost suddenly opened its eyes and let out a low hiss. The next moment, it flapped its wings and took to the sky, its body size beginning to grow amidst a light interwoven with icy blue and pale gray. A system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears. Notification. Your Mount Frost has broken through level 30 and officially entered its juvenile stage. As the light dissipated, Frost's size had grown to approximately 20 meters. Master, I feel like I'm terrifyingly strong now. Frost's excited voice rang out, but Sumyubai brought it back to reality with a single sentence. Can you beat that bald bird from before? This. Wait until I level up a few more times. Frost's expression froze, and it shrank its size to return to Sumyubai's shoulder. That guy had been buffed by the master, and it was only level 30. How could it possibly fight it? After Frost entered the juvenile stage, its attribute growth was straightforward. based on its previous stats. All attributes were directly increased by 50%, coupled with the buff from high-level undead aura. Its HP had now reached a terrifying 17.856 billion. Its attack and spell power also increased to 8.928 million and 7.44 million, respectively. In terms of skills, it only gained one more, Dragon Body, which could reduce incoming physical and magical damage by 20%. Frost's status window made Sumyubai realize once again just how great the advantages of a mythical great creature were. However, with the improvements brought by this advancement, Sumyubai believed he would soon be able to catch up to such powerful creatures. Reaching out, he grabbed Frost and tossed it outward. Sumyubai pointed at the map and said, "Time to work. You go near this level 3 city first." Frost was clearly stunned. I'm going by myself." "Yes," Sumyubai nodded slightly. "By the time you arrive, my undead legion will be there too." With the second effect of the Death Codex, the Scourge of the Undead would officially take the stage in the Sakura Kingdom. Chapter 113. The storm approaches Shaoshan City. Previously, for the sake of safety, Sumyubai had let Frost fly at top speed for over an hour. Therefore, the target he chose this time was a great distance away from the previous city. After Frost broke through to level 30, its flight speed was also much faster than before. Soon, feedback from Frost reached Sumyubai's mind. "Master, I see Sakura players active below. Should I kill them first?" "Go ahead and have your fun for now. It would be best to drive them all back into the city." "No problem. That's my specialty," Frost grinned. Locked onto a team below, and dove straight down. "Everyone, hurry up and level up. If Baiyi comes, we'll have no choice but to retreat into the city." The team leader urged everyone to put in more effort while giving commands. Mentioning Baiyi immediately opened up the topic of conversation among the players. "How strong do you think Baiyi really is? It's been almost a day. Why hasn't he been caught yet?" "I don't know, but I heard from those who came out of Jingli City that Baiyi is practically a demon. He can summon thousands of undead with a wave of his hand and wipe out an entire area with one skill. I think they must be exaggerating his strength. No matter what, he's just a player who just reached level 30. How could he be that strong?" "Do you know what the advancement mentioned in the system announcement earlier means?" "Why think about it so much? Once you reach level 30, you'll know naturally. Baiyi is truly outrageous, actually leading everyone else by so much." Amidst the discussion, an exclamation came quick. "Look, what is that?" The team leader suddenly had a bad premonition. As soon as he looked up, he saw ice spikes raining down from the sky. "Roar!" Frost roared as it swept past, countless ice spikes scouring the earth. The expressions of surprise and fear were frozen forever on the faces of these Sakura players. Facing a level 30 mythical great creature, they had absolutely no ability to resist. The moment their eyes saw the opponent was the moment death descended. After Frost killed these people, it didn't linger for a second, flapping its wings to fly high into the sky to continue searching for the next target. It wanted to hunt down as many people as possible before the news spread, although it didn't know what the master's plan was. Killing more little Sakuras was never a mistake. The appearance of the Frost Dragon King immediately caused a commotion in Shaoshan City. Although they hadn't seen Baiyi in person, who didn't know that this detestable Frost Dragon King was Baiyi's mount? Since it had appeared, it must mean that Baiyi had arrived. With the experience of the previous two cities, Shaoshan City immediately sounded the alarm. The city lord's mansion reacted at once, dispatching the city guard to search outside the city. When City Lord Matsumoto-jun learned of this news, his brows were tightly locked. He knew very well that although it was also a level 3 city, his own strength was far inferior to Watanabe Tora's. The only thing he was thankful for was that there were no powerful fierce beasts like the dark feather magic vulture around Shaoshan City. Although the chance of capturing Baiyi was slim, at least he could ensure the safety of Shaoshan City. Thinking of this, Matsumoto-jun's brows relaxed. What he didn't know, however, was that Shaoshan City was about to face a disaster. Although the people inside the city were already panicking and no one dared to leave the city easily, there were still many players outside who hadn't been paying attention to the chat channel and thus were unaware of the news of Baiyi's arrival. These people were the targets Frost was hunting at this stage. Soul extraction effective. Soul points con 0. Soul extraction effective. Soul points con 0. Inside the Blackness Valley, Sumyubai heard a series of system notifications ringing in his ears, and a cold smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Little Mountain City. Let's use you as the stage for the official debut of the Scourge Legion. Soul amplification required the consumption of soul points, and the hunting Frost was doing now was merely laying the groundwork for future operations. Sumyubai did not remain idle. While recalling the summoned Shadow Knights back into his commander space, he waited quietly for the Headless Knights to finish replenishing the Night Legion. The map of Blackness Valley was somewhat narrow and long, making it unsuitable for large-scale legion warfare. Once both major legions reached their capacity, Sumyubai looked at the last remaining Headless Knight. Leave the horse. Go ahead and scout the path. The Headless Knight was clearly stunned for a moment before dismounting to yield its steed. Sumyubai smiled slightly and mounted the skeletal warhorse directly. This was a map ranging from level 50 to level 60. With soul amplification, he could use Frost as a transit point to attack Little Mountain City without hindering his own leveling progress in the slightest. However, the Undead Legion over at Frost's side would not enjoy the buffs from the high-tier Undead aura, nor would they have the support of Sumyubai's skills. Having lost the Shroud of Death, the mobility of that Undead Legion would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. But compared to Sumyubai's own safety, these things were not worth mentioning. As long as Frost was fine, it didn't matter how many other Undead died, they could be summoned infinitely anyway. The dismounted Headless Knight, holding a long, conical lance, took the lead and marched at the very front, soon encountering the first wild monster. The monster density in Blackness Valley was not high, but the lowest level ones were all elite monsters. And there was no shortage of reinforced elites, however, for Sumyubai, who could freeload bosses. This was clearly not the most suitable place for leveling. Therefore, he only wanted to leave this place for now and find a map with a higher density of monsters. Even a small rabbit is still meat. Sumyubai, riding on the skeletal warhorse, swept his gaze over the wild monsters ahead. Catastrophe, Sublimation Tier 2. The next moment, a bronze-colored light enveloped the wild monster, and a fresh boss was born. Owo, the boss, its power surging, let out a howl toward the sky, but the sound was cut short abruptly. Before it even had a chance to properly look at this world, it was shot into a hedgehog by a torrential rain of arrows. 16,4,00,3 to 8,00. 164,490 to 1,984,984,000. A series of damage numbers popped up, many of which were nearly 1,000,000 in damage. The boss had barely finished evolving before it collapsed to the ground as a corpse. Killed level 55 bronze boss Black Wine Wolf Leader. Gained an additional 150% EXP bonus, EXP Kong 550. 0. Due to the mount being too far away, you receive all EXP. You obtain basic skill book ×1. You obtained bronze tier equipment Wolf Fang Dagger. You obtained automatic looting took effect, and the items dropped by the boss flew directly into Sumyubai's inventory. As the system notification sounded, he remembered that he hadn't yet changed the XP distribution method he had modified earlier due to the level cap. With a thought, Sumyubai reallocated all the XP to himself and tilted his head to look at the skeleton archer legion beside him. With the catastrophe trait, the already extremely fast attack speed of these skeleton archers had doubled, and they could ignore all physical defense, effectively turning them into mobile artillery. Their damage had also officially surpassed that of the skeleton warriors, making them the primary physical damage dealers in the skeleton legion. This legion consisted of exactly 100 units, and the leading skeleton was noticeably larger, its entire skeletal frame emitting a metallic luster. That series of nearly 1,000,000-point damage from just a moment ago was what it had dealt in a single second. This was none other than a Skeleton King. Chapter 114, The Powerful Skeleton King. Has by ye gone mad? Skeleton King Archer No or panel level. For dimensions, 153,792 HP 2. 3,069 million, at a .3069 million attack power, 307,600 physical defense, 123,000 skills. Double shot LV9, possessing 3 times the attributes of an elite skeleton archer. Looking at the panel of the Skeleton King Archer, Sumyu-bai nodded slightly. After death summoning was promoted to the SSS tier Skull Death Edict, the attributes of his summoned creatures had also been enhanced. A 200% increase, stacked with the class Catastrophe trait, resulted in 400%, equivalent to 5 times the base attributes. Coupled with the fact that under the class Catastrophe trait, the skill's inherent strength doubled, and the Skeleton King's own triple multiplier, this resulted in such terrifying four-dimensional attributes. Sumyu-bai moved his mind and summoned to more 100-man legions. Skeleton King Warrior Noir panel level, for dimensions, 153,790 to HP 15. 3,790 to million at 15.379 to million attack power, 769,000 physical defense, 230,700 skills. Heavy Strike LV9, Wild Charge LV9, a powerful Skeleton King, possessing 3 times the attributes of an elite skeleton warrior. Looking at the panel alone, the Skeleton King Warrior was clearly much stronger. But in reality, after the Catastrophe trait of this skill was fully realized, aside from its advantage in HP, it was far inferior to the Archer in other aspects. The 3 types of skeletons each had their own roles. Warriors were responsible for charging and tanking damage, while archers were responsible for long-range fire suppression and precision sniping. As for the skeleton mages, their advantage lay in high magic power and terrifying AoE. Skeleton King Mage level, 4 dimensions, 153,790 to HP, 1.5379 million, 1.5379 million magic power, 769,000. Physical defense, 76,900 magic defense, 92,300 skills, Fireball LV9, Sea of Fire LV9. Powerful Skeleton King, possessing 3 times the attributes of an elite skeleton mage. The Headless Knight, having lost its mount, was recalled by Sumyu-bai. The Skeleton King led the legion of warriors to clear the path, with the 2 ranged legions following closely behind. Sumyu-bai sat leisurely on his skeletal warhorse, embarking on his leveling journey. The green flames on the horse's hooves left a trail of scorched marks in the Blackness Valley. All he needed to do was sublimate the wild monsters within his field of vision into bosses. Killed level 55 Bronze Boss Black Wine Wolf Leader. Gain 150% additionally XP bonus, XP Kung 550. Killed level 58 Bronze Boss Shadow Leopard Leader. Gain 150% additionally XP bonus, XP Kung 580. As he continued to push forward, Sumyu-bai's EXP bar began to grow rapidly. After reaching level 30, the EXP required for leveling up increased once more, reaching 50 million. But for Sumyu-bai, this amount of EXP was not even worth mentioning. Before he had even left the Blackness Valley, a golden light surged upward. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching level 31, all for attributes Kung 1. Skill points Kung 1, free attribute points Kung 25. The only change from the previous level up was the addition of 10 more free attribute points. Compared to the boost from breaking through to the 2nd tier, this was better than nothing. Sumyu-bai added all 25 free attribute points into dominance and continued forward on his skeletal warhorse. This time, the skeleton warriors in the very front suddenly sent back feedback, a portal. Sumyu-bai's eyes lit up. Had he discovered a dungeon, he immediately spurred his horse to rush over. Sure enough, at the edge of the mountain wall, 2 skeleton warriors pushed aside the obscuring vines, revealing a portal behind them. Sumyu-bai used Death Domain Shift to arrive at the dungeon entrance and reached out to touch it. The system prompt sounded immediately. Prompt: please select the dungeon difficulty. At the same time, information about the dungeon flooded into Sumyu-bai's mind. This was a level 60 dungeon called the 10,000 Poison Snake Cave, with the highest difficulty being Hell Grade. However, the difficulty here was far beyond what the Misty Forest in the Novice Village could compare to. This time, Sumyu-bai did not choose Hell Grade difficulty immediately. Instead, he entered the normal grade dungeon directly. He had cleared the Hell Grade first back then because he wasn't sure if there were any powerful players in Novice Village 9527. So, he naturally had to secure the first clear of the higher difficulty. Now, he had no such worries. At this stage, besides him, What player had the ability to clear a level 60 dungeon? Moreover, he entered the normal difficulty, which could be cleared 5 times a day, as a test. Waving his hand to recall the skeleton legions, Sumyubai stepped into the portal. Prompt: you have entered the normal grade 10,000 poison snake cave. A white light flashed, and Sumyubai found himself in a massive cavern. The environment here looked exceptionally eerie and terrifying. Although he couldn't see any monsters within his field of vision, the faint hissing sound of snakes flicking their tongues echoed through the cave. Sumyubai didn't rush to explore the dungeon. Instead, he attempted to contact Frost. Master, what is it? When Frost's voice echoed in his mind, a smile finally appeared on Sumyubai's face. Contracting a truly intelligent creature was convenient. He could still influence the outside world while inside a dungeon. With his hypothesis confirmed, Sumyubai waved his hand to summon his 3 skeleton legions. It was just a dungeon. 300 skeletons were already more than enough. Any more would be meaningless. As for the rest, they were gifts left for Shaoshan City. Clearing it like this seems a bit slow. Sumyubai rolled his eyes, then released the headless knight whose mount he had stolen from the summoning space. Take your subordinates and lure all the monsters to a wide open area. Upon receiving the order, the headless knight immediately summoned 120 shadow knights and charged into the cave in a grand, imposing manner. Sumyubai rode his skeletal warhorse, leading the 3 skeleton legions as he advanced leisurely. With such overwhelming strength, who would bother clearing a dungeon step by step? He had to do a one-wave clear, the kind that included all the bosses at once. Master, what is it? On the outskirts of Shaoshan City, Frost heard Sumyubai's call and responded immediately. Nothing. Are there still many people outside? Sumyubai's voice echoed in its mind. Frost lowered its head to scan the map below, a cruel smile hanging on its lips. There are still some unlucky fools who haven't received the news, but there aren't many left. Hurry it up. Understood. Frost received the order and immediately accelerated its hunting speed. From time to time, Sakura players who were still leveling in the wild died under the dragon's jaws. As its activities became more frequent, the entire Shaoshan City fell into a state of chaos. Panic spread, and players no longer dared to leave the city to level up easily. But with the experience of the players from Jingli City and Sichuan City, no one was willing to spend money to teleport away just yet. After all, money wasn't easy to earn, and surely Bai Yi wouldn't stay here for long. Clinging to this hope, the players of Shaoshan City soon received a shocking piece of news. That Frost Dragon had appeared at the north gate of Shaoshan City, and it looked like it was preparing to lay siege to the city. All the players were dumbfounded. Had Bai Yi gone mad? Chapter 115 National Broadcast, The Scourge Legion. The debut begins. Bonus chapter. What did you say? He actually dares to set his sights on Shaoshan City. Inside the City Lord's mansion, City Lord Matsumoto-jun, having received the news, stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with rage. Although his strength was far inferior to Watanabe Tora's, he wasn't someone a mere descender could provoke, right? He couldn't catch him before because he couldn't find his location, but now he dared to deliver himself to his doorstep. Thinking of this, a flash of excitement suddenly crossed Matsumoto-jun's eyes. Hold him off with everything you've got. I will go personally to bring this intruder to justice. As his words fell, a burst of light flashed across his body, and the robe he was wearing instantly transformed into a set of armor. The next moment, Jun Matsumoto carried his long sword on his back, flashed out of the City Lord's mansion, and soared straight into the sky. As long as he could capture this Bai Yi, he would receive a reward from the royal capital, and at that point, there would definitely be hope for further advancement. That Bai Yi dared to come and attack the city was absolutely a good thing. City Lord, sir. The guard at the North City Gate, whose communication had been abruptly cut off, was dumbfounded. He hadn't even finished his sentence yet. There was no Bai Yi here, only his mount, roared. The Frost Dragon's roar echoed throughout the entire North City Gate. After parting ways with Sumyubai, the materials within its body had not stopped digesting. At this moment, its level had reached 33, and at over 20 meters in length. Frost had already become a giant beast. Spreading its wings, it blotted out the sunlight, and a frigid aura swept across the surroundings. Below, hundreds of city guards stood in battle formation. their eyes fixed intently on Frost. Screech, in midair, 3 aerial squads appeared, instantly surrounding Frost. However, they did not strike first because Bai Yi was not on Frost's back. In this situation, it was better to wait for the city lord to handle it. The two sides fell into a stalemate, and the atmosphere at the North City Gate suddenly became extremely delicate. Many bold players even climbed onto the city walls, gazing at Frost in midair and whispering to one another. From their angle, they couldn't see Frost's back at all, so they were unaware that Bai Yi had not come. Is Bai Yi crazy? How does he dare to do this? Hey, it's one thing to be arrogant outside the city, but to come here seeking death. I want to see just how miserable his end will be. Ha 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 ha. Bai Yi is simply digging his own grave. Does he really think the city guards are made of mud? I heard the city lord is on his way. It shouldn't be long before we get the XP bonus buff. A 100% EXP bonus, just thinking about it is exciting. Once the national borders open, our great Sakura Empire will definitely have an absolute advantage. All the players were optimistic. In their view, for Bai Yi to dare to target a city was simply courting death. Even if it was only a level 3 city, it was definitely not something players at the current stage could challenge. Not even if that player was named Bai Yi. Among the crowd, one player looked significantly more excited. His eyes shone as he looked at Frost, and he exclaimed with great joy, "My talent can finally be put to use." What is your talent? And a rank support talent. Broadcast. I'm going to live stream the entire scene of Bai Yi being captured to the entire Sakura Kingdom. Good man. The talents in world games are truly bizarre. Aren't you a natural war correspondent? Hurry. I can't wait for all the Sakura players to see this scene. I'm starting the stream now, as this Sakura player, named Hideki Okamoto, activated his talent. His livestream feed immediately appeared in the chat channels of every city in the Sakura Kingdom. Although he didn't have the money to pin the post, the title of the stream was enough to attract attention. Witnessed. Full livestream of Bai's capture. With this explosive title, the number of viewers in the livestream began to soar. As the news spread, more and more people checked their chat channels and entered the stream. Even Tsukuyomi, the only possessor of an SSS rank talent in the Sakura Kingdom, was no exception. After receiving a message from a friend, he entered the livestream immediately. Seeing the Frost Dragon surrounded by aerial squads in the footage, a look of disdain flashed in Tsukuyomi's eyes. Bai Yi-kun, you are too stupid. At the north gate of Shaoshan City, Frost hovered in midair, not taking the aerial squads surrounding it seriously at all. After breaking through to level 30, these ordinary city guards no longer posed much of a threat to it. The only reason it hadn't launched an attack immediately was that it was waiting for Sumubai's orders. Inside the 10,000 Poison Snake Cave, the Shadow Knight squad was still in the middle of luring monsters, finding it difficult to locate more players outside the city. Sumubai had ordered Frost to head straight to the city gate. 52 points. That's enough. Looking at his soul points, a sharp, ruthless glint flashed deep in Sumubai's eyes. Once his Scourge Legion descended, the rate at which his soul points increased would far exceed his consumption. Now, he only needed to wait for Frost to confirm the city lord's strength, and the operation could begin. Soon, Frost's voice rang out. Master, I can feel it. This guy is far inferior to Toru Watanabe. He's not even as strong as that commander from Sichuan City. Are you confident? Don't worry, he definitely won't die. Good, then let's begin. Sumubai moved his mind. Soul amplification. Notification. You have amplified the soul of your contracted creature Frost. From now on, you can use it as a relay station to control summoned creatures. The moment the system notification sounded, Sumubai was surprised to discover that he could now share Frost's vision. Outside Shaoshan City, Frost felt a sudden surge of power within its soul fire. Roar! It immediately let out a heaven-shaking roar, and the dragon mind it had been restraining suddenly swept across the surroundings. The city guards' aerial mounts began to tremble uncontrollably, and some even became unstable. At the same time, Jun Matsumoto arrived at the city gate. Clang! A crisp sound of a sword ringing out echoed. Jun Matsumoto held his sharp sword, pointing it directly at Frost, and shouted sternly, Bai Yi, get out here. I will only count to 3. Otherwise, you can prepare to collect the corpse of this Frost Dragon. However, Jun Matsumoto had only counted to 1 before he couldn't continue. Everyone in the Sakura Kingdom watching the livestream also saw a scene that made their scalps tingle. They saw a massive spatial portal suddenly open beneath Frost. A black, dense army of the undead poured out like a tidal wave, their numbers seemingly endless. The Scourge Legion. The debut performance begins Chapter 116, Strengthening the Skeleton King. The qualitative change of death contract. This. How is this possible? Is Baiyu really hacking? Otherwise, how could he possibly summon so many undead? There are too many. This number is definitely in the tens of thousands. I can't see the status window for any of them. Are you kidding me? Is this really something a player can do? Even though Baiyu has a high level, he's only level 30. How could he possibly reach this level of power? I just checked. He's already level 31. How long has it even been? Is leveling up really as easy as drinking water for him? I want to report Baiyu. He's simply not human. Look at that lead skeleton. Everyone. Why is it so big? Okamoto Shu, who was live streaming, was already stunned. And the rest of the players on the city walls were frozen in place. Everyone watched in horror as countless undead surged out from the portal, so shocked that they even forgot to run away. Inside the live stream chat, players from other cities were also stunned by this scene, and various discussions flooded the screen at lightning speed. Outside of Falling Moon City, Tsukuyomi stared blankly at the live stream feed, his face turning as pale as paper. He still thought Baiyu was a fool for walking right into a trap. But at this moment, he felt like a clown. Before this, although he thought he had already overestimated Baiyu's strength, seeing the overwhelming undead army on the screen made Tsukuyomi realize that Baiyu's power was beyond anything he could have imagined. Forget about him being an SSS-ranked talent player. Even if all the SSS-ranked players teamed up, they wouldn't be able to compare to this monster. Baiyu had completely transcended the level of a player. Outside of Little Mountain City, the countdown sound from Matsumoto-jun came to an abrupt halt. His pupils dilated, and his face was filled with disbelief. What? The army of tens of thousands of undead summoned by Sumubai through Frost left even him. The city lord, feeling shocked. You weren't qualified to see my master. Frost let out a cold snort, and as her wings vibrated, a blizzard instantly swept through the surroundings. The next moment, a frost dragon breath shot directly toward Matsumoto-jun, officially raising the curtain on this siege battle. Clack, clack, clack. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The dense sound of clashing bones and galloping hooves echoed throughout the entire North City Gate. Over 200 headless knights led the charge. The moment they stepped out of the summoning space, they turned into black streaks of light, charging toward the city guard in front. Death charge. Following closely behind them were countless shadow knights. They held the reins in one hand and spears in the other, pouring out of the summoning space in an endless stream. Behind the knights was an elite skeleton warrior legion numbering over 10,000. At the front of the legion, over 100 towering skeleton kings held giant swords, their bodies radiating a thick aura of death. Facing this massive undead army, the city guard numbered only a little over 100. At this moment, the bodies of these city guards were trembling, and their mounts were nearly on the verge of giving up under the terrifying dragon might of Frost. Brothers, don't be afraid. They only have numbers, their levels are all very low. The city guard commander, Tano Ichiro, raised his weapon to boost morale and took the lead, charging toward the undead army, far away in the dungeon. Sumubai saw this scene clearly through their shared vision. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he moved his mind. Death extraction feedback, notification. You have consumed 500 points of death chi to strengthen the target skeleton king warrior by 1000% in main attributes. Notification. You have been eroded by death chi from the cursed crown. Death chi come 10. Death chi come 10. The next moment, the size of the skeleton king in front of Sumubai instantly shot up from over 4 meters to nearly 10 meters. The giant sword in its hand grew in proportion, looking like a heavy door panel. Skeleton King Warrior Death Chi strengthened. No aura panel. Level Strength 1691. HP 169 million. Attack power 8.459 million. Physical defense 2.5377 million. Skills: Heavy Strike LV9, Wild Charge LV9, And Sumyubai already had 3 such powerful skeleton kings in front of him. He had also strengthened 1 archer and 1 mage. These were the gifts he had prepared for Little Mountain City. Sumyubai moved his mind and sent the 3 strengthened skeleton kings into the summoning space. At the same time, all 3 appeared from the portal outside Little Mountain City. Although Sumyubai couldn't cast skills through frost, he could provide support using this method, Wild Charge. The 10-meter tall strengthened skeleton king warrior rushed toward Tanoichiro at the first opportunity, its door panel sword swinging down heavily. Heavy strike. A powerful force erupted instantly, actually managing to stop the city guard commander in his tracks. 180,000, however, due to the massive level gap. The damage it dealt wasn't high, it was actually quite low, but that was enough. The task of the strengthened skeleton king warrior was simply to block Tanoichiro. It wasn't the one dealing the real damage. Whoosh! Before Tanoichiro could recover from the shock of being blocked, a piercing sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The next moment, a massive arrow carrying terrifying momentum tore through the air and slammed into his chest. Fatal snipe, 30,452. A critical hit damage number of over 30 million popped up, and Tanoichiro was forced back a step by this single arrow. In front of the portal, the nearly 8-meter tall strengthened skeleton king archer, having landed its shot, turned its arm into a blur as a barrage of arrows followed in quick succession. Under the blessing of the catastrophe trait, its attacks completely ignored Tanoichiro's physical defense. Each arrow could drain over 1,000,000 HP from the opponent. Beside the archer, the equally tall strengthened skeleton king mage also raised its staff. As the soul fire in its eye sockets flickered, an endless sea of fire instantly descended outside the North City gate. Damage numbers of over 1,000,000 popped up in waves, the scorching temperature distorting the surrounding air. Tanoichiro's pupils contracted. The long spear in his hand suddenly flashed with light, and he struck fiercely at the lower leg of the strengthened skeleton king warrior. However, the damage number that popped up left him dumbfounded. Nani? At this moment, everyone was stunned, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. After counting the digits several times to be sure, they finally confirmed that it was indeed just a 3-digit number. The existence of Death Pact allowed the damage taken by Sumyubai's summoned creatures and contracted beasts to be shared equally among them. The effect of this SS rank skill shouldn't have been this powerful, but when combined with Death Edict and Calamity World, it underwent a qualitative transformation. With an undead legion numbering over 60, how much damage could each individual possibly take after it was distributed? This tiny bit of health loss wasn't even as fast as the undead warrior's natural health regeneration. And this was the very source of confidence that allowed Sumyubai to let Frost lead the undead legion to attack Shounen City. In midair, Jun Matsumoto, who had just unleashed a full power sword strike, encountered the same situation. Looking at the damage number of a few thousand popping up above Frost's head, he felt as if the sky were collapsing. His full power strike hadn't even managed to scratch the opponent's skin. Activate the city defense formation immediately. All defensive weapons, fire at will. We must not let these undead charge into Shounen City. Jun Matsumoto's hoarse, desperate roar echoed through the North City gate. At the same time, he sent a distress signal to the royal capital. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Shounen City might very well be unable to hold off the undead legion before him. Chapter 117. War. No one is allowed to leave. Following Jun Matsumoto's command, the magic tower in the center of Shounen City suddenly surged with energy. A pale blue light barrier emerged and expanded at an incredible speed. In just a few breaths, it had enveloped the entire Shounen City. The Night Legion that had already charged to the foot of the city walls was pushed back by the light barrier. This was the Shounen City defense formation, capable of repelling enemy attacks. Click, click, click. At the same time, mechanisms on the city walls were activated. Rows of arrow towers and artillery platforms rose up, and the magic towers in the North City district began to condense energy. The city guards from all over the city quickly assembled toward the North City gate. They had begun moving the moment they received the message from Frost, and they had now arrived. A full 2,000 city guards gathered, lining up within the defense formation, watching nervously as the undead legion continued to pour out of the portal. Shounen City instantly shifted into a full state of war. Players who had been watching the excitement from the city walls had originally intended to flee. But after seeing this scene, they stopped in their tracks and chose to continue watching. The main reason was that they didn't have the money to teleport, even if they ran. If Shaoshan City were breached, it would still be a dead end. Players inside Shaoshan City were also panicking. Those with money teleported away immediately. Others, more cunning, waited around the teleportation hall, hoping to escape the moment the system announced a waiver of teleportation fees. i.e., if you flee now, there is still time. If you wait for reinforcements from the royal capital, you are finished. Having received no reply for a long time, Jun Matsumoto feigned composure, his eyes scanning everywhere, trying to locate Samubai. We'll talk when they arrive. Frost snorted disdainfully and shouted sharply, Scourge Legion, attack! More than 20,000 Shadow Knights had already charged out of the summoning space, all of them rushing directly toward the defense formation. Shadow charge, boom, boom. The pale blue light screen rippled with circles of energy, but there was no sign of it breaking. The next moment, nearly 100 arrow towers and artillery platforms on the city walls also launched their attacks. Whoosh, 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 giant arrows, each over a meter long, rained down, interspersed with artillery shells. At the same time, the magic towers in the North City district finished charging, and 5 thick beams of energy shot out. The targets of these 3 attacks were not the Shadow Knights, but the Skeleton Legion that had just stepped out of the summoning space and was currently forming ranks. A futile effort. Samubai watched this scene without the slightest worry. Under his control, over 100 Skeleton King warriors immediately blocked the front, holding their greatswords horizontally to use as shields. At the same time, Frost chanted a spell, and a dense wave of ice elemental energy swept over the area below. An ice shield condensed on the surface of every Skeleton King warrior. These actions were not meant to reduce damage after all. No matter who the target was, the damage was shared equally. Samubai arranged it this way simply so that the Archer and Mage legions could attack without being disturbed. These attacks did not cause much damage to the Undead Legion. After being shared, each Undead only lost about 2,000 health points. However, the Undead Legion's counterattack had a significant impact on the defense formation. In an instant, a rain of arrows blotted out the sky, facing the massive pale blue light barrier. There was no need to aim. The army of over 10,000 archers kept drawing their bows, each firing a continuous stream of arrows. The more powerful attacks, naturally, were the fireballs from the skeleton mages. With the blessing of the Calamity trait, every fireball they released was the size of a human head. When fired in a volley, it was like a meteor shower, slamming violently into the light barrier. The defense formation immediately shook violently. As the bombardment from both sides continued, tiny cracks gradually began to appear. In midair, Jun Matsumoto joined forces with several flying squads, yet they could do nothing against Frost. The latter even had the spare capacity to attack the defense formation. Damn it, why is there still no response? Watching the defense formation on the verge of shattering, Jun Matsumoto's eyes were bloodshot as he continuously urged the royal capital for reinforcements. But the distress signals were like stones sinking into the ocean, with no feedback whatsoever. Although his strength was enough to suppress Frost, with Death Pact in effect, he simply could not pose a threat to Frost's life. From the very beginning, Jun Matsumoto had felt an endless sense of frustration. Beep, 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 beep. Inside Shaoshan City, the urgent alarm never ceased for a moment. Some residents chose to enter shelters, while others chose to teleport away. There were also some who resolutely chose to support the North City Gate, but their support was of absolutely no use. Just like the hundreds of thousands of Sakura players in the city, they could only pray that reinforcements from the royal capital would arrive before the city's protective barrier was shattered. The black, oppressive tide of the undead army outside the city walls brought endless despair to Shaoshan City. High above the royal capital of the Sakura Kingdom, dozens of figures stood with solemn expressions, their gazes locked firmly onto the middle-aged man with a full head of silver hair in their midst. What exactly are you trying to do? Yuji Yamamoto's face was as gloomy as water. As the leader of the Hidden Ninja Secret Society and the strongest individual in the Sakura Kingdom, he found that he could not see through the person before him at all. What troubled him most was that this man came from the Shenlong Empire and was an invader who had appeared alongside Bai Yi. What I want to do is none of your concern. Hui Jian stood quietly high in the sky with his arms crossed over his chest. His gaze was profound, as if he were waiting for something. Surrounding his body were countless ancient gold coins. These ancient gold coins were being pulled by some kind of energy, vibrating frantically and gradually dissipating as time passed. Yuji Yamamoto's expression stiffened, but he dared not act or ashly. Just then, an elder approached his side and whispered, "Leader, Jun Matsumoto is requesting reinforcements." Jun Matsumoto? Who is that? Yuji Yamamoto was slightly stunned. Why would you suddenly bring up such an obscure name at a time like this? I'm the city lord of Shaoshan City. The elder looked somewhat embarrassed. If the pressure exerted by Hui Jian hadn't been so immense, he wouldn't have made such a mistake. He then hurriedly explained the situation regarding Sumyubai's attack on Shaoshan City. Trash. A dignified city lord, actually needing to request reinforcements because of an outworlder, he is nothing but trash. Yuji Yamamoto's face turned livid, but he still spoke in a low voice. Go yourself and take down Bai Yi. At the same time, Hui Jian suddenly turned his head to look in a certain direction. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he muttered to himself. This kid is making quite a scene. He certainly didn't disappoint me. Immediately after, his gaze swept across everyone present, finally landing on Yuji Yamamoto, and he said indifferently, "No one is allowed to leave. Stay here and play with me for a while." As he spoke, he pressed his fingers together into a sword gesture and pointed lightly toward the sky. Silently and soundlessly, a brilliant sword light shot into the sky, tearing it apart and slicing the clouds into neat halves. The pupils of everyone present constricted, and they swallowed hard involuntarily. The sharpness of this sword strike was definitely not something they could withstand. Those who dare to leave, think carefully about whether you can survive a single strike from me. Chapter 118. City Breached, Massacre. Bonus Chapter, Crack. The protective barrier of Shaoshan City finally succumbed to the relentless assault of the undead army and shattered with a thunderous roar. At the same time, the system announcement sounded. Sakura Kingdom announcement. Shaoshan City has been breached by the invader Bai Yi. Effective immediately. Teleportation fees are reduced to 0. Surviving players, please proceed to other cities for refuge. Good luck to you all. Sakura Kingdom announcement. The bounty for the invader Bai Yi has been increased by 100%. This announcement was slightly different from the previous ones. The Shadow Feather Demon Eagle had destroyed Sichuan City, but Sumyubai had only breached Shaoshan City. Even so, the bounty on his head had increased by another 100%. However, regarding this reward, not a single player had any thoughts of pursuing it. The moment the protective barrier shattered, more than 2,000 city guards, leading 10,000 people who had come to assist, met the undead army head-on. The players on the city walls had long since fled without a trace, leaving only Hideki Okamoto, who was still broadcasting from a distance. But at this moment, the live stream chat was silent, facing the undead army summoned by Sumyubai. All Sakura Kingdom players were speechless. The name Scourge Legion was deeply etched into their minds. Bye-bye. I'm not playing with you anymore. Frost grinned, opened a summoning portal, and recalled a large number of UNDAD. Following that, he flapped his wings and charged straight into the city. You won't. Jun Matsumoto was horrified and swung his sword to intercept, but facing Frost, who had no intention of engaging in a prolonged battle, he was completely helpless. At this moment, Jun Matsumoto wished he were a magic-based class so he could control the opponent's movements. But he was a swordsman. He had no crowd control skills at all and could only watch helplessly as Frost charged into Shaoshan City. The next moment, the summoning portal reappeared, and the undead army surged out, beginning their hunt within the city. The previous battles had nearly exhausted his soul points. If he didn't replenish them, Sumyubai wouldn't be able to control his summons through Frost. A dual-element dragon breath of ice and fire slammed into the entrance of the teleportation hall. Frost flapped his wings and descended, cutting off everyone's escape route, except for the players who had guarded the area from the start and managed to escape via teleportation. Everyone else perished under the dragon breath. Shadow Knights and skeleton warriors rampaged through the city, with every spear thrust and every sword swing. Another player fell to the ground. The arrows of the skeleton archers rained down like a storm, attacking everyone indiscriminately. The skeleton mage legion dispersed, their staves waving to release waves of fire that set this level 3 city ablaze. Jun Matsumoto, who had followed closely behind, slashed out waves of sword energy, but he couldn't even kill a single skeleton. This recent breakthrough had brought a qualitative change to Sumyubai's strength. Unless one was a true top-tier powerhouse or possessed an army that outnumbered the Scourge Legion, there was simply no way to deal with them. If this had been a level to main city, Sumyubai certainly wouldn't have been able to act this way. But Shoshan City was merely a level 3 city, and the total number of city guards was only 2,000. The city lord, Jun Matsumoto, was also far inferior to the previous Toru Watanabe and could not turn the tide of battle on his own. Realizing that he was powerless to save the situation and unable to wait for reinforcements from the royal capital, Jun Matsumoto could only try to seek help from neighboring cities. But the arrival of reinforcements would take time. In just a few short minutes, the tens of thousands of the Scourge Legion were already having a field day in Shoshan City. Frost stood alone in front of the teleportation hall, possessing the aura of one man guarding the pass. 10,000 unable to open it, facing Jun Matsumoto's attacks. It didn't dodge or evade, choosing instead to meet them head-on. Although the various ice-type spells could not inflict substantial damage on Jun Matsumoto, the Death Pact finally allowed Frost to regain some of the confidence befitting a mythical great creature. What drove Jun Matsumoto to despair was that not only was this Frost Dragon unkillable, but its strength was also continuously growing. This was because Frost was constantly digesting the materials within its body, causing its EXP to rise without a moment's pause. The city guards outside the North Gate could not withstand the charge of the remaining Scourge Legion either, and their defensive line was breached in short order. As all the undead flooded into the city, screams echoed incessantly throughout the small mountain city. The Sakura players who failed to escape faced the Scourge Legion with faces full of despair, dying almost the moment they made contact. Their only choice was to not resurrect immediately upon death. Only by waiting for reinforcements within half an hour could they have a glimmer of hope for survival. This was because one could only play dead for a maximum of half an hour. Once that time passed, they would automatically resurrect in the Resurrection Hall. And at this moment, the Resurrection Hall was already surrounded. Desperate cries could be heard everywhere, but the undead of the Scourge Legion were nothing more than emotionless killing machines. A rain of arrows poured down from the sky, instantly turning every Sakura player within sight into a corpse. Shiwakamoto's livestream also came to an abrupt end, as he was already dead. Although Sumyubai had only attacked a small level 3 city, his terror was deeply imprinted in the hearts of all Sakura players. Even Tsukuyomi was trembling all over, silently making the decision to try and stay as far away from level to major cities as possible in the future. Surely, Bai wouldn't dare to attack a level to major city, right? Soul extraction effective. Soul points Kung 0. Soul extraction effective. Soul points Kung 0. Soul extraction effective. Soul points Kung 1. As the city's protective formation was shattered, Sumyubai finally began to reap his harvest. System notifications flashed across his screen rapidly, and his soul points continued to rise. Don't get bogged down in the fight. Retreat as soon as reinforcements arrive. Sumyubai gave the order to Frost, who quickly replied, Master. With the Death Pact in effect, I feel we could definitely keep killing for a while longer. The Death Pact is not invincible. Once the armies from other cities arrive as reinforcements, you will easily find yourself in danger. I understand. Thank you for your concern, Master. Frost was deeply moved upon hearing this, feeling that its master was the best existence in the entire world. To Sumyubai, if the Scourge Legion died, they died. They could always be summoned again anyway. But Frost absolutely could not come to any harm. Switching his vision back, the Shadow Knights had already lured all the monsters in the entire 10,000 poison snake lair to Sumyubai. This was a spacious plaza, originally the lair of the second boss, but clearly, it had now become the grave Sumyubai had chosen for them. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Dense swarms of snakes gathered together, enough to make one scalp tingle. There were nearly 1,000 of them. Among them were 3 snakes of immense size, clearly boss-level entities. The 120 Shadow Knights held the aggro firmly, and with the Death Pact in effect, their HP barely dropped at all. Sumyubai's cold gaze swept over these monsters one by one. Cataclysm, Chapter 119. May Sakura players know shame and then be brave. As Sumyubai's gaze swept over them, a bronze-colored light suddenly erupted from the monsters' bodies. All the minor mobs and bosses were sublimated by 2 tiers. Since this was only a normal difficulty dungeon, the bosses were originally just 2 black iron grade and 1 bronze grade. The cost of sublimating them was a mere drop in the bucket for the current Sumyubai. Soon, 1 gold grade golden scaled snake king, to silver grade silver scaled snake queens, and nearly 1,000 bronze grade green scaled snake leaders were born one after another. After sublimation, their sizes had all increased to varying degrees. Consequently, the originally spacious hall became somewhat crowded, despite it being only a normal grade dungeon. It had been strengthened by Sumyubai to an heaven-defying degree. With so many bosses added together, the difficulty absolutely surpassed that of hell grade. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The hissing of snakes echoed throughout the entire cave, facing the 100+ Shadow Knights blocking their path. The swarm of snakes launched a fierce assault. Green venom splattered everywhere, attempting to break through the blockade, but their attacks could not shake the Night Legion in the slightest. Sumyubai, mounted on his skeletal warhorse, gently raised his hand. Kill. The next moment, the Skeleton King, having long been prepared, led the Warrior Legion in a charge. Wild charge, heavy strike. At the same time, a rain of arrows shot through the sky. Each skeleton archer locked onto several targets simultaneously, pulling their bowstrings in succession. Double shot. The Skeleton King archer pulled its bow to a full moon, firing a massive arrow. Fatal snipe. A critical damage number exceeding 4 million appeared above the golden scaled Snake King's head, and its vital spot was instantly pierced through. Its HP bar dropped by nearly half in an instant, and its massive body was slammed into the cave wall by the impact of the Skeleton King archer's arrow. Hiss. Terror appeared in the golden scaled Snake King's eyes. Its long body struggled continuously, but it could not break free from the arrow. Following that, the Skeleton Mage's spells were also ready. A monstrous sea of fire descended upon the cave hall, and the temperature of the entire hall rose sharply, with hundreds of fire sea spells overlapping. A series of damage numbers instantly appeared above every boss's head. 410 quadrillion 100 trillion 820 billion 200 million 820,000 200. Such high damage was something even the golden scaled Snake King could not withstand. The nearly 1,000 snake bosses twisted their bodies in the sea of fire, and before they could even struggle, they turned into a pile of corpses. Successive golden lights rose from Sumyubai's body, and the system notification sounds rang out continuously. Killed level 60 bronze boss green scaled snake leader. Gained an additional 150% EXP bonus. EXP count 1.2 million. Congratulations to player Baiyi for leveling up to level 32. All for attributes count 1. Skill points count 1. Free attribute points count 25. Congratulations to player Baiyi for reaching level 42. All for attributes count 1. Skill points count 1. Free attribute points count 25. Your inventory is full. Congratulations on achieving the first clear of the Sakura Kingdom's 10,000 Poison Snake Cave Dungeon. Rewards. Random level 3 attribute gem times 10, gold coins times 1,000. Notification. A Sakura Kingdom-wide announcement is about to be made. The golden light of leveling up lasted for a full 10 seconds before dissipating. Sumyubai looked at his skyrocketing level, a curve forming at the corner of his mouth. As expected, there are more monsters in the dungeons. Ever since his experiment last time, leveling up was no longer an issue for him. The only thing that could suppress his pace of advancement was the breakthrough required every 30 levels. As for the concern that the announcement would expose his location, he had already consulted about it the moment he discovered the 10,000 Poison Snake Cave Dungeon. Shichuji's exact words were, "Don't worry, just grind away." According to him, every dungeon portal was randomized, and there was never just one entrance. Even the Divine Dragon Palace couldn't control the dungeon entrances within the Divine Dragon Empire, let alone a tiny Sakura Kingdom. This was the reason Sumyubai was so fearless. The 10,000 Poison Snake Cave did not only have one entrance. With his 10,000 zero-slot inventory filled with various materials. Sumyubai had no choice but to trade with Fujiishi. Of course, before trading, a round of free-loading promotions was essential. The equipment dropped here was all level 60. How to handle it was Fujiishi's business. Boss, your speed of acquisition is simply astonishing. Even if I were wound up like a clock, I couldn't process it all. Fujiishi thought back to being buried under equipment earlier, his mouth twitching. Then hurry up and establish a merchant guild. Sumyubai smiled slightly. This was his intention in bringing Fujiishi under his command. If he had to handle these matters himself, it would truly be the death of him. I'm recruiting, but the current players are all too low level. Their efficiency is too slow. They can't keep up with your progress, boss. Fujiishi felt very aggrieved. How could he have imagined back then that Baiyi would farm so much equipment and material all by himself? Didn't you say you wanted to dig for money to level up? Give it a try. As soon as I finish the paperwork and establish the merchant guild, I'll take action immediately. After chatting briefly about the merchant guild, Sumyubai ended the call, waved his hand to retract his undead legion, and rode his skeletal warhorse away from the dungeon. Next up, the hard difficulty. Sumyubai continued to level up according to his original plan, but at this moment, the entire Forbidden Land of Gods was in an uproar. First, the Sakura Kingdom. The system announcement regarding the fall of Shaoshan City had just ended, and Sumyubai's first clear announcement followed immediately after. However, this first clear announcement was completely different from the previous ones. It could be said to have slapped every Sakura player across the face. Sakura Kingdom announcement. Warning. The intruder Baiyi has successfully achieved the first clear of the 10,000 Poison Snake Cave dungeon. May Sakura players feel the shame and strive for improvement. Although there was no penalty, this announcement made the faces of all Sakura players look worse than if they had been cheated on. At the same time, their eyes were filled with deep confusion, and the chat channels of every city instantly became lively. Didn't Baiyi just conquer Shaoshan City? How did he clear a dungeon already? Is it possible he can create clones? Did the Myriad Worlds game glitch? Hey, let us feel shame and strive for improvement. A freak who can conquer a level 3 city single-handedly. What do we have to compete with him for a first clear? Compared to the Sakura Kingdom, players from other countries were shocked beyond measure by the changes in the level leaderboard. Blue Star Region level leaderboard. First place, Baiyi, level 42, Divine Dragon Empire. Second place, Sanchi King Feng, level 14, Divine Dragon Empire. Third place, Felix, level 14, Sanctuary Empire. 10th place, Venus, level 12, Illuminati Federation. Oh god, Baiyi, level 42. Are you kidding me? Fuck, the Myriad Worlds game is definitely broken. I am certain that 30 seconds ago, Baiyi was only level 31. What on earth did he do? He leveled up 11 times in an instant. Compared to Baiyi, everyone else on the leaderboard is just a joke. Chapter 120, I'll be all first. I'll come back to visit next time. In Shaoshan City, the slaughter by the Frost and Scourge legions continued. Under the impact of the massive undead army, even the city guards began to suffer casualties. Although they were high level, Sumyubai's catastrophe trait was simply too monstrous. Facing two types of long-range skeletons that could ignore physical and magical defenses, the only thing they could rely on was the high HP brought by their high levels. Perhaps some would think Sumyubai was killing the innocent and was too cruel. But for Sumyubai, who had walked through the gates of hell once before, he didn't care about others' opinions at all. If he wanted to collect soul points quickly, killing was the only way. Going on a killing spree in the Sakura Kingdom was better than killing in the Divine Dragon Empire. Right. Moreover, once the national borders of the Forbidden Land of Gods opened, the few empires on the continent would inevitably embark on a path of unification. This was the rule set by the Myriad Worlds game. Only a unified world was qualified to truly step into the Myriad Worlds. Otherwise, they could only wait for others to invade. Therefore, the Sakura Kingdom was destined to be an enemy, weakening them now. Wasn't that being responsible for the players of the Divine Dragon Empire? Thus, Sumyubai had no psychological burden whatsoever. How could the lives of the Sakura people be more important than his own growth and strength? In this Myriad Worlds game where life was at stake, if one doesn't look out for oneself, Heaven and earth will destroy them. As for Frost, that went without saying. It wasn't even human. It only grew more excited the more it killed. You beast. The Sakura Kingdom will not let you go. Matsumoto-jun watched helplessly as the Scourge Legion slaughtered at will within the city, while he himself had been unable to take down Frost for a long time. His eyes were filled with frustration and rage. Just you. Bing Xuan cast a disdainful glance at Jun Matsumoto and spat out a breath of dragon fire. The latter reacted with lightning speed, immediately dodging to the side. At the same time, dense white light began to flicker across the teleportation plaza. Reinforcements from nearby cities had arrived. So fast, Bing Xuan's soul fire flickered, and it immediately flapped its wings, soaring high into the sky. The summoning space opened in its wake, retracting all the Scourge Legion members in the vicinity. As for those further away, there was no need to worry about them. Better to slip away while the going was good. This young master will take his leave first. I'll come to patronize you again next time. This remark made Jun Matsumoto so angry that smoke practically poured from his 7 orifices. Do you think this place is a brothel? You come and go as you please, you beast. Stay right there. Jun Matsumoto roared in fury, his entire body transforming into a streak of sword light as he shot into the sky, giving chase to Bing Xuan. The reinforcements had arrived. If he couldn't keep the opponent here, he would be held responsible for the losses incurred today. However, Bing Xuan ignored Jun Matsumoto's attack entirely. The pressure of a Dragon King level entity was fully unleashed. While it intimidated the opponent, it gave its wings a powerful beat, causing the surrounding frost energy to condense instantly. 3 consecutive rings of frost swept violently through the surroundings. Chain frost, crack, crack, crack. Jun Matsumoto, bearing the brunt of the attack, was instantly frozen high in the air. However, there was a gap in strength between the two, and the frost rings could only freeze him for less than a second. But that was enough. After breaking through to level 30, Bing Xuan had mastered many more ice-type spells, and the ice element had always been famous for its crowd control. No sooner had Jun Matsumoto shattered the hard ice on his body than he was frozen again by the next spell. Crack. Crack. By the time he completely broke free, Bing Xuan's speed had already reached its limit, and it flew away from Shaoshan City at high velocity. Inside the city, the Scourge Legion, having lost their control, all ceased their movements. This was the greatest difference between summoned creatures and contracted beasts. No matter how high their stats were or how strong their panels appeared, they were nothing more than puppets. Even among contracted beasts, there were distinctions. Creatures created by the world game lacked the autonomy that Bing Xuan possessed, because Bing Xuan was a real existence within the myriad worlds. To put it another way, one could view it as an undead player whose data had been digitized from the undead realm. When Bing Xuan was first summoned, if not for the suppression of the world game's rules, it might have even harbored thoughts of killing its summoner. Ultimately, it was only because Sumyu Bai's class was Death Sovereign that Bing Xuan was able to maintain 100% loyalty. If it had been any other player, even with an SSS grade talent, summoning such an existence in the early stages of the game might not necessarily have been a good thing. Bake. Jun Matsumoto stomped his feet in rage, but he knew he could no longer catch up. In his desperation and fury, he could only vent his anger on the remaining skeletons in the city. Jun Matsumoto, where is Bai? A cold, chilling voice rang out, yet no one could be seen in the surroundings. Jun Matsumoto couldn't help but shiver involuntarily, quickly saying, I don't know what method Bai used, but he didn't come at all. It was his mount that led the troops to attack Shaoshan City. You mean to say that Bai sent only a mount, and it broke through Shaoshan City? The cold voice sounded again, clearly carrying a hint of irritation. My lord, you really can't blame me. Just try attacking these skeletons and you'll see. Jun Matsumoto's face was full of grievance. He had wanted to stop them, but he truly couldn't. HMPH, useless. A cold light flashed, accompanied by a scoff. A kunai instantly pierced the pupil of a skeleton warrior in front of him. 78,364. Nani? Amidst the exclamation, a figure in tight-fitting attire appeared beside Jun Matsumoto. A flash of surprise in their eyes. Although it was just a casual strike, the damage number still caught him off guard. When Jun Matsumoto saw the person appear, his pupils visibly constricted. Igadan, the strongest ninja of the younger generation of the Shadow Ninja Secret Society, an existence whose strength was second only to the elders. There were even rumors that his strength was no less than that of the lower-ranked elders. So Desuni, Igadan's sinister gaze swept over the surrounding skeletons, and he saw the reason at a glance. This is a death pact. A mere descender actually possesses such a powerful skill. The reason he was able to deal such high damage was that Bing Shuang had taken away most of the Scourge Legion before leaving. Now, there were only about 20,000 left in Shaoshan City. The maximum range of Death Pact was the range within which Sumyubai could control his summoned creatures. In other words, the damage caused by Igadan's kunai was merely being shared among the 20,000 or so undead. Even so, one could see just how formidable Igadan's strength truly was. In that case, I won't blame you. Igadan glanced at Jun Matsumoto and turned to vanish from the spot. I will report this to the Secret Society. You hurry up and deal with these skeletons. Jun Matsumoto nodded and gathered the remaining city guards to begin clearing out the motionless Scourge Legion. The guards who had arrived as reinforcements from nearby cities also quickly joined in the task of cleaning up the battlefield. For them, not having to fight was a good thing. Besides Igadan, there were several other existences among the subsequent reinforcements who were even stronger than Jun Matsumoto. If Bing Shuang had been intercepted, things might have truly gone wrong. After all, there were countless methods in the world game. Who knew if the Sakura powerhouses had ways to prevent Sumyubai from retracting his mount? Countless players in soul form were also reviving, looking at the devastated Shaoshan City, scarred by fire everywhere, and able to recover for a long time. Bie. Why was he so terrifying? Chapter 121, Legendary Quest Unlocked, a cliff-like lead. Bonus chapter. Bing Shuang's figure streaked across the high sky, rapidly distancing itself from Shaoshan City. The reason it left so decisively, aside from Sumyubai's earlier warning, was the voice that had echoed in its mind at that moment. All right, come back. The soul points are full. Sumyubai did not immediately retract Bing Shuang into the mount space, but instead let it fly for a bit longer. Only after confirming that no one was pursuing him did Sumyubai let his thoughts stir, remotely opening his mount space. After all, being in a foreign land, the necessary caution was indispensable. What if someone could track his coordinates in reverse based on spatial fluctuations? Although Sumyubai considered himself invincible among the players on Blue Star, he was not arrogant enough to think he could truly contend with an entire kingdom. Even before sending Frost to attack the small mountain city, he had cleared it with Huijian beforehand. Master, aren't you leveling up a bit too fast? The moment he returned, Frost couldn't help but complain helplessly. He had originally thought that with a huge pile of materials, his level would finally surpass his master's. But how much time had passed, and he had already been overtaken again. You've seen my methods before, haven't you? Sumyubai smiled slightly. Using a death domain shift to sit back upon his throne, the headless warrior, having lost his mount, had finally regained his identity as a knight. Currently inside the dungeon, to facilitate movement, Frost controlled his size to 3 meters. His back was just enough to accommodate Sumyubai's throne. The Shadow Knight Legion began their grand task of pulling monsters once again, and Frost moved hurriedly toward the hall of the second boss. Before long, Sumyubai received a series of notifications regarding the deaths of his summoned creatures. With a thought, he directly disabled their full health resurrection function, choosing instead to have them resurrect in the summoning space. This siege battle had allowed his soul points, which had just been depleted, to reach their maximum value once again, a full 10,000 points. As for the price paid, there was no price at all. While the Shadow Knight Legion was pulling monsters, Sumyubai sat upright on his throne, about to summon the Death Codex, when his gaze suddenly caught the crystal ball rotating on his left wrist. Day in and day out, I've been so focused on the strength gained after advancing that I almost forgot about this quest. Sumyubai reached out to touch his forehead. It was mainly because his strength had increased so much after the advancement, and coupled with the later multitasking, he had truly forgotten about this thing for a moment. Only then did he check the changes in Dylan's crystal ball. The remaining entries and skills were still in a sealed state, but the special column had been revealed. Special. Epic Grade Boss Corpse 05th. Looking at this description, Sumyubai opened his quest list. The quest he had received back in the Disaster Grade Misty Forest had finally entered its first stage. Dylan's Sorrow Legendary Grade Quest Stage 1. Kill 5 epic grade bosses and use Dylan's crystal ball to devour their corpses immediately. The bosses must be at least level 100. Quest duration, 6 months. Quest reward, unlock all seals on Dylan's crystal ball. Quest failure, lose Dylan's crystal ball. As expected of a legendary grade quest, Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. In half a year, he had to kill 5 epic grade bosses of at least level 100. And this was only the first stage. Except for a bug-like player like him. Even those players with SSS grade talents would have very slim hopes of completing it. But it was also normal. This thing shouldn't have appeared at this stage to begin with. What Leiji dropped back then was merely an epic grade quest item. Dylan's crystal ball had been obtained for free. For such a quest, the final reward would certainly not just be unlocking the seals on this piece of equipment. Sumyubai closed the quest list, lost in thought. The inscription on the back of his left hand shimmered with a faint light, and the Death Codex materialized. Sumyubai thought for a moment but decided not to open it just yet. In any case, his soul points were already sufficient, so there was no rush. Because he wasn't sure if he would be teleported out of the dungeon when the power of death descended, it wouldn't be too late to open it after completely clearing the 10,000 poison snake cave. By then, he could leave immediately. Tap tap tap. The sound of dense hoofbeats rang out. The Shadow Knight Legion had already gathered all the monsters. This time it was a hard-grade dungeon. Although the number of small monsters hadn't changed, the 3 major bosses were to bronze grade and 1 silver grade. However, for Sumyubai, they were all the same. The harvest brought by the 3 bosses was far inferior to that of these small monsters. Frost flew up quite sensibly, and Sumyubai scanned all the monsters from his high vantage point, finding it much easier to use Cataclysm than before. As a rich, bronze-colored light emerged, Sumyubai once again artificially created nearly 1,000 level 60 bronze-grade bosses. During this process, in order to promote the final boss to dark gold grade, he had even taken some soul coins from Fujiu-chanjia. Notification: do you wish to consume 120 soul coins to sublime at the silver grade boss Silver Scaled Snake Queen into the dark gold grade boss Dark Scaled Snake Emperor? Confirm. Quietly waiting for all the bosses to finish evolving, Sumyubai waved his hand to clear the field, this time, with Frost's participation. The clearing speed was even faster than before. Another series of golden lights ascended. After all, there was only 1 dark gold grade boss. So the experience difference between the 2 dungeon runs wasn't very large. In the end, Sumyubai's experience bar stopped at 48th level, 15.8%. He specifically checked, after level 30. The experience required for each level increased by 5 million. Going from level 39 to 40 required a full 100 million experience points. And after level 40, the increase in experience points for each level rose to 10 million. His 15.8% experience was enough to raise a level 0 player to level 17, directly parachuting them into second place on the level leaderboard. His current level was a cliff like lead, enough to make any player despair. Your inventory is full. The system notification sounded again. However, this time there was dark gold grade equipment. Sumyubai specifically checked after his free promotion and found nothing he could use. So, he initiated a trade with Fujiu-chanjia. No way, boss. You didn't go and rob the main city of the Sakura faction, did you? Fujiu-chanjia's shocked voice came through the communicator, just as Sumyubai was about to speak. His gaze caught sight of an item in his inventory. His heart skipped a beat. After hastily concluding the trade, he flipped his wrist, and a piece of parchment appeared in his palm. Chapter 122 Mysterious Scroll. You bastards. This was a pale gray scroll. To call it parchment was actually inaccurate, as it was not made from sheepskin at all. Sumyubai could not identify the material, but judging by the feel of it, it was undoubtedly precious. This scroll had come from Shichuji. After signing the contract with the Divine Dragon Palace, it had been placed into Sumyubai's inventory along with the letter addressed to Huijian. It contained a clue regarding a piece of the Death Sovereign set. However, Sumyubai had not reached the required breakthrough previously, so he could not see the information on it. Now, he could finally see it. Mysterious scroll special item. It seems to contain some information, but it requires a certain type of special energy to activate. Special energy. Sumyubai stared at the scroll's description, murmuring to himself, death energy, or soul points. Regarding special energy related to the Death Sovereign, these were the only two answers he could think of. He attempted to channel the death energy stored in death extraction feedback, but the scroll in his hand showed no reaction. It seems it requires soul points after all. Sumyubai frowned slightly. The Death Sovereign class really couldn't do anything without soul points. Learning skills required them, advancing required them, and now, even obtaining clues for the class set required them. But fortunately, the Sakura Kingdom doesn't have much of anything else. But it certainly has plenty of little sakus. Thinking of this, Sumyubai's brow immediately smoothed out, with a thought. The death cannon appeared once again. The moment the death cannon appeared, the pale gray scroll suddenly floated up and pressed itself tightly against the book. Before Sumyubai could even react, he saw the scroll instantly dissipate, turning into specks of gray starlight that slowly merged into the death cannon. He clearly felt that the death cannon had become a bit heavier. What is going on? Could it be that this scroll and the death cannon were originally one? Confusion filled Sumyubai's eyes. That shouldn't be right. The original class exclusive item for the Death Sovereign was only the Book of Death. How could a scroll recording the class set be part of the death cannon? After all, the starlight had merged into the death cannon. A system notification rang in Sumyubai's ears. Your class exclusive special item death cannon has increased in power. Click to view details. Forget it. It's not a bad thing anyway. Sumyubai simply shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the issue, and turned his gaze to the book, which now felt slightly thicker. Death Cannon. Class exclusive by you. Special item cannot be dropped, cannot be damaged, cannot be traded, can be summoned or dismissed at will. Level 45 follows character upgrades every 5 levels. Base attributes. Spell power con 2025. All attributes con 675. Damage to undead creatures increased by 150%. Your summons also receive this buff. Sovereign power con 30%. Special effects. 1. Soul extraction. You and your summons, as well as targets killed by your contracted creatures, will have a portion of their soul power absorbed by you. After wild monsters are killed by you, they will drop a tier upon respawning. If players are killed by you, they will suffer triple the penalty, including lifespan. Current soul points, 10,000. Consume 10,000 soul points to gain the opportunity to open the death cannon for the 4th time. 2. Soul amplification. Base control range for summons increased to 900 meters. Tier 2 level times 20. Consume soul points to amplify the soul of a contracted creature, allowing it to become a relay station for your controlled summons. Control range is equivalent to your own. Consumes 5 soul points per minute. For every additional amplified creature, the extra consumption doubles. The 3rd special effect will unlock after level 90. It improved this much. Sumyubai's eyes widened. He hadn't expected that a single scroll would increase the overall power of the death cannon by nearly 50%. If he wasn't mistaken, the Divine Dragon Palace likely didn't know the true use of this scroll. Otherwise, they would never have handed it over to him so easily. It seems the next time I open it, I should get the clue for the class set. With a thought, he dismissed the death cannon, joy in his eyes. After absorbing the scroll, the death cannon, which was already stronger than legendary items, should now be on par with Saint Extermination grade items. This was simply an unexpected windfall. I wonder how strong the Death Sovereign's class set will be. A flicker of burning anticipation flashed deep in Sumyubai's eyes. Resisting the urge to open the death cannon right then and there, he waved his hand to recall the Scourge Legion, mounted his Frost Dragon, and turned to leave the dungeon. After exiting a beginner village, only the first clear of a dungeon would trigger an announcement. Subsequent first clears of other difficulties would still grant rewards, but would no longer trigger announcements. The first clear of the hard level 10,000 Poison Snake Cave had rewarded Sumyubai with 20 primary soul stones. However, he was no longer short on those, so after looting everything, he handed them over to Fujiya to handle. The moment he left the dungeon, Sumyubai entered it again. Next up, Nightmare difficulty. Above the capital of the Sakura Kingdom, Yamamoto Yuji and a group of hidden ninja secret society elders were still surrounding Huijian. To be honest, they didn't want to do this, but they absolutely dared not leave. The power of that previous sword strike still left them with lingering fear. They had already received news that Shaoshan City had been breached, and upon learning that Bai Yi had retreated, they didn't know why, but they suddenly felt a sense of relief. Yamamoto Yuji looked at Huijian with a gloomy expression, his mind racing with unknown thoughts. Time slowly ticked away in this eerie atmosphere. It wasn't until the sky began to dim that the ancient gold coins circling Huijian suddenly dissipated entirely, and an invisible ripple instantly swept across the surroundings. The barrier shrouding the royal capital below suddenly rippled with concentric circles. Yoshi Yamamoto's expression changed drastically, and he mustered his courage to ask, "What exactly have you done, Your Excellency?" Huijian seemed not to hear him. He lowered his head to look at the royal city below and murmured, "Found it." The next moment, his entire figure vanished from where he stood, clang, accompanied by the ringing of a sword. The sound of the barrier shattering followed immediately after. Crack! The strongest defensive barrier of the Sakura Kingdom, in front of this mysterious powerhouse Huijian, was wiped out in an instant. Beep, 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 beep. Urgent alarm sirens suddenly blared within the royal city. The city guard, who had previously been unaware of the events high above, mobilized instantly. As the royal capital, it was naturally a gathering place for experts. The moment the barrier shattered, countless experts appeared, attempting to figure out the situation. Yoshi Yamamoto rushed downward at the first opportunity, shouting sharply, "No, his target is the treasury." All the elders' expressions shifted violently, and they rushed toward the treasury immediately. But by the time they arrived, there was no sign of Huijian in the treasury. No, to be precise, there was nothing left at all. Only a patch of bare earth remained where it had stood. The entire treasury had vanished into thin air. Yoshi Yamamoto plopped onto the ground, his eyes filled with a mix of terror and shock. He wanted to utter some harsh threats, but he feared that the mysterious powerhouse might not have gone far. For a moment, the faces of the high-ranking members of the Hidden Ninja Secret Society turned the color of pig liver. Not even a needle or a thread was left behind. They were absolute beasts. At the same time, the system announcement that rang out across the Sakura Kingdom once again made all Sakura players go dark in their vision, feeling as if the sky had collapsed. Chapter 123. Sakura players caught in the crossfire. Someone is openly cheating. Sakura Kingdom announcement. The royal capital has been breached by a mysterious intruder. All Sakura players' levels have been reduced by 1. Sakura Kingdom announcement. The royal capital's treasury has been stolen. Until it is recovered, the XP gained by all Sakura players from killing monsters is reduced by 50%. In this instant, the Sakura players were filled with question marks and exclamation points. The chat channels in every city exploded instantly. Nani? Has Bai Yi already become strong enough to breach the royal capital? Didn't you hear the announcement say it was a mysterious intruder? It definitely isn't Bai Yi. That means there are others invading us. Baka? Are our national borders fake? How can there be so many intruders? I just want to say, what does the royal capital's treasury being stolen have to do with us players of our level? Why is the XP reduced by 50%? It was already hard enough to level up, and now this. Let's all just lie flat, with the XP halved. How are we supposed to play? I haven't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. And I finally reached level 10, only to drop back to level 9. I'm tired. Let it all be destroyed. We can only pray that the higher-ups recover the treasury or capture Bai Yi as soon as possible. Sigh. Why am I a Sakura person? It's too hard. Outside Falling Moon City. Level 20 map. Tsukuyomi looked at his level, which had suddenly dropped back to 14, and felt that life was meaningless. He had originally thought that as long as he tried his best to avoid that pervert Bai Yi, he wouldn't be affected. But now, things had gone the opposite way. Why were there other intruders? And they were terrifying existences capable of breaching the royal capital, to charge into the top 5 of the level rankings. He had been neglecting his sleep and meals. Now, because the royal capital had been breached, he had dropped directly to 8th place. What made him even more miserable was that with the XP halved, He might not even be able to hold onto the top 10. Thinking of this, Tsukuyomi looked up at the sky in despair. What exactly did I do wrong? If this continues, the Sakura Kingdom will be completely finished. If he couldn't protect himself, then he could only find a way to kill Bai and obtain the XP boosting buff. Thinking of this, Tsukuyomi picked up his communicator and dialed. With his own talent combined with this person's talent, perhaps there really was a hope of assassinating Bai. Hello. A hoarse voice came from the communicator. But Tsukuyomi froze in place, unable to reply. At this moment, his pupils were dilated, and he didn't even react when the communicator fell from his hand. It was only because he had accidentally seen the number behind Bai's name on the level rankings. Is this right? While the Sakura players were complaining, other players in the Forbidden Land of Gods were completely bewildered. This time, it was once again because of the Blue Star region level rankings. It was not surprising that Senkai King Feng and the others had reached level 15. But what left everyone speechless was the name hanging at the very top. Blue Star region level rankings first place, Bai, level 59, Divine Dragon Empire. He took drugs. He definitely took drugs. I don't even want to say anything anymore. Can't the Myriad Worlds game just kick Bai off the rankings? I just reached level 6. And he's already level 59. Hey, is this the police? I'm reporting someone for cheating here. Compared to ordinary players, the others on the level rankings were the ones who felt the most miserable. To put it nicely, they were in the top 10 of the entire Blue Star region. But compared to the person in first place, they were no different from ordinary players, whose level rankings have such a huge gap. The first place level was more than 3 times that of the second place. And that was just the level number. If the XP gap were calculated, who knew how many times greater it would be? Senkai King Feng and the others stared blankly at their talents, for a moment even doubting if their talents were fake. Wasn't SSS rank supposed to be the highest tier talent, compared to that pervert Bai? What did this even count for? With the existence of a bug-level character like Bai, reaching the Blue Star region's level rankings no longer held any honor, only endless frustration. Someone was openly cheating. What could they possibly do? Blackness Valley. Entrance to the 10,000 Poison Snake Cave dungeon. The portal rippled, and Sumubai's figure appeared. He had also heard the previous announcement while inside the dungeon. There was no need to guess. That was undoubtedly the handiwork of Hoijian. A kingdom's treasury. Just how many treasures must be in there? That guy Hoijian really had the guts to pull something like that off. Why didn't he bring him along for such a good time? Master, where are we going now? Bing Shuang's voice rang out, pulling Sumubai back from his thoughts. He replied, wait a moment. As his voice fell, Sumubai's figure vanished from the throne. Dead zone transition. The next moment, his palm landed once again on the dungeon portal. Notification. You have exhausted your daily dungeon entry limit. During the time Hoijian was wreaking havoc in the royal capital, Sumubai had already cleared all difficulty levels of the 10,000 Poison Snake Cave. Normal difficulty, 5 times a day. Hard difficulty, 3 times a day. Nightmare difficulty, once a day. Hell difficulty, once a week. Before he had even finished clearing them, Sumubai received a system notification that his EXP had reached the cap. However, he simply allocated the subsequent EXP to Bing Shuang and continued grinding, coupled with the energy gained from consuming materials. Bing Shuang's level had now exceeded level 50. It wouldn't be long before it officially entered its growth phase. The reason Sumubai touched the portal again was simply to confirm a thought he had. He had conceived this idea after successfully using Catastrophe to upgrade a boss. Now, he finally had the chance to test it. Catastrophe target. 10,000 Poison Snake Cave Dungeon Portal. Notification. Please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. It really works. Sumubai's eyes lit up, and he immediately checked the details. Option 1. Promote to Disaster Grade 10,000 Poison Snake Cave Dungeon Portal. No cost. Option 2. Sublime it to Abyss Grade 10,000 Poison Snake Cave Dungeon Portal. Consumes 100. 0 Soul Crystals. Option 3. Catastrophize to Forbidden Zone Grade 10,000 Poison Snake Cave Dungeon Portal. Consumes 1 million years of lifespan. 1 million years of lifespan. Looking at the final option, Sumyubai couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Aside from the question mark level of lifespan cost that appeared when he was continuously upgrading his talents, this was the most terrifying consumption he had ever seen. However, upon second thought, increasing the dungeon difficulty was equivalent to upgrading an entire map. So a high cost was only natural. Promote to Tier 1. With a thought, Sumyubai decisively chose the free option. The next moment, the dungeon portal flashed with a beam of light and slowly turned a bloody red. Bing Shuang, standing to the side, widened its eyes in shock. Master, isn't this ability of yours a bit too unreasonable? If we were talking about being reasonable, would you have been able to promote directly into a Frost Dragon King? What you say makes so much sense that I find myself unable to refute it. Bing Shuang paused for a moment before following Sumyubai into the dungeon. This time, the process of selecting a difficulty was skipped entirely. In other words, through this portal, one could only enter the Disaster Grade Difficulty Dungeon, Chapter 124. A gift worth a fortune bonus chapter. Notification. You have entered the Disaster Grade 10,000 Poison Snake Cave. A white light flashed, and Sumyubai and Bing Shuang entered the dungeon. The terrain here had undergone massive changes. The entire cave was much wider than before. However, with Sumyubai's current strength, there was no difference between Disaster Grade and Normal Grade. Waving his hand to summon 5 squads of 100-man Shadow Knight legions, Sumyubai sat upright on his throne and said in a deep voice, "Pull the mobs." After the Book of Death absorbed the scroll, his control range for summoned creatures had increased to 180 meters at his current level. Combined with the catastrophe trait of Catastrophe World, Sumyubai's actual control range had reached a terrifying 5.9 kilometers in radius. A range like this could almost cover an entire small map. Sumyubai didn't care about the XP here. What he cared about was the Dark Gold Grade final boss. As the remaining monsters were cleared, only the final boss upgraded via his free promotion remained in the dungeon. 10,000 Poison 3-headed Snake level 60 epic grade boss. HP 600 million, 600 million attack power, 625,000 spell power, 576,000 physical defense, 100,000 magic defense, 86,000 elemental resistance, poison 40% skills, poison series spells, triple snake co-kill, shadow stealth, lightning assault. A lucky creature that evolved inexplicably, having gained a massive boost in power. It is currently feeling quite arrogant after its recent evolution. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The arrogant 10,000 Poison 3-headed snake was clearly intoxicated by its suddenly surging power. For a moment, it lost all sense of hierarchy and dared to flick its tongue at Bing Shuang. Hey, that really triggers my temper. Bing Shuang naturally wouldn't indulge it. The Dragon King level pressure swept out, instantly suppressing all of the boss's attributes by 25%, 150 million. The 10,000 Poison 3-headed snake's momentum plummeted instantly, and its tongue snapped back into its mouth. At the same time, Sumyubai's gaze locked onto the boss. Death Gaze. Notification. You have used Death Gaze on the 10,000 Poison 3-headed snake. Your life level is determined to be higher than the target's. The moment the system notification sounded, another number popped up above the boss's head, 240 million in an instant. The 10,000 Poison 3-headed snake's maximum HP dropped from 600 million to 210 million. Under the double debuff, all of its attributes were reduced by 65%. For a moment, the 3 heads of the 10,000 Poison 3-headed snake were filled with confusion. Didn't I just evolve? Where did my power go? Why does it feel even weaker than before I evolved? It was no wonder it felt this way. Besides reducing all attributes, Sumyubai's Death Gaze also carried the two curse effects of the Crown of Curses. Notification. You have applied the Poison Blood Curse to the 10,000 Poison 3-headed snake. The target's HP recovery effect is nullified for 5 seconds. System prompt. You have applied the Calamity Curse to the venomous 3-headed snake. The target's chance of receiving a critical hit is increased by 30% for the next 5 seconds. The daze lasted only for a split second. As endless terror descended, the venomous 3-headed snake instantly lost its sanity. Its 3 heads tangled together, and its long body began to twitch uncontrollably. Damage numbers of 5 million each popped up above its head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom. A rain of arrows filled the sky, followed by a volley of fireballs the size of human heads and a sweeping breath of frost dragon fire. This epic grade boss didn't even survive the fear effect of death gaze before collapsing to the ground as a corpse. Your inventory is full. Congratulations on achieving the first clear of the disaster grade dungeon Venomous Snake Lair. Reward: Primary Soul Stone x 100, Gold Coins by 50. Since he hadn't processed the loot from the mobs yet, Sumyubai's inventory was still full. He calmly upgraded all the items in his inventory through his freeloading ability before initiating a trade with Fujio Qiangxia. Boss, sometimes I really want to call the police. Fujio Qiangxia's voice sounded extremely exhausted. Ever since he signed the contract with Sumyubai, he had been working around the clock. Even though the Merchant Guild team had been initially established, it still couldn't keep up with the speed at which his boss was acquiring loot. Who could he even complain to about this? We're only just getting started. Sumyubai smiled slightly. The remaining items on the ground automatically flew into his inventory, along with the newly acquired rewards. He upgraded them and traded them over once more. Fujio Qiangxia's mouth twitched. After coughing twice, he continued. I triggered prosperous fortune today. I feel like this is a gift you'll really like. As he spoke, he placed an item into the trade window. Sumyubai took a closer look and immediately laughed. From now on, keep all good things like this for me. Double quotes understood. Fujio Qiangxia grinned, confirmed the trade, and ended the communication. A system notification immediately rang in Sumyubai's ears. You have obtained Epic Grade Space Lockdown Scroll X1, Calamity, upgrade by 1 tier. You have obtained Legendary Grade Space Lockdown Scroll X1. Legendary Grade Space Lockdown Scroll, after use, locks the space within a 1,000-meter radius. Lockdown effect: teleportation arrays become ineffective. Teleportation scrolls become ineffective, and blink or teleportation type skills cannot be used. Channeling time: 10 seconds. Duration: 120 minutes. The next city is going to be fun. Sumyubai flipped his hand to put away the scroll, a cold sneer curling his lips. With this scroll, any city that lacked the ability to break a legendary grade lockdown would effectively be cut off from all reinforcements. In 2 hours, the Scourge Legion would be fully capable of destroying a small city. With the existence of the death contract, city lords like Matsumoto-jun had absolutely no way to block the Scourge Legion's advance. After clearing out the trash, Sumyubai's gaze finally fell upon the drops from the venomous three-headed snake. This epic grade boss had actually only dropped one item. It was a perfectly round orb, the size of a fist, filled with swirling green mist. Sumyubai appraised it 3 times before he finally identified it. Venomous orb. Epic grade consumable after absorption. Poison resistance come 20% permanently. Only the first one is effective. Collect 12 venomous orbs to synthesize the source of venom. That's it. Sumyubai frowned. Although the effect of the venomous orb wasn't bad, it was somewhat disappointing that the venomous three-headed snake had only dropped this single item. Its only value likely lay in the final description, the source of venom. Sumyubai's thoughts stirred. Calamity. Upgrade by 1 tier. The next moment, the venomous orb in his hand began to shrink, and the green poison inside slowly transformed into a deep purple-black. You have obtained the legendary grade special item Source of Venom. With Calamity to freeload the upgrade, collecting 12 to synthesize, that wasn't necessary. Special item. Sumyubai keenly noticed the change in the prefix, just as he was about to check the attributes of the source of venom. The system notification sounded again. His expression immediately turned strange. Chapter 125. If you have the ability, come chase me, Sakura Kingdom, and Dying God Mountain. As the highest mountain in the Sakura Kingdom, it was shrouded by clouds from the mountainside up, and the world had never seen its full appearance. This was definitely the highest level map in the Sakura Kingdom, and for a long time, players had been unable to set foot here. The moment Sumyubai freeloaded the upgrade to create the source of venom, a pair of deep, airy pupils suddenly opened within the belly of the mountain. Hiss! I smell the scent of the source of venom. He stilled. It is time to take back our power. Not far away, another pair of pupils appeared, flickering with chilling, ghastly light in the pitch-black mountain interior. Both voices carried a hint of joy. As they spoke, pairs of pupils lit up one after another in the mountain's belly. 3, 4, 5. Soon, 16 vertical pupils appeared in the pitch-black space, but the next moment, the pair that had spoken first widened in shock, disbelievingly. Why is it like this? At the same time, Sumyubai, still in the disaster-grade venomous snake lair, looked at the source of venom in his hand, his expression turning strange. Prompt. The aura of the source of venom has awakened the Orochi sleeping in the Undying God Mountain. It will track the aura and reclaim the source of venom from you. Source of venom legendary grade special item poison resistance con 40%. Effect activates upon placing in the inventory. The Orochi was once heavily wounded. Its source of venom was shattered into 12 pieces, scattered across the Sakura Kingdom, and swallowed by 12 lucky magical beasts. Orochi. Sumyubai was stunned. This name belonged to at least a legendary grade boss, and it was very likely a mythical grade 1, with an inevitably high level. Being targeted by such a creature at this stage was not a good thing. Should I lure it to a city? Sumyubai thought for a moment, but ultimately shook his head and abandoned the idea. It wasn't that he had changed his mind, but rather that his current strength was insufficient. Even if he lured the Yamata no Orochi over, he wouldn't be able to maximize the benefits. Simply destroying the cities of the Sakura Kingdom held no meaning for him. Pursue the aura of the source of deadly poison? Looking at the description in the system prompt, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly and directly dialed the communication channel of Fujiishi. Boss, you've got to be kidding me. You're stocking up again so soon. Fujiishi's voice clearly carried a hint of surprise. That's not it. Keep this thing for me. I'll come to get it when I need it. Sumyubai initiated a trade directly and placed the source of deadly poison into the window. Pursue the aura. Then let it pursue to its heart's content. If it has the ability, let it break through the national borders and chase all the way to the Shenlong Empire. I'm sure the elders of the Shenlong Palace would be very happy to see it. Yamata no Orochi, inside Donghai City. After receiving the source of deadly poison, Fujiishi's heart skipped a beat. However, upon remembering the existence of national borders, he immediately felt at ease again, solemnly placing the source of deadly poison in the first slot of his inventory. Fujiishi thought for a moment and said, Boss, the Chamber of Commerce will be established soon. What should we name it? I'll let you know once I've thought of one. Sumyubai, who was terrible at naming things, couldn't think of a good name on the spot and decisively hung up the communication. He glanced at Bing Xuan's status panel. The XP from the last few dungeon runs had all been consumed by it, and its level had already reached level 5. Moreover, because there were so many materials from the last run that it hadn't finished digesting yet, its EXP was still slowly rising. Let's go. Let's head out first. Sumyubai waved his hand, recalled the Scourge Legion into the summoning space, and signaled for Bing Xuan to leave the dungeon. With 2 flashes of white light, both of them appeared in the Black Fog Valley simultaneously. The Scarlet Portal was slowly rotating, but this time, Sumyubai truly couldn't enter it anymore. All the dungeon attempts had been squeezed dry. There wasn't a single drop left. Master, where are we going now? Bing Xuan's eyes glowed with excitement. It only wanted to level up quickly so as not to fall too far behind its master. As an undead creature, it didn't need to eat or rest. Its daily activities only required energy to sustain itself, and high-grade materials of the death and ice elements were its best sources of energy. Don't be impatient. Sumyubai leaned back on his throne, and with a thought, the Death Codex appeared. Before leaving, he had to flip through the book to leave the aura of the descending death power here before shifting it elsewhere. As Sumyubai slowly opened the Death Codex, 10,000 soul points rapidly depleted, merging into the book. Ancient inscriptions rose from the pages, but this time they didn't surge into Sumyubai's mind. Instead, they hovered in midair. That heart-palpitating power of death descended once more, like an invisible hand ranging and combining these inscriptions. The next moment, a pale gray portal condensed into existence. In an instant, Sumyubai and Bing Xuan were sucked into it. Immediately after, the portal dissipated as if it had never appeared. The Black Fog Valley fell back into silence, with only the scarlet entrance to the myriad poison snake cave slowly rotating in place. More than 10 minutes later, a figure suddenly appeared at the location. The person who arrived was none other than Iga Dan. He scanned the surroundings. His brows furrowed tightly. The aura from just a moment ago was definitely related to Bai, but unfortunately, he had arrived too late. The other party had certainly left this place long ago. Being able to recognize the death contract, Iga Dan naturally had a certain understanding of the death sovereign profession. Confirming that Bai Yu was indeed no longer here, he took one last deep look at the unique dungeon portal before turning and disappearing into the Black Fog Valley. Prompt: You have entered the Void Rift. As the system prompt sounded, Sumyu-bai found himself in a world of nothingness. There was nothing here, and there was no sense of direction. Although he didn't have the feeling of his feet touching the ground, he wasn't falling either. He couldn't even sense gravity. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a cry of surprise from Bing Xuan reached his ears. This is the Void Rift. Sumyu-bai turned his head to look, only to see a cute version of Bing Xuan. This form was completely different from its usual shrunken state. It was a cartoonish version. However, this was clearly not the time to focus on appearances. Sumyu-bai asked directly, "What else do you know?" "This is information from the inherited memories after I leveled up." After the Myriad Worlds game descended, it merged countless worlds together. And the Void Rift is the void space between these various worlds that has fused into one. Bing Xuan flapped its wings, looking very cute and dazed. But no matter how it moved, it couldn't get any closer to Sumyu-bai. "What is this place for?" Sumyu-bai frowned and flipped his hand to summon the Death Codex. When he opened it this time, shouldn't he have received clues about the profession set? How did he end up being sucked into a place like this? In the terminology of the Myriad Worlds game, the Void Rift is the database for the entire game. Hearing Bing Xuan's explanation, Sumyu-bai raised an eyebrow. A database. The next moment, the Death Codex in his hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. Immediately after, Sumyu-bai witnessed a shocking scene. Chapter 126. The Grand Myriad Worlds game. Sumyu-bai's change in mindset prompt. You have used a sovereign authority, and are currently searching for clues regarding the components of the Death Sovereign profession set. Please note, this search can only yield one clue, and said clue is related to the world you are currently in. The light from the Death Codex acted like a key, completely unlocking the Void Rift. In an instant, countless visible streams of data emerged from the Void Rift, and the entire space instantly transformed into an ocean of data. The strings of data were composed of symbols Sumyu-bai had never heard of. Yet from the vast flow of data, he could vaguely see world after world. Sumyu-bai widened his eyes, completely immersed in this ocean of data that felt like a dream. Within the surging streams of data, he caught a glimpse of a world dominated by 10,000 races, in a realm of the firmament enveloped by holy light. High above the towering clouds, angels with snow-white wings on their backs shuttled between floating islands. The city-states were constructed from translucent crystal and shimmering gold, and the magnificent cathedral at the center radiated a pure brilliance capable of dispelling all gloom. In stark contrast to this sacred land was a world dominated by demons. It was like an abyss of eternal night, wherein thick mist permeated every inch of space. The scorched earth was cracked and crisscrossed, with molten lava flowing wantonly. Powerful demons with massive forms and hellfire burning around their bodies roared and fought under a blood-red sky, competing for souls and territory. As his gaze shifted, a world overrun by demonic beasts came into view. Ancient, dense jungles blotted out the sun, and strange, cold-scaled beasts lurked in the shadows. Some sped ice shards, capable of freezing an entire swamp in an instant. Others had long, electrified tails. Wherever they swept, mountains and rocks crumbled, and forests were instantly reduced to ash. These powerful worlds, though seen only in a fleeting glance, left a profound impression on Sumyu-bai's heart. Even without truly entering them, he could clearly feel just how terrifying those powerful races were. It was no wonder that humans from Blue Star could only remain in the forbidden land of the gods after entering the game. If they were to compete on the same stage as the 10,000 races directly, there would be almost no possibility for humanity to grow. As the data flowed, Sumyu-bai saw even more worlds and encountered a vast number of alien races. Titan giants 10,000 meters tall, long-eared and handsome elves, burly and ferocious beastkin, sharp-toothed and bloodthirsty vampires. The appearance of every single race represented countless worlds. Sumyubai even saw the figures of humans several times. But they were not located in the Forbidden Land of the Gods. To be precise, there was more than one Forbidden Land of the Gods. This was information that automatically surfaced in Sumyubai's mind after seeing those worlds. For the first time, Sumyubai had a clear and profound understanding of the Myriad Worlds game. What kind of existence could fuse so many worlds together, digitize them all, and create the Myriad Worlds game? Such immense power was something Sumyubai, with his current strength and perspective, could not comprehend at all. At the same time, he cast aside his mindset of looking down on everything. Ever since obtaining the catastrophe talent, although Sumyubai had always remained cautious, in reality, he had never truly taken others seriously. In his view, even powerhouses like Shichuji and Huaijian would eventually be surpassed by him. And it certainly wouldn't take a very long time. After all, the effect of catastrophe was simply to heaven-defying. Sumyubai finally realized how arrogant he had been. This game was far more grandiose than he had imagined. Even becoming invincible in the human world was merely the beginning. The true objects of competition were those races in the myriad worlds that were born powerful. Sumyubai's mindset underwent a silent and significant transformation. Previously, he sought to increase his strength mostly for the sake of self-preservation. But his goal now was to step onto the pinnacle of the myriad worlds, to experience the splendor of different worlds, and to contend with the 10,000 races. Thinking of this, Sumyubai's eyes gradually became sharp and firm. So what if the human race is weak? So what if I am permanently stuck at one drop of blood? I can still be invincible in this world. As the data streams surged, the light emitted by the Death Codex suddenly grew more intense. A thick string of data emerged from the depths of the void, and Sumyubai's gaze tightened as a sudden feeling of affinity rose in his heart. This was a gloomy, deathly silent world where a gray sky hung low, and leaden clouds pressed heavily upon the earth. The desolate land was filled with the scent of decay, and various forms of the undead wandered among the ruins. The images skipped rapidly, and Sumyubai saw a legion of skeletons like an ocean, their numbers impossible to count. Compared to them, the Scourge Legion he was so proud of was simply not worth mentioning. Headless Knights, Death Knights, Elemental Liches, Frost Dragons. Countless races flashed by, some of them possessed ores no weaker than the angels and demons from before, and some were even more powerful. This was a vast dead zone formed by the fusion of many undead worlds. Beside him, the soul fire within Bing Shuang's pupils flickered violently, as if recalling some memory. The next moment, a thread as thin as a hair suddenly split off from the data stream representing the dead zone and merged into the Death Codex. The system notification sounded once again. Notification, search complete. Clues have been stored in the Death Codex. Exiting the Void Rift. As the countdown ended, Sumyubai felt his vision go black. When he reappeared, he had already returned to the Black Mist Valley. Where is the dungeon portal? Sumyubai looked around and was suddenly stunned. The place where the 10,000 Poison Snake Cave portal had originally been was now completely empty. Did it refresh randomly? Thinking of Shichuji's words, Sumyubai had some guesses, but the continuous system notifications ringing in his ears made his expression change. Notification: you have successfully stayed in the Sakura Kingdom for 24 hours. The Sakura Kingdom invader buff effect has increased. Looking at the 6% increase in EXP on the BUFF, Sumyubai was a bit dumbfounded. He had only felt like he spent a few minutes in the Void Rift. He hadn't expected that more than 2 days had passed since he came out. Bing Shuang, who had returned to her original appearance, seemed to see Sumyubai's confusion and explained, Master, the flow of time in the Void Rift is 1,000 times slower than in the normal world. 1,000 times, Sumyubai's heart trembled. Fortunately, searching for the clues had taken less than 4 minutes. If it had taken any longer, the loss would have been significant. Having only lost 2 days or so, Sumyubai could still accept it. He glanced at the level leaderboard. The second-place player, Sanji King Feng, was only level 18. Let's go. Let's leave this place first. Although so much time had passed, Sumyubai still decided to relocate. Using the jump, he arrived upon the throne, and Frost immediately took to the air. Master, where to? Sumyubai opened the map of the Sakura Kingdom and pointed in a direction at random. Fly this way for now. and in the direction he pointed, there was, quite remarkably, a tier to main city named Moonfall City. Chapter 127, Set Clues. Powerful max level SSS skill bonus chapter. Frost flew at top speed. Having learned from the previous lesson of being chased by the dark feather magic vulture, it did not radiate its dragon might over a wide area. Sumyubai rested his chin on one hand and flipped his hand to summon the Book of Death. When he entered the Void Rift, the 10,000 soul points had already been completely consumed. The cost for the next time he opened it would double again, requiring a full 20,000 points. However, that was not his main focus. After wasting more than 2 days, a new line had appeared in the description of the Book of Death. Class Set Clue, Sanctuary Empire. Holy Light Heaven Headquarters, the Book of Death will guide your way. For a moment, Sumyubai was left speechless. He had originally freeloaded a treasure map, only for it to send him to the Sakura Kingdom. This time it was even more ruthless, sending him straight to the Sanctuary Empire. That was the only nation in the Forbidden Land of Gods that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Divine Dragon Empire. Even the Northern Radiance Empire and the Radiant Federation were a cut below those two. Moreover, the location specified by the clue was the headquarters of Holy Light Heaven. Just by looking at the name, Sumyubai knew this must be a faction of the same level as the Divine Dragon Palace. Although he was a bit of a freak, he didn't have the ability to break into such a place and snatch things just yet. Sumyubai sighed, and he suddenly thought of Huijian. If only he could have his strength, he could raid the Sakura Kingdom's treasury whenever he pleased. So surely causing a scene in the Sanctuary Empire wouldn't be a big deal. Speak of the devil, and the devil shall appear. Just as Sumyubai put away the Book of Death, his communicator rang, and it was from Huijian. Why couldn't I reach you for the past 2 days? Huijian's lazy voice sounded. Sumyubai thought for a moment and said, I'm not sure myself. I entered a special map, and I guess the signal was blocked. Is there something you need, senior? He didn't proactively mention the Void Rift, but what Huijian said next left him dumbfounded. Nothing much. Just notifying you that I'm heading back to the Divine Dragon Empire. You've already left. Yeah, I had things to do back home. And since I couldn't get a hold of you, I had to leave on my own. Upon hearing this, Sumyubai didn't know what to say. Wait, no. Everything was fine when they arrived. But now he couldn't get back without Huijian. He had no way to cross the national borders. He hurriedly asked, Senior, what am I supposed to do if you leave? Just keep playing. The Sakura Kingdom isn't huge, but it's enough to keep you occupied for a while. Wasn't the siege you led earlier fun? Huijian's voice clearly carried a hint of schadenfreude, but he added at the end, alright. I'm not teasing you anymore. When I go to another country in a while, I'll pick you up on the way. As soon as he finished speaking, before Sumyubai could respond, Huijian ended the call. However, Sumyubai breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could be picked up, it was fine. He had almost thought he would have to stay in the Sakura Kingdom until the national borders opened. Since he couldn't obtain the class set for the time being, Sumyubai checked his quest list and said to Frost, fly lower and look for dark gold bosses above level 100. You got it. Frost immediately took on multiple roles. Besides serving as a mount, it also acted as a radar for other players. Finding 5 epic bosses above level 100 was not easy. But since Sumyubai could freeload, the difficulty dropped significantly. Epic tier bosses were hard to find, but weren't dark gold tier ones easy to come by? While Frost was searching for bosses, Sumyubai didn't stay idle. He opened his skill list, his gaze landing on Dead Zone Jump and Death Gaze. These two SSS skills, the former had already been upgraded to level 4, while the latter hadn't been upgraded at all. After he had freeloaded the perfect skill books, he had been too busy multitasking to control the siege and hadn't had the chance to use them. Now was the perfect time to use 2 of them to upgrade his skills. Sumyubai flipped his hand to take out to perfect skill books and focused his mind. Notification. You have used a perfect skill book to upgrade Death Gaze to max level. Notification. You have used a perfect skill book to upgrade Dead Zone Jump to max level. Things worth 1,000 years of lifespan are just simple and brutal. Sumyubai smiled slightly and opened his skill list to check the effects of the 2 skills at max level. Death Gaze vs Max. Active skill. Gaze at a target to incinerate their soul. Skill effects. 1. Deals 1000% of spell power as true damage per second for 20 seconds. 2. The gaze creature will be continuously affected by the fear effect. 3. For all creatures with a life level lower than yours, their total attributes are forcibly reduced by 30% the moment they are gazed upon. This effect is determined solely by life level and cannot be reduced by any resistance. 4. Creatures killed by death gaze will suffer extreme pain and fall into a weakened state after resurrection. With all attributes reduced by 80% for 12 hours, instant cast, 60-second cooldown, consumes 5% of maximum mana. No continuous channeling required after casting. Attack range is equal to the field of vision. Wherever your gaze falls, death follows like a shadow. All attributes reduced by 80% after being killed by me and resurrected. Looking at the fourth effect, a hint of curiosity flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. Under the enhancement of the class catastrophe trait, what kind of effect would that be? Would it drop directly to 0? It wouldn't drop into the negatives, would it? The effect of the max level death gaze left Sumyubai stunned. Not only did the overall damage quadruple, but the most significant change was the shift in attack range. As long as it was within his field of vision, a single thought was enough to trigger it. This was simply too exaggerated. Would death domain shift be the same? Thinking of this, Sumyubai looked toward the second skill with great anticipation. The improvement to death domain shift wasn't massive. The immunity effect after shifting remained at 3.5 seconds, and the cooldown was reduced to 10 seconds, however. Bolstered by the professional catastrophe trait, Sumyubai could shift once every 10 seconds, granting him immunity to damage and negative status effects for 7 seconds. This was already sufficiently monstrous. The duration of death curtain increased to 45 seconds, while the cooldown remained at 120 seconds, but similarly, when Sumyubai used it, it would last for 90 seconds. During this time, his Scourge Legion would be an immortal existence. The number of death curtains that could exist simultaneously increased directly to 10, with the doubling effect. That meant 20, significantly boosting the mobility of the Scourge Legion. What surprised Sumyubai the most was that the skill range had indeed become equal to his field of vision. Just as he had imagined. Satisfied, he closed the skill list. With a flicker of his mind, he instantly vanished from the throne. Frost was momentarily stunned. Where did my master, who was just here? Chapter 128. Physical and magical dual cultivation. Another experiment. Don't be nervous. I'm just testing the skill. Sumyubai's voice appeared in Frost's mind, and it hurriedly sensed his position through the connection of their contract. Upon sensing him, it was immediately shocked. The master had instantly appeared several kilometers away. Notification. You have discovered the Lengxi Wilderness. Benefiting from being at a high altitude, Sumyubai had an excellent field of vision. With just a thought, he used Death Domain Shift to travel from Frost back down to the earth. Moo! Sumyubai's sudden appearance startled a unicorn rhinoceros nearby. The latter snorted a puff of air and launched an attack instantly. Although there was a 7-second immunity effect after the Death Domain Shift, Sumyubai still reflexively raised his staff. The next moment, the charging unicorn rhinoceros was sent flying backward instantly. 289,200, accompanied by a critical hit of nearly 300. This unicorn rhinoceros collapsed to the ground and died. You obtained silver coins 36. You obtained black iron grade equipment leather belt. You obtained common material rhinoceros horn. Although this was only a level 40 common monster, under the influence of Sumyubai's 32 points of luck, it had actually dropped a piece of black iron grade equipment. However, these drops and the XP allocated to Frost were not worth mentioning. What Sumyubai was more concerned about was the effect of the staff swing he had just performed. Although he had cleared many dungeons after his breakthrough, he had always kept his hands in his pockets and watched from the sidelines, never once making contact with a monster. This was the first time Sumyubai had personally experienced the power of his Dominator Force. After reaching level 59, the base attributes of the epic and legendary equipment on his body had significantly increased, added to the free attribute points gained from leveling up. His Dominator Force had now reached a terrifying 16,241 points. After breaking through to the second tier, the profession bonus coefficient had also increased to 5. Combined with the magic power provided by his equipment, his base attack power and spell power on his status window now reached a staggering 105. Not only that, but the physical force effect was also 5 times higher. In other words, that casual swing of his staff had exerted a force effect exceeding 80,000 points. How could a mere level 40 common monster withstand such terrifying force? This was the reason why the unicorn rhinoceros had been sent flying backward. The gap in power between the two was simply too vast. Physical and magical dual cultivation is even more satisfying than I imagined. Sumyubai clenched his fist, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Although he had known this information when he broke through, experiencing it personally felt completely different. Before this, he had always considered himself a magic-based profession. Too lazy to wait for Frost to fly over, Sumyubai bent his knees slightly and jumped from where he stood. The next moment, a pale gray light curtain instantly appeared. Frost flew directly through the curtain and caught Sumyubai steadily. Sumyubai sat back down on the throne and said calmly, "Continue looking for a boss." Hearing this, Frost flapped its wings and flew high, continuing toward higher level maps. Half an hour later, the first target finally appeared in their field of vision. Below was an endless grassland, seen from high above. A massive lion was particularly conspicuous. Its fluffy mane looked just like a raging inferno. Blazing Lion Emperor level 110. Dark Gold Grade Boss HP 528 million per 528 million. The moment Sumyubai saw the boss, he immediately activated Death Curtain. The next instant, the boss, which had been dozing off, sprang up from the ground, its mane instantly bristling, its pupils widened, and it let out a low roar. Watching the suddenly appearing giant beast with vigilance. Damn it, where did such a huge dragon come from so suddenly? Now over 30 meters long, Frost could indeed be called a giant beast in front of the blazing Lion Emperor. Sumyubai did not immediately engage the boss. Instead, with a thought, he left Frost's back and said, "Don't kill it." Double quotes understood. Frost grinned, its Dragon King level pressure instantly sweeping over the boss. It opened its mouth and spewed Frost Dragon breath, bringing the opponent a baptism of ice and fire. Almost instantly, the blazing Lion Emperor was frozen into a massive ice sculpture. Its life level was far too inferior to Frost's, even though its level was nearly double that of Frost. It still had no power to fight back. 53,568,000, 53,540,107,000,000. Before the duration of the dragon breath ended, Frost had to voluntarily terminate it. It curled its lip, still feeling unsatisfied, too fragile to play with. At this moment, the Flame Lion Emperor, frozen within the ice, had less than 10% of its health remaining. Had the dragon breath lasted even 1 second longer, it would have been time to collect the corpse. Moreover, this was only because Frost had deliberately restrained its dragon might. Otherwise, the boss would already be dead. A dark gold grade boss, in front of a true mythical grade creature, was just that fragile. Master, should I lower it even more? Frost tilted its head to look at Sumyubai, raising a dragon claw. As long as its master gave the word, it was prepared to carefully give this fellow in front of them a center-parted hairstyle. Seeing a Frost Dragon King, yet still daring to play with fire, it truly had the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard. That's enough, leave it at that. Sumyubai waved his hand, and Frost immediately lowered its claw in disappointment. Oh well, it wouldn't get to be a hairdresser today. I'll let you play with it later. Sumyubai patted Frost with a smile, then turned his gaze toward the Flame Lion Emperor, now transformed into an ice sculpture, and focused his mind. Catastrophe. Target, Flame Lion Emperor. The reason he had let Frost beat the boss down to low health was to test whether it would maintain its current state after evolution. If the theory held, then in the future, when encountering high-level bosses, Sumyubai would dare to evolve them even after they were at low health. Notification. Please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to Epic Grade Boss Raging Flame Lion, no cost. Option 2. Sublime it to Legendary Grade Boss Flame Prison Demon Lion. Cost 100 million soul coins. Option 3. Catastrophe to Mythical Grade Boss Red Lotus Emperor. Cost 100,000 years of lifespan. Please note, if you choose Tier 3 Catastrophe, there is a high probability that the target will be directly annihilated due to being unable to withstand the massive energy. You will gain nothing, and the consumed lifespan cannot be refunded. Looking at the notification that had appeared for the first time, Sumyubai didn't take it too hard. He would have to be insane to use Tier 3 Catastrophe on an enemy. Promote to Tier 1. As Sumyubai made his choice, a burst of 3-colored light suddenly surged from the surface of the Flame Lion Emperor's body. The once indestructible ice sculpture gradually melted within the light. Roar. Feeling the rapidly increasing power within its body, the Flame Lion Emperor began to erupt with scorching flames, shattering the ice while opening its mouth to let out an angry roar. However, the next moment, Frost stepped on it, pinning it to the ground, and let out a cold snort. What are you barking about? Evolve obediently. Once you're done evolving, this young master will play with you properly. Chapter 129. The Catastrophe Characteristics of the Life Soul Crystal Part 1. A full 5 minutes passed before the 3-colored light on the Flame Lion Emperor's body completely dissipated. Its size had also grown significantly, looking only a circle smaller than Frost's overall. At this moment, it had evolved into an epic grade boss, the Raging Flame Lion. Sumyubai immediately checked the Raging Flame Lion's status window, after his strength had increased multiple times. Even though the opponent was a level 110 epic grade boss, he could see part of its panel. Raging Flame Lion level 110 epic grade boss. Health, 2.6 for billion, 2.6 for billion. It actually fully recovered. Watching the Raging Flame Lion's health bar fill back up, Sumyubai shook his head in slight disappointment. If that was the case, his plan to beat high-level bosses to low health before helping them evolve would have to be abandoned. Human desire is truly infinite. Sumyubai sighed. The cheat he possessed was already so massive, yet he still felt disappointed over such a small matter. Putting away his disappointment, Sumyubai glanced indifferently at the boss still pinned under Frost's foot and said, "It's all yours." The next moment, a terrifying power of death descended, and fear instantly appeared in the Raging Flame Lion's pupils. At the same time, the dragon might that Frost had been restraining was completely unleashed. Two terrifying damage numbers immediately popped up above the Raging Flame Lion's head. 1.58 for billion, 396 million. The former came from Sumyubai's Death Gaze. After this SSS grade skill reached max level, the forced attribute reduction effect increased to 30%. After stacking the profession's catastrophe characteristic, it became a terrifying 60%. As for Frost's Dragon Might, due to the high-level difference, it also reduced the Raging Flame Lion's attributes by 15%. But with both taking effect simultaneously, the boss's attributes were almost back to what they were before the evolution. Feeling the power it had just gained vanish by more than half, the bewildered Raging Flame Lion hadn't even reacted before it took a blow from Frost's Dragon Claw. This claw targeted its head, and the Raging Flame Lion felt its brain buzzing. Next was Frost's time to perform. It said it would give this guy a center part, so it would absolutely not give it a side part. Frost forcibly extinguished all the flames on the boss's body, leaving only the mane on its neck frozen by ice and parted down the middle. The Raging Flame Lion didn't last long before it collapsed to the ground in humiliation, completely losing all signs of life. 1 second before it died, Sumyubai focused his mind, and the ring on his finger instantly shone with a rich, pearly white light. Goddess of Luck's Blessing. You have used Goddess of Luck's Blessing. For the next 30 seconds, your luck stat is increased to 64 points. The next moment, a series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. You have obtained Epic Grade Material Rage Crystal times 30. You have obtained 26,400 gold coins. You have obtained Primary Life Soul Stone times 2112. Under the blessing of 64 points of luck, the Raging Flame Lion dropped a huge pile of items. Auto loot took effect, and everything flew into his inventory automatically. At the same time, Sumyubai's figure vanished from where he stood, instantly appearing beside the Raging Flame Lion's corpse. The next moment, the orb rotating on his left wrist floated above the corpse, and after returning to its original size, it suddenly erupted with a rich gray light, enveloping the boss's corpse. During this time, the phantom of the frost dragon within the crystal ball also became clearer. A moment later, The raging fire lion vanished completely, as if it had never existed in this world at all. Off to the side, Bing Xuan watched curiously as the crystal ball returned to Sumyubai's wrist. It had sensed the aura of its own kind within it. However, this aura gave it an indescribable, strange feeling for some reason. But since this feeling was negligible, Bing Xuan did not take it to heart. Notification: Dylan's crystal ball has devoured a corpse. Current mission progress. Having resolved the mission, Sumyubai began to inspect the items dropped by the raging fire lion, and fortunately, aside from the soul stones, there was nothing he could use at the moment. Although the raging fire lion had dropped 3 epic grade pieces of equipment, once identified, their requirements were between level 90 and level 180. In other words, he needed to be at least level 90 to equip them. The 2 grade skill books were also just ordinary physical single target skills and an AoE skill for fire element mages. This was the 4th epic grade boss Sumyubai had killed, and he had roughly figured out the drop quantity of soul stones. In the Myriad Worlds game, every 30 levels is a threshold for players, and the same applies to bosses. Beyond the fact that higher levels result in a higher base drop rate, every time a boss crosses a special level threshold like 3060 or 90, the number of soul stones drop doubles. Coupled with Sumyubai's high luck stat of 64 points, the raging fire lion was able to drop over 2,000 primary soul stones. That was a full 100 years of lifespan, and for Sumyubai, the lifespan represented by these soul stones was worth far more than that. The startup capital for the Chamber of Commerce established by Fujiya Chanjio was already more than sufficient. Therefore, he did not intend to sell these soul stones. Instead, he wanted to test what kind of catastrophe characteristics they would have after a catastrophe. Thinking of this, Sumyubai focused his mind. Catastrophe target, primary soul stone, promote by 1 tier. You have obtained 2,112 intermediate soul stones. However, before doing this, he needed to increase his own lifespan first. After all, it required 100 years of lifespan to perform a 3rd-tier catastrophe on a single primary soul stone, and his current lifespan was not enough. A primary soul stone subjected to a 3rd-tier catastrophe becomes a soul crystal. If it weren't for the catastrophe characteristic, Sumyubai would even lose the original 30 days of lifespan. Therefore, if one wants to make money using this talent, the cost-effectiveness of simple promotion is still the highest. But compared to the catastrophe characteristic, the loss of a mere 30 days of lifespan was not worth mentioning. Sumyubai calculated slightly, flipped his hand to take out a small pile of intermediate soul stones, and absorbed them directly. In an instant, a rich surge of life energy merged into Sumyubai's body, causing him to let out a soft groan involuntarily. You have absorbed 177 intermediate soul stones, increasing your lifespan by 21,240 days. Current lifespan over 110 years to be safe. Sumyubai specifically absorbed an extra 10 years of lifespan. With enough lifespan, he took out another intermediate soul stone. Catastrophe target, intermediate soul stone, 3rd-tier catastrophe. Notification: do you confirm consuming 100 years of lifespan to overwrite the previous promotion effect and evolve the primary soul stone to a higher grade? Confirm consumes 100 years of lifespan. Cancel. I hope there's a surprise. Sumyubai took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. Confirm. Chapter 130. The catastrophe characteristic of the soul crystal, part 2, bonus chapter. As Sumyubai's words fell, the intermediate soul stone in his palm suddenly shone with light, the stone skin on its surface gradually fading away, slowly turning into a purple-black crystal. And this purple-black crystal was clearly slightly different from the previous soul crystals. However, this was not important. Sumyubai immediately checked the effects of this special soul crystal. Soul crystal, rare special treasure. Absorbing it will increase your lifespan by 100 years. Note: regardless of whether you keep the soul crystal in your inventory or warehouse, you will lose 1/10 of it upon death, with a minimum loss of 10 years. Catastrophe characteristic: slightly increases soul strength upon absorption. Soul strength. What kind of stat is this? Sumyubai looked at the description of the soul crystal's catastrophe characteristic, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. However, thinking that the Myriad Worlds game was a real world, he immediately felt that this characteristic was not simple. Beside him, Bing Shuang suddenly poked its massive head over, once again wearing the expression it had when it saw the large batch of materials earlier. Master, that soul crystal in your hand looks like it tastes very good. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. He had almost forgotten, although Bing Shuang's level had been forcibly lowered by the Myriad Worlds game. It possessed memory inheritance after evolving into a mythical great creature. Thinking of this, Sumyubai asked directly, "Do you know what soul strength is?" Soul strength. Bing Shuang thought for a moment upon hearing this and said, "I know a little, but not much. It is said that soul strength is related to the upper limit. The upper limit. The higher the soul strength, the easier it is to take that step in the future. That step." Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Sichuji had also said those 3 words. Bing Shuang stretched out a dragon claw to scratch its head and said uncertainly, "That step seems to be related to the Saint Extermination grade. There isn't much information about this in my inherited memories." Hearing this, Sumyubai nodded slightly. It seemed that soul strength was even more important than he had imagined. Glancing at the wide-eyed, glowing Bing Shuang, Sumyubai waved his hand and said, "I will give you some to eat in the future, but don't think about it for now, Master. Please don't forget about me." Bing Shuang swallowed its saliva and forcibly turned its head away, no longer looking at the soul crystal in Sumyubai's hand. It naturally understood that for such a good item, the master must enjoy it first. Sumyubai withdrew his gaze and began to absorb the soul crystal directly. "You have absorbed a soul fate crystal. Lifespan increased by 100 years. Current lifespan over 110 years. Cataclysm trait activated. Your soul strength has slightly increased." Listening to the system notification ringing in his ears, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Aside from feeling the life energy within his body become abundant once more, he felt no other special sensations. This slightly, isn't it a bit too slight? Murmuring to himself, Sumyubai teleported onto Frost's back and said, "Continue searching for bosses above level 100. Hearing this, Frost took to the sky and continued with its task. Although dark gold tier bosses were not as rare as epic tier bosses, they were not exactly common either. Finding them required a bit of luck. Even though Sumyubai could use money to sublime at gold tier bosses, he happened to need some time to handle other matters right now. So, he simply didn't ask Fujiya Qiangxia for funds. Moreover, the cost of sublimating a gold tier boss to epic tier was not cheap. He was currently in the starting phase. If he spent too much money, his development would slow down significantly. Sumyubai knew well how to maximize his benefits. Leaving the boss hunting to Frost, Sumyubai leaned back on his throne and flipped his hand to take out a soul fate stone. Cataclysm Tier 3. Notification. Do you confirm consuming 100 years of lifespan to overwrite the previous promotion effect and evolve a primary soul fate stone to a higher grade? Confirm. The next moment, another special soul fate crystal appeared in his palm. Without a second thought, Sumyubai began absorbing it directly. 1, 2, just like that. Sumyubai continuously performed cataclysm and absorption. Although his lifespan did not increase, his soul strength began to rise steadily. It was just that he hadn't clearly felt this improvement. If not for the system notifications, Sumyubai would have even doubted whether his soul strength had improved at all. Despite this, Sumyubai continued to repeat the process. He wanted to evolve and absorb all the remaining soul fate stones in his inventory, regardless of whether he could feel it. This improvement was ultimately a good thing. After all, this was related to something of Saint Extermination grade. Naturally, he should improve as much as possible. Only when Frost found a target would Sumyubai stop his actions and turn to glance at the boss. Just those 2 simple glances were enough to make the boss experience what it meant to be in heaven 1 second and hell the next. The sudden evolution and the force weakening from the gaze of death made the targeted boss suffer immensely. Coupled with Frost's dragon might suppression and violent ravaging, they were left in utter despair. Each boss, in addition to increasing the quest progress by 20%, provided Sumyubai with over 2,000 primary soul fate stones. Not long after dealing with the 3rd boss, Sumyubai's communicator rang, and the slightly excited voice of Fujiya Qiangxia came through. "Boss, the Chamber of Commerce can be established now. Have you thought of a name?" Sumyubai thought for a moment and said, "Let's call it Wanji." "Wanji, great name." Fujiya Qiangxia laughed. One day, our business will spread across the 10,000 worlds. A moment later, a system notification rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification. Player Fujiya Changxia invites you to join the Wanji Chamber of Commerce. Do you accept? Accept. Notification. You have joined the Wanji Chamber of Commerce. Notification. The original president of the Wanji Chamber of Commerce has chosen to abdicate in your favor, and you have become the new president. Fujiya Changxia handled things cleanly and efficiently. There was absolutely nothing to complain about. Sumyubai opened the Chamber of Commerce interface, promoted Fujiya Changxia to vice president, and granted him a series of permissions directly to facilitate his daily operations. Fujiya Changxia was clearly very busy. After handling the Chamber of Commerce matters, he hurriedly ended the call. The business empire had officially set sail. A smile appeared on the corner of Sumyubai's mouth as he continued to perform cataclysm and absorb the soul fate crystals. No matter what, powerful strength was the guarantee for everything. It wasn't until the fifth boss fell under Frost's dragon claws that Sumyubai stopped his actions. To his regret, despite having absorbed several thousand soul fate crystals, he still felt nothing special. Who could it be that my strength is too low, which is why I can't feel it? Exhaling a breath of stale air, Sumyubai shook his head, stopped dwelling on the matter, and flashed over to the boss's corpse. Dylan's crystal ball emerged and began to devour the corpse. As the last boss's corpse was devoured, the phantom of the frost dragon inside the crystal ball suddenly opened its eyes. At the same time, a system notification rang in Sumyubai's ears. The third update of the day is here, my patrons. Please give your free gifts. Chapter 131. Don't worry, you will definitely die. Congratulations on completing the first stage of the legendary quest Dylan's Sorrow. The seal on the Dylan's crystal ball entry has been lifted, and the second stage of the quest has begun. Dylan's Sorrow legendary quest second stage. Kill a legendary tier boss and immediately use Dylan's crystal ball to devour its corpse. The boss must be at least level 180. Quest duration: 2.5 years. Quest reward: lift all seals on Dylan's crystal ball. Quest failure: lose Dylan's crystal ball. After the system notification ended, the frost dragon inside the crystal ball closed its eyes again and then gradually faded away. Dylan's crystal ball also transformed back into a small orb, slowly rotating around Sumyubai's left wrist. The difficulty increase for the second stage is a bit exaggerated. Sumyubai rubbed his chin, contemplating the difficult points of the quest. A legendary tier boss was on a completely different level of strength compared to an epic tier boss. This could be seen from the difference in equipment between the two tiers. Epic tier equipment did not have all attribute bonuses, and the effects of their entries were also significantly worse than those of legendary tier equipment. Furthermore, the second stage quest requires a boss of level 180 or higher. At this level, which corresponds to the 7th tier for players, the boss's strength will undoubtedly be even greater. However, all of this was merely Sumyubai's speculation. After a moment of thought, he turned his head toward Frost and asked, "Can you defeat a level 180 legendary grade boss right now?" Level 180. Frost shook its head immediately. "I am not a match for one yet," and continued to ask, "What about after you enter the growth stage?" The pile of materials previously provided by Rich and Powerful, combined with the experience gained during this period, had already pushed Frost's level to 58. Given the sheer volume of those materials, which included nearly 100 legendary grade materials and 8 mythical grade materials, once Frost fully digested them, it would inevitably break through to level 60 or higher. Even then, I couldn't win. Frost continued to shake its head. Level 180 is a watershed for powerful creatures. It represents stepping into the adult stage, which brings a significant increase in strength. Having said that, it suddenly thought of something and changed the subject. If Master's Death Gaze can suppress the attributes of a legendary grade creature, perhaps there might be a chance. Is that so? Sumyubai fell into deep thought upon hearing this. He didn't know if Death Gaze could take effect on legendary grade creatures. He had once considered trying it on Frost, but ultimately decided against it. This was because the suppression effect of Death Gaze did not specify how long it would last. Although he could easily use Death Gaze, he had no way to retract the suppression. If it were to last permanently, The loss would be catastrophic. As this was a real, digitized world, Sumyubai guessed that he might only be able to fully master these SSS grade skills after he broke through to a higher tier. However, even if Death Gaze could not take effect, Sumyubai felt he still had the strength to fight. With the Scourge Legion bolstered by Death Pact and multiple SSS grade skills, he could simply wear the opponent down to death. But for the sake of caution, Sumyubai decided to break through first before completing the second stage of the quest. With a full 2.5 years to complete the quest, there was absolutely no need to rush. Stop thinking of this. Sumyubai flashed onto the throne on Frost's back and said softly, "Continue flying in the previous direction and find a small city along the way." Upon hearing this, Frost soared into the sky, turning into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. He didn't know if the next time he opened the Death Codex, it would be to learn a skill or to undertake an advancement quest. If it were the former, it was conservatively estimated that he would need 60 soul points to unlock the advancement quest. Besides sieging cities, where else could he obtain so many soul points? The previous 5 epic grade bosses had only contributed a little over 100 soul points in total, compared to the 1,000 points Franklin had contributed back then. The difference was like heaven and earth. Regarding this point, Sumyubai had also asked Frost. The final answer he received was that Franklin, like Frost, was a true living creature, not something created by the Myriad Worlds game. Only true living creatures could possess such a large amount of soul points. It was no wonder that Shichuji and the Divine Dragon Palace had tried every possible means to force Sumyubai to go abroad. This was only for the 3rd tier breakthrough and the later stages. How many people would he need to kill to satisfy the requirements for opening the Death Codex? The Death Sovereign class was destined to bring a massive amount of death to the God-forbidden land. In order to search for high-level bosses, Sumyubai had long since ventured deep into high-level maps, far away from any cities. Even with Frost's extreme speed, it would still take some time to reach the nearest Tier 3 city. Sumyubai sat upright on the throne, examining the crystal ball that had partially unlocked its seal. Dylan's crystal ball. The true name of the item can only be known after the seal is broken. Orb, offhand level 0 to 100 legendary grade item durability, 937 1000s equipment requirement. Quest Dylan's sorrow must exist in the quest log. Base attributes, level 55. Spell power Kung 825. 1. Spell critical hit Kung 30%. 3. When casting a skill, there is a certain chance to reset the cooldown of that skill. Skills, sealed state. Special. Legendary grade boss corpse 0/1 quest item will automatically disappear if the quest fails. The effects of the unsealed affixes did not disappoint Sumyubai. Every piece of legendary grade equipment could bring a significant boost to a player. The Spirit Kung 10% affix acted directly on his sovereign power, increasing Sumyubai's sovereign power to 17,144 points. At the same time, his attack power and spell power also saw a certain increase. As for the third affix, if triggered at the right moment, it might bring unexpected gains. In the past, Sumyubai estimated that it would be difficult for him to trigger it, but with Goddess of Luck's blessing, he was very confident in his luck stat. Master, will I be going alone this time as well? Frost, which had been flying the whole way, suddenly thought of this question, and its puzzled voice appeared in Sumyubai's mind. No, we will go together this time. Thinking of the legendary grade space lockdown scroll in his inventory, Sumyubai smiled slightly. During the last siege, he had gained nothing but soul points. This time, he could not return empty-handed. Since he had already come all this way and had even raided the Sakura Kingdom's treasury, it wouldn't be too much to plunder a Tier 3 city, right? Thinking of this, Sumyubai opened the map and his gaze landed on the nearest Tier 3 city, Empty Valley City. You are the one. At the same time, Tsukuyomi walked out of the teleportation hall in Empty Valley City. The player he had pinned his hopes on to assassinate Baiyi was in this very city. Thinking of Baiyi, a cold glint flashed in Tsukuyomi's eyes as he took out his communicator and dialed. I have brought the items you requested. As long as you can kill Baiyi once, the high-level officials of the Sakura Kingdom will be able to lock onto his location. After a moment of silence, a hoarse voice came from the communicator. Rest assured, Baiyi will undoubtedly die. I have already secured the reward from the kingdom's bounty, my dear benefactors. Today is my birthday, so I am taking a day off. This chapter does not count toward the daily quota. I specifically took the time to write it out to satisfy your cravings. I wish you all happiness every day, and may you live forever. Chapter 132. Is Bai's talent omnipotent? Sumyu had crossed national borders in advance, bringing immense losses to the Sakura kingdom. The loss of 2 level 3 cities was a minor matter. The most significant blow was the plundering of the kingdom's treasury, the reduction of all players' levels by 1, and the halving of EXP gained from monster grinding. The Sakura players were still hoping that the kingdom's experts could retrieve the treasury and restore their EXP gains to normal. But little did they know, even if Huijian had not left the Sakura kingdom, no one there would have been able to take back what he had already claimed. A peerless powerhouse who could only be spoken to as an equal by the Divine Dragon Palace was that someone a tiny Sakura kingdom dared to provoke. High-level figures like Yamamoto Yoji of the Hidden Ninja Secret Society didn't even have the slightest intention of searching for Huijian. They were simply no match for him. What would be the point of finding him? Did they want to have something else stolen from them? And this was merely the beginning. Sumyu had already been in the Sakura kingdom for 4 days, and the EXP gained from grinding monsters in the Sakura kingdom had been reduced by another 8%. As time passed, the gap between them and players from other countries would only continue to widen. It was precisely because of this that Tsukuyomi had found a way to unite several experts, all for the sake of killing Bai just once. As long as they succeeded this time, the Hidden Ninja Secret Society would have a way to track the target and root him out completely. By then, relying on the buffs from the Guardian status, even if they couldn't recover the treasury, the Sakura kingdom's disadvantage wouldn't be so severe. Thinking of this, Tsukuyomi took a deep breath and stepped into the tavern before him. Upon entering the private room, however, he was slightly stunned. Where was the person? Wasn't it said that he had already arrived? Just as Tsukuyomi was feeling puzzled, 2 wine glasses on the table suddenly floated into the air. One of them drifted directly in front of him. "Come, let's have a drink in advance to our victory." A hoarse voice rang out, and a gaunt figure suddenly appeared. Tsukuyomi's pupils constricted sharply. Was this the stealth effect of an SS-grade talent? He had been so close, yet he hadn't sensed a thing. However, only such a stealth effect could perfectly approach Bai. For a necromancer, no matter how powerful the summoned undead army might be, the caster's own body was their greatest weakness. When the time came, combined with his own talent effect to boost the opponent's damage to the extreme, he would definitely be able to land a fatal blow on Bai. Thinking of this, the corners of Tsukuyomi's mouth curled up as he reached out to take the wine glass. "Cheers." Ghost Hand revealed a chilling smile, as if he had already seen the scene where he stood at the pinnacle of the Sakura kingdom for assassinating Bai. To ensure this assassination was an absolute success, he hadn't hesitated to sacrifice decades of his lifespan as the price, all for a one-hit kill. Once he obtained the reward from the kingdom's bounty, a few decades of lifespan would be easily replenished. Now, all that remained was to wait for Bai to appear again. The 2 exchanged a glance and, with a tacit understanding, drained the wine in their glasses. The next time Bai made a move against a city would be the day they achieved fame and success. Unlike the miserable state of the Sakura kingdom, the Divine Dragon Empire, without Sumyu, was flourishing. Now that all players had entered various cities and were becoming increasingly familiar with the forbidden land of the gods, many players who had only awakened low-tier talents had decided to become full-time life skill players. Although this place was digitized, it was a real world. One didn't have to rely solely on combat to survive, compared to the players who went outside the city to fight. Although they leveled up very slowly through their sub-profession skills, the advantage was that it was safe. After the initial discomfort, the Blue Star players had gradually grown accustomed to life in the forbidden land of the gods, and everything was beginning to get on the right track, except for that name at the top of the level leaderboard that filled everyone with despair. Everything else was developing in a positive direction. Oh wait, no, there was another leaderboard that also filled all players with despair. It wasn't the equipment leaderboard or the mount leaderboard, but the wealth leaderboard. The person possessing a special talent for wealth wasn't just rich beyond compare. Although the talents of other players weren't as powerful as the SS grade god of wealth, their speed of earning money was far beyond that of ordinary people. As names appeared on the list one by one, everyone figured out the minimum requirement to make the list, possessing 10,000 gold coins. But the wealth of the top two on the list left everyone stunned. Blue Star Region Wealth Leaderboard. Rich beyond compare. 1.9 to 1 million soul coins. Third place, Hermes, to 0.1865 million gold coins. 46th place, Poor with only money, 11,000 gold coins. The heated discussion sparked by the wealth leaderboard was even greater than that of the level leaderboard. Can someone tell me what a soul coin is? Same question. Isn't the currency in the Myriad Worlds game only copper, silver, and gold coins? Regardless, soul coins must be of higher value than gold coins. Otherwise, Rich Beyond Compare wouldn't be ranked ahead of Hermes. It's one thing that Baiyu levels up fast and has good equipment, but why does he have nearly 20 times more money than the person in second place? Comparing people is infuriating. If I could have 1% of Baiyu's money, how great would that be? Illumination Federation. This was the countless time Hermes had checked the wealth leaderboard. Every time he opened it, he could see the wealth of the top two growing crazily. As the owner of this grade talent free trade, he already knew the value of soul coins. A single soul coin could easily be exchanged for 10,000 gold coins. However, wanting to buy a single soul coin with 10,000 gold coins is a matter of luck. In other words, all his wealth was only worth a little over 200 soul coins. The fact that Fujiya Qiangxia could rank ahead of him meant he likely possessed an SSS grade wealth-related talent. But wasn't the gap between a double S and a triple S a bit too large? Thinking of this, Hermes couldn't help but examine his talent once again. Upon seeing the word upgradable in the description, he couldn't help but clench his fists. He must upgrade his talent to SSS grade as soon as possible. But when his gaze fell upon the name Baiyi at the top of the leaderboard, his eyes were filled with confusion. How could Baiyi's wealth be even greater than Fujiya Qiangxia's? Could his talent be omnipotent? As the second-place player who was the subject of heated discussion, Fujiya Qiangxia was currently teleporting back and forth between the various cities of the Shenlong Empire. With the establishment of the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce, his commercial empire had officially set sail. To be precise, it should be called Sumubai's Commercial Empire. After signing the soul contract, no matter how Fujiya Qiangxia operated, 95% of his wealth belonged to Sumubai. This was the reason why, even though Sumubai only had a few tens of thousands of gold coins left in his inventory, he could still top the leaderboard with a wealth of 36.5 million soul coins. Fujiya Qiangxia's 192 million soul coins were exactly 5% of their combined wealth. Yet, these two exaggerated figures didn't even account for 1/3 of their true wealth. The moment the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce was established, Fujiya Qiangxia hired Jin Shengdan at a high salary to join the chamber, and then immediately began operations without a moment's rest. He constantly teleported to various cities. Besides recruiting commercial talent, the most important task was purchasing land to build the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce's own auction houses. The money that had disappeared was spent on these very things. Chapter 133. Myriad Worlds Auction House. The Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce officially set sail. Brother Li, Xiaowan, look quickly. A new auction house has opened here. You're right. It definitely wasn't here yesterday. Myriad Worlds Auction House. They certainly have the nerve to name it that. Let's go in and see what gives them such confidence. Holy crap. So many level 10 bronze and silver equipment. Bronze and silver are nothing. There's even gold grade equipment here. Hiss. Look at this piece of equipment. It's actually a level 060 epic grade item. Isn't that too overpowered? A buyout price of 99.99 million gold coins. You could afford that. You don't get it, do you? This is definitely something the auction house put on display to prove their strength. They never intended to sell it. Similar conversations were taking place simultaneously in the 10 major primary cities of the Shenlong Empire. It had to be said that Fujiya Qiangxia's efficiency was extremely high. Relying on the startup capital Sumubai had earned through freeloading upgrades, he decisively secured large plots of land in the most prosperous districts of the 10 major primary cities. After spending a massive amount of money to select the decor style and accelerate construction, 10 auction houses rose from the ground in just one day. Since money was no object, every Myriad Worlds auction house was built even larger than the local city auction houses. Normally, even if a player had the money to open an auction house, it would be very difficult to snatch business away from the local auction houses at the start. But with Sumyubai around, none of this was a problem. Compared to other auction houses, the Myriad Worlds auction house had a massive advantage. Due to the protection mechanisms of the Myriad Worlds game, locals and players operated onto separate auction systems, so the probability of players being able to buy good equipment nowadays was extremely low. After all, everyone was just starting out. Even if high-level players found top-tier equipment, they would either use it themselves or trade it for equipment of the same level. Only a very small portion would be consigned to the auction house. This led to many players being unable to buy the equipment they wanted, even if they had the money. But the Myriad Worlds auction house was different. Fujiya Changxia had sent people to buy a large number of level 10 equipment. And although the vast majority were common or iron grade, after passing through Sumyubai's hands, these items could at least be upgraded to bronze grade. After all, the cost of sublimating such low-level equipment was nothing to Sumyubai. In an instant, the newly opened Myriad Worlds auction house attracted the attention of a large number of players. Although these players couldn't bring Sumyubai much profit at this stage, as time went on, the auction house's profits would inevitably rise with the tide. Soon, news that the Myriad Worlds auction house had a large amount of top-tier equipment spread throughout the 10 major primary cities. Many first-tier mercenary groups even returned to the city specifically to properly arm their teams. In a short time, the popularity of the Myriad Worlds auction house topped the charts in every major city. Inside the Myriad Worlds auction house, players were bidding at hundreds of windows. There were also those who boldly chose to buy the items they wanted at the buyout price. For high-level teams, time was money. Spending a little more to get equipment that boosted their strength a step earlier was a very good deal. Despite having just opened, the lobby was already bustling with people. Besides those bidding, a large number of live profession players were consigning the items they had crafted to the Myriad Worlds auction house. After all, the consignment commission for all major auction houses was the same 5%. As a seller, an auction house with high foot traffic was naturally the better choice. With so many players gathered, heated discussions were inevitable. While waiting for the auction results, players chatted in small groups. The Myriad Worlds game finally did something useful. At least they know to open an auction house so we can buy good stuff. Yeah, look at the previous auction houses. What kind of junk were they selling? They even had the nerve to list common grade equipment. If you have money, you can go participate in the auctions. There are definitely more good things in there. Forget it. Can you afford the 1,000 gold coin entry fee? Even if you could, what would you do inside? Spend money to watch others bid. The Myriad Worlds auction house is better. Even us ordinary players can afford to shop here. Holy crap, what's wrong? Look at the announcement over there. Everyone, as someone exclaimed. Everyone's gaze was immediately drawn to it. A large notice was posted in the most conspicuous position in the lobby. Recruiting full-time life skill players. Full-time life skill players are preferred. Upon signing a contract, the Chamber of Commerce will provide all materials and offer a base monthly salary of 20 gold coins plus a 5% commission. Outstanding performers will enjoy additional benefits such as room and board, access to high-tier workshops, and a full set of professional tools. Commissions can be increased up to 20%. What are you all waiting for? Apply now and participate in the selection process with no application fee. The Wanji Chamber of Commerce looks forward to your joining. Wanji Chamber of Commerce. The name sounds incredibly impressive. I'm going to give it a try. Let's go together. We don't have to buy our own materials. And there's a base salary plus commission. This is too good to be true. 20 gold coins a month, even without the commission. One could live quite well. Do you think the Wanji Chamber of Commerce is a charity? That base salary surely isn't easy to earn. Who cares? Where else can we work like beasts of burden if not here? Who told us we lack high-tier talents? Sigh. That's true. Following the release of the notice, long queues formed at the recruitment desks of the 10 auction houses. with a large number of life skill players eager to participate in the assessment. In the Wanji game, the success rate for crafting items in life professions is not fixed. Even if the status window shows the same 20% success rate, there will be gaps between different individuals. The basic requirement for the Wanji Chamber of Commerce to recruit is that the success rate must not be lower than the system's numerical value. And this, precisely, was the content of the assessment. Although the auction house had already opened, it was only the first floor. The floors above were used as temporary assessment points. The people recruited by Fujiya Qiangxia over these past few days began acting as examiners, screening suitable players to join the Chamber of Commerce. Among them, there were quite a few who could join without an assessment, without exception. They all possessed talents related to life professions. It wasn't until some players joined the Chamber of Commerce that they learned a shocking piece of information. They had originally assumed that a Chamber of Commerce capable of building such a luxurious auction house, even if it wasn't a system-run organization of the Wanji game, must have been established by the locals of the God-forbidden land. But from the players who passed the assessment, they learned that this was actually a force established entirely by players from Blue Star. As this news spread, all the players were dumbfounded. We all transmigrated from Blue Star together. We are still choosing to work like beasts of burden just to make ends meet. And you've already become a capitalist. The gap between people is sometimes truly greater than the gap between a human and a dog. These players' horizons were still limited to their respective main cities. If they knew that the Wanji auction house had opened simultaneously in all 10 Tier 1 main cities, there is no telling how shocked they would be. Less than half an hour after the auction house opened, the news that Bai Yi and Fujiya Qiangxia had joined forces to establish the Wanji Chamber of Commerce spread throughout every main city. At the same time, Fujiya Qiangxia continued to recruit business talent, preparing for the next step of entering Tier 2 main cities. Although Tier 2 main cities are smaller, their numbers are far greater than those of Tier 1 main cities. The Wanji Chamber of Commerce had officially begun to make a name for itself in the God-forbidden land. Chapter 134, The Growing Frost. A terrifying mythical grade creature. Bonus chapter. Don't worry, boss. Everything regarding the Chamber of Commerce is progressing very smoothly. Once our talent pool is sufficient, we will march into the 81 Tier 2 main cities, followed by the 1080 Tier 3 cities. Give me 1 month, and the Wanji Chamber of Commerce will be spread across the entire Shenlong Empire. Sumyubai sat upright on his throne, listening to Fujiya Qiangxia's spirited voice, a smile appearing on his face. Well done. I didn't actually do much. It's mainly because of your influence, boss. Fujiya Qiangxia thought back to his previous experience and couldn't help but admire Sumyubai even more. Initially, when he wanted to purchase land in Donghai City, he was directly rejected by the authorities on the grounds of insufficient status or strength. As a result, after informing Sumyubai, he was able to buy it immediately. Being strong was one thing, but having such influence immediately upon entering the God-forbidden land was, in Fujiya Qiangxia's view, the most impressive thing. He paused, then added, "It's a pity I haven't been able to roll anything good these past few days. I haven't been able to help you much. You handling the affairs of the Wanji Chamber of Commerce is already a huge help to me." Sumyubai smiled slightly. At the time, he had just asked Tsuchuji with a let's try it attitude. He hadn't expected the other party to agree without a second word, directly giving the Wanji Chamber of Commerce the green light throughout the entire Shenlong Empire in the name of the Shenlong Palace. Sumyubai guessed that it must have been something Huijian said after returning. Otherwise, the Shenlong Palace would have no reason to help him like this. Then, boss, you go ahead and get busy. I'll continue handling the chamber's affairs. After ending the communication, Sumyubai glanced at the legendary grade space lockdown scroll in his inventory, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Who said Fujiya Qiangxia couldn't help? Wasn't this scroll about to come in handy very soon? Opening the map and watching the approaching Kongnu city, Sumyubai slowly stood up and stretched. This battle had 3 objectives. First, collect enough soul points to unlock the advancement quest. Second, test just how strong he could be when firing on all cylinders. Third, learn from Huijian and take something. Frost continued to fly for a while, and Kongnu City finally appeared in Sumyubai's field of vision. He gripped the air with his right hand, causing forgotten sorrow to appear in his grasp, and said coldly, "Suppress your aura," and rushed directly to the teleportation hall at maximum speed. He wanted to lock down the space there immediately, not giving the other side a chance to react. That way, even if the city protecting formation was activated and he was pushed out, the high-tier combatants of the Sakura Kingdom would be unable to arrive in time to provide support. But Frost suddenly spoke up. "I apologize, Master, but I'm afraid I cannot suppress my aura right now." Sumiyubai was slightly stunned. Immediately afterward, he heard Frost involuntarily let out a deafening roar. At the same time, a brilliant light erupted from Frost's body, and its size began to grow rapidly within the radiance. System prompt: your Mount Frost has reached level 60 and has officially entered its growth stage. Sumiyubai couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy, it didn't level up sooner or later. So why did it have to break through at a time like this? After the breakthrough, Frost's size surged, its body length rapidly approaching 100 meters. As it spread its wings, they blotted out the sky and covered the sun. And this was merely the beginning of its growth stage. As its level increased, its size would continue to grow until it reached level 180 and entered its adult stage. The Dragon King level pressure instantly swept across the surroundings, and combined with that soul-shaking roar from just a moment ago, it immediately alerted Kongu City. "Lord City Master, a frost dragon has been spotted not far outside the city. Judging by its size, it should be an adult." The city guard soldier reporting this clearly couldn't distinguish between a frost dragon king and a regular frost dragon. "What, Sato-ken?" The city master of Kongu City stood up abruptly and immediately ordered, "Sound the alarm. Activate the city defense formation, and have the city guards assemble at once." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out of the city master's mansion and stepped directly into the air. When he saw Frost flying toward them at high speed with his own eyes, Sato-ken's pupils constricted sharply, and he immediately grabbed his communicator. "An adult frost dragon? Bullshit. This is clearly that disaster. Bai Yi." He had heard about what happened to Sichuan City and Shaoshan City. Kongu City absolutely could not fall. He had to call for reinforcements immediately. However, the next moment, Frost suddenly vanished from Sato-ken's field of vision. His expression changed drastically, and he turned sharply to look toward the teleportation hall. He saw a pale gray light curtain flash and vanish, and the massive Frost instantly appeared above the teleportation hall. Following that, he saw Bai Yi, who was on Frost's back, produce a scroll and tear it open. That is, Sato-ken's pupils contracted violently. His entire body turned into a streak of light as he lunged towards Sumiyubai. From the fluctuations of energy, he could already tell that what the other party had torn open was a space lockdown scroll. "Bai Yi, stop." Sato-ken's roar echoed throughout the entire Kongu City. He drew the katana at his waist and slashed straight towards Sumiyubai, who was channeling the scroll. For the scroll to take effect, it required 10 seconds of channeling. Sumiyubai naturally couldn't fend off Sato-ken while doing so. But he wasn't the least bit panicked, because he hadn't come alone. After Frost reached level 60 and entered the growth stage, its attribute panel had doubled. Frost, buffed by double high-level undead aura. All attributes increased by 60%. Mythical grade Mount Frost Dragon King high-level undead creature. Level 60 cannot exceed the player's level by more than 10. Loyalty 100. Affected by the Death Sovereign profession. Sea, land, and air. Kung 800% HP 70.27 billion 70.27 billion mana 56 billion 58.56 billion attack power 35.136 million spell power 29.28 million physical defense 29.28 million magic defense 23.42 million elemental resistance ice 80% death 70% shadow 60% others 40% skills Frost Dragon Breath Dragon Might size reduction Frost series spells Frost Freeze Death series spells limited dragon language magic. As its level increased, Frost, this mythical creature, became increasingly monstrous. Under the buff of the double high-level undead aura, in terms of HP alone, it had even surpassed the previous Watanabe Toru. Facing Sato-ken, who was slashing toward him with his blade, Frost let out a cold snort, tilted its head, and unleashed a breath of combined ice and fire. Do you think I'm just there? I've received so many birthday wishes for the first time. I'd like to thank all of you godfathers here. Here is the third update for today. Please send free gifts. Chapter 135. The Confident Duo. Konyu Falls, HMTH, get lost. Sadoken let out a sharp shout, and a blood-red light erupted from his body. He had clearly activated some kind of combat-enhancing state. His strength was indeed far inferior to Watanabe Tora's, but being able to become a city master meant he was no pushover, although he was stuck at Tier 7. By unleashing his full potential, he could reach Tier 8 combat power. Coupled with the massive level gap, Frost's Dragon Might had no effect on him. Just as the blood-red katana was about to collide with the Frost Dragon Breath, Sumyubai glanced at Sadoken nonchalantly, death gaze. It was this single look that caused his momentum to stall abruptly, and even the blood-red light around his body nearly dissipated entirely. In an instant, he felt a vast, boundless power descend upon him, and he was plunged into endless fear. 9.9 billion. Arc. A terrifying 10-digit damage number popped up. Sadoken let out a terrified groan and fell into a state of fear. The Frost Dragon Breath hit Sadoken head-on, blasting him high into the sky while his attributes were sharply reduced. Trapped in the state of fear, he completely lost the ability to stop Sumyubai from activating the scroll. As for the other city guards, everything had happened too quickly. They hadn't finished assembling yet, and even the city defense formation was still in the process of activating. At the same time, Sumyubai saw some of the information regarding a Tier 3 city master for the first time. Sadoken suppressed by death gaze. All attributes reduced by 60%. City Master of Kongu City Tier 7 Peak Swordmaster LOL. 209. HP 6.6 billion. 6.6 billion Tier 7 Peak. Does that correspond to an epic grade boss? Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. In terms of HP alone, the gap between human powerhouses and powerful creatures like Frost was simply too vast. Frost was only level 60 now, and even without calculating the bonus from the high-level undead aura, its HP already exceeded 40 billion. With such a massive level gap, its HP was actually more than double that of his opponent. Once it breaks through to the adult stage, its attributes will see another massive increase. By then, just how long will its health bar be? Thinking of this, Sumyubai became even more determined to increase his strength as quickly as possible. The human race is at an absolute disadvantage among the myriad worlds. If he wants to contend with the myriad races, he must exhaust every possible means to become stronger. This here is the first step. The channeling time was about to end. Sumyubai took a deep breath and suddenly tore the scroll in his hand completely apart. The next moment, spatial energy surged, instantly sweeping across a radius of 1 kilometer. As the first human expert to enjoy the max-level death gaze, Ken Sato had been trapped in fear for a full 10 seconds. The moment he recovered, a desperate cry erupted from his mouth. One could see ripples appearing in the space surrounding the entire teleportation hall. A certain type of energy had sealed off this area. The multiple teleportation arrays that had just lit up inside the hall fell into silence in an instant, no longer showing the slightest reaction. You have used a legendary grade spatial lockdown scroll. For the next 120 minutes, the space in the target area will be locked. Teleportation arrays will be disabled. Teleportation scrolls will be ineffective, and blink or teleportation type skills cannot be used. The system notification rang in Sumyubai's ears. His goal had been achieved. For the next 2 hours, the Sakura Kingdom would be enabled to provide reinforcements to Kongu City via teleportation arrays. Given Ken Sato's strength, he had no ability to break the effect of a legendary grade spatial lockdown. Bai, you won't get away with this. Reinforcements from nearby cities will arrive very soon. After Ken Sato regained his composure, he did not attack Sumyubai again, but instead watched Frost with a wary expression. He didn't know why his strength had dropped by more than half, but if he forced a confrontation, he would likely die at the hands of this Frost Dragon King. What's more, Bai's undead army hadn't even been summoned yet. Now that no one is disturbing us, let's have some fun. Sumyubai looked at the extinguished teleportation arrays, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, as he raised his hand, intending to summon the Scourge army. The magic tower in the center of Kongu City suddenly pulsed with energy. A pale blue light barrier emerged and expanded at an extremely rapid speed. In just a few breaths, it had enveloped the entire Kongu City. Sumyubai and Frost were instantly pushed out of Kongu City by the barrier. After Sumyubai successfully locked down the teleportation arrays, the city's defensive formation had finally arrived, albeit a bit late. At the same time, in the capital of the Sakura Kingdom, at the headquarters of the Shadow Ninja Secret Society, after Yuji Yamamoto received Kinsato's distress signal, he immediately dispatched 2 elders to provide support. Although 1 elder would have been more than enough, he had sent 2 just to be safe. It was one thing to be humiliated by that mysterious powerhouse a few days ago, but for a mere descender like Baiyu to provoke them repeatedly, did he really think the Sakura Kingdom had no one left? Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in Yuji Yamamoto's eyes. That mysterious powerhouse has already left the Sakura Kingdom. Let's see who can protect you this time. However, the 2 elders sent to provide support sent word that the teleportation arrays in Kongu City had been locked. Bake. Yuji Yamamoto was so angry that he slammed his palm onto the table beside him and roared into the communicator. Order the nearby cities to send troops immediately, especially Juyu City. Only if they arrive in time will we have a chance to capture Baiyi. Sumyubai's high-profile appearance in Kongu City naturally attracted everyone's attention. The moment the alarm sounded, Tsukuyomi and Ghost Hen rushed out of their tavern private room. When the 2 saw that the intruder was Baiyi, they couldn't help but exchange a smile. They had been wondering when Baiyi would show up, and here he was. When luck comes, it really is unstoppable. Come on, use your talent to strengthen my next attack. The reward for the bounty will be in our hands soon. Ghost Hand drew the dagger at his waist and perversely licked it with his tongue. His eyes filled with excitement. Tsukuyomi nodded, his thoughts shifting. A mini-moon suddenly hovered between the 2, emitting a cold, lunar radiance. The next moment, a silver brilliance descended and shot into the center of Ghost Hand's forehead. A moment later, a crescent moon mark appeared on his brow. At the same time, a new buff appeared on Ghost Hand's status bar, Crescent Moon's Doom. You can consume your own lifespan to strengthen your next attack. For every second of lifespan consumed, deal 1 point of additional true damage, up to a maximum of 100 years of lifespan. This was one of the major effects of Tsukuyomi's SSS grade talent. He had been searching for a sufficiently powerful boss, wanting to use this talent to secure a first kill. But what filled him with despair was that Baiyu was always far ahead. Moreover, up until now, he hadn't been able to find a boss above gold grade. Wait for my good news. Ghost Hand licked the corner of his lips, revealing a cruel smile. Before he made any visible movement, his figure had already vanished. Tsukuyomi knew that the other party had entered a stealth state. He locked his gaze on the Frost Dragon King, which had been pushed outside the city by the protective barrier, and reminded him, "Don't be impatient. You only have 1 chance." A hoarse voice sounded not far from Tsukuyomi. Ghost Hand was clearly full of confidence. "Don't worry. No one understands assassination better than I do." Chapter 136. The Army at the Gates. Gokongu City. Divine Concealment. SS Grade Exclusive Talent Skill Effects. 1. The duration of all your stealth skills is increased by 200%. Cooldown time is reduced by 80%. And the stealth effect cannot be detected by anything less than an SSS grade detection skill. 2. While in stealth, ignore unique collision volume. Movement speed is increased by 100%. And the first attack after breaking stealth ignores all of the target's defenses and deals 300% damage. Looking at his own talent, a fierce glint flashed in Ghost Hand's eyes. The first skill he had leveled up to the maximum was the Thief class's stealth. Under the enhancement of the Divine Concealment talent, he had long been able to remain in stealth indefinitely. Although Baiyu was strong, in Ghost Hand's view, the opponent could absolutely not survive a strike that broke stealth while enhanced by Crescent Moon's Doom. Thinking of the bounty on the wanted poster that would soon be his, Ghost Hand suppressed the excitement in his heart and headed straight in the direction where Sumyubai had been pushed out, outside the tavern. Tsukuyomi's gaze was also locked firmly onto Sumyubai. However, he did not act rashly. Instead, he turned and headed toward the teleportation hall. He did not possess the Divine Concealment ability, so He could never get close to Bai, who was capable of summoning an army of tens of thousands of undead. To prevent any accidents, it was better to wait at the teleportation hall. Then everyone would be happy. In the event that he failed, he could teleport away at the first opportunity to avoid dying at Bai's hands and suffering an unnecessary loss. It must be said that Tsukuyomi had thought things through quite thoroughly, but unfortunately, the teleportation ray in Kongu City had already been sealed. He just didn't know it yet. After being pushed out of the city by the protective barrier, Bing Xuan looked at the barrier, which was noticeably thicker than before, and said, "Master, the barrier here looks much stronger than the one in Shaoshan City." After entering the growth stage, Bing Xuan had moved the throne on her back directly onto her head, positioning it right between her two ferocious dragon horns. At this moment, Sumyu sat upright on the throne, looking quite imposing, as if he were a monarch ruling over the world. "It's normal. I suppose all the cities in the Sakura Kingdom have strengthened their defenses by now." Sumyu smiled indifferently, slowly stood up, and gently tapped his staff against the top of Bing Xuan's head. The next moment, the summoning space opened, and the Scourge Legion, poised and ready, charged out with an endless aura of death. A pale gray curtain of light appeared at the exit of the summoning space. At the same time, 19 death curtains appeared simultaneously beneath the city walls. The vast and mighty Scourge Legion descended outside Kongu City in a short amount of time. Relying on Death Domain Leap, Sumyu's Scourge Legion finished forming their ranks in an instant. This massive army of the undead brought a heavy sense of oppression to Kongu City. Only then did Sato-ken arrive, followed by the fully assembled city guard, but their numbers, barely 2,000 or 3,000, looked completely insignificant compared to the overwhelming Scourge Legion. At this moment, Sumyu also saw the status panels of these city guards. The ordinary guards were all level 119, while the captain level 1s were level 149. Among them were also a few level 179 Legion commanders, and the strongest commander of all, Kurodo Kira, commander of the Kongu City Guard, Tier 7 Peak Great Archmage. HP 6.2 billion, 6.2 billion. As a fellow Tier 7 Peak powerhouse, Kurodo Kira, being a glass cannon class, had even lower HP than Sato-ken, who had been suppressed by Death Gaze. However, combat power could not be measured by HP alone. As a great archmage, Kurodo Kira's destructive power was even greater than Sato-ken's. Standing side by side on the city wall, the two of them looked at the Scourge Legion summoned by Sumyu and collectively gasped, "City Lord, if these undead are as strong as the intelligence reports suggest, our reinforced barrier won't hold for long." The hand holding Kurodo Kira's staff trembled slightly. He had a vague premonition that he might very well lose his life here today. "Even if it won't hold, we must hold it." Sato-ken gritted his teeth. "The teleportation ray has been sealed. We must hold out until reinforcements from nearby cities arrive." "I hope we can hold on." Kurodo Kira sighed, flashed to the front of the city guard, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, no matter what, we must maintain the barrier." As his voice fell, elemental energy surged from his body, and together with the city guard, they began to pour all their strength into reinforcing the city's protective barrier. By this time, the players in Kongu City had also discovered the news that the teleportation area was sealed. In their despair, some simply stayed on the city walls. Among them, naturally, were those with the innate live-streaming saint body like Okamoto Shu. However, this player, who possessed an A-rank broadcast talent, was clever enough to set his stream to pay-per-view the moment he started it. Breaking news. Bai appears again. Can Kongu City withstand the Scourge Legion's attack? Free viewing for 30 seconds. Subsequent content requires 10 silver coins. The price of 10 silver coins was neither a loss nor a scam. Almost every player could afford this pocket change. In just a few minutes, tens of millions of Sakura players flooded into the live stream, seeing the person who started the stream shoot into the top 5 of the wealth rankings. Okamoto Shu, who was eating in Shaoshan City, felt his vision go black with rage and nearly fainted. Damn it, how could he be so stupid? Such a great opportunity to get rich, and he had wasted it for nothing. Inside the live stream, looking at the endless army of the undead on the screen, even though they had seen it once before, all the Sakura players were still shocked. With the help of this nationwide live stream, Players from various cities began to communicate across city lines. Bai Yi is too terrifying. The number of undead he summoned this time seems to have increased again. How can he summon so many undead? This isn't scientific. Yeah, I have an SS rank talent, and I can only summon a few dozen creatures at most. If this isn't hacking, what is? It's too exaggerated. No wonder he was able to reach level 59 so quickly. These undead look so strong. I feel like even the tragiest skeleton among them could slaughter our entire team. Can Kongyu City hold on? Our city has already dispatched a legion to provide support. Same here. Even our city lord has gone. Our Juyu City army has already set out. Kongyu City, stay strong. You must hold on. I still want to see the scene where Bai Yi is captured. The Sakura players watched the stream nervously, silently praying for Kongyu City. Bai Yi had already become the greatest enemy of the Sakura players outside Kongyu City. Sumyu-bai raised his staff and shouted sharply, "Break this turtle shell for me!" Clatter, clatter, clatter. The next moment, the Headless Knight led the charge, followed closely by tens of thousands of Shadow Knights, turning into streaks of light as they slammed violently into the barrier. Death Charge, Shadow Charge. The Skeleton Warrior Legion was not to be outdone. Led by the Skeleton King, they brandished their massive greatswords and charged toward the barrier. Wild Charge. At the same time, a sky-covering barrage of fireballs and arrows rained down, causing ripples to spread across the city's protective barrier. Fireball, Deadly Snipe, Chapter 137. The Barrier Shatters. The End of Kongyu City. Bonus Chapter, Roar. Frost was not one to be left out, letting out a thunderous roar as it chanted in a unique, ancient language. Sumyu-bai raised an eyebrow, watching Frost cast its spell with great interest. This was dragon language magic. Frost was still slightly struggling to use it, and the skill required a certain amount of preparation time. As the surrounding energy converged, a massive ice spear, dozens of meters long, slowly materialized above Frost's head. The ice spear was deep azure in color, wreathed in thick, swirling death energy. The next moment, the giant ice spear struck the protective barrier at high speed, instantly causing the entire barrier to vibrate violently. Dragon language magic, Spear of Annihilation, PFFT. Kuroda Akira spat out a mouthful of blood, yet he forced himself to stay upright, continuing to channel energy into the barrier. The rest of the city guard were in no better condition, facing the fierce onslaught of the Scourge Legion. They were all deathly pale, if not for the buffs provided by the city guard. This barrier clearly would not have held for so long. One had to remember, Sumyu-bai's current level was a staggering 59. The bonus from the Scourge world had now increased to a terrifying 590 and 11, coupled with the Death Edict and the bonuses from his Catastrophe class profession. The number of legions Sumyu-bai could summon had long since far exceeded what Frost had commanded during the attack on Shaoshan City. Normal summoning space, 73,873. Commander summoning space, 440. 96,896. On the way here, he had already replenished all his summons to their maximum capacity. Now, the number of Shadow Knights had officially surpassed that of the Skeleton Legion. How could a small place like Kongyu City possibly withstand an army of over 100,000 Scourge units? Sato-ken watched this scene, his entire body trembling. Yet he dared not leave the city to meet the enemy. All he could do now was mobilize every ounce of strength within the city to keep the barrier standing for as long as possible. With the lesson of Shaoshan City as a precedent, Kongyu City's defenses were significantly stronger. As the siege began, local residents continuously joined the defense teams, assisting the city guard and reinforcing the barrier. In the end, even the city lord, Sato-ken, and every player in the city joined in. Though the players' levels and strength were low, their sheer numbers were an advantage. After draining their mana pools, they could still provide a significant boost to the city's protective barrier. Within the crowd, Tsukuyomi bit her lip, her head bowed. That damn Bai Yi. He had actually sealed off the teleportation hall. She hoped Ghost Hand would succeed, otherwise, the losses would be catastrophic. In a corner of the city wall, the invisible Ghost Hand stared fixedly at Sumyu-bai, unable to find an opening to strike. He could remain invisible and undetected, but that guy Bai Yi was standing atop the Frost Dragon, and since he couldn't fly, He could only wait in the shadows for an opportunity. Rumble. Facing the fierce attacks from Frost and the Scourge Legion, the protective barrier looked precarious. Yet under the combined strength of the entire city, it held firm. Sumyubai cast his gaze toward the Skeleton King at the forefront and focused his mind. Death extraction feedback, notification. You have consumed 500 points of death energy to strengthen the target Skeleton King warrior by 1000% of its main attributes. Notification. You have been eroded by the death energy from the Cursed Crown. Death energy come 10. Death energy come 10. The next moment, the Skeleton King's stature instantly surged to 10 meters, becoming a giant skeleton. Skeleton King warrior death energy enhancement 10x. High-level death or a 60% buff. Level, for dimensions, 8887. HP 890 million attack power 40 for 0.437 million physical defense 14.81 to 4 million skills. Heavy Strike LV9, Wild Charge LV9. Aside from HP and skills, the panel attack of the Death-enhanced Skeleton King had already surpassed that of the mythical Grade Frost. This was the terrifying effect of Sumyubai's multiple SSS grade skills stacked with his catastrophe-class profession traits. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, the enhanced Skeleton King raised its door-sized greatsword and slammed it down onto the barrier. Heavy Strike. The protective barrier shook even more violently. However, the barrier still did not break. Everyone in the city let out a long sigh of relief, and many cheers erupted. Yeah, we blocked it. Everyone hold on. We can definitely last until reinforcements arrive. The players watching the live stream also breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the massive Skeleton King on their screens with lingering fear. However, 30 seconds later, they held their breath once again. On the screen, another giant skeleton nearly 10 meters tall appeared this time. It was a skeleton archer. Sumyubai had used death extraction feedback again to strengthen a second Skeleton King. The next moment, a massive arrow tore through the air and struck the protective barrier in an instant. Deadly snipe. At the same time, the original enhanced Skeleton King warrior raised its greatsword once more. Heavy Strike. Frost's attack arrived even faster. As a mythical great creature, the number of skills it had mastered was immense. Boom boom. 3 powerful attacks landed on the barrier simultaneously, while the rest of the Scourge Legion's assault never ceased for a second. Nani, my mana pool has been drained instantly. Me too. Drink your potions quickly. We must hold. We can't hold it. PFFT. Sato-ken and Kuroda Akira both spat out blood simultaneously, their faces turning as pale as paper. The next moment, a crisp sound echoed throughout the entire Kongnu city. Crack. The barrier, reinforced by the full strength of the entire city, began to show dense cracks under the all-out assault of the Scourge Legion. In the desperate gaze of everyone, the city protecting barrier shattered with a roar, and the tide-like Scourge Legion brandished their weapons and charged toward the city walls. Clack, 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 clatter, clatter. The sound of clashing bones and galloping hooves intertwined, facing the massive, terrifyingly stat-boosted Scourge Legion. Kongnu City had already met its doomsday. Aye. Ken Sato raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, gripping his katana as he charged toward Sumyubai. But before his words could fade, he was forced back by a single sword strike from the leaping enhanced Skeleton King warrior. At the same time, Akira Kuroda, who had just raised his staff, felt his pupils constrict and used flash to leave his original spot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 consecutive arrows tore through the air, instantly pinning themselves to the spot where he had just been standing. Simultaneously, Frost descended like a demonic lord, flapping her wings as she flew into the city. She unleashed a breath of scorching yet frigid frost dragon fire, instantly clearing a long stretch of the city wall. Soul extraction effective. Soul points come 0. A series of system notifications rang out, but Sumyubai's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he vanished from the throne. Dead zone shift. In the blink of an eye, a kunai pierced through the throne, turning into a streak of light that disappeared into the horizon. Bai, I've finally caught you. The third update for today is here. The recent silence period has caused data to drop. I ask for the support of my tens of thousands of foster fathers. I would be incredibly grateful for 5-star reviews and free gifts. Chapter 138. Surely there must be some cost. Bai, I've finally caught you, not far away. The figure of Dan Iga appeared. In the blink of an eye, he had already closed in on Sumyubai after his shift. Ever since the incident at Shaoshan City, Dan Iga had been searching for Sumyubai's whereabouts, and now, he had finally found him. At the same time, Ghost Hand saw Bai Yi suddenly appear on the ground, and a sharp glint erupted in his eyes. The opportunity had arrived. He immediately held his dagger and approached while stealth. With the advantage of ignoring unit collision volume, he pushed his speed to the absolute limit. However, the next moment, Ghost Hand's footsteps faltered, because someone was faster than him. Dan Iga appeared behind Sumyubai in an instant, holding his kunai in a reverse grip and thrusting it fiercely toward the back of Sumyubai's heart. Master. Only then did Frost react, letting out an anxious warning. Don't worry about me, continue with your task. Sumyubai acted as if nothing had happened, waving his hand dismissively. The next moment, the kunai in Dan Iga's hand stabbed into an invisible energy barrier. Immune. 2 words popped up above Sumyubai's head. Dan Iga's pupils constricted sharply. He formed hand seals with one hand, summoning 3 physical clones to launch an attack on Sumyubai simultaneously. The kunai in the hands of the 4 figures turned into blurs. But aside from triggering a series of immune prompts, they failed to cause any impact on Sumyubai at all. HMPH, surely your immunity state can't last forever. Dan Iga snorted coldly, his movements never stopping for a second. This was also Sumyubai's first time clashing head-on with a top-tier expert from the Sakura Kingdom. The opponent's attack speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. However, he was not panicked in the slightest doubt. Within 7 seconds. Unless they could break the immunity effect of Dead Zone Shift, it was absolutely impossible for them to cause him any harm. And to break the immunity effect of Dead Zone Shift, one would need a skill grade higher than SSS rank. But SSS rank was already the highest skill grade in the God Forbidden Land. A ninja-type class, is it? Sumyubai raised an eyebrow as he looked at the 4 Dan Igas surrounding him, his gaze sharpening. Death gaze, 2.016 million, 5.5 for 4 million, 5.5 for 4 million, and for seconds. Sumyubai's gaze swept across the 4 Dan Igas one by one. 3 of the physical clones had millions in true damage numbers pop up over their heads, instantly falling into a fierce state lasting 20 seconds. When his gaze landed on the real Dan Iga, the latter felt a vast power of death descend upon him. Boundless fear filled Dan Iga's heart. His attacks stopped immediately, and he let out a muffled groan. Notification. You have used Death Gaze on Shadow Ninja Dan Iga. Your life level is determined to be higher than the opponent's, 25.2 billion. An exaggerated 11-digit damage number jumped out, causing the Sakura players in the livestream to once again witness Sumyubai's monstrous power. Not far away, Ghost Hand's eyes widened to the size of saucers. Staring at the number in disbelief, he felt as if the sky were collapsing. Is this really damage a player can deal? His gaze swept over the crescent moon death buff in his status bar, and he began to speculate on what kind of price Sumyubai had paid for this. Regardless, to be able to deal such exaggerated damage, surely there must be some cost, right? Seeing that Sumyubai was in no danger, Frost turned and led the Scourge Legion into Kongu City. Facing the tide-like Scourge Legion, the city guards, numbering no more than 2,000 or 3,000, couldn't even make a ripple and were quickly submerged. Even with the addition of local professionals within Kongu City, they could not stop the advance of the Scourge Legion. Soul extraction effective. Soul points con 0. Soul extraction effective. Soul points con 0. The soul points gained from killing these locals were several times higher than those from players. Sumyubai only needed a brief calculation to understand that the amount of soul points was related to the rank of the target. For every tier of strength gained, the soul points provided upon death would increase by 0, and these locals, just like the players, were capable of resurrection, except for Dan Iga, who had just happened to arrive. The highest combat power of Kongu City had already been blocked by the 2 enhanced Skeleton Kings. At this moment, Ken Sato and Akira Kuroda's pupils were bloodshot. They could only watch helplessly as the Scourge Legion charged into the city, unable to do anything to stop them. As for the hundreds of thousands of players within Kongu City, they didn't even possess the qualifications to inflict damage upon the Scourge Legion. Facing the overwhelming army of the undead, They had no choice but to die. They didn't even have the chance to flee. The only thing these people could do was choose not to resurrect immediately after death. This would at least buy them half an hour of time, as resurrecting would only lead to another dead end. The only survivor on the city wall was the player who was live streaming. Last time, when Frost wasn't paying attention, Okamoto Shu had been killed directly by the undead. This time, he had spotted the guy live streaming at a glance. That was precisely why he had deliberately left him alive. How could the might of the Scourge Legion be felt by only a tiny city like Kongu? The entire Sakura kingdom had to experience this sense of terror. As for hiding his strength, that was non-existent, since it was impossible to wipe out everyone in Kongu City. The strength of the Scourge Legion would inevitably be known to everyone. It was merely a matter of time before coming. Sumyubai had informed it that although the legendary Great Space Lockdown Scroll could last for 2 hours, they could actually only stay here for at most 1 hour. After all, other cities also had teleportation arrays, and the experts and armies of the Sakura Kingdom could absolutely use them to come and provide support. It would just take a little more time on the road. Although the Scourge Legion was strong, if they encountered a larger and more powerful enemy, the effect of the Death Pact would be greatly diminished. After all, no matter how much the damage was shared, it still had to be sustained, right? If all the skeletons were attacked by different people at the same time, the damage after being shared would be roughly the same. Beyond that, what Sumyubai worried about more were the true top-tier powerhouses of the Sakura Kingdom. Who could say for sure what kind of methods such people might possess? Take this Igadan before him, for example. Even though he had suppressed 60% of his total attributes using Death Gaze, Sumyubai still could not see the opponent's status window. However, Sumyubai was certain that this guy's strength was even greater than the previous Toru Watanabe. He was definitely an 8th-tier combatant. Through this, he also confirmed the information that Death Gaze could be effective against legendary grade bosses. But the next moment, Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. In a mere 2 seconds, Igadan had completely recovered from the fear state. You really are the Death Sovereign. Igadan looked at Sumyubai with a grave expression. Suddenly, a verdant green scroll appeared in his hand, and he tore it open violently. Immediately following, a verdant green light engulfed his entire body, and wisps of pale gray death energy dissipated into the air. Chapter 139. The weakness of summoning classes, severing Thunderblade. The moment Igadan tore open the scroll, a dense, verdant green light shrouded his entire body. The next moment, his aura surged back significantly, Kung 12.6 billion. When this green number popped up, both Sumyubai and Igadan were stunned for a moment. The former was shocked, not expecting the opponent to have a means to offset the attribute suppression of Death Gaze. The latter, at this moment, was frowning deeply. This shouldn't be. According to the historical records of the Hidden Ninja Secret Society, Life Anthem was supposed to be able to completely erase all negative states, including SSS grade skills. Why was the effect halved now? Back when he saw Death Pact in Shaoshan City, he had been on guard against Byakuya's methods. Therefore, he had specifically prepared a scroll like Life Anthem. But how could he have imagined that Sumyubai's Death Gaze was a double effect bolstered by his class traits? That was why the current situation had occurred. Feeling that 30% of his power was still being suppressed, Igadan looked at Sumyubai with cold, sinister eyes and said in a deep voice, "Don't think that this will save you. Even if suppressed, you still won't be able to escape." As his voice fell, he transformed into a blur, and the kunai in his hand pierced towards Sumyubai with endless sharpness. It was unknown what skill he had used, but the spacer on the kunai was slightly distorting. At this time, the 7 seconds of immunity had passed. Sumyubai reflexively extended his staff forward. The moment the kunai collided with the staff, Sumyubai was instantly sent flying by a massive force. Although his strength and spirit attributes had now merged into sovereign power, and he had a 5-fold effect, the gap between him and Igadan was simply too great. 3 to 6.8. At the same time, the entire Scourge Legion and Frost lost over 30,000 health points. One had to know that the number of the Scourge Legion at this moment was as high as 170. In other words, a single attack from Igadan had actually caused over 5 billion in damage. And this was still the result after having his total attributes reduced by 30%. One could imagine just how strong Igadan's power really was, however. This bit of damage could not pose a threat to the current Scourge Legion. Even the skeleton mages, who had the lowest health, now possessed nearly 3 million health points. What Samubai worried about more was that Igadan might have other means. After all, if the opponent could even offset the effect of Death Gaze, it was entirely possible for him to break Death Pact. This was the reason he didn't want to face the top-tier powerhouses of the Sakura Kingdom in the world game. Nothing was surprising. No sooner said than done. While Igadan was attacking Samubai, his left hand suddenly flashed with lightning, and in an instant, he struck toward Samubai. Byakuya, don't think that Death Pact is. Before he could finish his sentence, Igadan's voice came to an abrupt halt. He surged forward for a distance before he could control his body. The moment Samubai was sent flying by the kunai, a pale gray light screen flashed, and his figure vanished directly from the spot, causing Igadan's follow-up attack to miss. Baka, let's see how long you can hide. Igadan gritted his teeth and turned to look at Samubai, who had reappeared on Frost's back, then vanished from the spot in a flash. Ghost Hand, who was watching this scene from not far away, was completely dumbfounded. No, is Baiyu really that hard to kill? In those few seconds just now, this ninja launched such a fierce attack on him, yet he didn't even lose a single drop of blood. Could it be that he is invincible? No, that's absolutely impossible. If he were truly invincible, why would he still be running away? This invincibility state must have a very short duration. Thinking of this, Ghost Hand's gaze gradually became firm. He needed to continue observing and wait for the moment Baiyu revealed a flaw. As an assassin, one should not strike unless necessary, but once a strike is made, success must be guaranteed. In midair, Samubai slammed heavily into the throne. He shook his numb arm, his expression somewhat gloomy. The appearance of Igadan was completely outside of his plans. Master, are you all right? Sensing Samubai's aura, Frost stopped the slaughter and asked with concern. I'm fine, pick up the pace. Samubai shook his head and commanded the Scourge Legion to accelerate their assault. He glanced at his soul points. In just this short while, they had already increased by over 10,000. The moment to open the Book of the Dead was right before his eyes. He didn't want to give up this offensive just because of one Igadan. Space lockdown scrolls weren't easy to come by. Heaven knows when rich across the world would be able to obtain a second one. Receiving the order, Frost immediately flapped her wings and flew into the city center. Dense frost energy condensed. Countless ice shards plummeted at high speed, and a blizzard howled across the sky. In just a few seconds, an entire area was transformed into a frozen wasteland. At this moment, Igadan appeared silently, his left hand flickering with lightning as it instantly slammed into Samubai. This sudden strike caught Samubai completely off guard, and in an instant, he felt his entire body go numb. It was only after being hit that he reacted. Fortunately, Death Domain Leap had finished cooling down. With a thought, he vanished instantly. At the same time, the paralysis status was cleared by Death Domain Leap. Frost let out a furious roar. Her massive body suddenly shrank, and a pair of dragon claws swiped toward the suddenly appearing Igadan. Once I finish off Bai, I'll deal with you, Igadan snorted coldly, dodged Frost's attack with a flash, and pursued Samubai once again. Inside Kongnu City, Samubai's expression turned exceptionally ugly. This guy really had a way to deal with the death contract. Although Igadan's previous attack hadn't caused any damage, it had brought a major crisis to Samubai. Notification. Shadow Ninja Igadan used Severing Thunderblade to cut the connection between you and a portion of your summons. Normal summoning space, 59,040 73,800. Commander summoning space, 352 440 77,440 96,800. This was clearly a skill targeting summoning type classes. With just a single strike, Samubai's Scourge Legion had lost 20%. This 20% of his summons had simply vanished within Kongnu City. This wasn't a kill. It was a direct severance of the connection between Samubai and his summons. Therefore, neither the full health resurrection in place effect of Death Edict nor the catastrophe trait of the Scourge World skill had been triggered. Observing this scene, Sato-ken's face immediately erupted with wild joy. Kongnu City was saved. It seems I really can't rely too heavily on summons in the future. Sumyubai frowned. If he relied entirely on summons, it was too easy for him to be countered, especially when facing these old monsters from the forbidden land of gods. His weaknesses were too obvious. However, Sumyubai had no way to solve this immediately. The only thing he could do was replenish the Scourge Legion as quickly as possible. As long as he summoned faster than Iga Dan's skill cooldown, he would remain invincible. With a thought, dense whispers suddenly echoed around Sumyubai. And Dad whispers, "Summon Skeleton Legion ×2. Once dual casting was activated, two portals opened instantly on either side of him. Click, click, click. As Sumyubai continuously used his skills, 120 elite skeletons marched out of the portals in each wave, quickly joining the battlefield. Iga Dan, who was in hot pursuit, saw this and his expression turned ugly. Damn it. This guy is only tier 2. Why is his summoning speed so fast? Chapter 140, Walking the Dog. The frustrated Iga Dan bonus chapter. No, I must stop him. Iga Dan's gaze darkened, and the kunai in his hand shot out instantly. He had calculated earlier that after the opponent teleported, they could only be immune to damage for 7 seconds. Although the kunai couldn't deal effective damage to Bai, who had the death contract, it could at least interrupt the opponent's spellcasting. The moment he threw the kunai, Iga Dan also closed in on Sumyubai at high speed. In his view, as long as he didn't let Bai continue to replenish his undead, once he used Severing Thunderblade a few more times, this battle would be over. But imagination is beautiful. The moment Iga Dan launched his attack, Sumyubai's figure vanished once again. All that remained in the surroundings were thousands of elite skeletons, brandishing their weapons as they charged toward Iga Dan. Iga Dan's kunai instantly pierced through a building before flying back into his hand at high speed. Baka, why can this guy keep teleporting? Watching the elite skeletons swarming toward him, Iga Dan's expression was extremely grim. With the death contract in effect, there was no point in him attacking these skeletons. The only way to end the battle was to sever the connection between Bai and all his summons. With a gloomy face, he dropped a smoke bomb, vanished into the smoke, and continued to pursue Sumyubai. For a time, Sumyubai began walking the dog inside Kongnu City. Most of the time, by the time Iga Dan caught up to Sumyubai, the latter's death domain leap had already finished cooling down. All that was left for him was a ground full of elite skeletons. Only after activating certain speed-boosting skills could Iga Dan catch up to Sumyubai before the cooldown of Death Domain Leap ended. However, Sumyubai had long since taken precautions against his thunder-severing blade. Often, just as Iga Dan caught up, he would see a pale gray light screen flash and vanish. The only gap was the 30-second cooldown of the Shroud of Death. But Iga Dan did not know this. Damn it, repeatedly toyed with. Iga Dan was so infuriated that he let out a string of curses. And in his loss of composure, he actually blurted out the official language of the Shenlong Empire. Although in the world-crossing game, different language systems could be directly translated, there were still many people in the Sakura Kingdom who had learned the language of the Shenlong Empire. Iga Dan, who had originally been full of confidence about capturing Bai, now felt his mentality shattering. He, a dignified peak tier 8 powerhouse, was actually being toyed with like this by an adventurer who wasn't even tier 3. If this were to get out, the humiliation would be immense. Thinking of this, Iga Dan hardened his heart, and another scroll appeared in his hand. This was a legendary Great Spatial Disturbance scroll, capable of disrupting the space around a target, rendering it unstable and preventing the target from using blink-type displacement skills. It was more like a single-target version of a spatial lockdown scroll, but with better effects and even greater rarity. Thinking that such a rare scroll would be used on Bai, Iga Dan became even more enraged. Once he caught this guy, he would make him wish he were dead. When he caught up to Sumyubai again, Iga Dan tore open the scroll immediately. And like the spatial lockdown scroll, which required channeling, this thing was instantaneous. The next moment, Sumyubai only felt a chaotic fluctuation suddenly appear around him, and his movement to summon skeleton stalled for a split second. Notification: Shadow Ninja Iga Dan has used a legendary Great Spatial Disturbance scroll on you. For the next 60 minutes, You cannot use blink-type displacement skills. Bai, let's see where you've run. Damn it, why is this happening? Igudwain's sneer came to an abrupt halt because Bai had disappeared before his eyes once again. Frantic, he punched the wall beside him, causing a building to collapse with a roar. After his rage subsided, Igudwain realized that Bai's displacement skill was definitely not a simple blink. Amidst the sky-filling dust, Igudwain's figure also vanished, and he began the journey of chasing Sumubai once more. He refused to believe that Bai could displace infinitely. Even if he really could, his mana pool would definitely not be able to keep up with the consumption. Sumubai, who had used Death Domain Shift out of reflex to escape, was filled with pleasant surprise. As expected of an SSS grade skill, even a legendary grade scroll couldn't seal it. Looking at his mana, which had been consumed by nearly half, a thought crossed his mind. Death extraction feedback, notification, you have consumed 250 points of death chi, 900, 0 mana points have been restored. Your current mana is now full. Notification, you have been eroded by death chi from the crown of curses. Death chi Kung 10. Death chi Kung 10. Igudwain could never have imagined that Sumubai's mana was truly inexhaustible. It was just that his current storage limit for death chi had reached to 360 points. So the power bank effect of the Crown of Curses was no longer as significant. However, Sumubai could still extract death chi from the corpses within the city, so he had no need to worry about mana in the short term. He even had excess death chi to continue strengthening the Skeleton King to keep Sadoken and Kuroda Akira in check. Although the latter two didn't have high HP, they had many tricks up their sleeves, and unlike bosses, they didn't have to rely solely on their own strength. These two guys could consume potions. Therefore, although the strengthened Skeleton King could barely suppress them, killing them was unlikely. However, Sumubai didn't intend to kill them anyway. All he had ever wanted were soul points. Notification, your soul points have reached the limit. As the system notification sounded, Sumubai felt a surge of joy and immediately prepared to summon the Death Codex to open it. At the same time, an invisible figure had already closed in behind Sumubai. While in stealth, Ghost Hand looked at Bai, who was within arm's reach. A cold glint flashing in his eyes as the dagger in his hand thrust fiercely toward Sumubai's kidney. He had waited too long for this moment. During the process of Igudwain chasing Sumubai, Ghost Hand had specifically found a high vantage point. After long observation, he had finally figured out Bai's displacement and immunity mechanisms. Displacement cooldown 10 seconds, immunity 7 seconds. After obtaining this data, Ghost Hand was incredibly shocked. How could there be such a monstrous skill? But he had also found Sumubai's flaw, which led to this strike. Relying on the SS grade divine concealment talent, Ghost Hand did not leak a single trace of aura even while attacking. This strike, which stacked the effects of Crescent Moon Death and the Break Stealth attack, landed solidly on Sumubai. Ghost Hand seemed to have already seen Sumubai collapse and die. His eyes filled with excitement. With this true damage strike that cost me 50 years of my lifespan, can you withstand it, my patrons? November has come to a close, and Xiaxiang did not break his promise. I added extra chapters for an entire month. On Tomato, 1 chapter a day guarantees continuous recommendations. 2 chapters earn 600 yuan in full attendance, and 3 chapters only increase the full attendance bonus by 200 yuan. So the vast majority of books only have 2 chapters. Patrons, please support me, and Xiaxiang will continue to add more chapters. December is about to begin, and the rules for extra chapters are, every 2.0 free Power of Love gifts will trigger an extra chapter, with paid gifts calculated at an equivalent value. Patrons, if you have money, support with money. If you have presence, support with your presence. As much as you give, Xiaxiang will add that much. The final extra chapter for November is here, chapter 141. I really don't like your eyes. In a corner far away, Tsukuyomi no Mikoto did not know what method he had used, but he had actually managed to save his own life from the hands of the Scourge Legion. At this moment, seeing Ghost Hand suddenly appear behind Bai and successfully strike him, his eyes lit up fiercely. It's done. When he first heard the name Bai in the Blue Star District announcements, he hadn't taken it seriously at all. Initially, He had only thought that Bai Yi was lucky, having triggered a disaster-level dungeon a step ahead of him and fortunately finding an epic-level boss. But ever since Bai Yi crossed the national border and arrived in the Sakura Kingdom, a series of messages and videos had made Tsukuyomi understand the gap between himself and his opponent, especially after just witnessing Tsumubai raise his hand to summon a massive army of the undead and single-handedly breach Konu City. Only then did he realize that his SSS-level talent, which he took such pride in, was no better than that of an average player in Bai's eyes. Without consuming his lifespan, he was currently no match for even a single skeleton summoned by Bai Yi. Being able to barely keep his life was already quite an achievement. Thinking that this freak was finally going to pay the price for invading the Sakura Kingdom, Tsukuyomi could not suppress the excitement in his heart. At this moment, inside the livestream, all the Sakura players instantly reached a climax. That's Ghost Hand, the strongest existence in our novice village, rumored to be an SS-level talent holder. I see Tsukuyomi. Ha 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 ha. This time Bai Yi nodding. No, this is impossible. The comments in the livestream were like someone who was just about to reach their peak, only for the other party to suddenly stop moving. The expressions of the Sakura players watching the stream turned exceptionally ugly. They saw that after Ghost Hand's dagger landed on Bai Yi, it didn't cause any damage at all. Nani? Ghost Hand couldn't help but let out an exclamation, but the next moment, a feeling of suffocation washed over him. The moment Tsumubai was attacked, he turned around abruptly. He had assumed Igadan had used some kind of skill, only to discover it was actually a Sakura player. Reflexively, he reached out and clamped his hand around the other's throat, lifting the scrawny Ghost Hand straight up into the air. I didn't expect the Sakura Kingdom to have an expert like you. Tsumubai held Ghost Hand up with one hand while rubbing his kidney with the other, his expression as cold as frost. At the same time, he was somewhat shocked internally. A mere level 12 rogue had managed to approach him silently, and he hadn't sensed anything until the attack actually landed. Such a talent was simply perfect for assassination. What surprised him even more was the damage Ghost Hand had dealt. That strike just now had caused over 30-0 damage to each of the remaining nearly 140-0 members of the Scourge army. This number was on par with Igadan, whose attributes had been suppressed by 30%. It was simply incredible. Ghost Hand, held in Tsumubai's grip, was so angry he nearly blew a fuse upon hearing this. I relied on Crescent Moon's demise to consume 50 years of my lifespan, and I even stacked the triple damage from a stealth break attack. And even if you didn't lose a single sliver of health, you still have to humiliate me now. If someone like me is an expert, then what are you? A god? He couldn't understand for the life of him how a Necromancer could block such high damage. That strike just now was capable of dealing over 4.7 billion in true damage. How on earth did Bai Yi survive it? An ignorant player would naturally not understand the power of Death Pact. Although Ghost Hand had a myriad of doubts, he remained silent, clearly having prepared himself for death. Now, he only felt fortunate that he had reserved 21 years of his lifespan just in case. At least, he would have a chance to resurrect after this death. Next time, he would definitely find Bai's true weakness before striking again. Thinking of this, Ghost Hand gave Tsumubai a sinister look. I really don't like the way you look at me. Tsumubai let out a cold snort and tossed Ghost Hand aside. Death gaze. The next moment, a pig-like scream erupted from Ghost Hand's mouth. Where was there any trace of a cold-blooded assassin left? 5.5 for 4 million, however. The scream came to an abrupt end, as the damage figure of over 5 million popped up. He didn't even leave a corpse behind. His entire body disintegrated in midair. Until his death, Ghost Hand could not understand why he had no chance to resurrect, even though he had specifically reserved 21 years of his lifespan. Tsumubai was also slightly stunned, another short-lived ghost. Ever since the death scripture had absorbed that mysterious scroll, the targets he killed would suffer a triple penalty. But that would only amount to 30 years of lifespan. That little Sakura guy just now looked like he was only in his early 20s. He couldn't even live to be 60. With Ghost Hand's death, all the equipment on his body dropped, but the items in his inventory simply vanished. They must have been reclaimed by the world game. Even an expert like this only has gold tier equipment. Sumyubai glanced at the item's ghost hand dropped and curled his lip in disappointment. The players in the livestream who witnessed this scene were now completely bewildered. Ghost hand just died like that. What skill did Bai use? I just saw him toss ghost hand away. It couldn't have been a death by a single glance, could it? That's actually possible. Have you all forgotten? He previously dealt over 10 billion in damage with just a glance. Why hasn't the support arrived yet? Kongu City can't hold on much longer. When the announcement that Kongu City had been breached sounded earlier, it had already been ignored by everyone. Even the players in Kongu City didn't pay it any mind. Because although the teleportation area was free, it had been locked down and was unusable. Therefore, all they could do now was lie dead and wait for support. In a distant corner, Tsukuyomi watched with his own eyes as Ghost Hand died at Bai's hands. His body trembling slightly. Yet he died. Didn't he say he would reserve 21 years of his lifespan? Before he could figure it out, his entire expression froze, and a look of terror erupted from the depths of his pupils. Just before he died, Tsukuyomi saw Bai glance at him nonchalantly. It was this very glance that made him feel endless fear, as if he were being stared at by some prehistoric beast. Ugh! The cry of terror had barely left his throat before he collapsed and died. 5.5 million. Tsukuyomi. Why does this name feel like I've seen it somewhere before? After Sumyubai saw Tsukuyomi die, he felt a slight sense of confusion, but he quickly dismissed it. With a thought, he summoned the Book of Death. The soul points were already full. He had to consume them first to increase the cap and continue absorbing more. Sumyubai did not notice that after Tsukuyomi's corpse hit the ground, it quickly turned into a wisp of moonlight and vanished from the spot. Dozens of kilometers outside Kongu City, Tsukuyomi reappeared, having been resurrected. How? He gasped for air, struggling to calm the lingering sense of terror from before. Damn it! This Bai is simply beyond the scope of a player. Tsukuyomi looked in the direction of Kongu City, still shaken, and opened his status window. Immediately after, a scream rang out. Chapter 142. New skill. After seeing his disastrous status window, Tsukuyomi finally understood why Guishu had completely deleted his account after dying just once. He discovered in horror that not only had his level dropped by 3, but he had also lost a full 30 years of his lifespan. Furthermore, he had acquired an extreme weakness status effect that would last for 12 hours. Within those 12 hours, all his attributes were reduced to a mere 1 point. Why would someone killed by Bai suffer such a severe penalty? Before he had time to think, a common wild monster, attracted by Tsukuyomi's scream, suddenly pounced on him. Under normal circumstances, Tsukuyomi could have killed this level 10 plus common monster with a casual flick of his hand. But in his state of extreme weakness, he felt as though he had no strength left in his body. Before he could even react, he was gored by the demonic steel-toothed rabbit. Tsukuyomi, the only SSS-ranked talent powerhouse in the Sakura Kingdom, had just been resurrected only to curl up and die once again. He didn't dare to use his talent to teleport and resurrect elsewhere. With all attributes reduced to 1, he could accidentally die even in a city. Wouldn't resurrecting again just be asking for death? Inside Kongu City, the Scourge Legion's assault continued, and Frost was wreaking havoc throughout the city, having the time of his life. Suppressed by the death gaze, Kensato and Akira Kuroda cooperated with each other, struggling to hold their ground against the 2 enhanced Skeleton Kings. The 2 of them could now only pin their hopes on Daniga finishing off Bai quickly. What is this power? Suddenly, both of them turned their heads toward the city, their pupils dilating sharply. They clearly felt a vast, overwhelming power of death. At the same time, Daniga's expression changed. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, his speed surging. This power of death had naturally appeared because Sumyubai had opened the Book of Death. By the time Daniga approached, the Book of Death had already transformed back into a mark on the back of Sumyubai's left hand. Watching Daniga close in at high speed, Sumyubai didn't even have time to check his newly learned skill. Zzzt. Lightning crackled in Daniga's hand, a clear omen that he was about to use Thunder-Severing Blade. At this moment, the immunity effect from Sumyubai's teleportation had just expired, and the curtain of death was still on cooldown. In his urgency, Sumyubai focused his mind and a massive amount of frost elemental energy suddenly condensed around him. Immediately after, his entire body was encased in a giant, deep blue block of solid ice. Frost Guard. This was a skill attached to his legendary grade trousers, possessing a relatively invincible effect. This was the first time he had used it since equipping them. The next moment, Daniga's thunder-severing blade slammed violently into the Frost Guard. Crack. The deep blue ice immediately developed some fissures, but it did not shatter. Sumyubai inside the ice let out a sigh of relief, watching Daniga continue his relentless attacks. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Although this relatively invincible skill couldn't withstand Daniga for 10 seconds, it could certainly hold for 3. Once the 3 seconds passed, Sumyubai moved his mind, and his entire body vanished from within the ice. At the same time, Daniga shattered the Frost Guard, but he still failed to touch Sumyubai. Baka. Daniga had never felt so frustrated in his life. What kind of monster was this Bai? Was his mana pool truly bottomless? On the other side, after appearing, Sumyubai immediately checked his newly learned skill, Bone Cage, SS level 1010. Seeing an SS rank skill, Sumyubai didn't bother checking further and immediately started for Yahello. In any case, now that he had the perfect skill book, he didn't need to worry about skill points. Cataclysm. Target, Bone Cage. Promote by 1 tier. Your SS rank skill Bone Cage has successfully been promoted to the SS rank skill Nether Bone Imprisonment. Following that, Sumyubai decisively took out a perfect skill book and chose to use it. Notification. You have used the perfect skill book to raise Nether Bone Imprisonment to max level. Nether Bone Imprisonment, SSS Max, active skill. Use Nether Bone to imprison a target. Skill effects. 1. The Nether Bone transforms into a cage to imprison the target. The shield value is equal to 10 times your mana. The cage can only be broken from the inside, and displacement skills cannot be used to escape. 2. When activating the skill, you may sacrifice summons to increase the cage's shield value. The increase is equal to the sacrifice summon's HP, up to a maximum of 590 summons, level times 10-3. During imprisonment, the target's soul will be eroded, randomly falling into negative states such as fear or trance. 4. While the cage exists, it will continuously drain the target's HP and mana to nourish you. The amount drained per second is equal to your spell power. Instant cast. Single target effect. Cooldown 120 seconds. Consumes 5% of maximum mana. No continuous channeling required after release. Casting range is equal to your field of vision, using Nether Bone as a prison to confine all things in the world. This was a single target crowd control skill, which perfectly compensated for Sumyubai's lack of control abilities. Just as he finished reading the skill description, Igadwen, whose speed had surged, had already caught up once again. Bai, no matter where you run, I will capture you. Oh, is that so? Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, looking at Igadwen with a playful gaze. Seeing this, the latter was instantly consumed by rage. He rapidly formed hand seals, and a slender lightning spear materialized in his hands. Although he knew that Bai was still in an immune state, he couldn't help but want to attack. Crack, crack, crack. However, the next moment, Igadwen felt death attribute skill fluctuations suddenly permeate his surroundings. Immediately after, he was imprisoned within a cage radiating a faint, airy aura of death. The lightning spear slammed violently against the cage. The lightning exploded, and countless arcs of electricity surged within the enclosure. 4.36 billion, 436 million, 436 million. A massive critical hit damage number popped up, followed by a series of subsequent damage ticks. Yet the cage's shield value had lost less than 1/10 of its total. Sumyubai looked at the imprisoned Igadwen, feeling very satisfied with the skill's effect. Under the enhancement of his catastrophe class trait, he had just sacrificed 1,180 skeleton warriors, boosting the cage's shield value to a terrifying 70.013 billion. This was 4 times the value of the original skill. But even without the catastrophe trait, ghostly remains imprisonment could still restrain Igadwen for 2 or 3 seconds. One had to realize that the opponent was an 8th tier existence. Even with his attributes suppressed by 30% from Death Gaze, He was definitely not to be underestimated. And since Sumyubai was not even third tier yet, this effect was already astonishing. The only regret was that the latter two effects did not have much impact on Igudwan. Given his magic defense, Sumyubai's meager spell power simply couldn't drain his HP or mana. However, this was enough. Sumyubai glanced at Igudwan, who was attacking the cage frantically, and grinned. "You play around slowly for now." As his voice fell, he turned and walked into a shop nearby. Chapter 143. Attacking the city lord's mansion. This was a gem shop, but less than 2 seconds after Sumyubai entered, he walked out in disappointment. Nothing had been left behind. The shopkeeper had clearly packed all the valuable items into their inventory the moment Kongu City came under attack. At this moment, they were either already dead at the hands of the Scourge Legion or hiding somewhere unknown. "I wonder if there is a treasury here." Returning empty-handed, Sumyubai did not give up on his plan. He waved his hand to unsummon Frost, then Ray summoned her from his mount space. "Baiyi, don't run." Igudwan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He wished he could tear Sumyubai limb from limb, but trapped within ghostly remains imprisonment, he could only watch helplessly as Sumyubai left. The 4 billion kung damage from earlier was a critical hit after using a skill. His normal attacks could not reach that figure. Therefore, ghostly remains imprisonment, with its 70 billion shield value, could theoretically trap him for quite some time. At Sumyubai's signal, Frost flew straight toward the direction of the city lord's mansion. Sumyubai stood with his hands behind his back in front of the throne, looking down at the dilapidated scene of Kongu City. By now, the entire Scourge Legion had invaded the city, and a thick aura of death permeated the entire urban area. The city was littered with corpses. Many people had previously tried to escape through the gate on the other side, but how could their speed compare to Frost's? With Frost present, Sumyubai could control the Scourge Legion through her, surrounding an entire Tier 3 city with the strength of one person. Of course, based on the soul points he was harvesting, Sumyubai knew clearly that there were still many people hiding somewhere in the city, but that didn't matter. As the Scourge Legion advanced, the skeleton mage's sea of fire spell began to spread from the city walls toward the interior, igniting building after building. The skeleton warriors also smashed through doors, beginning to search for the hiding Sakura players and locals. As for the city guards and local professionals who had resisted initially, they were already lying on the ground as corpses. They didn't dare to respawn now. After all, respawning was meaningless before reinforcements arrived. Kongu City had absolutely no way to deal with Sumyubai. The Sakura players in the live stream, watching Baiyi suppress Kongu City single-handedly, all fell into silence. A moment later, lines of comments began to appear. "I'm not watching anymore. The more I watch, the more hopeless it feels. What exactly is the Sakura Kingdom doing? If Baiyi keeps this up, won't all Tier 3 cities be in danger? Where are the reinforcements? Why haven't they arrived yet?" The distance between each city was not short. Even the nearest Tier 3 city would take nearly an hour to arrive. But they also had their own selfish motives and didn't want to arrive too quickly. After all, their own strength was about the same as Kongu City's. Arriving wouldn't solve the problem anyway. As for the strongest Tier 2 main city in this region, Chuyu City, they had indeed dispatched an army of over 100. But they needed to teleport to the nearest Tier 3 city first before organizing and setting out. The time required was naturally much longer. The 2 great elders of the Yin Ninja Secret Society were also still on their way. Even if they left the main force to move ahead, they wouldn't be able to arrive in a short time. Therefore, in the entire Kongu City, only the unexpectedly present Igudwan could pose some threat to Sumyubai. But it was only some. Aside from his severing thunderblade, which could cut through connections, his class had no particularly good way to deal with the massive Scourge Legion bolstered by Death Contract. On the other side, the Skeleton King, whose enhancement duration had ended, could no longer block Satoken and Kuroto Akira. The two broke through the blockade and rushed to the city lord's mansion immediately. Because they had both received a notification that the city lord's mansion was under attack. If that place were destroyed, Kongu City would end up just like Sichuan City. "Master, this turtle shell is a bit hard," Frost complained in Sumyubai's mind while breathing dragon fire at the city lord's mansion. The dragon's breath, a mixture of ice and fire, slammed into the barrier. Yet it didn't even cause a single ripple. How long can you hold on? No matter how tough you are. Sumyubai glanced at the time, raised the staff in his hand, and a pale gray portal opened, from which 60 elite skeleton archers emerged. Fatal snipe. At the same time, 10 pale gray light curtains swept rapidly across Kongu City. Another 10 spread out in a line outside the city lord's mansion. Click, click, click. The next moment, the majority of the Scourge Legion was teleported here, immediately unleashing their full firepower. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom. Arrows and fireballs filled the sky, bombarding the barrier and causing the entire city lord's mansion to tremble. Soul extraction effective. Soul points con 0. Soul extraction effective. Soul points con 0. The remaining Scourge Legion continued to clear out the hiding survivors, providing Sumyubai with a steady stream of soul points. After reaching level 59, Sumyubai's control range reached 5.9 kilometers. With himself as the center, it was enough to cover more than half of Kongu City. Stop. Sado-ken and Kuroda Akira rushed over in a hurry, but they were completely powerless to stop him. Sumyubai's mind stirred, consuming 500 points of death chi to once again strengthen a Skeleton King warrior, which directly blocked Sado-ken. As for Kuroda Akira, he was met with Sumyubai's cold gaze, death gaze. The next moment, Kuroda Akira was eroded by fear and plummeted from the high altitude. A damage number as high as 372 billion appeared above his head. Having already suffered a backlash from maintaining the city protecting barrier, he was instantly dealt a heavy blow. 5.5 for 4 million, 16 million. In addition to the damage from death gaze, a barrage of arrows and fireballs rained down on Kuroda Akira. 592,000, 1.18 for million, 592. A series of damage numbers popped up. Currently in a state of fear, saw his health bar plummet uncontrollably. Sumyubai pointed his staff, directly activating the energy stored within it. With Kuroda Akira as the center, within a radius of 150 meters, blue, gray, and black energies suddenly converged. The three represented the frost element, the death element, and the shadow element, respectively. The moment Kuroda Akira recovered from his state of fear, he looked at his miserable condition in horror and was about to wave his staff to cast a skill. But Sumyubai's spellcasting had already finished. At the same time, Igadan, who had finally broken through the ghost remains imprisonment, happened to charge into this range. The three elements exploded violently. Requiem of the Forgotten, Chapter 144, killing Kuroda Akira. Although the scene of the three elements exploding violently looked terrifying, it did not cause any damage to Sado-ken, Kuroda Akira, or the newly arrived Igadan. However, damage was not what Sumyubai was after. This was a skill inherent to his legendary grade staff, Requiem of the Forgotten, which could deal 1000% spell power as mixed magic damage of frost, death, and shadow elements. This skill originally had a range of 100 meters, but after he broke through to the second tier, all his equipment broke through as well, increasing the skill range by 50%. It was just that with his current spell power, he couldn't break through the defenses of the three. The only skill Sumyubai possessed that could deal damage to the three was the true damage from Death Gaze. What he wanted was simply the effect of Requiem of the Forgotten. It forced all enemies within range to forget their skills for the next 5 seconds. As the three elements erupted, Sado-ken and Igadan were fine, but Kuroda Akira, the great magus, panicked completely. Without his skills, he was nothing but a lamb waiting for slaughter in front of the Scourge Legion. Not only that, but all three were simultaneously hit by the random curse effects of the Crown of Curses. Perhaps Kuroda Akira's luck was poor, as the curse he suffered had the strongest effect. You have applied a calamity curse to Kuroda Akira. The target's chance of being critically hit is increased by 30% for 5 seconds. Notification. You have applied a damage amplification curse to Kuroda Akira. The damage taken by the target is increased by 50% for 5 seconds. City Lord, Lord Igadan, save me. Having forgotten his skills and burdened by curses, Kuroda Akira's expression changed drastically, and he called for help immediately. But the other two were currently unable to spare any effort. Sado-ken, having lost his skills, was directly suppressed by the strengthened Skeleton King warrior. Even Igadan was surrounded by layers of elite skeleton warriors. With the effect of death contract in place, Having forgotten his skills, he couldn't break out of the encirclement at all. At the same time, Sumyubai activated the curse aura. In an instant, a pale blue ring of light swept across the surroundings, with him as the center. Within a 150-meter radius, the speed of all enemies was significantly reduced. After breaking through to the second tier, this effect was significantly stronger than when it was used on Watanabe Tora previously. At this moment, Kuroda Akira could be said to be crying out to heaven and earth with no response. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the elite skeleton archers capable of attacking him fired their arrows in unison. Fatal snipe. 7.99 million, 3.896 million, 23.376 million. A series of damage numbers popped up. Under the curse effect, nearly half were critical hits. Among them, the damage numbers exceeding 20 million were naturally dealt by the Skeleton King. With the catastrophe trait, all skeleton archers ignored Kuroda Akira's physical defense, dealing true damage directly. At the same time, Frost chanted in a special language once more, condensing the ice spear used during the siege. This time, the ice spear was clearly a concentrated version, but the energy it contained was not diminished in the slightest. Dragon language magic. Spear of Annihilation, 878 million. Accompanied by a terrifying damage number, the several-meter-long Spear of Annihilation pierced directly through Kuroda Akira's chest. Pinning him to the ground, Kuroda Akira's pupils dilated, his face filled with unwillingness, and he breathed his last. Soul extraction effective. Soul points come 100. You have obtained soul coins times 8,000. You have obtained the epic great item chanting gauntlets. As the 3 system notifications rang out, the harvest did not satisfy Sumyubai. Aside from the 100 soul points, this haul was no different from killing a regular player. Sumyubai was also somewhat puzzled as to why the increase in soul points became so significant once the target reached the 7th stage. It was just like with Franklin back then. Beyond that, Kuroda Akira had only dropped some random currency and a single piece of equipment. This also meant that he still had lifespan remaining and could be resurrected. However, thinking about it, it made sense. Although Kuroda Akira had the lowest strength among the 3, he was still a peak 7th stage expert. How could his lifespan be like that short-lived ghost hand? But dying at Sumyubai's hands would definitely make Kuroda Akira's heart bleed. He wondered how many years of lifespan 30% amounted to. At this moment, the effect of Forsaken Sorrow ended. A shockwave erupted from Sato Ken's body, and the katana in his hand flashed with a dazzling light, forcing the enhanced Skeleton King warrior back. Kuroda Akira, hurry up and resurrect to provide support, he roared, attempting to charge towards Sumyubai to stop him from continuing to command the Scourge Legion to attack the City Lord's mansion. Natives of the God-forbidden land, like players, could lie as corpses for half an hour after death. During this half hour, the colors in their vision were gray. Although they could not influence the outside world or speak, they could still hear sounds. In his soul state, Kuroda Akira looked at his empty hands, his gaze dark as he stared at Sumyubai. He had been careless. He hadn't expected Bai Yi to have such methods. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to die at the opponent's hands just like that. The next moment, he chose to resurrect at the Resurrection Hall and flew toward the City Lord's mansion once again. But when Kuroda Akira saw the lifespan and levels he had lost, his figure stalled instantly. Losing 3 levels was one thing, but he had actually lost 600 years of lifespan. Was the Death Sovereign recorded in history really this terrifying? This discovery made him want to retreat for a moment, but after struggling for a few seconds, Kuroda Akira decided to proceed anyway. If he fled the battlefield now, the Shadow Ninja Secret Society would not let him off. Kuroda Akira should be thankful he didn't die under Death Gaze. Otherwise, no matter how strong he was, all his attributes would have been reduced to 1 upon resurrection. Meanwhile, Iga Dan's skill had also recovered. Surrounded in the center, he instantly transformed into a piece of wood and then appeared directly in front of Sumyubai. The opening stance of Severing Thunderblade unfolded, and the piercing sound of electricity echoed all around. But Sumyubai, who had long been prepared, vanished from the spot instantly. Death Domain Shift. Baka. This move again. Iga Dan, having missed his target, exchanged a glance with Sato Ken and chased after Sumyubai's new location. By this time, a fully recovered Kuroda Akira had arrived at the scene, but because he had hesitated for a few seconds, he had lost the opportunity to use his skills to restrict Tsumubai. The reason the three of them did not attack the Scourge Legion was that they understood the effect of Death Contract. If they couldn't take down Bai, then attacking these undead would be futile. But how could they have imagined that Tsumubai's shift actually covered a much greater distance than that? The reason he kept appearing all over the city, besides hiding his true strength, was to facilitate the automatic looting of items dropped throughout the city. This time, as soon as Tsumubai appeared, he received a system notification. Notification, your inventory is full. Looking at the 7 seconds of immunity time remaining, Tsumubai calmly instructed Frost, I'll keep leading them on. You hurry up and smash the turtle shell of the city lord's mansion. Only then did he initiate a trade with Fujiishi. Chapter 145. Why are we always the ones getting hurt? Bonus chapter. Boss, just how many people have you killed? Fujiishi's surprised voice rang out. He knew very well that Baiyu would certainly not look down on level 10 wild monsters for leveling. These low-tier pieces of equipment must have come from player drops. Tsumubai smiled slightly, not many. I just broke through a tier 3 city in the Sakura Kingdom. This is only a small portion. There's more to come. I see. Wait, what did you just say? You broke through a city. Upon hearing this, Fujiishi first echoed him, then suddenly realized what was said, and his heart churned like a stormy sea. My boss, I know you're a freak, but you don't have to be this much of a freak, right? How long has it been? You're already capable of breaking through a tier 3 city. How are other players supposed to play? Alright, I'm still being hunted, so I won't chat with you anymore. Just be ready to receive the goods at any time. Seeing the persistent Iga Dan appear again, accompanied by Sato-ken and Kuroda Akira, Tsumubai ended the communication and focused his mind. A pale gray curtain of light flashed, and he vanished from the spot once more. Within the 90 seconds that Death Veil lasted, he didn't need to worry about being caught at all. Far away in East Sea City, Fujiishi put down the communicator, looking dazed. Is he really talking about being hunted so nonchalantly? As expected of you, my boss. On the other side of Empty Valley City, Tsumubai appeared along with the Death Veil. He intended to keep the three of them on a leash so they wouldn't disturb the Scourge Legion. The reason the three were so persistent was that they wanted to seize the gap in Tsumubai's Death Veil cooldown. Or perhaps they were holding onto the hope of exhausting his mana, taking advantage of the fact that the three hadn't caught up yet. Tsumubai took out the equipment dropped by Kuroda Akira and looked at it, his face lighting up with joy, chanting gauntlets, cloth armor level 6040. Epic grade item. The minimum level requirement was only 60. As long as he completed the advancement quest, he could equip them. By leeching a bit more, he could obtain another piece of legendary grade equipment. Thinking of this, Tsumubai's mind stirred. Catastrophe target, chant gauntlets, promote by 1 tier. You have obtained the legendary item Chanter's Hands. Chanter's Hands gauntlets, cloth armor. Level 60 to furrow legendary item base attributes. Level 60 physical defense comes 600, magic defense comes 600. HP come 3600. 2. Casting speed increased by 20%. 3. Chance to be critically hit reduced by 20%. Skill 1. Psionic Retrospection. Passive skill. Has a certain chance to instantly finish the cooldown of the skill you are currently casting. Ineffective on skills with a cooldown of 30 seconds or more. Looking at the skill Psionic Retrospection, Tsumubai's eyes lit up. Although it was ineffective on skills with a cooldown of over 30 seconds, his Death Domain Leap only had a 10-second cooldown. If Psionic Retrospection were triggered, wouldn't he be able to leap multiple times in succession? In that case, who could ever catch him? Baiyi, our reinforcements are arriving soon. Surrender immediately, not far away. The voice of Sato-ken urging him to surrender rang out. Tsumubai curled his lips, trying to fool a ghost. Waiting until the three of them were about to close in, he moved his mind and used his leap to depart. And so, the four of them began a battle royale within Konu City. Wherever Tsumubai passed, the items dropped on the ground all flew into his inventory. Every time it was full, he would trade with Fujiishi and Xia. At the same time, Sumyubai's soul points were also constantly increasing. Whenever the death curtain entered cooldown, he would deliberately leap further away, forcing Igadan and the others to spend more than 10 seconds to catch up. Gradually, the three of them became completely numb. The only thing supporting them was the desire to see exactly how long Bai's mana could hold out. The defensive barrier of the City Lord's mansion was far stronger than the previous city protecting barrier. Bing Xuan led the majority of the Scourge Legion to bombard it for a full 10 minutes before finally shattering this turtle shell. Sadoken and Krodo Kira, who were in the middle of the pursuit, froze in their tracks. And even Igadan was so angry he cursed at the same time. The system announcement once again resounded throughout the Sakura Kingdom. Sakura Kingdom announcement. Kanu City has been destroyed by the intruder Bai. This announcement did not surprise the players. After all, many had already witnessed everything in the livestream. What made them miserable was the second announcement. Sakura Kingdom announcement. Due to the failure to repel the intruder, the XP gained by all Sakura players from killing monsters is reduced by 2%. At this moment, all Sakura players were completely numb. Is the Myriad Worlds game sick? What are we supposed to use to stop that pervert Bai? He's level 59. I'm level 6. At 10-fold level gap you want me to block him with my head? Even the city lord of a tier 3 city couldn't do anything about Bai. What can we possibly do? Baka, why are they deducting our EXP again? Exactly. It was one thing when the royal treasury was robbed, but now they deduct more because Kanu City was destroyed. Why are we always the ones getting hurt? It's over. Completely over. Bai has only been here for 4 days, and our EXP gain has dropped by 60%. How are we supposed to play? I'm tired. Let it all be destroyed. Can I change my nationality? I want to go to the Holy Empire. Not even a dog would stay in the Sakura Kingdom. Unlike the hysteria of the Sakura players, Sumyubai felt a surge of joy when he heard the announcement. Notification. You have successfully destroyed a tier 3 city in the Sakura Kingdom. The effect of the invader buff has increased. He hadn't expected that destroying a tier 3 city would bring such an unexpected bonus. The XP boost from the invader buff had now reached 10%. Although it wasn't much, it would be quite significant if he destroyed a few more cities. Besides, this was only a tier 3 city. What if it were a tier 2 main city? How much would it increase then? However, what truly made Sumyubai happy was the second notification. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to destroy a city. You have obtained the title Junior City Destroyer. Junior City Destroyer. When wearing this title, damage dealt to barriers and buildings is increased by 20%. Notification. A Blue Star region announcement will be made shortly. With this title, Sumyubai's efficiency would improve significantly the next time he besieged the city. But what disappointed him slightly was that after Bing Xuan broke through the barrier and entered the city lord's mansion, she didn't find anything resembling a treasury. All the valuable items in the city lord's mansion were on Sadoken. It seems it's really not easy to learn from Huijian. A tier 3 city has no treasury. I wonder if a tier 2 main city does. Sumyubai smiled and shook his head, looking at his temporary skill Shadow Chasing Sword Chi, calculating in his heart whether he should go for a stroll in a tier 2 main city next time. Suppressing this crazy thought, Sumyubai left the trio who had just caught up with nothing but a view of his back, and turned to vanish from the spot. At the same time, the system notification sound rang in his ears once again. Taking a few minutes of my foster father's time, I'm adding an extra chapter to express my apologies and share some thoughts regarding the gift-based extra chapters. The Power of Love gift is originally free, and you can send 3 a day. If you send 1, I only get 1 dime. The extra chapters were originally intended so that you could read more for free every day, and I could earn a little more to pay off my debts as soon as possible, a mutually beneficial arrangement. But it seems you all aren't very keen on extra chapters for free gifts, and some even scolded me for being greedy, saying that 2.0 Power of Love gifts for 1 extra chapter is too much. Full disclosure, to be honest, I received about 3.0 yuan worth of gifts in November. According to the rules one set initially, it should have been 15 extra chapters, but I added chapters every single day. If I had just stuck to 2 chapters a day, these extra chapters could have been spread out to provide updates for another half a month. Due to the advertising mechanism of Tomato Novel, The author's earnings have almost nothing to do with the daily update volume. Whether one updates 6,000 words or 4,000 words a day, the earnings are the same, which is why the vast majority of books only update 4,000 words per day. This book reached a peak of over 800 concurrent readers and managed to stay at the #1 spot for all new books under 300 words on Tomato for a few days. Although it has currently entered a silent period and the data has dipped, it is still the #1 ranked book in the game sports category. Do you, my patrons, really think it only earns 3.5 a month? I know many patrons don't like to leave comments while reading, but I would still like to trouble you to leave a paragraph comment here to provide feedback. Is there any need to continue the Gifts for Extra Chapters event? Chapter 146. Why aren't you letting us learn this time? Blue Star Region announcement. Divine Dragon Empire player Bai Yi has become the first player in the Blue Star region to independently destroy a level 3 city. This is hereby announced. When this announcement echoed throughout the Forbidden Land of Gods, players from all other countries, except for those from the Sakura Empire, were stunned. No way. Did I hear that right? The announcement just said Bai Yi independently destroyed a level 3 city. My god. Has he become that monstrous already? Holy crap. I can't even see the stats of a regular city guard. And Bai Yi already has the ability to destroy a city. Why isn't the Myriad Worlds game letting us learn from this like before? Do they think we wouldn't be able to learn it? I don't know which kingdom it was. They are truly pitiful. It's better in our Sanctuary Empire. As long as that Bai Yi dares to come, he will definitely be dealt with immediately. Hey bro, don't be too optimistic. If Bai Yi really comes, you'll be the one crying. HMPH, as long as he dares to come, Felix will naturally end his myth. Felix, I never said that. If you're so capable, you go do it. In front of a certain dungeon portal, Felix listened to the system announcement in his ears. He had just achieved the first clear of a level 20 dungeon, successfully triggering a Sanctuary Empire announcement. He was currently preparing to enter a higher difficulty, only to hear the sudden region-wide announcement. Compared to this announcement, the Imperial announcement he had just triggered felt like a joke. Someone else is already capable of destroying cities, while he is still proud of a first clear of a level 20 dungeon. How is this any different from being a clown? Bai Yi, just how strong are you? Felix unwillingly unclenched his tightly gripped fists and stepped into the dungeon. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he knew very well that compared to Bai Yi, the gap in strength was too vast. He only hoped that the other party crossing national borders was a coincidence and that he would never come to the Sanctuary Empire. Only then would he have more time to develop and allow his growth-type SSS rank talent to become stronger. Only in this way would there be hope to compete with Bai Yi in the future. Divine Dragon Empire. A certain level 30 wilderness map. Sanchi King Feng stood with his sword sheathed. The ground around him littered with monster corpses. Among the many corpses, 3 were particularly eye-catching. Their sizes were clearly more than a circle larger than the others. These were 3 dark gold rank bosses, and at this moment, they had fallen at Sanchi Qingfeng's feet just like ordinary monsters. Just as he finished collecting the items dropped on the ground, the Blue Star region announcement suddenly rang out. Sanchi Qingfeng's expression froze. His eyes filled with deep shock as he muttered to himself, Bai Yi, what kind of sacred being are you? After a moment of contemplation, the luster returned to Sanchi Qingfeng's eyes, and he walked toward a treasure chest not far ahead. The surrounding monsters, as well as those 3 dark gold rank bosses, were the guardians of this treasure chest. Strangely, this treasure chest was vastly different from a conventional one. Normally, treasure chests in the Myriad Worlds game would display different colors or characteristics based on their rank. For example, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, as well as higher tier 3 colored inscribed epic chests, 5 colored legendary ones, and so on. But this treasure chest was pure white. Sanchi Qingfeng's method of opening the chest was also quite peculiar. He raised the Qingming sword in his hand and inserted it straight into the top of the chest. As the sky-filling sword intent merged into the Qingming sword, the pure white treasure chest slowly vanished, and a system prompt sounded in Sanchi Qingfeng's ears. Congratulations on completing your class advancement quest. You have officially advanced to the unique hidden class Sword Immortal. Clang! A crisp sword hum rang out. and the Kingming sword actually floated into the air, then transformed into a streak of sword light that circled rapidly around Sanchi Kingfeng. At the same time, its name disappeared from the Blue Star Region equipment leaderboard. Kingming, return. Sanchi Kingfeng pointed his hand, and the Kingming sword instantly turned into a stream of light and merged into the center of his brow. After checking the changes following his class advancement, a sharp glint flashed in Sanchi Kingfeng's eyes. Is this the strength of a unique hidden class? Then, the next task is to break through to the second tier as soon as possible to unleash the greater power of the Sword Immortal class. Thinking of this, Sanchi Kingfeng looked up at the sky of Baiyi. You must have completed your class advancement long ago, right? No wonder you've been leading the way all this time. It's good to have a top-tier expert like you in front, otherwise, this forbidden land of gods would be too boring. Divine Dragon Empire, West Desert City. This was the westernmost level 1 main city of the Divine Dragon Empire, named for being surrounded by the desert. After Hontabei and his elite team earned enough travel expenses, they immediately chose this city, which was the furthest from East Sea City. Even knowing that Bai Yi had already left the country, he was unwilling to stay in East Sea City. Relying on his S-rank natural leader talent, the Bei Guild had now become the most powerful player faction in West Desert City, bar none. The guild had even recruited several powerhouses with SS-rank talents. Upon hearing the region-wide announcement, Hontabei silently gave a thumbs up to his own wise decision. He had once hesitated when he saw the myriad world's Chamber of Commerce established by the joint efforts of Fujiya Qiangxia and Baiyi. Admittedly, if he chose to cling to Baiyi's coattails just like Rich and Powerful did, the Hegemony Guild would certainly be able to develop much faster. However, Hontabei was unwilling to submit to others. In his view, as long as he didn't provoke Baiyi for now, it would be fine. Cooperation must only happen once he possessed sufficient strength, otherwise, he would only end up as a vassal to Baiyi. His thoughts and mindset were already completely different from when he had first entered the game. Although this period of time had not been long, Hontabei's growth had far exceeded the past 20 or 30 years of his life. The land of divine prohibition was large enough. Besides Baiyi, it could fully accommodate many more powerhouses. What's more, the land of divine prohibition was merely a small part of the myriad worlds game. The future world would be absolutely unimaginably vast. Looking at the growth progress of his talent, Hontabei took a deep breath, waved his hand, and said, "Brothers, do you want more EXP bonuses? Yes, then let's set off. Let's strive to take down the Heatwave Gobi within today's Chapter 147. Thousand Manslayer, accepting the advancement quest Divine Dragon Empire, East Sea City. 5th floor of the Myriad Worlds auction house, inside the office. Upon hearing the system announcement, Rich and Powerful was not too surprised. After all, he had long known what his boss was doing. Moreover, judging by the endless stream of equipment being traded over, it was only a matter of time before the city being attacked was destroyed. In these short few dozen minutes, Sumyubai had already traded with him dozens of times through the God of Wealth contract. Aside from some materials and a small portion of high-tier equipment, the quantity of low-tier equipment dropped by players was terrifying, exceeding 200,000 pieces. Furthermore, all of this equipment had been freeloaded by Sumyubai. The lowest was black iron grade, and there was no shortage of gold or dark gold grade items among them. After all, if one wanted to sell them, the cost-effectiveness of freeloading was the highest, because the resources consumed for sublimation were almost no different from the final selling price. Second boss, are you saying that all these things were brought in by the big boss? Jin Shengdan looked at the pile of equipment and materials on the floor, swallowing his saliva involuntarily. Although these items were all low tier, the quantity was truly massive, and the quality was not low at all. Even the East Sea City auction house where he previously worked could not produce so much high-quality, low-tier equipment in such a short time. The big boss's strength is much higher than you imagine. Rich and Powerful nodded slightly, then continued, "All right. Hurry up and have people arrange all these things." "No problem." Jin Shengdan nodded, a look of joy on his face, and began to arrange the work. With these items as a supplement, the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce's expansion into secondary main cities could speed up significantly. He had been headhunted by rich and powerful with a high salary and was now the third in command of the Myriad World's Chamber of Commerce. For the sake of his own performance, he would also do his utmost to help the Myriad World's Chamber of Commerce develop rapidly. Tap, tap, tap. Watching Jin Shengdan's departing back, rich and powerful tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, his eyes thoughtful. The boss's strength was increasing too quickly. He had to speed up his own progress as well. In any case, he could not let the boss think that he wasn't worth his 5% share of the wealth. At the very least, before the boss returned to the country, he had to let the Myriad World's Chamber of Commerce take deep root in the Divine Dragon Empire. This district-wide announcement caused heated discussion among players in the land of Divine Prohibition, but the person involved didn't take it too hard at all. After Sumyu-bai used Dead Zone Leap to put some distance between himself and his pursuers, he smiled slightly as he listened to the system notification sounds ringing in his ears. Your kill count has exceeded 1-0. The original title 100 Manslayer has been upgraded to 1000 Manslayer. 1000 Manslayer. When wearing this title, attack power, spell power is increased by 30%. This time, while destroying Empty Valley City. Although hundreds of thousands of players and locals had died under the slaughter of the Scourge Legion, almost all of them were being killed by Sumyu-bai for the first time, so not many had truly died permanently. The 1000 Manslayer title also had some utility once Sumyu-bai's EXP reached its cap. However, in Sumyu-bai's view, a 30% bonus ratio was still too low. After all, he barely relied on spell power to deal damage, he relied on the massive Scourge Legion. And the Scourge Legion's panel attributes were only related to his Dominator power. When he eventually reached 10,000 Manslayer or 100,000 Manslayer, Sumyu-bai might occasionally find a use for it. Compared to the 50% movement speed increase from Unrivaled, it wasn't worth switching to right now. The reason Sumyu-bai smiled was not because of the title's effect upgrade. It was because of the second notification. Your soul points have reached the cap. Current soul points, 40,000 by consuming 40,000 soul points. You will gain the 6th opportunity to open the Death Codex. Although he was a bit disappointed that he hadn't managed to seize the treasury, Sumyu-bai's goal for attacking Empty Valley City could be considered achieved. With a thought, he summoned the Death Codex again and opened it directly. The gray-white pages were filled with complex and ancient mysterious inscriptions. As Sumyu-bai focused his gaze on the Death Codex, these inscriptions began to flow. A moment later, the inscriptions detached from the pages and transformed into a stream of information that surged into the center of Sumyu-bai's brow. In an instant, that vast and boundless power of death descended once more. Just as he had expected, this was not about learning a skill, but an advancement quest. You have accepted the advancement quest Feel Death. This time, he could not complete the quest immediately. Sumyu-bai frowned. The quest requirements have changed. But he had no time to check the quest requirements, as the trio of pursuers had already closed in. Bai, you executioner, to think you would dare to absorb the souls of so many people from my Sakura kingdom for your own advancement. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Divine retribution? Sumyu-bai sneered. I'd actually like to try that. Before entering the Myriad Worlds game, he had already experienced death. He was someone who had essentially died once already. So, why would he fear divine retribution? As his voice fell, his figure vanished once again, leaving only the furious trio behind in the empty space. To be honest, after entangling with Bai for so long, the thing that left the deepest impression on the three of them was not his massive army of the undead, but this skill with an incredibly short cooldown and an extremely long displacement distance. Especially Igadan. He had even gone so far as to use a legendary Great Scroll just to stop Bai from displacing. But he never imagined that the thing would be completely useless. Lord Igadan. It seems the distance of Bai's displacement has increased again. Sadokin frowned. Do you think I'm blind? Igadan let out a cold snort, turned, and vanished from his spot, continuing to chase after Sumyu-bai. His hoarse voice rang out again. His mana pool must be running low by now. Keep chasing. Sadoken and Kuroda Akira exchanged a glance and flew off to follow. The former sighed and said, Is there really no way for you to restrict Bai's displacement skill? I already tried, it doesn't work on him. Kuroda Akira shook his head. I don't have the ability to restrict the Death Sovereign's displacement skill. Sigh. Let's keep chasing. Reinforcements will arrive soon, but you won't be able to jump around for much longer. On the other side, Sumyubai's figure appeared instantly atop the Frost Skull, looking down at the City Lord's mansion, which had already been reduced to ruins. Sumyubai curled his lip and plopped down onto the throne. So poor, Master. Are we leaving? Frost's voice rang out. Sumyubai checked the time and shook his head. No rush. We can play for a while longer. Leaning back against the throne, Sumyubai opened his quest list. According to his estimates, it would still take some time for reinforcements from nearby cities to arrive. He might as well take this opportunity to see if he could complete his advancement quest along the way. After reviewing the quest, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke. Head to the Resurrection Hall. At this moment, he finally understood why the Shenlong Palace, represented by Shichuji, had so strongly insisted that he not undergo his advancement within the Shenlong Empire. Chapter 148, Feeling Death. 1000 Ugly States Bonus Chapter, Feeling Death Advancement Quest. To become a true Death Sovereign, you must personally experience death in great quantities. Within 3 days, completely kill 10,000 living beings to experience the power of death. Quest restrictions. 1. The targets must be true living beings. 2. Kills made by summoned units and contracted creatures do not count toward the total. 3. If not completed within 3 days, the quest data will be wiped, and you must start over. Quest time to today's 23 hours, 59 minutes, 57 seconds. Quest progress 0.10. Please do everything in your power to complete this challenge as quickly as possible. Break through your current limits. Align yourself more closely with the Death Sovereign profession and unlock more of its power. Looking at the quest requirements, Sumyubai couldn't help but recall what Shichuji had said. However, back then, the other party had said he must kill people, and that it could only be people, but the current quest requirement simply stated true living beings. Yet, as Sumyubai thought about it, killing 10,000 true living beings in 3 days, killing people really did seem to be the only option, aside from humans. He had only ever encountered 2 true living beings so far. The first was naturally Frost, and the second was Franklin. Other than that, all other bosses seemed to be creations of the Myriad Worlds game. As for the natives of the God-Forbidden Land, they were also humans, just born on a different planet than the Blue Star players. For Sumyubai, this quest still posed no difficulty at all. On the way to the Resurrection Hall, Sumyubai frowned. He actually spotted another living Sakura player not far away, and the person was standing in a high, exposed spot. Frost, what's up with him? Master, that guy's talent allows him to broadcast the live footage from here to the entire Sakura Kingdom. Frost quickly explained. I took the liberty of leaving him alive. I wanted all the Sakura people to see Master's heroic posture. You can even identify his talent. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. He didn't care about sparing one person. He was more curious about how Frost could tell. This kind of talent is common in every world. It's easy to spot at a glance. What about other talents? I should be able to discern a thing or two about those below us rank. Is that so? Sumyubai nodded slightly. In that case, bring him along. As soon as he finished speaking, Frost turned and flew toward the broadcasting player. Seeing this, the latter smiled bitterly and began leaving his final words in the live stream. See you all next time. I think I'm about to die. Wait. Bai isn't killing me. Where is he taking me? Frost's dragon claw condensed a rope of ice crystals, directly binding the player and taking off. Having flown into the high sky for the first time, he was even somewhat excited, sharing his feelings in the live stream. This broadcast had earned him several million gold coins, directly surpassing Hermes to become the 3rd-ranked person on the wealth leaderboard, right behind Bai and Fujiya Chanjie. Even if he were to be killed immediately after, he would be content. Perhaps it was fate. But exactly 30 minutes had passed since the first batch of players had died in large numbers, with flashes of white light. The previously empty Resurrection Hall was instantly packed with resurrected players. Among them were some natives and city guards. Though their numbers were very few, facing Sumyubai's Scourge army, they could at least put up some resistance. But the Sakura players were truly fragile. They died the moment they were touched. Presumably, When the Resurrection Hall in Kanu City was built, no one had imagined that so many people would resurrect at the same time. For a moment, many people were actually squeezed right out of the hall. The broadcasting player, dangling from Frost's feet, projected the scene. Everyone in the live stream fell silent. They wanted to know what exactly Baiyu was planning to do. Looking at the Scourge army eyeing them hungrily, the newly resurrected Sakura players were filled with despair. Many of them collapsed to the ground in terror, roaring in a state of madness, "It's over. We're truly dead this time. I only have 28 years of lifespan left. Why does dying once to Baiyu cost so much lifespan? Please, don't kill me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have gone to pay my respects at the Yasukuni Shrine. Baiyu, doesn't your Huaxia pride itself on being a land of etiquette? Why are you acting like an executioner? If you really kill us all, how are you any different from the Sakura kingdom back then?" Watching the skeletons all around raise their weapons, these newly resurrected Sakura players went completely insane, facing true death. Some wept bitterly, some screamed in despair, and others, no longer cowardly, loudly questioned Sumyubai. In this moment, Sumyubai intuitively felt the myriad ugly faces of humanity when confronted with death. Deep down, he vaguely understood the meaning of this quest. Death is a constant, no matter who you are. You cannot escape this fate. When death truly descends, would those so-called gods look the same? Sumyubai wanted to see it with his own eyes, however. The prerequisite to witnessing all of this was having enough strength to walk out of the forbidden land of gods. And these Sakura players before him were merely stepping stones to increase his power. The winner takes all. It is as simple as that. Sumyubai's cold gaze swept across the crowd. He slowly stood up from his throne and then gently raised his right hand. The next moment, all the undead lowered their weapons. Seeing this, many players immediately wore expressions of wild joy not in their eyes. This action by Baiyu meant he was letting them go. Many lowered their heads, endless hatred flashing in their eyes. Baiyu, that idiot, if there's a chance in the future, I must find a way to kill him. But immediately after, these people were stunned. Click, click, click. A series of bone-clattering sounds echoed as 3 skeleton kings each carried a corpse and walked out from the army. Then, all 3 swung their arms in unison, precisely tossing the corpses into 3 specific locations. The crowd of Sakura players was filled with question marks, unable to understand what Baiyu was trying to do. But they weren't too worried. If Baiyu really wanted to kill them, there would be no need for such a roundabout gesture. The Scourge Legion had stopped. What could 3 corpses possibly do? Could it be that Baiyu intended to kill them with 3 corpses? At this moment, the miserable trio of pursuers also arrived near the Resurrection Hall. The moment the skeleton kings threw the corpses, the well-informed trio's pupils dilated sharply, and their expressions changed drastically. "Baiyu, you dare!" Sumyubai glanced at the 3 of them and sneered. "What is there to fear?" At the same time, 2 other unfamiliar voices rang out. "Baiyu, stop at once and surrender obediently. Your backer has already left. If you continue to be obsessed and unrepentant, you will soon understand what it means to wish for death." The top combat power of the Sakura Kingdom, the elders of the Hidden Ninja Secret Society, had finally arrived on the battlefield ahead of schedule at this critical moment. Thank you to all my godfathers for your feedback. As it turns out, the haters are in the minority. I will respect your suggestions and continue the gift-based bonus chapter event. To clarify, gifts are cumulative. If the goal isn't met on the day, they won't go to waste. I have felt your enthusiasm, and I sincerely thank you all for your support. Yesterday's gifts exceeded the goal slightly. The excess will carry over to the next day. As long as I have the support of you godfathers, I will continue to post bonus chapters every day this month. Here is today's bonus chapter, Chapter 149, Instant Explosion. They arrived this quickly. Sumyubai frowned. The reinforcements had arrived more than 10 minutes earlier than he had anticipated. Upon hearing those 2 voices, the trio of pursuers looked delighted, as if they could already see the scene of Baiyu being captured. The players in the Resurrection Hall area also secretly revealed looks of joy, though they dared not make it too obvious. "Master, run. These 2 old geezers are very strong." Bing Xuan's anxious voice echoed in Sumyubai's mind. "I know." With a thought from Sumyubai, the shroud of death instantly swept across the surroundings. recalling a large portion of the Scourge Legion. At the same time, the 3 corpses just thrown by the Skeleton King suddenly began to swell violently. Chain Corpse Explosion. To personally kill 10,000 people. This skill was naturally the most efficient method. The 2 alters, who were rushing over at high speed, had their expressions change. Before their threats could even be fully uttered, a violent explosion roared out. Boom boom. The 3 corpses erupted with terrifying energy in an instant, almost completely covering the entire Resurrection Hall. Instant explosion. Even the streaming player hanging under the Frost Dragon's claw died instantly in the blast. After breaking through to the 2nd rank, the blast radius of Chain Corpse Explosion had increased to 30 meters. Under the enhancement of the Catastrophe Profession trait, this became a circular area with a 60-meter radius. With 3 corpses exploding simultaneously, the covered area exceeded 30,000 square meters. Given the density of people in the Resurrection Hall at this moment, completing the quest was effortless. The 40% of the corpses' health from when they were alive might not have been much, but Sumubai's 400% spell power combined with 275% critical damage was not something these players could withstand. The moment Chain Corpse Explosion was activated, all players within the skill's range died instantly. This death was different for them than the previous one. Having died to Sumubai for the 2nd time, very few people were able to survive. Over 95% of the players didn't even leave behind a corpse. They were directly decomposed by the Myriad Worlds game and completely erased. Players across the Sakura Kingdom watched as the live stream suddenly cut to black, and they immediately became dissatisfied. Baka, it was just about to show Bai getting caught, and the stream cut off. What is the meaning of this? Is there a possibility that the streamer died? I don't care if he's dead or not. At a time like this, why aren't they resurrecting and starting the stream again? Exactly. Give us our money back. Seeing that Bai actually dared to take action right in front of them, the 2 elders were instantly enraged. Presumptuous. Matsumoto Meiya let out a sharp shout, and the folding fan in his hand snapped open. A shadow instantly surged towards Sumubai. Shikigami Curse Seal. Before arriving, he had already gained an understanding of the Death Sovereign's skills. Now, his first move was to seal Sumubai's displacement ability. Abe Xuanjai also suddenly hurled his ring-shaped weapon. Simultaneously, sinister and terrifying energy poured from his 7 orifices, coating the weapon as it shot towards Sumubai. Spirit Sealing Technique. This skill could directly sever the connection between a summoner and the vast majority of their summons, while also sealing one of the target's summoning type skills. The effect of the Spirit Sealing Technique was several times stronger than Igudwain's Severing Thunderblade. The 2 of them were the most suitable individuals in the Shadow Ninja Secret Society to deal with Sumubai, which was why Yamamoto Yoji had specifically sent them to provide support. At the same time, the Pursuit Trio also unleashed their respective skills, hoping to seize the opportunity to strike at Sumubai. However, their movements were ultimately a step too slow. As the shockwave from the explosion rippled outward, the 5 attacks collided violently in midair. But Frost and Sumubai had already vanished from the spot, accompanied by a fleeting, pale gray screen of light. Along with them, more than half of the Scourge Legion within Konu City had also disappeared. All the attacks missed their mark. Damn it, pursue. Matsumoto Meiya and Abe Xuanjai's expressions turned grim, and they immediately transformed into 2 streaks of light, heading toward the North City Gate, because the figures of Sumubai and Frost had already appeared there. Nani, how can Bai displace such a long distance in one go? Sato-ken widened his eyes, staring at Frost in the distance in disbelief. Igudwain's face was even more livid. His fists clenched so tightly they looked as if they might drip water. Only at this moment did he realize that Bai had been toying with him the entire time. Bai, I will tear you into 10,000 pieces. Gritting his teeth as he spat out the threat, lightning flickered across Igudwain's body. His speed surged abruptly, and he chased closely behind the 2 alters. At the North City Gate of Konu City, the moment Frost appeared, he flapped his wings and headed toward the high altitude. The purpose of doing this was, naturally, to increase Sumubai's field of vision. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the further you see, master. Those 2 old geezers are too fast. Feeling the 2 powerful oars rapidly closing in from behind, Frost was clearly becoming anxious. Compared to Sumyubai, he was more aware of how terrifying the methods of top-tier existences could be. If they were truly caught, it would be over. Sumyubai, however, smiled slightly upon hearing this. Don't worry, they won't catch up. The moment he used Chain Corp's explosion, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. You have obtained 1.28 million gold coins. Your inventory is full. Soul extraction activated. Soul points come 1. Hearing the 1.28 million gold coins, Sumyubai felt a bit surprised. Was the Sakura region really that wealthy? What he didn't know was that the vast majority of these gold coins came from the player who had been live streaming. With the ability to resurrect via lifespan, one would normally only drop 10% of the currency in their inventory upon death. But thanks to Sumyubai's high luck stat, he had managed to loot a full 20% from the opponent. However, to the current Sumyubai, gold coins were just a string of numbers. He was more concerned with the following notifications. Your kill count has exceeded 10. 0. The original title 1000 Manslayer has been upgraded to 10,000 Manslayer. Your kill count has exceeded 100. 0. The original title 10,000 Manslayer has been upgraded to Killing Maniac. Your soul points have reached the upper limit. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to obtain the Killing Maniac title. You are rewarded with the legendary grade item Killing Maniac badge. Notification. A Blue Star region announcement will be made shortly. Chapter 150. Alright. Stop seeing me off. The system notifications did not end there, as a golden light rose from Sumyubai's body. Congratulations on completing the advancement quest. Your level cap has been increased. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching level 60. All for attributes come 1. Skill points come 1. Free attribute points come 25. Congratulations to player Bai for breaking through to tier 3. Based on your class, you have received Kung 750 free attribute points. Congratulations to player Bai for breaking through to tier 3. Your compatibility with the Death Sovereign class has increased, unlocking a portion of the class's power. Power fusion is in progress. Please wait patiently. Only at this moment did the continuous stream of system notifications finally cease. Notification. Your inventory is full. Because his inventory was full, the legendary grade item Killing Maniac badge rewarded by the system appeared directly in midair. Sumyubai was quick-witted and grabbed it instantly, not having time to check its attributes. He immediately discarded a piece of trash equipment and placed the Killing Maniac badge into his inventory. Having the experience of breaking through to tier 2, Sumyubai understood that he was not yet officially a tier 3 powerhouse. Only after the power fusion was complete would his strength truly increase. But to put distance between himself and the new pursuit trio behind him, reaching level 60 was enough. Sumyubai decisively equipped the hand of the chanter, waved his hand to put frost away, and focused his mind. Blessing of the Goddess of Luck. You have used Blessing of the Goddess of Luck. For the next 30 seconds, your luck stat is increased to 64 points. Luck, naturally, could increase the probability of triggering skill effects. Sumyubai even had time to turn around and look at the trio chasing him at high speed. Laughing loudly, why be so polite? You even insisted on seeing me out of the city. With this spare time, remember to prepare more good things next time. It's not that I'm complaining, but this Konu city is just too poor. Bai, you go too far. Abe Xuanjai glared at Sumyubai. The moment he entered attack range, he flung the weapon in his hand. In an instant, a phantom of a ferocious ghost god condensed from the ring-shaped weapon, reaching out a large hand to grab at Sumyubai. Little beast, now that I have arrived in person, you don't really think you can escape, do you? That is nothing but a delusional fantasy. Matsumoto Maya, standing to the side, let out a cold snort. The folding fan in his hand suddenly expanded, and he swung it towards Sumyubai, unleashing a pale, ghastly tornado. Igudwan, lagging a distance behind, was unable to attack and could only offer moral support with his gaze from the rear, facing the powerful onslaught of the two great altars. Sumyubai waved his hand without changing his expression. All right, that's enough. I've felt your enthusiasm. I'll be sure to return the favor to fold next time we meet. As his voice faded, he turned and vanished from the spot. Death Domain Leap. Sumyubai's field of vision was no longer as far-reaching as the two altars. Although he had put a significant distance between them, he still hadn't managed to shake them off. "Don't even think about escaping." Matsumoto Meiya and Abe Xuanjai let out sharp shouts, their speed surging instantly. They had been waiting for Baiyi to use this displacement skill so they could burst forth with their maximum speed to close the gap. As long as they could get within range in 10 seconds, they could completely finish off this down descender. When that time came, they would make sure Baiyi experienced what it truly meant to be unable to live and unable to die. But the next second, the ferocious smiles on their faces suddenly stiffened, and they stopped in midair simultaneously. Baiyi had actually disappeared. With the methods provided by Hoijian, once Sumyubai was out of their line of sight, no matter how powerful the two were, they could not sense a trace of his presence. At this moment, the confused Iga Duen asked, "Why have you stopped chasing?" Matsumoto Meiya and Abe Xuanjai exchanged a glance, both falling into a heavy silence. Chase where? Two great elders of the Shadow Ninja Secret Society had personally taken action, yet they had let a mere tear to descender slip through their fingers. Who would believe that if it got out, the two were at a loss? Having let Baiyi escape, how were they supposed to answer to the guildmaster upon their return? Notification. Psionic reversion triggered. Leap cooldown has been reset. Under the blessing of 64 points of luck, Sumyubai's first leap had directly triggered the effect of psionic reversion. Not only that, but after the second leap, he had triggered yet another effect. Notification. Dylan's crystal ball third entry has taken effect. Leap cooldown has been refreshed, so this thing doesn't trigger unless it's a critical moment. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. He had used leap so many times back in Konu City, yet he had never triggered this effect. At the time, he had assumed the entry was useless for high-level skills. It seemed he had just been too unlucky. Once Goddess of Luck's blessing was activated, it finally triggered. Curling his lip, Sumyubai focused his mind again and vanished instantly. This time, no further effects were triggered. After all, both the entries and the skills had cooldown intervals. However, 3 consecutive long-distance leaps were enough for him to escape completely. Sumyubai was still high in the sky. As soon as he reappeared, he began to plummet rapidly toward the ground. The mount space opened below him, and Frost flapped her wings, flying out to catch Sumyubai steadily. "Master, where have you brought us?" Frost looked around at the unfamiliar environment, asking curiously, "What about those two old geezers?" There had been no interval between the 3 leaps. Frost felt as if she had just returned to the mount space, and by the time she came back out, the world had changed. Sumyubai sat back on his throne and laughed. Naturally, shook them off. As expected of Master. My admiration for you is like, stop right there. Sumyubai rolled his eyes, cutting off whatever Frost was about to say. He had no idea where this creature learned such things. Why was she becoming more and more like a sycophantic dragon, signaling Frost to continue flying away from the city? Sumyubai began to check his gains. Before the siege, he hadn't expected that the greatest harvest of this operation would come from a smaller rank skill. The gains from the final Chain Corpse explosion had far exceeded Sumyubai's expectations. Not only was the advancement quest completed instantly, but he had also gathered enough resources to open the Death Codex for the 7th time. That was a full 80,000 soul points. One could imagine how many Sakura players had been completely wiped out in that single instant. This could be seen from the upgrade of his title, from 1,000 Manslayer to 10,000 Manslayer, and finally to Mass Murderer. Sumyubai estimated he had killed no fewer than 100 people in one strike. Logically, such a massive slaughter should have caused some discomfort. But Sumyubai felt absolutely nothing. Is it because the digitized world isn't that bloody? Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Or is it the influence of the Death Sovereign class? Sumyubai couldn't distinguish between the two answers. Perhaps it was a bit of both. But since he had already done it, he certainly wouldn't regret it. Besides, they were just little Sakuras. They wouldn't leave him with any psychological burden at all. Shaking his head gently, he stopped dwelling on the question. Sumyubai leaned back on his throne, resting his chin on one hand, and opened the title panel. Chapter 151, Mass Murder. Mark of the Human Butcher. Bonus chapter, Mass Murder. When this title is equipped, Attack power, spell power come 100%. Critical hit rate come 30%. Critical damage come 50%. Not bad. Sumyubai nodded with satisfaction. The effects of this title already surpassed Peerless. From now on, except when leveling up, Sumyubai planned to keep the Mass Murderer title equipped. In this way, his critical hit rate would rise to 80%, combined with his permanent 32 points of luck. What difference would there be between that and landing a critical hit with every single strike? Right, there's also that piece of equipment. Closing the title panel, Sumyubai couldn't help but smile. With a flick of his wrist, a blood-red badge appeared in his palm. The inscriptions on it condensed into a single character. Although Sumyubai didn't recognize it, he could feel that the character was Kill. I never expected my first mythical grade equipment to come from a title reward. Sumyubai took a deep breath and focused his mind. Cataclysm. Target, Mass Murderer badge. Promote to Tier 1. At the same time, the system announcement once again resounded throughout the entire land of Divine Prohibition. Blue Star Region announcement. The Divine Dragon Empire player Baiyi has become the first player in the Blue Star region to obtain the Mass Murderer title. This is hereby announced. Even though they had already become numb to the frequency of announcements triggered by Baiyi, the words Mass Murderer still sparked heated discussion among the players. Oh my god. I want to know exactly how many people Baiyi has killed. Are they not letting us learn from this again because they know we can't do it? It's a good thing that Menace Baiyi left the Divine Dragon Empire. Now that you mention it, the players from the Sakura Kingdom must be feeling pretty good right now. Sumyubai naturally did not care about the opinions of others. His attention at this moment was entirely focused on the badge in his hand. You have obtained the mythical grade item Mark of the Human Butcher. After the promotion, this badge did not become more exquisite. Instead, it looked somewhat archaic. The Kill character formed by the inscriptions had also changed into the Butcher character. The killing intent that had originally permeated it had vanished, completely retracted. Having obtained his first mythical grade item, Sumyubai couldn't wait to check the equipment's attributes. The next moment, his eyes widened. Mark of the Human Butcher badge accessory levels 0300 mythical grade item indestructible. Drops upon death equipment requirement. Possess the 100 Manslayer series title base attributes. Level 60 attack power come 12. Spell power come 12. All attributes come 7 to affixes: 1. Strength come 30%. Spirit come 30%. 2. Critical hit rate come 50%. Critical hit damage come 1003. Physical attack come 50%. Spell power come 50%. 4. For every target killed that is not lower than your own level, your physical attack and spell power increase by 1%, up to a maximum of 200%. Resets 120 seconds after exiting combat. Skills. 1. Mark of the Human Butcher. Passive skill. Your attacks have a 50% chance to trigger 2x damage, 30% chance for 3x damage, 15% chance for 4x damage, 5% chance for 5x damage, and 1% chance for 10x damage. 2. Domain of the Human Butcher. Active skill. Release the killing intent within the Mark of the Human Butcher to form a domain. While inside the domain, all affix effects of the Mark of the Human Butcher are doubled. You can consume soul power to control the materialized killing intent to attack any target. Attack intensity scales with your main attributes. The domain follows the player's movement. Coverage range scales with level. Instant cast. Duration scales with level. Cooldown is 24 hours. Please note, releasing and maintaining the domain of the Human Butcher consumes soul power. If you feel unwell, please deactivate the domain immediately. Collect all 9 marks of the Human Butcher to obtain even greater power. Is this what a mythical grade item is? Looking at the exaggerated attributes of the Mark of the Human Butcher, Sumyubai couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. Although it was only 1 tier higher, the strength of a mythical grade item was completely incomparable to that of a legendary grade item. Beyond the dark gold grade, every time a tier was raised, the item's attributes would be worlds apart. With the Mark of the Human Butcher, Sumyubai's critical hit rate officially exceeded 100%. From now on, as long as he faced a target without critical hit resistance, his attacks would always be critical hits. The mark of the human butcher could be called the most violent piece of equipment Samurai had ever seen. Every single affix could significantly increase his damage. Samurai looked at the affixes of the mark of the human butcher, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It adds both strength and spirit. Doesn't that mean it's a double boost to the power of the sovereign? Thinking of this, he immediately equipped the badge. The next moment, Sumyubai's power of the sovereign indeed increased by 60%. There's an unexpected surprise like this too. Sumyubai's face showed joy, and he took the opportunity to add all 775 free attribute points he had just obtained into the power of the sovereign. However, he was not in a hurry to check his status window. Because the power of the Death Sovereign had not finished merging yet, it wouldn't be too late to look after he truly broke through. What he wanted to figure out more now were the two skills of the mark of the human butcher. The first skill, which shared the same name, was a passive. According to Sumyubai's understanding, it should be able to stack with critical hit damage. Otherwise, triggering anything less than 5 times damage would actually be a debuff for him. Because after obtaining the Mass Murderer title and the mark of the human butcher, his current critical hit damage was as high as 425%. If it couldn't stack, how could it be worthy of the mythical grade? Finally, Sumyubai's gaze landed on the second skill. This was the first time he had seen a domain-type skill, and also the first time he had seen a skill with such vague descriptions. Everything was scales with level, making it impossible to tell how strong the skill actually was. And this soul power, what exactly is it? Looking at the skill description of the domain of the human butcher, Sumyubai murmured to himself, a few guesses forming in his mind. Could this thing be related to soul strength? He had absorbed so many life soul crystals with cataclysmic properties before, and he didn't know how much of an improvement that had actually provided. Thinking of this, he focused his mind and directly activated the skill of the mark of the human butcher. Since he couldn't figure it out, he would just have to test it. As the skill was activated, a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from within Sumyubai's mark of the human butcher. The dense killing intent actually materialized, and a beam of blood-colored light shot into the sky. The next moment, the blood-colored light rippled outward, encompassing a large area around him. Master, this killing intent is terrifying. Frost gave feedback immediately, and Sumyubai's face turned pale. Having been in the game for so long, this was the first time he felt what it meant to be exhausted. The amount of soul power this thing consumed was simply too great. This kind of consumption was absolutely not something a low-level player could withstand. After only activating it for 1 second, Sumyubai deactivated the domain of the human butcher. He fought through the exhaustion that made him want to collapse and sleep, using death veil and teleportation in succession to leave the spot. That aura just now was far too conspicuous. If it had attracted those two old geezers, it would have been the end of me. Finding a map with complex terrain at random, Sumyubai waved his hand to retrieve the spatial tent he had thought he would never need, and dove straight inside. As for Frost, it was left outside, as the spatial tent was pitched directly on its back so that they could run at any moment should an unexpected situation arise. After entering the tent, Sumyubai finally felt his mind relax. He collapsed straight onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, the fusion process of the Death Sovereign's power was also gradually drawing to a close. Adding in what I had saved up before, it's just enough for an extra chapter. My dear patrons, I beg for your support. Please send free gifts. Today's extra chapter is served, Chapter 152. Officially breaking through to Tier 3, the betting pool. Inside the top-tier spatial tent, which came with luxurious furnishings, Sumyubai lay quietly on the large bed, his chest rising and falling slightly, his breathing steady. Since entering the Myriad Worlds game, this was the first time he had actually slept. The consumption of soul power by the human butcher domain far exceeded Sumyubai's expectations. Even though he had absorbed a large number of soul crystal of fate after the catastrophe to increase his soul strength, he still couldn't withstand it. He had only activated it for a single second, not even enough time to test the effects of the human butcher domain before his soul power was completely exhausted. After all, even if the catastrophe effect of the soul crystal of fate could increase soul strength, the effect wouldn't be very significant if the base value was too low. What Sumyubai didn't know was that if it weren't for the effects of those soul crystal of fate, he wouldn't have been able to activate the human butcher domain at all. This was a mythical grade ability, after all. The fact that he could release a domain before he had even finished fusing the Death Sovereign's power to officially break through to Tier 3 was already a miracle. Although Sumyubai had fallen into a deep sleep, the power unlocked by the Death Sovereign did not stop its fusion. His skin was gradually wrapped in a layer of faint death energy, and as time passed, this death energy slowly seeped into Sumyubai's body. A long time later, the system notification sound rang out. But Sumyubai still did not wake up. Power fusion complete. Congratulations to player Baiyi for officially breaking through to a Tier 3 professional. Part of the Death Sovereign's power has been unlocked. Your class bonuses have changed. Click to view details. You have learned the new skill Death Contract. The original skill Life Sharing has been overwritten. You have obtained a one-time skill conversion privilege. You may convert a designated skill into a Death Sovereign class skill. The original skill will be overwritten. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to break through to Tier 3. Rewards: main attributes come to 100, skill points come 100. Intermediate Soul Stone of Fate come 100. Notification: a Blue Star region announcement is about to be made. Until the system notification ended, Sumyubai remained in a deep slumber. It seemed he intended to make up for all the sleep he had missed. However, his sleeping would not delay the system announcement. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to the Shenlong Empire player Baiyi for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to break through to Tier 3. This is hereby announced. We hope the vast number of players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. Inside the spatial tent, nothing changed because of the system announcement, but the players in the God-forbidden land were already beyond speechless. Hey! Why are we being told to learn from him again this time? Does the Myriad Worlds game think that a level 10 player like me can break through to Tier 3? Come, is anyone taking bets? Let's wager on how long it will take for Baiyi to reach level 89. Is there even a need to bet? Baiyi is such a freak. I reckon it won't even take a week. A week, buddy. You're looking down on Baiyi. I bet 5 days, 5 days. You're not looking up to him either, 3 days, and that's being generous. Tell me, what do you think the others on the level leaderboard are thinking right now? I don't know what they're thinking, but besides Baiyi, everyone else is just there to make up the numbers. That's not necessarily true. Haven't you noticed that Sancha Kingfeng has started to pick up the pace? Oh my god. Sancha Kingfeng is actually level 21. He's already to levels higher than Felix. I remember they were the same level before, weren't they? Fuck, why do people from the Shenlong Empire level up so fast? The Sanctuary Empire. Inside a dungeon, Felix swung the staff in his hand, summoning a sea of fire that engulfed the monsters in front of him. Upon hearing the system notification, he immediately opened the level leaderboard. He had been mentally prepared for Baiyi's level to rise to 60. But seeing that Sancha Kingfeng had leveled up twice in such a short time, Felix looked at his own 70% experience at level 19 and suddenly couldn't keep his composure. How did this guy's leveling speed suddenly become so fast? Looking at the last line of his talent, Felix narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that the unique hidden class isn't exclusive to his own talent, but very likely something every SSS grade talent possesses. Does that mean Sancha Kingfeng has already completed his class advancement quest? Felix frowned deeply. He could only think of this explanation, otherwise, how could the other party have suddenly become so strong? Thinking of this, Felix couldn't help but sigh. He also wanted to complete his class advancement quest as soon as possible, but this wasn't something he could finish just because he wanted to. However, seeing Sancha Kingfeng's improvement, he became even more expectant of his own unique hidden class. After the class advancement, he should be able to significantly narrow the gap between himself and Baiyi, right? The reason that guy is so strong must be because he completed his class advancement early. Unlike the various discussions among other players, the Sakura Kingdom was filled with voices of grief. Didn't the top-tier experts go just now? How could they still let Baiyi break through? Has he even been caught at all? If this continues, the Sakura Kingdom is finished. I really want to escape. The 40% monster grinding experience is too low. Does anyone know a way to get out of the Sakura Kingdom? First, you have to be like Baiyi and break through the national borders. If I had that kind of strength, Would I still let Baiyi be so rampant? Sigh, if we can't catch Baiyi this time, he'll surely be level 89 by the time he appears again. Wouldn't he be even harder to deal with then? Are the higher-ups of the Sakura Kingdom just a bunch of useless trash? It's been so long, and they still can't catch a single player. Because Sumiubai had quickly reached level 59 after his last breakthrough to the second tier, many people speculated that he would rapidly level up to 89 this time as well. After days of exploration, the news that the Myriad Worlds game had a bottleneck every 30 levels had spread everywhere. In many cities, players had set up small-scale private betting pools to wager on how long it would take for Baiyi to reach level 89. With the existence of system contracts, players participating in the betting pools didn't have to worry about the bookmakers running off with their money. And these bookmakers were almost all players with commercial-type talents. Chapter 153. Wasn't Baiyi this fierce before? For a time, these types of betting pools became a craze throughout the God-forbidden land. And even in the Sakura Kingdom, many players participated. After all, life was already so difficult. Why not allow people a little entertainment? For the vast majority of betting pools, one could participate with as little as 1 silver coin. There were 4 options on the betting board: under 3 days, 3 to 5 days, 5 to 7 days, and over 7 days. The first 2 options had the lowest odds and the highest number of participating players. A small number of people bet on the 5 to 7 day range, choosing to gamble for higher odds. As for the over 7 days option, only a few gambling addicts chose it. They lived by the motto, take a gamble, and a bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. What if Baiyi ran into an accident? As the players of the Sakura Kingdom who knew Baiyi's strength best, they didn't bet heavily on under 3 days. Instead, many of them bet on over 7 days. They were all betting on the hope that the 2 top experts who appeared at the end of the live stream would be able to catch Baiyi. Even if Baiyi wasn't caught, it would only mean losing a little money. Compared to the continued decrease in EXP, was money even important? In any case, the Sakura Kingdom was already practically ruined. Once the monster grinding EXP dropped to 0, money wouldn't have any meaning anyway. And so, the commercial players in the Sakura Kingdom who had set up the betting pools were, for the first time ever, praying for Sumiubai. They only hoped that Baiyi would be caught after reaching level 89, so that they could not only restore their EXP gain but also make a fortune in the process. Speaking of commercial players, the richest person in the entire God-forbidden land was naturally Fujiya Tianxia. When the system announcement rang out, he had also considered setting up the largest betting pool in the Dragon Empire. But after discovering he couldn't contact Baiyi, Fujiya Tianxia immediately dismissed the idea. There were plenty of opportunities to make money, rather than wasting time and energy on this uncertain betting pool. It was better to seize the time to expand the auction market. The main reason was that, without insider information, he would never choose to act as a bookmaker. What exactly happened to the boss? Fujiya Tianxia put down his communicator, his brows furrowed tightly. 3 days. 3 whole days. The last time he couldn't reach Baiyi. The system prompt indicated he was out of communication range, but this time, it was just no answer. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel worried. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, the office door was knocked. Fujiya Tianxia rubbed his face and said in a deep voice, "Come in." Jin Shengen pushed the door open and walked in, asking, "Second boss, the personnel are mostly ready. Shall we start the expansion plan now? Then let's begin." Fujiya Tianxia nodded slightly, pushing his worries to the back of his mind. He knew very well that worrying wouldn't help. The only thing he could do now was to continue developing. He believed that with Baiyi's strength, even if he had encountered something, he would definitely be able to resolve it. Soon, 81 auction houses opened simultaneously, and the Myriad Worlds auction house officially entered all the second-tier main cities of the Dragon Empire. Next, Fujiya Tianxia planned to establish branches in every third-tier city, allowing the Myriad Worlds auction house's sales network to cover the entire Dragon Empire. However, this news didn't make the players in the second-tier main cities very excited, because many of them had bet on Baiyi reaching level 89 within 3 days. And now that 3 days had passed, they had lost everything. More than half of the players who bet on the 3 to 5 day range were also wearing long faces. Seeing that 3 days had already passed, Baiyi's level was still stuck at 60. Wasn't Baiyi this fierce before? Why did he suddenly go limp these past few days? Isn't this a total disaster? Although they were out of money, it didn't affect the business of the Myriad Worlds auction house in the slightest, because those commercial players who had made a killing would eventually spend their money at the Myriad Worlds auction house. Whether they wanted to arm their teams or cultivate private life profession players, they couldn't do without the resources of the Myriad Worlds auction house. After these people made a fortune, their consumption actually increased, which made the business of the Myriad Worlds auction house even more booming. Baiyi's silence caused a large number of players in the God-forbidden land to suffer heavy losses. Only a few gambling addicts managed to turn their fortunes around and become wealthy, but most players had to go out and grind monsters day and night to make up for their losses. Time waits for no one. As the days passed, almost everyone accepted their losses, except for the players of the Sakura Kingdom, who were very conflicted. Has Baiyi actually been caught or not? Even though I won my bet, I just can't bring myself to be happy. What's the use of money now? The monster grinding EXP has dropped by another 14%, and now only 26% remains. Do the higher-ups of the Sakura Kingdom really not care about us descenders? Even if Baiyi is killed now, our monster grinding EXP will only recover to 52%. It's safe to say we're finished. Ha ha ha, it's over. It's all over. Not only the EXP, but I've lost all my money too, buddy. You weren't one of those stubborn bookmakers, were you? Who you? Inside the space tent, Sumyubai slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. He felt as if he had slept for a very, very long time. Checking the system time, Sumyubai suddenly bolted upright from the bed. I actually slept for this long. Sumyubai's pupils contracted. He never imagined that the domain attached to a mythical grade piece of equipment could be this terrifying. Open it for 1 second, sleep for a week. Who would dare to use this thing in the future, with lingering fear? He glanced at the mark of the manslayer. Sumyubai resolved that he must absorb a large number of soul crystals from the aftermath of the catastrophe to increase his soul strength as quickly as possible. However, before that, he needed to confirm how far ahead he still was. Although he didn't believe that players with SSS grade talents could have improved much in a week, Sumyubai still opened the level leaderboard. Blue Star Region level leaderboard first place, Baiyi. Level 60, Shenlong Empire second place. Sanchi King Feng, level 29, Shenlong Empire third place. Felix, level 29, Sanctuary Empire fourth place. Brune, level 29, Bayou Empire fifth place. Indra, level 29, White Elephant Kingdom 6th place. Ars, level 29, Illuminati Federation 7th place. Descendant of the Sun, level 29, Koryo Kingdom, 8th place. Yangsha, level 23, Shenlong Empire 9th place. Hiding Shengshan, level 23, Shenlong Empire, 10th place. Venus, level 23, Illuminati Federation. Are they all stuck on the advancement quest? Looking at the levels of those in 2nd to 7th place, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. From the level gap on the leaderboard, it was evident that from the 8th place onwards, there were no more SSS grade talents. Otherwise, the gap shouldn't have been this wide. From the initial level 1 to the current level 5, as time passed, the lead held by SSS grade players would only grow larger. So that guy was SSS grade. Sumyubai suddenly remembered Tsukuyomi, whom he had killed with a single glare in Konu City. At the time, he felt he had seen that name somewhere before, but only now, seeing the level leaderboard, did it suddenly click. Originally, besides himself, there should have been 7 people in the first tier, but now there were only 6. It was that guy Tsukuyomi who was missing, having died under Death Gaze. Combined with the sharp drop in monster grinding EXP in the Sakura Kingdom, he couldn't even make it onto the level leaderboard anymore. To possess an SSS grade talent and still end up in such a miserable state, Tsukuyomi could be considered one of a kind. Sumyubai smiled slightly, closed the leaderboard, and began to review the system notifications from his period of slumber, as well as the improvements brought about by merging with the power of the Death Sovereign. Chapter 154 Eternal Death Contract, Bonus Chapter, Notification. You have successfully stayed in the Sakura Kingdom for a full 24 hours. The Sakura Kingdom invader buff effect has increased. First was the increase in the invader buff. Now, Sumyubai could gain an additional 24% EXP bonus while in the Sakura Kingdom. However, for a player who was essentially cheating, the effect of an EXP bonus was just so-so. If not for the existence of advancement quests, it wouldn't take him long to reach the max level even without it. Next were many missed calls, almost all from Fujiajiangxia, but one of them was from Huijian. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened, and he immediately called Huijian back. "Kid, are you planning to stay in the little Sakura country until the national borders open?" As soon as the call connected, Huijian's voice came through. Sumyubai chuckled sheepishly. "Sorry about that, senior. I ran into a bit of an accident these past few days." "What kind of accident?" "With me helping you hide your aura. Are you stupid enough to get caught?" "It's not that." Sumyubai rolled his eyes and continued to explain. "I just obtained a piece of equipment and, out of curiosity, tested its skill. I ended up falling asleep until now." The reason he said this was because he wanted to use Huijian to understand the issue of soul power. As for whether Huijian would covet a mythical grade item, Bai Yi was not worried. The upgraded shadow-chasing sword chi was capable of condensing a mythical grade sword chi avatar, and that was merely a sliver of Huijian's power. Such an existence shouldn't be moved to attack him over a single mythical grade item. Besides, the two of them could be considered old acquaintances. Furthermore, Huijian had directly robbed the treasury of the Sakura Kingdom. Would he really be lacking a mythical grade item? A skill? Huijian's voice suddenly became a bit strange. "You could test a domain. How did you know, senior?" "Hey, at your current level, only domain skills would consume such a massive amount of soul power." Hearing this, Sumyubai's eyes lit up. "Could I trouble you to explain soul power, senior?" Huijian refused very bluntly, but after a pause, he added, "Logically speaking, your soul strength shouldn't have reached the minimum requirement to activate a domain. Is the Death Sovereign that powerful in this regard?" Sumyubai didn't make a sound. Quietly listening to Huijian muttered to himself, "This guy said he couldn't, but he had intentionally leaked a lot of information to him. Alright, you just need to know that the higher your soul strength, the better. As for that domain skill, it's best not to use it again in the short term, otherwise, it's easy to damage your soul." "Thank you for the reminder, senior." Sumyubai nodded, his favorability toward Huijian increasing quite a bit. He wouldn't hold a grudge for the time he snatched his 100 gold coins during their first meeting. "By the way, senior, I don't know what you were looking for me for. In half a month? No, wait, in 1 week. I will be leaving the Shenlong Empire again. You can come back then." When Huijian said this, he paused and continued, "If you want to play for a while longer, that's fine too. I'll come pick you up the next time I return to the Shenlong Empire. 1 week, that should be enough." Sumyubai thought for a moment and said, "What's there to play with in such a small country? See you in a week, senior." "Fine." Huijian ended the communication cleanly and decisively. Sumyubai glanced at the dozens of missed communications from Fujiajiangxia, but didn't rush to call back, only sending a message saying he was fine. If nothing went wrong, there must be a pile of things waiting for him to freeload from Fujiajiangxia. Of course, with so many days having passed, there would certainly be a large amount of things he needed as well. However, Sumyubai still wanted to see the changes after reaching the 3rd stage before doing anything else. He first clicked on the detailed view of his class bonuses. 1. You have taken a small step forward on the path of the Death Sovereign. All attribute bonus coefficients have increased to 6, and you gain 30 attribute points every time you level up. This increase in bonuses was not as significant as the breakthrough to the 2nd stage. However, Sumyubai did not mind and continued to examine the second item. 2. You have taken a small step forward on the path of the Death Sovereign. Your skill slots have increased by 20. Seeing this, Sumyubai's eyes lit up. Even if they were all high-tier skills, he had already used up more than half of his original 20 skill slots. Now that the number had doubled, he wouldn't have to worry about skill slots for a long time. With enough skill slots, he could finally attempt some of his previous ideas. Thinking of this, Sumyubai's face showed joy as he continued to examine the other changes. The only skill replaced this time was Death Contract. Sumyubai guessed that most of the Death Sovereign class skills were likely only SS rank at lower levels. The reason the skills he learned from the Death Codex were all SSS rank was simply because the Death Codex had been upgraded. But for him, SS rank was fine. He could always freeload them into SSS rank anyway. His gaze fell on the newly overwritten skill, and Sumyubai focused his mind. Cataclysm, target Death Contract, promote by 1 stage. Your SS rank skill Death Contract had successfully been promoted to the SSS rank skill Eternal Death Contract. Eternal? Hearing these 2 words, Sumyubai immediately perked up. Eternal Death Contract, SSS passive skill, no level. All of your summoned creatures and contracted beings will sign an Eternal Death Contract with you. Skill effects. 1. All damage is forcibly transferred and shared equally among the creatures under the Eternal Death Contract, as long as any creature with an Eternal Death Contract is still alive. No form of attack can cause damage to your main body. 2. You can extract the health points of any number of Death Contract creatures at any time to restore other targets. 3. Your consumption will be shared equally among all Eternal Death Contract creatures. 4. The connection between you and the Eternal Death Contract creatures cannot be severed by anything short of the power of rules. The Eternal Contract, master of the tribulation of life and death. Doesn't this make me truly invincible? A flash of wild joy crossed Sumyubai's eyes. Back in Konu City, he had been deeply impressed by Igadan's severing Thunderblade, and that opponent wasn't even part of the Sakura Kingdom's true first-tier elite. The 2 old geezers who arrived at the end clearly had methods to deal with the Death Contract. Sumyubai had been mentally prepared for this. No class was absolutely invincible, since there were skills capable of severing connections. There would certainly be skills that could prevent such severing. Otherwise, the Summoner class would be at too much of a disadvantage in the late game. But he hadn't expected that as soon as he broke through, he would directly resolve this hidden danger. What was the concept of the power of rules? Even the Book of Death before its promotion was merely a book of laws. Although he didn't know if there were any beings in the God-forbidden land who controlled the power of rules, Sumyubai was certain that the little Sakura definitely did not have such powerhouses. If they did, could they have just watched as Huayan robbed their treasury? Although the strength of the Eternal Death Contract didn't change much after being promoted to SSS rank, the final effect alone was enough. As for the sharing of consumption, Sumyubai ignored it entirely. After all, he wasn't lacking in mana. Looking at the additional skill conversion privilege that appeared on his panel, a crazy idea suddenly rose in Sumyubai's mind. Can temporary skills be converted, foster fathers? The gifts are still a little short, but not by much. Since I've already written it out, I won't hide it. I'll add the chapter as a sign of respect for such an upright author. Asking for free gifts isn't too much to ask, right? Special thanks to Foster Father King 24 for the Great God Certification Gift, Chapter 155. High-tier space ring. Can temporary skills be converted? As soon as this crazy thought emerged, Sumyubai was startled himself. If he could convert the temporary skill Shadow Chasing Sword Chi into a Death Sovereign class skill, it would truly be heaven-defying. Thinking of it, he did it. Sumyubai focused his mind. Convert, target, Shadow Chasing Sword Chi. However, the system notification poured a bucket of cold water on him. Notification. This skill is a temporary skill and can only be converted into a temporary class skill. Do you confirm the conversion? Confirm. Cancel. Good news, it can be converted. Bad news, it remains a temporary skill after conversion. Cancel. Sumyubai curled his lips in disappointment and chose to cancel. He wasn't stupid. If the effect was comparable to the last conversion, it would mean an SS rank skill, which would become SSS rank after promotion. Using such a privilege to convert a temporary skill would be a huge waste. In that case, which skill should I use it on? With the idea of converting Shadow Chasing Sword Chi falling through, Sumyubai felt a bit conflicted. He currently had 4 skills that were not Death Sovereign class skills. 1. A-rank Scorch. 2. O-rank High-tier Undead Aura. 3. O-rank Chain Corpse Explosion. 4. S-rank Summon Skeleton Legion. Looking at these 4 skills, Sumyubai rested his chin on his hand and fell into deep thought. From the perspective of increasing combat power, he was more inclined to convert the Summon Skeleton Legion skill. But looking at the out-of-place rank of Scorch, He thought for a moment and decided to first check the Cataclysm characteristics of the Scorch skill. He hadn't used it for a long time, and he had almost forgotten the existence of this skill. Cataclysm, target, Scorch, notification. Please select the promotion rank first stage, second stage, a third stage, Cataclysm third stage. Prompt. Do you confirm the consumption of 5 years of lifespan to overwrite the previous promotion effect and mutate the skill Scorch to a higher grade? Confirm. Cancel. Confirm. 5 years of lifespan was nothing to Sumyu by now. Prompt. You have lost 5 years of lifespan. Current lifespan over 105 years. Your F-grade skill Scorch has successfully mutated into the C-grade skill Intense Scorch. Sumyu skipped the skill description of Intense Scorch and focused his gaze on its mutation trait. Mutation trait. Damage increased by 100%. Duration increased by 100%. This mutation trait could only be described as standard. It wasn't as powerful as Sumyu had imagined. His gaze then fell upon the two skills. High-level Undead Aura and Chain Corpse Explosion. So many days have passed. Fujiya Qiangxia should have enough high-level soul stones saved up by now, right? Sumyu decided to mutate both of these skills, and then, based on their mutation traits, decide which one to ultimately convert. After all, if everything went as expected, the converted skill would be at least SS grade. For skills of that caliber, Sumyu did not have the ability to add mutation traits to them in the short term. Thinking of this, Sumyu also realized the shortcoming of the mutation talent. The more powerful the skill, the higher the difficulty in adding a mutation trait to it. Having made his decision, Sumyu directly called Fujiya Qiangxia. The latter answered the communication immediately, and his smiling face was instantly projected in front of Sumyu. Boss, if you hadn't appeared, I was about to call the police. After receiving Sumyu message, the heart that Fujiya Qiangxia had been hanging in his throat finally settled. Being able to crack a joke at this moment meant that the Myriad World's Chamber of Commerce had been developing quite well over these past few days. I think you're just in a hurry to have me upgrade things for you. Sumyu smiled, waved his hand, and said, all right, bring them over. I happen to have some free time right now. As he spoke, he opened the trade window and placed a backpack full of equipment and materials he had upgraded via freeloading onto it. Then you'd better prepare yourself mentally. There's quite a lot of stuff this time. Fujiya Qiangxia first placed 2 rings into the trade window, then continued, boss. This thing is a treasure I rolled out. With it, we won't have to go through so much trouble for trades in the future. Sumyu expression changed slightly. These 2 rings looked. Why did they look like a pair? Could it be that this guy, Fujiya Qiangxia, had some special hobby? Boss, that look you're giving me. Fujiya Qiangxia was slightly stunned, then quickly waved his hands. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm as straight as an arrow man. I even went to the Kimeng Pavilion last week. Kimeng Pavilion? Sumyu raised an eyebrow. The name alone sounded like it had a story behind it. Fujiya Qiangxia's face flushed red. Is the boss interested too? When you return to the country, LL. Stop right there. Do I need you to take me? Sumyu rolled his eyes and confirmed the trade. You have obtained epic grade special item Space Ring by 2. Fujiya Qiangxia had traded both of them over, naturally wanting Sumyu to upgrade them. Mutation, promote by 1 tier. You have obtained legendary grade special item High Level Space Ring by 2. High Level Space Ring. Ring, special does not occupy equipment slot legendary grade item effects. 1. Backpack space x10. 2. Contains 10. 0 cubic meters of space. The shape of the space can be changed at will. 3. Each person can only equip 1. Standard equipment for high-level figures. Chapter 156. The development speed of the Myriad World's Chamber of Commerce. Soul Essence. The attributes of the space ring were very simple. As for the 10.0 cubic meters of space, it was independent of the backpack space. Both had their own advantages and disadvantages. Backpack space allowed for stacking identical items in each slot, but large objects like siege chariots, warships, and magic crystal cannons could not be stored in the backpack. This was information that appeared in the minds of players when the Myriad Worlds game descended. Sumyubai had thought that such rare equipment as a space ring would only be obtainable in the mid to late game. He hadn't expected Fujiya Qiangxia to roll it out. And he rolled out two at once. He even started to doubt just how high this guy's luck stat was. Thinking of the luck stat, Sumyubai's eyes suddenly lit up. While returning the other space ring to Fujiya Qiangxia, he asked, "Did you roll today?" "The money tree." Fujiya Qiangxia was slightly stunned. "I rolled it." Sumyubai shook his head. "Nothing. Just remember to contact me before you roll tomorrow." "All right." Although he was a bit confused, Fujiya Qiangxia nodded anyway. Next, the two began to trade continuously. Only then did Sumyubai understand what Fujiya Qiangxia meant when he said there was quite a lot of stuff. He spent several hours straight freeloading upgrades before he finally finished processing everything. For a moment, Sumyubai felt a bit dazed. Who exactly was the one working for whom? Far away in East Sea City, Fujiya Qiangxia looked at the items inside the space ring, his small eyes curving into crescent shapes. "Thank you for your hard work, boss. But after this, I won't trouble you to upgrade these low-level things anymore. The real money is in high-level items." As he spoke, he began to report on the development of the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce during this period. The more Sumyubai heard, the more surprised he became. In such a short time, the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce had recruited hundreds of thousands of lifestyle players. And this was even after careful selection. Even the Myriad Worlds auction house had already spread throughout the entire Divine Dragon Empire, including 10 first-tier main cities, 81 second-tier main cities, and 1,080 third-tier cities. All of them now had a Myriad Worlds auction house. Such an achievement was far beyond Sumyubai's expectations. "You really have given me a surprise. It's all thanks to you, boss. If it weren't for the startup capital provided by the Donghai auction house and the green light given by the Divine Dragon Palace, the progress wouldn't have been this fast." No need to be humble. Credit where credit is due. Fujiya Qiangxia's ability was even more impressive than he had imagined. Sumyubai knew very well that if it were him, he absolutely could not have achieved this much in the same amount of time under the same conditions. Moreover, it would have wasted a massive amount of time, causing his own leveling speed to slow down. Sumyubai felt more and more that his initial decision had been the right one. For a talent like this, giving him 5% of the profits was definitely not a loss. It was precisely because of this 5% share that he was willing to work for him with his heart and soul. If you want a horse to run, how can you not let it eat its fill? The Myriad Worlds auction house had already gotten on the right track and occupied the best locations in every city. The next step was to continuously increase market share and expand the customer base. Fujiya Qiangxia's goal was to poach a portion of the customers from local auction houses. The purchasing power of those locals was far higher than that of the current players, and this was clearly not something that could be easily achieved in a short period of time. As for the millions of live profession players, they could not yet play a significant role. Before their sub-profession skills were leveled up, they could not bring much profit to the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce. However, cultivating this type of player was absolutely necessary. During this period, many players with talents that provided bonuses to sub-professions had stood out, and Fujiya Qiangxia had signed more comprehensive contracts with them individually. The two discussed the affairs of the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce for a long time before Sumyubai waved his hand and said, "Let's stop here for today." Fujiya Qiangxia nodded upon hearing this and opened the trade window again. "Boss, these are the materials and soul stones you wanted? So many." Sumyubai couldn't help but be startled. "You have obtained dark gold grade materials times 6,750. You have obtained epic grade materials times 480. You have obtained legendary grade materials times 47. You have obtained primary soul stones times 15,396. You have obtained intermediate soul stones times 1087. You have obtained advanced soul stones times 173. You have obtained soul crystals times 3. That there were so many soul stones left over even after developing the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce showed just how many times Sumyubai's wealth had multiplied under Fujiya Qiangxia's management. "Boss, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to work." Although Fujiya Qiangxia enjoyed the feeling of shocking his boss, he was truly too busy. Sumyubai nodded. Before ending the call, He added, "Help me collect or type skills for necromancers, any grade will do." After ending the call, Sumyubai could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart, and a look of wild joy appeared on his face. From this moment on, he would never have to worry about his lifespan again. At the same time, Bing Xuan's voice suddenly rang out in Sumyubai's mind. "Master, I smell the scent of energy." The spatial tent was on Bing Xuan's back, and the appearance of so many materials naturally caught its attention. What made it even happier was that its master had finally woken up. It had been so stifled over these past 7 days that it was almost sick. "You and that sharp nose of yours. I'll let you eat some in a moment." Sumyubai grinned. Bing Xuan had already digested the previous materials, and its level had risen to 63. Now that there were so many more materials, it would soon be able to level up again. Sumyubai first used his freeloading ability to upgrade all the materials, and then he looked at the pile of soul stones with burning eyes. Catastrophe. Upgrade by 1 tier. You have obtained advanced soul stones times 1087. You have obtained soul crystals times 173. You have obtained soul essences times 3. Sumyubai specifically left all the primary soul stones alone, as he intended to use them to increase his soul strength. After the upgrades were finished, Sumyubai immediately checked the 3 unique soul essences. Their appearance was completely different from the soul crystals. They were about the size of an infant's palm, and although they were still purple-black, one could vaguely make out a blurry humanoid shape. Soul Essence or Special Treasure. Absorbing it will increase your lifespan by 1,000 years. Note: regardless of whether you keep the soul essence in your inventory or warehouse, you will lose 1/10 of it upon death, with a minimum loss of 100 years, 1,000 years of life. Although the 173 soul crystals provided more total lifespan, being able to freeload such a treasure still made Sumyubai's breathing grow somewhat rapid. However, he also understood that if one were to calculate the cost-effectiveness, the value of freeloading the upgrade of advanced soul stones was the highest, because upgrading that item by 1 tier increased the lifespan by a full 100 times. Unless the soul essence and soul crystal possessed special uses like the others, their cost-effectiveness was not high. Taking a deep breath, Sumyubai began to absorb them. The next moment, he felt an unprecedentedly rich surge of energy pouring into his limbs and bones. This feeling of vitality skyrocketing was even more addictive than certain other moments. It took a full half-hour for Sumyubai to finish absorbing everything. The next moment, the system notification sounded in his ears. Chapter 157. The second profession catastrophe trait unlocked. Bonus chapter. You have absorbed 1087 advanced soul stones. Lifespan increased by 1087 years. You have absorbed 173 soul crystals. Lifespan increased by 17,300 years. You have absorbed 3 soul essences. Lifespan increased by 3,000 years. Current lifespan over 21,492 years. Even though he had calculated it, Sumyubai was still shocked by this lifespan of over 20,000 years. As a human from Blue Star, who had ever seen such a long lifespan? He had possessed such gains less than a month after entering the Myriad Worlds game. Now that the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce was already on the right track, Sumyubai estimated that he was not far from a lifespan of 100,000 years. When that time comes, he will be able to catastrophize SSS grade skills with catastrophe properties, or even items of sane extermination rank. Sumyubai felt more excited the more he thought about it, but he quickly steadied his mind. With a bug-level talent like catastrophe, all of that was only a matter of time. From the moment he exploited this unique forbidden grade talent, he had already become the biggest bug in the Myriad Worlds game. Calming his inner thoughts, Sumyubai opened his skill list and focused his mind. Catastrophe, target chain corpse explosion. Catastrophe Tier 3 prompt. Do you confirm the consumption of 1,0 years of lifespan to overwrite the previous promotion effect and upgrade the skill corpse explosion to a higher grade? Confirm. You have lost 1,000 years of lifespan. Your C-grade skill corpse explosion has successfully been catastrophized into the S-grade skill obliterate without a trace. Current lifespan over 20,492 years. Obliterate without a trace. Test level 11 max. Active skill. Can chain detonate up to 10 corpses or remains. dealing magic damage to all enemies within a range 10 times the size of each corpse or remain. Can be used on the corpses of bosses below legendary rank. Legendary rank not included. Damage: 20% of the target's health before death come to 100% spell power. Casting range 500 meters. Instant cast. Cooldown 30 seconds. Consumes 30,000 mana points. The damage of Obliterate Without a Trace had not changed compared to Chain Corpse Explosion. However, the number of corpses that could be detonated simultaneously had increased significantly, and the description of the skill's range had changed from a fixed value to one that scaled with the target size. If one were to calculate it, the range for detonating a single small monster's corpse had actually decreased quite a bit, but it could now be used on the corpses of bosses below legendary rank. If used to detonate the corpse of a massive boss, the range and damage would be far beyond what Chain Corpse Explosion could compare to. That wasn't all. What Sumubai was more concerned about was the catastrophe property of this skill. Catastrophe property can be used on corpses of any level. Simple, crude, but powerful enough. The catastrophe property directly removed the usage restrictions of Obliterate Without a Trace, giving this skill infinite possibilities. Sumubai nodded in satisfaction and began to catastrophize the next skill. Target: high-level undead aura. Catastrophe Tier 3. Prompt: do you confirm the consumption of 10,000 years of lifespan to overwrite the previous promotion effect and upgrade the skill undead aura to a higher grade? Confirm. You have lost 10,000 years of lifespan. Your B-grade skill undead aura has successfully been promoted to the SS-grade skill Supreme Undead Aura. Current lifespan over 10,492 years. Supreme Undead Aura, SS, passive skill. All friendly undead creatures receive a 100% increase to all attributes. Area of effect: equivalent to the summoning control range. Catastrophe property: when a friendly undead creature's health drops below 30%, it recovers 5% of its maximum health per second for 10 seconds. This can only be triggered once per hour for each individual friendly undead creature. The effect of Supreme Undead Aura was still quite singular, but for Sumubai, the improvement was immense. With the blessing of his class catastrophe property, the attribute effects of his Scourge Legion could be increased by a total of 200%. Coupled with the newly added catastrophe property of this aura and the effects of the Eternal Death Contract, Sumubai no longer needed to run away if he faced those two old geezers again. His skeleton archers and skeleton mages could ignore their dual defenses. He could grind them to death just by attrition. Phew. Looking at the two catastrophized skills, Sumubai became increasingly conflicted. In the end, he decided to save this skill conversion privilege and wait until the aura-type skill books collected by Fujiya-chanji arrived before deciding. Summon Skeleton Legion and Intense Burning were both initial skills of the Necromancer class. Sumubai felt that they would eventually be replaced by skills unlocked from the Death Codex, so he didn't want to waste his conversion privilege here. Thinking of the Death Codex, Sumubai suddenly realized something. That Chain Corpse Explosion he used before leaving seemed to have absorbed enough soul points again. With a thought, he summoned the Death Codex. Sure enough, the soul points had reached the limit again. Current soul points, 80,000. Consume 80,000 soul points to gain the 7th opportunity to open the Death Codex. Sumubai didn't hesitate and opened it directly. The next moment, the inscriptions on the pale gray page turned into a stream of light and surged into the center of Sumubai's brows. Immediately after, the system prompt rang in his ears, but this time, it wasn't the skill he had expected. Instead, it was a coordinate prompt. Through the Death Codex, you have sensed a coordinate. It seems to have some connection with the undead realm. Please head to the vicinity of the Forest of Death in the Saint Empire to investigate. The Saint Empire again. Sumubai couldn't help but recall the clues he had previously obtained regarding his class set. It seems my next stop must be the Saint Empire. Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly and reached out to stroke his chin. With 1 week left, how could he maximize the benefits of this trip to Sakura? While thinking, Sumubai opened his attribute panel. But before he could even check his attributes after reaching Tier 3, he suddenly froze. Following that, a look of wild joy appeared on Sumubai's face. Ever since he entered the game, the second-class catastrophe property, which had always been displayed as level insufficient and remained locked, had actually been unlocked. Class: Death Sovereign Exclusive Hidden Class Catastrophe Property. 1. All personal skill effects are doubled. 2. You can create true undead creatures through corpses. Click to view details. 3. Level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Create undead creatures. Sumyubai's pupils widened. Just as he was about to check the details, a cold voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Master, guess who I see? Who? Sumyubai was taken aback. Remember that bald bird that chased us when we first arrived in the Sakura Kingdom? Should we take it down? The traffic on tomato novel has been falling quite sharply lately, and the data for the vast majority of top-tier books is dropping. My dear patrons, I beg for your support. Today's bonus chapter is served early, Chapter 158, What to Do, Just Kill Them Both. A bald bird. Sumyubai was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then realized who it was. You mean that dark feather demon vulture? Yes, that's the bald bird, with Master's death gaze. Taking it down shouldn't be a problem. Bing Shuang's voice carried a tone of gnashing teeth. Thinking back to being hunted by that guy, it was filled with rage. As a dignified Frost Dragon King, being forced to flee by a bald bird was simply a supreme humiliation. A Dragon King who doesn't avenge such a grudge is no Dragon King at all. It had originally planned to wait until its master's strength improved further before seeking revenge on this bald bird. It never expected to run into it here. Alright. Then let's take it down. Sumyubai's lips curled slightly. He flashed to the entrance of the spatial tent and stepped out directly. Since fate has brought them together, it's the perfect opportunity to use this guy to complete the second stage of the Dylan Sorrow quest. Just as he stepped out of the spatial tent, Sumyubai heard the dark feather demon vulture's screech echoing across the sky. Scree! Its 5 heads shrieked in unison. Although they were still some distance away, the aura of a legendary grade boss was already fully displayed. The moment it saw Bing Shuang, the dark feather demon vulture's pupils visibly constricted, but strangely, it wasn't as excited as it had been before. Nor did it charge directly toward Bing Shuang. Master, something is wrong. Bing Shuang also noticed the anomaly at this moment. This guy seems to be being hunted. It must be Tor Watanabe. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Besides Tor Watanabe, who else would have the patience to chase the dark feather demon vulture all the way from Sichuan City to here? Presumably, Tor Watanabe must have already resolved the suppression effect of death gaze, otherwise, he wouldn't have the capability to hunt the dark feather demon vulture. To legendary grade combatants, upon hearing this, Bing Shuang hesitated for a moment. Should we avoid the edge of their blade? It's too late. Sumyubai shook his head lightly, waved his hand to put away the spatial tent, and leaped directly onto Bing Shuang's head. At the same time, Tor Watanabe's figure appeared within their field of vision. Bai Yi. The moment Tor Watanabe saw Sumyubai, endless fury erupted in his eyes. He then threw his head back and laughed wildly. I never expected an unexpected bonus while hunting this beast. As he spoke, he abandoned the pursuit of the dark feather demon vulture, held his blade with both hands, and fiercely slashed a terrifying blade toward the direction of Bing Shuang. Although it was the dark feather demon vulture that destroyed Sichuan City, Bai Yi was the real culprit. If he hadn't been chasing Bai Yi, he wouldn't have encountered the dark feather demon vulture while it was evolving. If Bai Yi hadn't suppressed his attributes, the dark feather demon vulture wouldn't have had the ability to destroy Sichuan City right before his eyes. All of this was the fault of this Bai Yi. All the frustration and rage of these past few days were contained within this single blade strike, which surged towards Sumyubai with boundless power. The moment Tor Watanabe made his move, he used his full strength. Master, what should we do? Bing Shuang flapped its wings and flew high into the sky, attempting to dodge the blade aura. But the speed of this blade aura was much faster than Tor Watanabe's flight speed. It arrived before them in an instant. What to do? Just kill them both? A cold glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. He sat straight on his throne, his mind shifting. A pale gray light screen flashed and vanished, instantly taking Bing Shuang's figure and disappearing from the spot. The next moment, the blade aura unleashed by Tor Watanabe struck the valley. Rumble. The mountain was instantly carved with a massive gap. Countless rocks tumbled down, and dust filled the air all around. Nearby wild monsters were startled by the massive commotion and began to flee in all directions. Scree, get lost, little dragon. I don't want to eat you right now. Hurry up and make way, high in the sky. The dark feather demon vulture looked in confusion at Bing Xuan, who had suddenly appeared before it, and let out a sharp cry. After evolving to the legendary grade, it had also mastered the ability to speak. It's just that its intelligence didn't seem to be up to par. Bai, don't even think about escaping this time, Toru Watanabe roared, his speed surging as he turned into a streak of light to close the distance. Taking advantage of the time Sumyu-bai spent intercepting the dark feather demon vulture, he had been hunting the dark feather demon vulture during this time and seemingly didn't know that Sumyu-bai had calmly left from under the noses of the two great elders of the hidden ninja secret society. Otherwise, he would never have said those words with such confidence. Escape, just you. Sumyu-bai let out a cold snort, his gaze instantly turning frigid. His strength had undergone a heaven-shaking change since he first arrived in the Sakura Kingdom. Back then, this man and bird could hunt him down, but things were different now. Soon, they would learn what it meant for the roles of hunter and prey to be reversed. Death gaze. As Sumyu-bai's gaze swept across the dark feather demon vulture and Toru Watanabe, boundless fear suddenly descended. 108 billion, 21, 6 billion, huge numbers popped up, and both of their total attributes were instantly suppressed by 60%. From this, one could see how much of a disadvantage humans had in terms of health bar length compared to naturally powerful creatures. Toru Watanabe, who had the ability to hunt the dark feather demon vulture, had only 1/5 of the creature's health. IX5 5 terrified screams and one muffled roar rang out. Both fell into a state of fear simultaneously. Time to work. Sumyu-bai leaned back on his throne and spoke softly. Bing Xuan understood immediately. Its figure suddenly soared, its pair of dragon claws grabbing both of them at once, and it dove downward at maximum speed. The dark-feathered magic vulture and Toru Watanabe are both high-level legendary entities. Sumyu-bai's death gaze cannot keep them in a state of fear for too long. Since his Scourge Legion cannot fly, he must take this opportunity to pin them both to the ground. At the same time, true damage numbers continuously erupt above their heads. 8.42 million, 31, 5,825 million, 63, 165 million. Double damage, 8.42 million, 31.58 to 5 million, 94.747 million. Triple damage, having officially broken through to the third rank, coupled with the enhancements from the mythical grade item mark of the Man Butcher. Sumyu-bai's current attribute panel has reached a terrifying level. Bai level 60% class, Death Sovereign 3rd rank Sovereign Power, 26,718 health points. Physical attack 421,100, spell power 421,100, critical hit rate, critical hit damage, elemental resistance, curse 40%, ice 40%, others 10%, exclusive talent, catastrophe, unique forbidden grade skills omitted. Normal summoning space 59,653.75, commander summoning space 369 480, 88,560 115. Equipment emitted class exclusive. Death Codex LV60, lifespan over 10,492 years. Chapter 159. The enhancement brought by the Supreme Undead Auric. The reason Sumyu-bai can possess such terrifying attributes at level 60 is entirely due to the power of his sovereign power. The high-grade equipment he wears all possesses all attribute bonus effects, which act with double efficiency when applied to sovereign power. Because increases in strength and spirit both contribute to increasing sovereign power, similarly, the 50% increase in physical attack and spell power provided by the mark of the Man Butcher effectively grants Sumyu-bai a 100% increase in both. Although he has not switched to the Murderous Maniac title, Sumyu-bai's critical hit rate has still reached 100%, and his critical hit damage is a terrifying 375%. However, both the dark-feathered magic vulture and Toru Watanabe clearly possess critical hit resistance, so not every hit results in a critical strike. Even so, the damage caused by death gaze can be described as terrifying. This is the power of true damage. After breaking through to the 3rd rank, the effect of this death gaze is significantly better. A week ago in Kongyu City, It only kept Igadan in fear for less than 2 seconds. Now it has exceeded for seconds. And the dark-feathered magic vulture and Toru Watanabe have still not awakened. Of course, this is also because their strength is inherently inferior to Igadan's. Boom boom. 2 loud bangs rang out simultaneously as Frost slammed them both directly into the ground. The terrifying force blasted a massive crater into the earth, sending debris flying and filling the air with smoke. Although Frost's level only increased by 3, the aura it currently enjoys is completely different. Under the bonus of the Catastrophe class trait, the Supreme Undead aura can increase all attributes of friendly undead creatures by 200%, compared to the previous 60%. This is more than twice as powerful. Frost double Supreme Undead aura buff. All attributes increased by 200%. Mythical grade Mount Frost Dragon King high level undead creature. Level 63 maximum level cannot exceed the player by 10 loyalty. 100 affected by the Death Sovereign class, loyalty never decreases. Movement speed bonus, sea, land, and air Kung 800% health points, 138.24 billion, 138.24 billion mana points, 115.2 billion, 115.2 billion. Attack power, 69.12 million. Spell power, 57.6 million. Physical defense, 57.6 million. Magic defense, 46.08 million. 13.86 million. 12.97 million. Only after the 2 damage numbers from Frost popped up did the dark-feathered magic vulture and Toru Watanabe recover from their state of fear. The former was completely bewildered. Is this still the little dragon from a few days ago? How could it be that even after evolving to the legendary level, it is still not a match for it? And what exactly is this power suppressing it? Unlike the clueless dark-feathered magic vulture, Toru Watanabe was clearly prepared for death gaze. Although he was somewhat puzzled as to why Bai's suppression power had suddenly increased, he immediately took out a verdant green scroll and tore it open. This thing again. Sumyu-bai raised an eyebrow. Igadan had used one before. Could such scrolls be common? Kung 10.8 billions are enough. As the emerald light emerged, Toru Watanabe's aura surged back significantly. However, he exclaimed in disbelief. Why was only half the effect removed? Call. At the same time, the confused dark-feathered magic vulture also regained its senses. Its 5 heads opened simultaneously, and scorching white light instantly condensed. It had actually targeted Toru Watanabe, Frost, and Sumyu-bai all at once. Work together to deal with Bai, and your destruction of Sichuan City will be written off. Toru Watanabe spoke in a deep voice immediately, his katana igniting with raging flames. Fine, you said it yourself, human. Do not lie to me. The dark-feathered magic vulture agreed, immediately turning the 3 heads that were aimed at Toru Watanabe toward Frost. Portions of their attribute panels were displayed at this moment. Dark-feathered magic vulture, suppressed by death gaze. All attributes reduced by 60%. Level 200 legendary grade boss health points, 43.059 billion, 72 billion. Toru Watanabe suppressed by death gaze. All attributes reduced by 30%. City Lord of Sichuan City under reconstruction 8th rank Martial Saint level to 15 HP 19. 935 billion 25.2 billion. The 2 had been chasing and fleeing all the way, and their HP was already far from full. Now, facing Bai, they decisively chose to join forces. But how could Sumyu-bai let them fulfill their wish of casting skills and teaming up against him? Faced with this situation, he remained seated steadily on his throne, merely pointing his staff forward. The skill he had long prepared was instantly released. Sorrow of the Forgotten. The next moment, 3 types of elements exploded violently between the 2. The damage was negligible, but both of their skills were completely interrupted, and they would be unable to cast any for the next 5 seconds. The dragon breath condensed in Frost's maw also poured down, attacking both of them simultaneously. That was not all. As its wings trembled, ice spikes shot out across the sky. Let's end this quickly. Only then did Sumyu-bai slowly stand up. With a thought, he used Blink to reach the ground, allowing Frost to fight without restraint. He tapped his staff against the ground, opening to major summoning portals, and 20 death curtains immediately surrounded the pair. Death Snipe Fireball in the outer circle. Dense rows of skeleton archers and mages appeared, releasing their skills immediately, without exception. They were all towering skeleton kings. Following that, dozens of sturdy skeleton king warriors launched wild charge simultaneously. The vast majority of them targeted the massive dark-feathered magic vulture, facing a single-digit number of enemies. The Scourge Legion only needed to deploy a portion of the skeleton kings, even if the rest were summoned. There would be no room for them to output damage. At the same time, Sumubai pointed his staff, death siphon feedback. The next moment, the size of a skeleton king archer in the back instantly surged to 10 meters. System prompt: you have consumed 500 death chi points to enhance the target skeleton king archer by 1000% of its main attributes. Swish. The enhanced skeleton king archer suddenly released its bowstring, and a massive arrow carrying endless sharpness shot out, instantly striking Toru Watanabe. Fatal snipe. 128 million. Because of the catastrophe trait that ignores physical defense, the damage dealt by the enhanced skeleton king archer using fatal snipe was far greater than even Frost's. Skeleton king archer. Double Supreme Oricum Death Chi Enhanced Version Level Strength to 0.595 to million. Constitution to 0.595 to million. Agility 25.95 to million. HP 38.9 to 8 million. 38.9 to 8 million. Attack power 28.5 for 4 million. Physical defense to 0.0736 million. Skills Double Shot LV9, Fatal Snipe LV9. Of course, that was only in terms of damage. In other aspects, it was not even in the same league as Frost. Swish, swish, swish. The enhanced skeleton king archer kept drawing its bow, firing a barrage of arrows, each one hitting Toru Watanabe with precision. Having forgotten his skills, Toru Watanabe faced the interception of several skeleton king warriors and had nowhere to dodge. Every time he tried to leap up, a pale gray curtain would suddenly flash in mid-air. At the same time, several headless knights outside the perimeter turned into black streams of light, rushed through the death curtains in front, dove down from mid-air, and slammed violently into Toru Watanabe. Death charge. With the strength effect increased by 900%, it was already enough to have a certain impact on Toru Watanabe, whose attributes were suppressed. Jointly charged by several headless knights, Toru Watanabe, who had just leaped up and had no leverage, was immediately knocked back to the ground. Following closely behind were the arrows from the crowd of skeleton king archers. Chapter 160. The Use of Death Curtains. The Shameless Tactic Bonus Chapter. Damn it, it's only been 10 days. How could Bai have improved so much? Toru Watanabe swung his katana, cutting through countless arrows. But he still continued to take damage. Without his skills, he simply couldn't block the attacks of so many skeleton kings. Moreover, the arrows fired by these skeleton king archers all dealt true damage, which made Toru Watanabe's scalp tingle. How on earth did Bai manage this? He is clearly just a level 60 tier 3 descender. How does he have so many tricks up his sleeve? On the other side, the dark-feathered magic vulture was not having a good time either. With all its attributes suppressed by 60%, it had also forgotten its skills. Facing the siege of dozens of skeleton king warriors, even using its wings, claws, and 5 heads to the extreme, it still couldn't fend them off. Not to mention that there was an even stronger frost attacking it incessantly. Various frost-type and death-type spells kept raining down on its head. The continuous attacks left the dark-feathered magic vulture dizzy and disoriented. Furthermore, because its body was so massive, it took much more damage than Toru Watanabe. In addition to the sky full of arrows and fireballs shooting from the ground, there were several pale gray curtains hanging in mid-air. From these curtains, countless arrows and fireballs also poured down. Sumubai had truly mastered the use of the death curtains. Relying on this trick, the Scourge Legion members in the distance who originally couldn't reach the boss only needed to keep attacking the death curtains in front of them. The dark-feathered magic vulture tried to take off several times, only to be pinned down by Frost. The former had its attributes suppressed by 60%, while the latter had its attributes increased by 200%, with 1 reduction and 1 increase. Frost's strength was already superior to the dark-feathered magic vulture. Now, it could even win in a one-on-one fight, let alone with the assistance of the Scourge Legion. The damage of Death Gaze. Under the blessing of the profession's catastrophe trait, could last for a full 40 seconds. The sudden trigger of the human butcher mark as tenfold damage, combined with a critical hit effect, caused a significant chunk of Toru Watanabe's HP bar to drop instantly. But instead of being terrified, a look of joy appeared on his face. It was only because the duration of sorrow of the forgotten had ended. Bai, die for me. Violent energy erupted suddenly, and raging flames surged across Watanabe Toru's body. He had clearly activated some kind of explosive skill. However, before he could even lock onto Sumiyubai, he was left dumbfounded. Click, click, click. Just as Watanabe Toru was about to break through the encirclement and attack Bai, he suddenly felt a wave of palpitations. The next moment, Watanabe Toru felt the fluctuations of a death attribute skill suddenly envelop his entire body. Immediately following this, a cage of ghostly remains, brimming with dense death energy, appeared abruptly and imprisoned him directly inside. And the shield value of this cage was as high as 260 billion. Ghostly remains imprisonment. This time, Sumiyubai had directly sacrificed 150 Skeleton King warriors and 1,050 elite skeleton warriors. Except for the few dozen Skeleton King warriors surrounding the others, all the rest had been sacrificed by Sumiyubai. Under the augmentation of the catastrophe profession trait, the shield value of the ghostly remains imprisonment skill had been increased fourfold. Watanabe Toru, unleashing his full power, slashed his blade against the ghostly remains imprisonment. Yet he only dealt less than 2 billion damage to it. Breaking the imprisonment was not something he could accomplish in a short amount of time. What's more, the ghostly remains imprisonment would only imprison him. It would not hinder Sumiyubai's Scourge Legion in the slightest. Not only were the attacks of the skeleton mages and archers unobstructed, but the skeleton warriors were also able to move freely without any interference. The great swords in their hands ignored the ghostly remains imprisonment entirely, continuously attacking Watanabe Toru. However, when Watanabe Toru's katana touched the ghostly remains imprisonment, it could not penetrate it at all. Sumiyubai watched Watanabe Toru with a cold sneer. So what if your skills have recovered? The moment you appeared before me alone, your fate was already sealed. Previously, Sumiyubai had not dared to prolong the battle. Not only because he feared his connection to his summons might be severed, but also because he was worried that the elders of the Shadow Ninja Secret Society might have other tricks up their sleeves. But Watanabe Toru had only encountered him by chance. Clearly, he wouldn't have made many preparations. That scroll from earlier was likely something he carried specifically because of his previous encounters. Coupled with the fact that Sumiyubai now possessed the Eternal Death Contract and no longer feared having his connection severed, he dared to fight Watanabe Toru without any reservations. As long as he ended the battle quickly and changed his location, there wouldn't be any major issues. Imprisoned within the ghostly remains imprisonment, Watanabe Toru exhausted every means at his disposal, yet he could not break through. Under the interference of the Scourge Legion, he could by no means break the cage in a short time. Many times, when he slashed out with his blade, a Skeleton King warrior would directly block it with its body, preventing him from depleting the cage's shield value at all. And his attacks, spread across the more than 100 members of the Scourge Legion, couldn't even stir up a ripple. After Sumiyubai broke through to the 3rd rank, his attributes had improved significantly, added to the augmentation of the Supreme Undead aura. Even the elite skeleton mage with the lowest health now possessed over 865 million HP. No matter how Watanabe Toru exploded with power or used various skills, the damage was spread out, dealing only 10 or 20,000 damage to each skeleton. And for this bit of damage, Sumiyubai only needed a single thought to drain a few 100 million HP from Frost. Under the double effect bonus, he could restore the massive Scourge Legion to full health. As for Frost, its passive health regeneration was enough. Its health regeneration speed was the same as a boss to 1% every 5 seconds. But even this 1% was an insurmountable chasm for the current Watanabe Toru. With a base of 138.24 billion, Frost could recover over 1.3 billion HP every 5 seconds. As the battle continued, Watanabe Toru felt increasingly helpless, until he finally broke the ghostly remains imprisonment with great difficulty. Watanabe Toru fell into complete despair, because that damned Bai merely glanced at him indifferently. and the ghostly remains imprisonment that had just been shattered appeared once again, imprisoning him inside. Because the Skeleton King warriors kept using their bodies to block his blades, the time Watanabe Tor spent breaking the ghostly remains imprisonment had already exceeded 120 seconds. This also meant that Sumyubai's ghostly remains imprisonment had finished its cooldown. Although there were no Skeleton King warriors sacrificed this time, the shield value provided by the 1,200 elite skeleton warriors was not much lower. As long as there were meat shields present, Watanabe Tor still couldn't break it within 120 seconds. This playstyle seems a bit shameless. Sumyubai held his staff in one hand and rubbed his nose with the other. The improvement after breaking through to the 3rd rank was far greater than he had imagined. Facing 1 or 2 experts like Watanabe Tor now, he didn't seem to feel any pressure at all, unless he went up against the main army of the Sakura Kingdom. With his current strength, he could seemingly walk sideways wherever he pleased. Bai, you are more terrifying than anyone imagined. But don't be happy too soon. The Shadow Ninja Secret Society will never let you continue to improve like this. Leaving behind his final words, Watanabe Tor's remaining health bar was depleted by the fatal snipes fired simultaneously by 2 enhanced Skeleton King archers. Ignoring the system notifications ringing in his ears, Sumyubai locked his gaze on Watanabe Tor's corpse, which hadn't yet disappeared, and focused his mind. Destroy corpse and erase evidence. Although the gifts from yesterday are still halfway there, since it's the weekend. Let's use this extra chapter to wish my godfathers a happy weekend. Godfathers, hurry up and praise me, begging for free gifts. Chapter 161. The terrifying effect of destroying the corpse. The value of a legendary boss. Soul extraction successful. Soul points come 1000. You have obtained soul coins 230. You have obtained the legendary grade item Kagetsuchi's wrist. The soul strength of a legendary grade expert was indeed impressive. Just by killing him once, he could extract a full 1000 soul points. Before Watanabe Tor died, Sumyubai had taken a step ahead and activated Goddess of Luck's blessing, raising his luck stat to 64 points. He hadn't expected to drop a piece of legendary grade equipment directly. However, he had no time to pay attention to the system notifications ringing in his ears at this moment. Instead, he locked his gaze on Watanabe Tor's corpse, which hadn't yet disappeared, and focused his mind. Destroy corpse and erase evidence. If he were even a second too slow and the opponent chose to return to the resurrection hall in the nearest city, this corpse would vanish. Sumyubai decisively activated his skill, squeezing out the very last bit of value from the body. The next moment, the corpse of Watanabe Tor instantly transformed into a mass of incredibly dense death energy, which then began to swell violently. Human, what have you done? What is this power? Get away! Don't block me! This terrifying energy left the dark feathered demon vulture in a state of utter panic. It immediately unleashed all its power, willing to risk severe injury just to ram through Frost and escape this place. But would Frost ever let it have its way? Right now, its power was faintly superior to that of the dark feathered demon vulture. Get back! Frost let out a cold snort, spewing a mouthful of dragon breath onto the head of the dark feathered demon vulture. Its dragon claws instantly seized the creature's body, hurling it directly toward the mass of death energy that had once been Watanabe Tor's corpse. At the same time, that ball of death energy suddenly erupted with a blinding white light, exploding with a deafening roar. The energy of the explosion surged into the sky, and a terrifying shockwave instantly swept through the surroundings. Yet it remained tightly confined within a radius of just over 30 meters. Since the catastrophe talent reached S rank, the explosion radius of corpse destruction was determined by the size of the corpse. Under the enhancement of the catastrophe profession trait, 20 times the height of Watanabe Tor was exactly this range. However, the sheer power of the explosion left both Sumyubai and Frost stunned in their tracks. 70.38 billion. Critical hit Kung double damage. Amidst the dust of the explosion, an 11-digit damage figure popped up, leaving both of them dumbfounded. The moment the shockwave touched its head, the dark feathered demon vulture had its entire health pool wiped out instantly, facing the terrifying attack of corpse destruction, which had triggered both a critical hit and double damage effects. It didn't matter that it was already injured. Even at full health, there would have been absolutely no possibility of survival. After all, suppressed by death gaze, the dark-feathered demon vulture only had a maximum health pool of 72 billion. At the same time, a series of notification sounds rang in Sumyubai's ears. You have killed the level 200 legendary boss dark-feathered demon vulture while over-leveling. You receive an additional 174% EXP bonus. EXP Kung 80.2 billion points. Soul extraction effective. Soul points come 1000. Immediately following this, a continuous stream of golden light rose from Sumyubai's body, and the system notification sounds for leveling up rang out like crazy. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching level 61. All for attributes Kung 1. Skill points Kung 1. Free attribute points Kung 30. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching level 89. All for attributes Kung 1. Skill points Kung 1. Free attribute points Kung 30. Notification. Your EXP has reached 100% of level 89. You must break through to the 4th tier before you can continue to absorb EXP and level up. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to solo a legendary boss. Reward, main attribute Kung 1000, skill points Kung 200, high-grade soul stones by 200. Notification. A Blue Star region announcement will be made shortly. You have obtained 200, 0 soul coins. You have obtained level 1 radiant gem by 30. You have obtained legendary material dark feather by 30. You have obtained intermediate soul stones x1800. You have obtained legendary item Wind of the Shadowy Dark Feather. Gulp tilde. Even as a player who was essentially cheating, Sumyubai couldn't help but swallow hard. Is this the true value of a level 200 legendary boss? Sumyubai looked at his skyrocketing level in shock, completely ignoring the loot dropped by the dark-feathered demon vulture. For the past week, he had been in a deep sleep due to the excessive consumption of his soul power. Therefore, in Sumyubai's mind, he had only just broken through to the 3rd tier. Now, after waking up and killing just one boss, his level had already hit the cap again. One had to admit, the dark-feathered demon vulture was truly a good boss. Previously, it had helped Sumyubai escape in Sichuan City, and later, it had even destroyed Sichuan City to avenge him. Now, it had even paid with its life to push Sumyubai, who had just reached level 60, all the way to level 89 in one go. If he could, Sumyubai would even want to present the dark-feathered demon vulture with a Best Achievement award. As the dust gradually settled, Frost stood to the side, staring blankly at the scene before it, its gaze somewhat dull. Master, this skill of yours, isn't it a bit too perverted? It could be seen that the 5 heads of the dark-feathered demon vulture had vanished entirely, and its headless corpse lay sprawled at the edge of a crater. And this crater was exactly what had been blasted out by corpse destruction. A perfect circular hole with a radius of over 30 meters, bottomless and dark. Chapter 162 Conditions for Creating Undead. A sensation. It does seem a bit perverted. Sumyubai rubbed his nose. He hadn't expected that the explosion of a legendary tier expert's corpse could cause such a terrifying effect. One had to remember, corpse destruction was only an S-rank skill. Of course, if it weren't for the catastrophe trait, this skill wouldn't have been able to take effect on the corpse of a legendary existence. Therefore, what was truly perverted wasn't the skill itself, but the catastrophe trait added to it by Sumyubai's talent, coupled with the passive effect of the mythical tier item Human Butcher's Mark and the stacked 375% critical hit rate. That was what caused such terrifying damage. And this was only because Watanabe Tor had been suppressed by 30% of his total attributes by Deathgaze while he was still alive. Otherwise, the damage figure just now would have exceeded 100 billion. If I were to find the corpse of a massive boss, wouldn't that mean? As Sumyubai thought of this, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. With such terrifying damage, how many of the top powerhouses in the Sakura Kingdom could withstand it? The terrifying nature of the catastrophe talent once again left Sumyubai feeling shocked. Master. Seeing that Sumyubai was somewhat lost in thought, Frost hurriedly reminded him. The commotion just now was too loud. Should we leave this place first? Wait for me a moment. Sumyubai flashed over to the side of the dark-feathered demon vulture's corpse and muttered, I wonder if it still works even if the head is gone. Looking at the headless corpse of the dark-feathered demonic vulture, Sumyubai silently tapped to view the details of his second profession catastrophe trait. Profession catastrophe trait. 1. All of your own skill effects are doubled. 2. You can create true undead creatures from corpses. Catastrophe trait details. As the overlord of death, you possess the ability to create high-level undead creatures. When you thoroughly kill a true living being, you may choose to consume death chi to preserve its corpse. Depending on the talent and strength the creature possessed in life, you can create different undead creatures after consuming a certain amount of soul points and materials. The specific materials and soul points required for creation will be determined by the corpse. Current capacity for creating high-level undead creatures 3. Level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Must it be the corpse of a true living being? After reading the description, Sumyubai frowned. In the God-forbidden land, true living beings were not easy to find, except for humans. Thinking of this, Sumyubai's gaze couldn't help but linger on the word talent in the detailed description. A crazy idea suddenly appeared in his mind, however. It was clearly impossible to realize this idea right now, so Sumyubai could only bury it deep in his heart for the time being. He looked up at the headless corpse of the dark-feathered demonic vulture and, unwilling to give up, channeled his death chi. But the system notification sound made him shake his head helplessly. Notification. This corpse is not the corpse of a true living being and cannot be preserved. As expected, it didn't work. Whether it was the corpse of a boss, or the corpses of players and locals upon their normal deaths, they would all refresh and disappear. To put it bluntly, the corpse before him wasn't a true corpse at all. Sumyubai sighed, turned around, and vanished from the spot, sitting directly onto the throne. Let's go. Pick a direction, and let's get out of here first. Upon hearing this, frost immediately soared into the sky, turning into an icy blue streak of light that vanished into the horizon. Sumyubai leaned back against the throne nestled between the dragon's skulls, resting his chin on one hand, his brows slightly furrowed. Before leaving, he had also tried to store the dark-feathered demonic vulture's corpse into his storage ring, but there was no reaction at all. In other words, if he wanted to detonate the corpse of a large-scale legendary grade boss within a city, he would have to lure the boss into the city first. Thinking of this, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly as he thought of something. If this idea could be perfectly executed, then his trip to the Sakura Kingdom would definitely be worth it. Since he was going to play, he might as well play big. A glimmer of sharp light flashed deep in Sumyubai's eyes. While refining the idea in his mind, he began to check his gains. In addition to the system rewards, Watanabe Toru and the dark-feathered demonic vulture had each contributed a piece of legendary grade equipment. Watanabe Toru was a human, so it was understandable that he only dropped one piece of equipment upon death. But as a boss, the dark-feathered demonic vulture had only dropped one piece of equipment, aside from currency, materials, and soul stones. And this was even with the blessing of Sumyubai's 64 points of luck. It seems that legendary grade bosses don't have big drops. Sumyubai wasn't surprised by this. After all, they were legendary grade items. If every boss could drop several pieces, they wouldn't be so precious. Others didn't have the ability to freeload their way to promotion like he did. While Sumyubai was checking his loot, the entire God-forbidden land suddenly exploded into chaos. This time, it was naturally caused by him again. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to the Divine Dragon Empire player Baiyi for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to solo a legendary grade boss. This is hereby announced. We hope the vast number of players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. Following the 10 consecutive region-wide announcements, Baiyi, who had been silent for an entire week, once again caused a sensation in the God-forbidden land. I haven't heard any news about Big Brother Baiyi for several days. I really wasn't used to it. This feels great, as expected of Big Brother Baiyi, to be able to solo a legendary grade boss so quickly. That's awesome. Hey, back when we played games on Blue Star, players who used hacks were always secretive and would even swear oaths. Now that we're in the God-forbidden land, Baiyi doesn't even bother hiding his hacks. So, my god, this Baiyi is at it again. Love legendary grade boss. Isn't the strongest boss in the Myriad Worlds game only mythical grade? It's only been half a month. Baiyi is simply not acting like a human anymore. Holy crap. You guys look at the level leaderboard. I'm going to call the police first. What? Armai is deceiving me. How did Bai suddenly reach level 89? This is too exaggerated. 10 minutes ago I saw his level was 60. Can Bai manually adjust his level? There is only one truth, and that is that the legendary great boss Bai killed was a very high level, which directly leveled him up by 29 levels. Thank you for the special explanation. Otherwise I would still be kept in the dark. Divine Dragon Empire. A certain level 40 wild map. Sancha Kingfeng looked at the level leaderboard, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. After changing his class to the unique hidden profession, Sword Immortal, he once had the illusion that he could catch up to Bai. For the past week, he had barely rested properly, all to raise his level as quickly as possible. Seeing Bai's level stay at 60 for a week, he had also reached level 29, finally narrowing the level gap to half again. Although it was just a number and the actual XP required was still far off. Wasn't this a form of progress, however? Just as he was full of fighting spirit and preparing to seize the time to complete his advancement quest, Bai had re-emerged into the world, and this emergence made Sancha Kingfeng feel unprecedented despair. Before was one thing, but now he also had an SSS grade talent and a unique hidden profession. And it was a sword immortal with extremely powerful killing force. Why was the gap not only failing to shrink but actually getting wider? Chapter 163. You actually dare to appear. Bonus chapter, Holy Empire, Sighing Volcano. This was a hidden map, normally speaking. At this stage, no one could find this place at all. However, at this very moment, a great battle was unfolding at the crater. Roar, a fire elemental creature, standing over 30 meters tall, let out a furious roar. Its hands condensed into two torrents of elemental energy, continuously bombarding the tiny figure before it. That tiny figure was Felix, and this fire elemental creature was his advancement quest target. It was an epic grade boss, reaching as high as level 50. Under normal circumstances, given his current strength, he would be no match for such a boss. But who could blame him when his talent countered fire-type creatures? Once I complete my advancement, the next step will be to surpass Bai. Excitement burned in Felix's eyes. His body was shrouded in the phantom of a phoenix, his movements agile as he continuously dodged the BOSS's attacks. At the same time, Felix waved the staff in his hand, unleashing skill after skill, steadily whittling down the BOSS's HP. But the next moment, he suddenly froze. Star Blue District announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Empire player Bai. Times 10. The sudden announcement caused Felix to lose his focus for a split second. Bai was already capable of soloing a legendary grade boss, facing the distracted Felix. The boss would not hold back. Instead, it seized the opportunity to unleash its full power. Boom! As a scorching pillar of fire erupted into the sky, Felix was jolted back to reality. His expression changed drastically, but it was already too late to dodge. He took the full brunt of the boss's skill.